The overcast sky was thick with ominous clouds, effectively obstructing the rays of the morning sun. The distinctive scent of damp earth and foliage permeated the air, yet a faint, almost imperceptible stench rendered the morning atmosphere less than pleasant. 30 individuals stood before a colossal, rusted iron gate, leading to a mansion that bore the hallmarks of any horror film one could envision. The Western-style embellishments had faded and decayed over an unknown passage of time, revealing a mottled, deep crimson wood structure beneath the peeling paint, which, upon closer inspection, resembled splatters of blood gruesome and jarring. What is this place? Upon opening her eyes to find herself in such a bizarre location, it was only natural for anyone to feel a twinge of panic. Lu Ning instinctively reached into her pocket, retrieving her phone to check the time. This proved futile, merely a reflexive action, as several others among the crowd mirrored her gesture. No signal, as if a foregone conclusion. The large exclamation mark in the signal bar and the accompanying 3 words were standard fare in such a scenario. Lu Ning's gaze shifted, noticing that the spot which should have displayed the current time was instead flashing a countdown. 167:58:32. 7 days? What does that mean? As Lu Ning murmured to herself, she unlocked her phone. With no signal, most functions were rendered inoperative, yet it still held some utility. A new message notification appeared. Lu Ning lifted her head, feeling somewhat disoriented. The absence of a sense of time was quite unsettling. She also sensed a disconnection in her memory, as if certain fragments of her past, including the journey that brought her here, eluded her grasp no matter how hard she tried to recall them. The more she pondered, the more a sense of frustration and nausea began to rise within her. Suddenly, Lu Ning's eyes widened in shock. Dear guests, the objective of this journey is to survive for 7 days within the manor. Please refrain from attempting to leave the premises. For your well-being, kindly adhere to the guidelines outlined in the travel manual. Notice: 1. There are 3 spirits within the ghost manor. 2. For the first 3 hours, the spirits are unable to kill. 3. Please make good use of your companions. Supplementary information regarding the spirits. 1. Every 24 hours, each spirit can claim 1 life. 2. Additional information will be unlocked after 1 day. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. There was no signature. At first, Lu Ning did not entertain the thought that it might be a prank. Instead, she raised her gaze to the others who were also pulling out their phones. There was a sequence to it, but soon every face reflected a look of panic, with one young man exclaiming loudly, "What is this thing?" His outburst stirred quite a commotion. Some dismissed it with indifference, while others, startled, retrieved their own devices. In no time, nearly everyone was aware of the content of the message received on their phones. Everyone, please remain calm. Amidst the rising tide of anxiety, a young woman clad in a suit, seemingly a professional, stepped forward, her voice cutting through the cacophony. Before we succumb to panic, it is imperative to clarify our situation. May I inquire if anyone recalls how they arrived here? Furthermore, let us compare the messages received on our phones. Is there a consensus that none of us have a time displayed? Hey, what are we doing this for? Shouldn't we be hastily vacating this cursed place? A visibly irritable man spat disdainfully on the ground. I have no interest in this supernatural nonsense. Yet you have not fled immediately, indicating a lingering doubt within you. The suited woman replied with unwavering confidence. Thus, it is time for us to ascertain the facts at hand. We are all adults here. At the very least, we should exhibit some rationality. The irascible man muttered a curse under his breath, but refrained from further argument. At this juncture, everyone began to cross-reference the contents of their phones. Lu Ning, along with a grizzled elder and a stout, robust man beside her, confirmed that they had all received identical messages. In that case, we shall proceed inside. The woman in the suit pondered momentarily before stating, Wait. It clearly states there are ghosts. Are you out of your mind to suggest we enter? The irritable man could no longer contain himself. The woman in the suit smiled without a hint of anger. If the message is true, then we may encounter unforeseen dangers if we distance ourselves. Conversely, if it is false, entering poses no significant risks. Of course, I shall not compel anyone if you wish to remain here. That is entirely acceptable. With that, she turned to stride into the mansion. Wait, I'm coming too, one voice called out. I shall join, as well it is better to have more people, another chimed in. Lu Ning also took a step forward, following the woman in the suit into the estate. As the number of followers grew, only the irritable man and a couple remained outside. Brother, you see, we agree with your perspective, but having more people could be beneficial. The man from the couple managed a strained smile at the irritable man before he and his partner walked toward the mansion. Observing this, the irritable man cursed under his breath, but ultimately did not dare to remain behind and followed them into the estate. Upon entering, they found themselves in a once beautiful garden now faded into neglect. A grand 3-story building loomed at the end of the main path, though narrow trails on either side suggested the presence of additional structures behind it. Sister, since we are so many, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? A stylishly dressed young man, handsome yet slightly slick, sidled up to the woman in the suit, playfully inquiring. That makes sense, but sister, you seem rather familiar, even though we have just arrived and are all quite flustered. He added with a grin that I shall not permit any factor to drive me to the brink of madness. Fear is merely an emotion to be conquered. Besides, you do not appear to be so frightened, do you? The woman in the suit cast a fleeting glance at the young man. Is that so? The young man slowed his pace, creating a greater distance between them. You truly are an impressive individual, miss. Thank you for the compliment. At that moment, they had arrived at the door of the 3-story manor. The woman in the suit reached for the verdant door handle, now tinged with a bluish-green hue, and with a creak, the door swung open effortlessly. Wow, it looks quite exquisite. A voice of admiration escaped from the crowd, and a young girl, about the same age as Lu Ning, dashed inside, her face alight with wonder as she began to caress the decor within the room. The group entered in single file, and the woman in the suit made her way directly to the dining table. Apart from a few empty vases used to weigh down the tablecloth, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the petite book placed before each seat. Lu Ning casually picked up one of the volumes and, upon opening it, discovered that it resembled a travel guide. The manor was named Lush Pine Manor, established by a collector with a fondness for European architecture, whose surname was Tang. The pamphlet offered little in the way of historical context for the estate. Instead, it elaborated extensively on the collection amassed by Mr. Tang within the manor. The most valuable aspect is undoubtedly the comprehensive map of the estate attached at the end. Within the main mansion, the 3-story structure allocates the 3rd floor for the Tang family members. While certain rooms on the 2nd and 1st floors are designated for guests, the remainder serves as the kitchen and similar facilities. Additionally, this main building boasts a basement, which functions not only as a storage area, but also houses a dedicated section for power generation. Behind the mansion, there are further amenities, including another garden, a small cottage constructed specifically for the gardener, a designated plantation, an expansive shooting range, and a stable. In essence, these are primarily functional buildings intended for outdoor use. Everyone, please take a copy and venture forth. However, I would prefer at least 3 individuals per group to ensure safety, the woman in the suit stated. Venture forth? The irritable man exclaimed, clutching a pamphlet. Aren't you afraid of ghosts suddenly appearing to slay you? As the exchange of information progressed, those who had communicated previously gathered together, including the irritable man, who stood alongside a couple and a man with dyed hair. Strangely, the woman who had consistently taken the lead found herself without companions. Well, why don't you join us? Suggested the burly man from Lu Ning's group, scratching his head with a somewhat silly grin. The woman in the suit glanced over and suddenly closed her eyes, smiling. Thank you. Everyone quickly formed their teams, piecing together to create 8 small groups, each setting off towards their areas of interest. Lu Ning's group of 4 ascended the stairs, heading towards the rooms occupied by the Tang family on the 3rd floor. Chapter 2. Tang's in stark contrast to the bright ambience of the 1st floor. The lighting on the 3rd floor emanated a dim, yellowish glow. At this hour, the light streaming in from the window was somewhat tolerable. However, one could only imagine the dreadful visibility come nightfall. As the 4 ascended the stairs, they introduced themselves to one another. The woman in the suit introduced herself as Yin Lian, a young entrepreneur, though she refrained from elaborating on her circumstances. If memory serves, she had come here to celebrate her company's impending listing alongside several co-founders. The elderly gentleman introduced himself as Gong Sunyu, who, despite his appearance, was merely 56 years old. His health was not particularly robust, and he served as a professor specializing in ancient Chinese linguistics, his mind remaining remarkably clear. The stout and sturdy man was named Shi Song. He was an illustrator, orphaned and living with his younger sister. Though he appeared somewhat naive at first glance, he possessed a commendable emotional intelligence and treated others with great courtesy. Lastly, there was Lu Ning. I am a university student in my 2nd year, majoring in a scientific and engineering discipline. I do not particularly enjoy sports, yet I believe my physical condition is satisfactory, Lu Ning stated. At the very least, if there are indeed ghosts, I would be able to run quite swiftly. Shi Song burst into hearty laughter. Do not fret, should such a situation arise. I shall carry you on my back. I am, after all, an agile big man. Thank you, but I suppose prioritizing survival would be wise, Lu Ning replied sincerely. Gong Sunyu stroked his beard and cleared his throat. Whether or not the tales of ghosts hold any truth aside, there exists both the rule of 3 ghosts for 7 days and the chance of survival. As long as one takes proper precautions, there should be no cause for alarm. Mr. Gong Sun speaks wisely. The rules do indeed state that there are items within the house capable of warding off malevolent spirits, another added. If we can identify it now, it will undoubtedly simplify matters later, Shi Song concurred. Yin Lian nodded and remarked, however, we are unaware of how many such items exist or their nature. To acquire this knowledge, the most likely source would be the residence of the house's former owner. Yin Lian seemed to have anticipated this, as both Shi Song and Gong Sunyu displayed expressions of realization simultaneously. Could it be that these artifacts could? Let us not be overly optimistic. Yin Lian interjected, interrupting Shi Song's burgeoning excitement. Setting aside the fact that the recorded artifacts appear to be numerous, there are only a total of 15. And their function is merely resistance. If ghosts are indeed real, do you genuinely believe that these items could sustain us for 7 days? As they conversed, the 4 individuals arrived at the doorway of the study located in the center of the right corridor on the 3rd floor. Be mindful of the time and strive to find items of value, Yin Lian instructed before pushing the door open. The study was spacious, featuring a large L-shaped desk, and was flanked by 6 bookshelves, which stood neatly lined with ornate, substantial tomes that had gathered dust due to prolonged neglect. Lu Ning approached and brushed away a bit of dust, observing the markings with hesitation. It appears that these books have not been disturbed for quite some time. Yet the dust seems to have accumulated only within the past 6 months to a year. Oh, you can deduce that? Yin Lian inquired, somewhat astonished. It may not be entirely accurate, as I have mentioned before, I am not particularly fond of physical activities. I generally prefer sedentary pursuits such as chess and reading. I have dabbled a bit in detective novels. Lu Ning shook her head, indicating that she is not an expert and can only offer a reference at most. That's sufficient. There are numerous ambiguities present. We simply need to remain vigilant, she continued. Now, I will begin here. Yin Lian pointed towards the bookshelf that was furthest from the desk. I will search the desk, Lu Ning said as she maneuvered behind it, discovering that the space beneath the desk was lined with several drawers and small shelves. Shi Song opted for the bookshelf behind the desk, while Gong Sunyu approached a row of shelves against the wall, chuckling. I may not be of much help in other areas, but I have spent half my life in the company of books. I might as well take a closer look. Once their positions were established, the 4 of them commenced their search with great haste, as Lu Ning rummaged through various items. Her mind was also occupied with the current circumstances. Moreover, it appeared that she had not lost any possessions. aside from her mobile phone. Her pockets contained her wallet and a keychain. Earlier, while traversing the courtyard, she had discreetly checked her wallet, which held over 200 yuan, a bank card, her identification card, and even a receipt from a supermarket. Additionally, she possessed a utility knife. A utility knife? Lu Ning indeed had some affinity for crafts, yet it seemed unnecessary for her to carry one. She did not have any particularly vivid memories associated with it. Furthermore, the keychain bore only 3 keys alongside a cartoon character charm, keys to her home, dormitory, and club activity room, none of which were of any immediate assistance. At that moment, in the bottom drawer of the left-hand side of the desk, Lu Ning discovered a glass box. The interior of the box was lined with a layer of red velvet, and at its center lay a golden figurine, measuring no more than the length of a fountain pen, affixed to a square pedestal. Through the glass, one could discern that it depicted a figure with arms raised high, seemingly uttering a silent cry, though the craftsmanship was not particularly refined, rendering its features indistinct. At first glance, it appeared to be a crude artifact, yet it was indeed one of the collectibles mentioned in the small booklet. Lu Ning promptly extracted the item and flipped through the booklet until she found the corresponding page. The prayer figurine, a collection acquired by Mr. Tang Yuanjin in his late 30s, is said to have been used as a ceremonial object for rain rituals by an ancient tribe, imbued with spiritual significance and possessing the ability to ward off evil. It was exhibited during 2 gatherings of the Tang clan and is reputed to have been offered for 1 million in currency, yet Mr. Tang could not bear to part with it, which ultimately contributed to his renown. Eureka! A look of delight spread across Lu Ning's face as she called the other 3 over to examine the golden figure together. At that moment, no one cared whether the object was an antique or a relic. They eagerly opened the box and removed the figurine. It was indeed worthy of its golden status. Feeling weighty in hand, and aside from a slight dullness, it exhibited no signs of tarnish. The quality of the gold was evidently high. Gongsun Yu weighed it in his hand before passing it to Yin Lian, saying, "Take a look at the underside of this." At this moment, Lu Ning noticed that the bases were adorned with intricate patterns, the precision of which starkly contrasted with the crude figures above. As if crafted by 2 different artisans and then melded together, Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. What should I do with this? But how does one utilize it? You should take it. Regardless of whether you know how to use it, it may prove useful. I have discovered this item, Yin Lian said, raising her left hand to reveal an old tome. Upon glimpsing the text, Gongsun Yu squinted and immediately shook his head. Ah, the esteemed elder may be unaware, but the writing is in Latin. This is the original manuscript of the Mensal, though I too do not know who this individual is. It simply happens to be among the collectibles. Lu Ning quickly located the relevant page. Mensal was a renowned dark sorcerer of the 17th century, famous within his circle for his expertise in sacrificial rites and curses. His manuscript contained a wealth of related magic. However, the veracity of these claims remains shrouded in mystery. Mr. Tang Yuanjin asserted that he had deciphered this manuscript, but found its contents too perilous to be revealed, choosing instead to seal it away permanently. The manuscript has only been displayed once as part of a collection, perhaps leaving many still yearning for the knowledge it holds. That indeed sounds like a perilous item. Song exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. The danger lies in how one chooses to wield it. Besides, we are entirely unfamiliar with its use. My understanding of Latin is limited. I can only attempt to decipher it, Yin Lian lamented. Gongsun Yu suddenly recalled something. The several notebooks resembling cryptic symbols that I had seen might indeed be related to this. Yin Lian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Let us investigate. Meanwhile, in the depths of the estate, Master, is this not quite troublesome? 3 men were gathered around the generator. The foremost being a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a beard, whose countenance darkened slightly after inspecting the machinery. Zhang Fuyuan, a mechanical engineer, was far more acquainted with these cold, metallic contraptions than he was with his own wife. Thus he could readily discern that the condition of the generator set underground was not particularly favorable, with approximately half of the machines at risk of malfunction. The fuel supply was also rather insufficient. A young man, after his examination, remarked, "The diesel engines have this issue. We must find a way to repair them." Before Zhang Fuyuan could complete his thought, he was interrupted. "Master, how long will it take to fix all these machines? Who knows if there is a ghost lurking in this cursed place?" Zhang Fuyuan shot a glare at the youth, his annoyance palpable. "Even if we do not repair them, it does not mean we will be spared from apparitions. If you are afraid, then do not accompany me." His reprimand instantly silenced the group. "Oh, what is this commotion?" A group of individuals approached from the opposite side of the basement, the largest contingent consisting of 5 young people, led by a suave and handsome youth. As they swayed towards them, "Is it you? How did the inspection at the warehouse fare?" Zhang Fuyuan inquired, his brow furrowed. "Uncle Zhang, there is no need to be so serious. The good news is that we have ample food reserves, all quite fresh. Of course, if you're still worried, there are plenty of canned goods available as well. The only concern is whether a ghost might pop out when we come to collect the food," the young man exclaimed, suddenly making a comical face, which elicited laughter from those around him. "Indeed, one must possess a certain courage." Zhang Fuyuan slightly shook his head and resumed inspecting the generator. Chapter 3. Intelligence Compilation. Lu Ning keenly observed that after 2 hours had passed, many expressions had shifted. Some appeared anxious, others inexplicably excited, while a few wore ashen faces. And a couple displayed an air of arrogance. It seemed everyone had made some discovery. Lu Ning murmured, "Well, since you've brought it up, shouldn't you be the one to speak first?" However, Yin Lian, likely accustomed to such provocateurs, maintained her unaltered tone. "Fair point. Let us discuss our team's findings." We examined the study, including the owner's room and an adjacent space that served as a reading room. The owner appears to be a researcher of various ancient and modern witchcraft spells. I suspect that if any ghosts are indeed present, they are likely linked to the owner. Tang Yuanjin. Additionally, we discovered this. As she spoke, Yin Lian produced the manuscript of the Menzel. This is one of the items listed in the catalog, containing records of black magic that might prove beneficial to us. However, it is written entirely in Latin, and my proficiency in Latin is merely average, so interpreting it may prove quite challenging. "You can leave that to me," a bespectacled woman spoke up. "I am a translator, and my proficiency in Latin is quite commendable. If you trust my abilities, please allow me to undertake the translation." Without hesitation, Yin Lian promptly pushed the book towards her. "I leave it in your capable hands. Kindly prioritize the translation of the more pertinent sentences." The woman, taken aback by Yin Lian's willingness to hand over the book so readily, nodded, while her teammates displayed expressions of excitement. "In that case, allow me to share my observations," Zhang Fuyuan remarked, producing a cigarette, which he did not light, and placing it behind his ear. He continued at a leisurely pace. "As someone who works with machinery, I took the liberty of inspecting the underground generator. There are a total of 8 small generators in the basement, which supply the entire estate with electricity. They operate on diesel fuel. While they are functional for the moment, 4 of them are showing signs of malfunction due to wear and tear. This implies that we may very well encounter a shortage of power in the near future. Furthermore, the fuel reserves are insufficient for 7 days, providing only enough for 5, meaning we will have to either shut down a few generators to conserve resources or prepare for a couple of days without electricity." Having concluded his lengthy discourse, Zhang Fuyuan produced a lighter, seemingly unfazed by the surprised looks from those around him. "Do not be too astonished, for I bring good news. The supplies of food and water in the warehouse are plentiful, and we possess an ample assortment of common ingredients. Additionally, there are numerous tools and daily necessities available, which we can utilize for our protection." The handsome youth grinned widely. "Protection? From ghosts, perhaps?" The nouveau riche scoffed dismissively. Yin Lian merely nodded, casting her gaze around the room. "So, does anyone else have any discoveries to share?" The crowd exchanged glances, and a tempestuous man, scratching his head, stepped forward. "I knew you all had something amiss in your heads. In this cursed place, we ought to examine the structure of the house first. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to escape to." We explored the house and its surroundings and sketched a rough map. Xiao Song presented to them. The man with dyed hair promptly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. It depicted a simplified layout of the various floors of the house, marked with arrows indicating obstacles, useful items, and potential escape routes, along with numerous points of caution. This meticulous effort left many astonished. From the outset, the tempestuous man and Yin Lian had been at odds, and due to Yin Lian's composed demeanor, they instinctively perceived the tempestuous man as a mere brute, unaware of his attention to detail. "Thank you for your hard work," Yin Lian expressed her gratitude. "I'm only responsible up to this point. If we can't escape, don't come crying to me." The tempestuous man retorted with a grunt. "We merely wish to know what you have discovered, so please remain calm," Yin Lian replied. "Discoveries? We have none. Damn it, instead of fixating on this useless information, why not think about how to get out?" Yin Lian pondered for a moment, redirecting her gaze to the other groups. The group, led by the bespectacled woman, was inspecting the various guest rooms. The first floor contained rudimentary chambers, while the second floor was considerably more opulent, featuring a heater, a washroom, and an old television, which merely displayed static and was unserviceable. The room accommodates both single and double occupancy, providing ample bedding for all, rendering the ascent to the third floor unnecessary. As for the nouveau riche, they merely expressed disdain, having sauntered through the kitchen and similar areas without making any notable discoveries. The final group appeared to possess the highest combat prowess, led by a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, a muscular man, accompanied by a young individual clad in police uniform, a young woman with a piercing gaze and bandaged hands, and a slightly stooped yet agile man. "I am Hong Ziho, a fitness coach." Our group took a brief tour around the back. The three individuals, the muscular man pointed at the trembling white-collar worker, had ventured to the gardener's shed, likely due to some unsettling occurrence that left them so shaken. As for us, we explored the shooting range and the observation tower, covering various areas, yet found no weapons. Even if there had been, I doubt they would have been of much use. Further in lies the forest, which we do not intend to enter. "Is there anything noteworthy over there?" Yin Lian inquired. "There is a greenhouse filled with an array of flowers. Quite uncommon and unfamiliar to us. We could take a look shortly." "Why wait? Let's go now," the irritable man urged. Yin Lian concurred, stating, "Indeed. Let us see what could have frightened the three of them so profoundly." The sky had grown even more overcast since our initial arrival at the villa, as if an unusually heavy rain were imminent in the afternoon. The humidity in the air thickened, and the temperature seemed to drop slightly. "Surely, it cannot rain incessantly for the next few days." The girl, initially enamored with the furniture within the house, muttered a soft complaint, prompting a derisive snicker from the ostentatious man beside her. When faced with the specter of death, such trifles become inconsequential. Her brow arched in indignation, ready to retort. But her teammate restrained her, advising against engaging with such an unworthy adversary. Yin Lian, hearing the commotion behind her, remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to their squabbles. Approaching the gardener's shed, she noticed the wooden door ajar, the earth beneath damp and marked with haphazard footprints, indicative of someone who had fled in a state of panic. "I'll accompany you inside," Lu Ning declared promptly. Hong Ziho raised his hand, adding, "I shall go as well. Should any danger arise, I can protect you." "And I too," chimed in the dashing man, stepping closer. Yin Lian nodded, signifying that this was sufficient, then hastened to the entrance, swiftly pushing the door while stepping back to guard against any sudden emergence from within. Yet, nothing appeared. It was safe. Hong Ziho leaned against the doorframe for a glimpse inside, then became the first to enter. Although referred to as a shed, the gardener's abode contained several rooms. Upon entry, they found a small hall with a fireplace, to the left a kitchen connected to a small utility room for tool storage, and to the right, 2 doors that presumably led to bedrooms. Aside from a slight air of dilapidation, the hall presented no peculiarities. However, the moment Lu Ning crossed the threshold, a faint yet unmistakable odor of decay wafted through the air, lingering despite its diminished intensity. Yin Lian swiftly surveyed the small hall, ascertaining that there was indeed nothing peculiar present. It appeared that the issue lay behind those 2 doors. "Allow me," Hong Ziho asserted, stepping forward to one of the doors, forcefully kicking it open. This time, the source of terror that had haunted the trio finally materialized before their eyes. The traces of congealed blood nearly adorned the entirety of the room, with deep brown, dried plasma splattered across the ceiling. Thick curtains, slightly drawn apart, permitted a pale beam of light to illuminate the grotesquely shriveled human organs scattered across the floor. Two eyeballs dangled from the chandelier, eerily fixed upon the entrance, while a large bloodstain in the shape of a human figure on the bed was surrounded by a radial spatter of blood, encircling the silhouette. Someone had inscribed a sanguine circle upon the sheets and floor, reminiscent of a crude imitation of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Even with ample psychological preparation, such a horrific scene delivered an immense shock. Hong Ziho pressed his hand uncomfortably against his chest. Yin Lian's breaths quickened. The handsome man withdrew his earlier nonchalance, now gazing seriously into the room. Standing at the threshold, Lu Ning struggled to observe in the poor lighting. Yet, the gruesome tableau did not seem to impact her as severely. Although she initially recoiled in fright, she soon regained her composure. "Hey, have you found something?" Someone shouted from outside. To describe it, one might say it resembled the aftermath of a person exploding upon their own bed. The handsome man deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that those outside could hear him. His description was indeed quite accurate. Aside from the obviously intentional bloodstains in the eye, the state of the room could be inferred in such a manner. Time had elapsed too long. Lu Ning crouched down, examining the fleshy remnants on the floor, muttering to herself. The coagulation of blood occurs at an alarming rate, yet the organs appear entirely shriveled and desiccated. This is not something that transpires in merely a few days. "And the bones?" Yin Lian suddenly inquired. "I don't see any," Lu Ning replied, glancing around. The amount of blood in the room could account for a person's entirety, yet curiously, no bones were visible. Logically, even if reduced to fragments, some remnants should remain, should they not? Is this not peculiar? The handsome man approached the bed, scrutinizing a large patch of human-shaped bloodstain, thoughtfully touching his face as he pondered. What is strange about it? Perhaps you do not engage in games often. This scene, how shall I put it? It resembles the summoning of skeletons from a corpse. Chapter 4. The first drop of blood. Their imaginative musings provided no tangible assistance. Instead, the scenario within the room, once shared, incited even greater panic. Moreover, some individuals genuinely believed the man's words. Skeletons? Perhaps this serves as a clue for us. Ghosts are but skeletons, and we could devise a countermeasure. Will we also meet such a fate? Damn it, even if it's not a ghost. The presence of a murderer lurking here is utterly terrifying. Yin Lian furrowed her brows and glanced at her phone. Without further ado, let us examine the adjacent room. Although the other chamber does not bear the same tragic visage, it is nonetheless enough to instill fear in many. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by the sight of a cadaver lying supine in a rocking chair. Judging by her attire, she appears to be a woman, her body having taken on a waxen quality. Her mouth, gaping and shriveled, reveals a dagger embedded in her right eye socket, with desiccated blood stains trickling down her cheeks, coalescing into dark clumps beneath the rocking chair. All has transformed into corpse wax. Lu Ning found it peculiar. Typically, corpses decay more readily, while the conditions for the formation of corpse wax are exceedingly stringent, and this small room hardly seemed to meet such criteria. Yin Lian swiftly traversed the room, searching for anything of note, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the body. Then, to the astonishment of the three onlookers, she reached out, grasped the corpse's head, and withdrew the dagger. "What are you doing, Sister Yin Lian?" Lu Ning stepped back, while the two men regarded Yin Lian as if she were a creature from a nightmare. Yet, the one committing this gruesome act appeared unfazed, wiping the blade against the bed linens, scrutinizing the dagger closely before nodding. This is indeed the one. Lu Ning immediately comprehended, retrieving the brochure. The first item in the collection was a rather unremarkable, intricately designed dagger, known as the ritual dagger. The description stated that it was a weapon imbued with the essence of a certain soul ritual, capable of absorbing the souls of those slain by it. After being acquired by Tang Yuanjin, it had not been displayed publicly, known only to members of the family. But how did Lien recognize it from merely the exposed hilt? With a heart full of doubts, Lu Ning voiced her concerns. The group of Lu Ning had no intention of competing for anything, merely nodding in agreement. As they departed from the gardener's cottage, there remained 15 minutes until 3 hours had passed. Perhaps we should not venture too far. What if we are ambushed? Stammered a timid-looking man, one of the 3 fearful white-collar workers. With one person taking the lead, many began to reconsider their resolve. I think it might be best for me to start translating quickly, so I won't accompany you, the bespectacled woman said hesitantly. Lien nodded. Thank you. 2 more groups then departed, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances, as it seemed that those with greater combat prowess remained behind. Is this really a good idea? The young policeman hesitated, expressing concern that they would be utterly defenseless should they encounter a ghost. Xiao Lu, trust me, no one is truly invulnerable. Physical advantage merely allows us to be the quicker ones, Hong Ziho reassured, placing a hand on the policeman's shoulder while gesturing with the other. Let's move. I will lead the way. The greenhouse was located less than 100 meters from the main house, and the group hurriedly jogged to the entrance. Just as raindrops began to fall upon their heads. Don't mention the torrential downpour this afternoon. It has already begun, the handsome man exclaimed exuberantly. He introduced himself along the way, and though Lu Ning overlooked much of his boasting, she remembered his name, Yu Zizmong. Not to be confused with the infamous Yu from January. She particularly emphasized it, and after a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning finally grasped the word he was referring to. Setting that aside, once they entered the greenhouse, everyone began to search for items. Due to the large number of people, the groupings became somewhat chaotic. Lu Ning and a woman with a piercing gaze, who was part of Hong Ziho's team, discovered another artifact in a small exhibition room dedicated to handicrafts, a wooden sword with intricate bagua carvings on its hilt. Consulting the manual had nearly become a habit for Lu Ning, and she had already formed a rough impression of the items listed within. As the woman retrieved the wooden sword from a shelf, Lu Ning immediately recalled its significance. The bagua wooden sword was a talisman given to Tang Yuanjin by an old Taoist friend, intended for dispelling evil spirits. Given Tang Yuanjin's frequent encounters with various supernatural entities, it was inevitable that he would attract malevolent energies. The sword was primarily made of peachwood, yet it also incorporated some unique materials that endowed it with the capacity to harm spiritual entities. It was said to have been in use as a talisman for 30 years prior to being gifted, endowing it with considerable spirituality. Even those without any knowledge of Taoism could wield it with ease. Such a fine item, the woman remarked. Her voice was melodious and possessed a calming charm. Would you like it? In the next moment, the wooden sword was presented to Lu Ning. She was taken aback. Why did both Lien and this woman seem so indifferent towards this potentially life-saving object? You found it. It should belong to you, Lu Ning gently declined. Very well. The woman removed the accompanying scabbard, slung it stylishly across her back, and deftly sheathed the wooden sword in a single fluid motion, exuding an elegance that was both crisp and graceful. With her presence, it seemed that Hong Ziho's group had indeed solidified their reputation for formidable combat prowess. Lu Ning, momentarily lost in her thoughts, shook her head to dispel distractions. You have trained in martial arts? She inquired. I am Lu Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yin, she replied, with the character for Cloud and Wild Goose. The martial arts I inherited from my family have sadly faded into obscurity. The mention of this unfortunate topic caused Lu Ning to pause her conversation. As the time drew near, Lin Yin glanced at her phone, prompting Lu Ning to nod in acknowledgement. She had been mindful of the time as well, though the greenhouse, while not particularly large, contained numerous small rooms, leading to an extensive search. Everyone, please gather. Outside, Hong Ziho's booming voice began to urge them onward, and the two hurried out. Once assembled, they counted heads, relieved to find no one missing. The wooden sword slung across Lin Yan's back was undeniably conspicuous. However, it was generally accepted that whoever discovered an item was entitled to it, resulting in little dispute over its distribution. Another notable discovery was a decayed, withered model hand, which stood out even among collectible catalogs, and thus did not go unnoticed. This item was unique in that it provided a precise description of its purpose. When a candle was inserted and lit in the hand, it would serve as a warning of approaching spirits. The couple who had uncovered this artifact now guarded it closely, eager to procure a candle swiftly. Do not be so tense. Nothing is being taken from you. Since this device can issue warnings, we merely need to stay close. Yu Jizong reassured the two anxious individuals with a smile. There are candles in the warehouse, several bundles. In fact, they will last long enough to see us through 7 days. So relax. Noticing that those around them, including the irritable man, displayed no signs of greed, the two gradually eased their tension. Naturally, no one opposed this proposal. To have discovered so many resources so early. Once we ascertain their usage, we might very well have a leisurely time dealing with the spirits. 3 ghosts, And we have 30 individuals. Yu Jizong found himself inexplicably optimistic once more. The timid man, who had previously rushed to leave, bore a deep crimson bruise around his neck. His limbs contorted at peculiar angles behind him. His abdomen had been sliced open, half of his innards gruesomely extracted, and he lay dead in the corridor leading to the restroom on the first floor. A white-collar worker huddled in a chair, arms wrapped tightly around himself, shivering uncontrollably. The trio from the Nouveau Riche group was absent from the hall, leaving only the last member of the white-collar group, a heavily made-up woman, sitting in another chair, her gaze vacant and unresponsive to anyone who spoke to her. With a resounding clap of thunder, a torrential downpour followed, creating a cacophony of sound. The cloying, metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, a tangible reminder of the malevolence surrounding them, announcing the undeniable presence of malevolent spirits and heralding the commencement of this survival game. At that moment, a powerful resolve ignited within Lu Ning. I must survive. Chapter 5. The first day of fear. The sound of heavy rain pounded against the roof and walls, creating an unsettling cacophony. Lu Ning had once relished rainy days. Yet the current tumult of thunderous downpours only heightened her unease. Who was the first to discover the body? A white-collar worker pointed to the terrified woman, then withdrew further into herself. Seeing this, Yin Lian could only shake her head and retreat deeper into the corridor. Wait, this could be perilous. Song hastily called out to her. Alas, her courage seemed unparalleled among those he had encountered. Yu Jiming's lips curled slightly in amusement. Yet there was a semblance of truth in his words. After all, the malevolence of spirits was said to have its limits, should the information not be misleading. Oblivious to the additional terror his words instilled in others, he slid his hands into his pockets and sauntered off to inspect the corpse. Lu Ning, possessing a relatively robust disposition, soon realized her fear of death was not as profound as she had believed, and thus she pursued Yin Lian. The condition of the corpse was gruesome. The man's expression, marred by a violently twisted neck, appeared grotesque. However, for the 3 who had previously witnessed the scene at the gardener's shed, this was merely a more jarring spectacle. Many of the newcomers, however, were thoroughly frightened, choosing to maintain their distance rather than approach. Yin Lian knelt down to examine the body, while Lu Ning instinctively began to pull apart the deceased's garments, a gesture that left the arriving Nouveau Riche pale with horror. Are you both deranged? There are still 2 spirits unaccounted for, and here you are, brazenly rummaging through a corpse. Yu Zizmong let out a snort. He had intended to intervene, but was preempted by Yin Lian and Lu Ning, leaving him to merely observe. Consequently, he retorted at the Nouveau Riche. Nouveau Riche are not to be trifled with, he exclaimed, glaring from a distance. What do you know, you little brat? Why should I care about this person's fate? As long as I survive among the final 9, I am secure. Do you think I am unaware? If he dies, it is merely his misfortune. This declaration immediately ruffled the feathers of several individuals, yet the Nouveau Riche remained disdainful. What kind of eyes do you all possess? Everyone is fully aware of the truth, so do not feign solidarity. Killing 21 in 7 days is merely an elimination game. I am looking out for myself. I have not thrust you into the jaws of death, and do you expect me to play the savior? A group of hypocritical souls. Hypocritical? A young woman from Yu Zizmong's team stepped forward to defend her own. What demeanor is this? Since you accuse us of hypocrisy, Then speak openly about what you have found instead of hiding it away. The man among the couple also summoned the courage to voice his opinion. The nouveau riche cast a glance at the group, laughing derisively. Huh, do you think you can provoke me? What difference does it make to reveal my knowledge to you? I possess a pill that can make ghosts steer clear of me. You may question me with your arrogant faces, but when the ghosts come hunting, even if you kneel and beg, I shall not grant you a single grain. The Qingzheng pill, as described, is synthesized from the dregs of the divine medicine from Plunlai, containing innate purity, which, much like a deworming solution, allows one to emit an odor that repels ghosts. As the argument threatened to escalate, Yin Lian finally spoke. The introduction mentioned only a vial and a pill, yet your tone suggests there might be more to the drug. Since you possess certain assurances, I shall refrain from further comment. Simply take this to ensure your safety, and if you still draw breath after 7 days, feel free to return and mock us all. What do you mean by that? The ambiguous words from Yin Lian evidently unsettled the nouveau riche. Surely, you do not believe that merely inciting a ghost's ire will resolve everything? A person, starved to the core, can still consume what they detest. Yet, when a ghost erupts in fury, at last, the spirit was banished. Yin Lian exhaled, wiping the blood smudged on the deceased's clothing, before tossing an object the size of a lighter to Yu Jisong. Huh? What is this? Yu Jisong caught it, discovering it to be a wooden cylinder inscribed with unknown characters in numerous concentric circles, while the base depicted a skull and a pentagram. A summoning catalog. A rather dubious item among collectibles, capable of attracting spirits for protection. It is also rumored that many have fallen victim to the very spirits they summoned. Perhaps this individual hoped to gamble on conjuring a guardian, only to face the fate of being slain by the summoned ghost, or worse yet, failing to summon it and being killed by the resident spirits instead. Yin Lian wiped her hands again, but found them still stained, frowning as she surveyed her surroundings. Are you truly so confident in entrusting this to me? Yu Jisong smiled faintly. I do say it's quite reliable for you. This remark undoubtedly referred to the previous investigation concerning the gardener's cottage that Yu Jisong had also been involved in. Alas, your words bring me fondness, dear lady. Yet, your sentiments do not evoke my affection. Might you direct me to a place where I can wash my hands? Yu Jisong erupted into laughter, gesturing with his hand. Allow me to escort you, but if you find this matter disconcerting, why not keep it for yourself? This inquiry was, in truth, directed towards the onlookers. Lu Ning, who had begun her search alongside Yin Lian, had already grasped her intentions. One should not place all one's eggs in a single basket. In the afternoon, following the discovery of the first corpse, the body was wrapped in a sheet and placed near the gardener's shed. The group reconvened to tally their numbers, which still amounted to 29 individuals. Another concern for Yin Lian was whether the soul-calling catalog had been utilized, pondering if a new spirit had emerged. After careful examination, the bespectacled woman provided a reassuring answer. It had not been employed. The book recorded that if such items were used, the text would become blurred and indistinct, indicating that it was a one-time use. Since the writing remained clear, it had evidently not been utilized. It seems the interpretation is progressing smoothly, someone remarked. The bespectacled woman exuded confidence. Aside from certain specialized terms that may require some time to decipher, the remainder of the content is rather straightforward. However, the volume of the text is extensive, so I have initially focused on the sections that appear most pertinent. So, is there anything of value to be gleaned? A section of the text delves into the concept of reverse rituals, though this part proves rather perplexing, requiring additional time for comprehension. In such circumstances, preparing a meal becomes a challenge. Ultimately, the young woman from Yu Zizmong's group, along with Ling Yin, expressed her willingness to assist, recruiting a few others to form a cooking brigade. Does Sister Yin Lian not know how to cook? Lu Ning inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Typically, she relied on takeout or dining out, rarely engaging in cooking herself, save for boiling rice and frying it. As Yin Lian examined a dagger, she also engaged in conversation with the others. As a strong woman, it was only natural for her to be somewhat neglectful of domestic matters. Yu Zizmong interjected, asserting, I pay great attention to my own life. Even during the busiest of times, I would never deprive myself. Yin Lian appeared slightly displeased, though only Lu Ning, standing nearby, could discern this subtle emotion. The lunch consisted merely of various stir-fried dishes, a large pot of steamed rice, and prepared condiments. Following a recent death, those who had assisted in moving the body found their appetites diminished, and Yin Lian consumed little. In contrast, the nouveau riche, having descended from upstairs with 2 lackeys, indulged heartily, displaying a sense of propriety by refraining from making any comments, which contributed to a quieter atmosphere during the meal. After lunch, as the group tidied up the dishes, they conversed in hushed tones, the ambience seemingly more harmonious. "I wish to take a shower," someone suggested. After moving the corpse out of the house, despite having assistance with umbrellas, many had gotten wet, and now their clothes clung uncomfortably to their bodies. "Is it not dangerous?" Officer Liu felt a tinge of concern. Yin Lian shook her head, saying, "There are 2 bathing pools here. If there are more people, we can simply bring our belongings over. Even if we do nothing, the danger will not diminish." "Wow, I thought you would surely oppose," exclaimed the first girl to enter the room, gleefully taking the hand of the bespectacled woman and dashing upstairs together. "What are they up to?" Yin Lian pondered with curiosity. Zhang Fuyuan lit a cigarette and took a leisurely puff. "You haven't seen the rooms yet, have you? They are quite akin to hotel accommodations, well equipped. They must be going to fetch bathrobes." "Master Zhang is quite perceptive," Yu Zhizong remarked with a smile. "If you had a daughter, you would have to understand, especially during those clingy phases." After dividing into groups, Yin Lian entrusted the most reliable group, Uncle Hong, with the task of safeguarding everyone. "Rest assured," he replied. Yin Lian then glanced at Shi Song and Gong Sunyu. "Shall we select a room? Since there are double rooms available, it is best for us to stick together." That moment of hesitation seemed to imply a desire for collective action, yet the notion of ensuring everyone remained together at all times was utterly impractical. Many harbored secrets, and the very tools capable of resisting the supernatural now stood as walls, isolating them from one another. "Are you very worried about the future, Sister Yin Lian?" Lu Ning inquired as they ascended the stairs. "Do you think everyone will be unable to survive?" "No. My reluctance to have everyone constantly together stems from other reasons. I have my suspicions. But let us first clarify the best way to utilize what we have at hand." The room on the 2nd floor is indeed lavishly adorned, with a complete set of Western-style furnishings. The warm brown tones temper the dreariness brought by the outside weather, and once the lights are turned on, a bright white glow fills the space. Although Tang Yuanjin favored a vintage aesthetic when constructing the villa, he did not neglect modern conveniences. Lu Ning explored the restroom, which lacked a bathtub but was equipped with a flushing toilet. In a bid for stylistic coherence, the sink was designed to resemble a vanity, complete with a round mirror mounted on a shelf, evoking the ambience of a film set. Even without any particular expertise, Lu Ning found herself enamored with such decor. "What a wealthy individual," she mused upon exiting. Yin Lian nodded in agreement, remarking, "We are already aware that Tang Yuanjin is intertwined with these mysterious matters. Such individuals are either desperately impoverished or possess wealth beyond measure. If the latter holds true, he is likely an invisible tycoon. This villa may very well serve as the sanctuary for his clandestine studies. Based on what we have uncovered, we can almost deduce something has transpired here." Lu Ning, well versed in the adage "no risk, no reward," also surmised the unfolding narrative. The mere presence of so many objects related to mysticism suggested a trove of secrets concealed within these walls. It was evident that something catastrophic had befallen Tang Yuanjin, transforming the villa into its current ghastly state, and he likely faced a grim fate himself. Chapter 6. Another fright. Yin Lian and Lu Ning rested on the same bed for a while, sharing stories about their lives. "What wonderful parents you have," Yin Lian remarked with a sense of admiration. "Indeed, later when I entered university, they were particularly worried. I suppose I am the kind of child who has grown up in happiness. My chess teacher taught me focus, while my calligraphy and painting instructor instilled in me the importance of cultivating inner peace. It seemed as though everyone treated me with kindness." Lu Ning spoke, suddenly turning her head, her expression more serious than ever. "Sister Yin Lian, do you understand? For the sake of my parents, teachers, and friends. I must survive and escape this haunted place. I absolutely cannot perish here. We all share that sentiment, Yin Lian affirmed. Lu Ning smiled. Sister Yin Lian. You two have something you cannot let go of, do you not? Communication devices. We have a bit of collaboration with the military, Yin Lian replied, her face brightening at the mention. Though it was coincidental, that connection with the military underscores the strength of our products and has saved us from numerous troubles. It sounded as if Sister Yin Lian had also been involved. Lu Ning paused, her mind racing. The basement? The safe? The code? The secret chamber? Indeed. Apart from the openly displayed basement, we have yet to discover anything else. Yet, I refuse to believe that there are no secrets here at all. But, should we not share this with everyone? With more people? I am not an altruistic person, Lu Ning, Yin Lian interrupted, like everyone else here. I aspire to be one of the last survivors. From the very beginning, gathering everyone, forming groups, and leading actions was essential to avoid chaos. This is how we increase our chances of survival. Did you truly believe those words from the very beginning? I considered them to be genuine, otherwise, it would be akin to trifling with one's own life. If this were indeed a cruel jest, I would suffer no loss, especially now that it has been confirmed otherwise, correct? Lu Ning, although I have articulated much, the patterns of the malevolent killings remain elusive. Perhaps they are devoid of any discernible order. I cannot assure you of my safety, hence I strive to share more with you, as a means of conveying my subsequent thoughts. Lu Ning furrowed her brow. Why suddenly speak of such ominous matters? Because the situation may be far graver than I had anticipated. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by boisterous voices. Yin Lian swiftly rose from the bed, straining to listen, then let out a sigh. Trouble has arisen. Outside the door of one of the rooms, which was in close proximity to Lu Ning's, a throng had gathered. Two men from Yu Jisong's entourage, dressed as singers, barred the crowd from entering. Only by drawing near could one glimpse Yu Jisong standing at the far end of the small corridor, his expression now devoid of the earlier ease. It was that woman who had perished, the nouveau riche remarked coldly, only to be seized by the collar moments later. How can you make such callous remarks when someone has died? This individual was the last member of Yu Jisong's group, a tall young man with a few blemishes on his face, usually reticent. It was only when he stepped forward that Lu Ning noticed his face and eyes were flushed. At this moment, Yin Lian's voice had begun to stabilize the morale of the group. Yu Jisong gestured for the two individuals at the door to allow Yin Lian and Lu Ning to enter, after which they were met with a harrowing sight within the room. The only young woman in Yu Jisong's team, who had previously prepared meals for everyone, lay sprawled on the bed with a visage marked by terror and despair. She was clad in a voluminous bathrobe provided by the room, her throat gaping open with a grievous wound from which blood continued to flow profusely. A sharp razor blade lay beside her, and near her hand was a small makeup pouch, its contents, lipstick, eyebrow pencil, and a compact mirror, scattered haphazardly across the bed and floor, suggesting a brief yet fierce struggle had ensued. Is it this bathrobe? We wore it too. Does wearing the bathrobe lead to death? It had seemed that she was well until she departed. Why had she become the target of a malevolent spirit? Silence. Yu Jisong suddenly bellowed. After a brief moment of quiet, the voices grew even louder. Why are you so fierce? You couldn't even protect your companion. Who is to blame for such arrogance? We have yet to ascertain that this was the work of a spirit. Why are you so quick to draw conclusions? Yu Jisong's face grew cold. He was accustomed to intimidating others with a mere utterance, and his words now rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Stammered one of the lackeys under the nouveau riche. The door was not locked. Razor blades are provided in every bathroom, allowing anyone to commit such an act. How can you be so certain this was the deed of a spirit? What if someone sought to claim a treasure from her? Yu Jisong let out a cold laugh, declaring that his refusal to allow entry was solely to prevent any potential tampering with the scene. If a human were to commit a crime, they would inevitably leave behind some evidence. At that moment, he vowed that he would personally deal with the perpetrator, no need for a ghost to intervene. His words carried an air of menace, and though some may have harbored doubts, they dared not voice them. Yu Zishang, exercise a bit of restraint, someone advised. Indeed. The evidence overwhelmingly suggested that a ghost was involved. Yin Lian and Lu Ning intervened to temper Yu Zishang's impulsive actions. You can deduce that it was the work of a ghost. It was not that Yu Zishang doubted Lu Ning, but rather that the implications were rather overwhelming. Lu Ning pointed to the deceased's right hand, noting that her lipstick lay on one side while a mirror rested on the other, indicating she was right-handed. The blade was found near her right elbow, and the wound on her neck transitioned from deep on the left side to shallow on the right, suggesting a single, continuous cut. This pattern more closely resembled that of a suicide, yet it was unfathomable that she would have reason to take her own life. Thus, the only plausible explanation I could provide was that a ghost had possessed her and compelled her to end her life, departing before her demise. Are you suggesting that a ghost can possess someone while committing murder? Another point of evidence arose. Lu Ning and I had been in a nearby room, and the soundproofing was far from adequate. If a person had indeed come to kill, it would have been impossible for us to hear no commotion whatsoever, surely. There would have been at least a scream, Yin Lian added. However, if one were to cover their mouth, Lu Ning sighed, gesturing for Yin Lian to sit on another bed. With her right hand, she began to illustrate her point, even if one wished to stifle another's voice. The position of sitting on the edge of the bed necessitates approaching from behind to facilitate the act. If one were to cover the mouth with the left hand, while simultaneously slitting the throat with the right, it is important to note that the resulting wounds would range from superficial to profound. Merely executing such an attack without detection across a bed of approximately half a meter in width poses significant difficulty, and truly preventing any sound from escaping is exceedingly improbable. Unless one possesses considerable skill or is adept in combat, Lu Ning refrained from voicing this observation. Yu Zishang appeared to be swayed by her argument. Is it truly that terrifying? How shall we contend with it? Is this not invincible? A white-collar worker exclaimed in alarm from outside. Need we even inquire? We must band together and keep a vigilant watch on one another. Anyone exhibiting unusual behavior should be subdued. The irritable man scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Though his words were coarse, they indeed resonated with Lu Ning's proposed strategy. Alas, thank you, Yu Zishang murmured, shaking his head as he motioned for the two individuals at the door to enter. If I may interject, it seems you are already acquainted. If this were a recent introduction, one would hardly reach such lengths. Noticing the expressions of sorrow etched upon each of their faces, Lu Ning could not help but inquire. We are alumni. Yu Zishang indicated the two individuals. Yang Na has written many songs for their band. I consider myself their investor. Although we are of different grades, we have united for a common goal. Yang Na tends to be reclusive, often too apprehensive to listen to audience reactions to her own compositions, yet she has indeed been of tremendous assistance to us. Nonsense. Yu Zishang slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth in frustration. He watched as several individuals assisted Yang Na in closing her eyes, subsequently wrapping her lifeless body in a shroud and placing her on the bed. Yin Lian and Lu Ning silently retreated from the somber scene. At the entrance stood a tall young man with reddened eyes. Yu Zishang did not introduce him, yet his expression hinted at a profound connection with the others. Alas, what a pity. Yin Lian's whispered words were heard only by Lu Ning. Chapter 7. Dawn messages on countless nights filled with anxiety, while many found it difficult to sleep. Lu Ning, sharing a room with Yin Lian, drifted into a deep slumber. Sister Yin Lian, good morning, Lu Ning mumbled, rubbing her eyes groggily. Good morning. As she began to awaken, Lu Ning suddenly noticed two books with black covers resting on the bedside table between their two beds. Instinctively, she reached for one. I'll wash my face first, this can wait. Just as Lu Ning opened the book, she paused at Yin Lian's words, shaking her head slightly before asking. Sister Yin Lian, where did these come from? I went to the study after I woke up and discovered a mechanism. A mechanism? Do you remember that desk? The drawers can be opened by twisting the handles 90 degrees to the right and then pulling them up, which will reveal a different drawer inside. I'm sorry. I was supposed to check that desk. It's quite all right. I only noticed the worn marks above the drawer handles due to the good lighting today. You were inspecting it on a cloudy day with only the dim yellow light indoors. I wouldn't have noticed either. Yin Lian shook the quilt and laid it upon the bed, her tone nonchalant, yet Lu Ning could discern the meticulousness with which she had searched. Wait, you ran out alone early in the morning. Perhaps due to insufficient blood flow to the brain upon waking, Lu Ning only then began to grasp the situation. Do you think it's inappropriate for me to leave you behind? If that's the case, I apologize. I merely thought. No. What if a ghost hadn't made a move yet? What would you do if you encountered danger? Lu Ning exclaimed anxiously. Yin Lian smiled at her concern, patting the dagger at her waist. One ghost? Even if it wishes to kill me, I would ensure to strike first. Rest assured, that is far too perilous. Lu Ning, we are racing against time with the ghosts. Yin Lian interjected, halting her further remarks. With the first day gone, the ghost could strike again. If we do not search for advantageous items during the safer hours, what difference is there from waiting for death? Survival is not merely a matter of luck. It requires one's own efforts as well. Lu Ning nodded, yet remained unconvinced. Next time, wake me up. We agreed to act in numbers, and you cannot dismiss that. All right, quickly wash your face. Tang Yuanjin's handwriting was both beautiful and orderly. Although it was in traditional Chinese characters, comprehending it posed no difficulty. The diary did not indicate the year, only the month and date, and each diary commenced neatly from January 1st to December 31st, with entries not made daily, many simply containing reflections and insights. Reading this is quite a considerable endeavor, for Tang Yuanjin intersperses his own interpretations and perspectives on mysticism throughout. Lu Ning is apprehensive about missing any crucial information, meticulously dissecting each sentence. On the other hand, Yin Lian is more efficient. She is solely focused on locating the diary entries pertaining to collectibles and swiftly completes a quarter of the material. Ding. Approximately 1/7 of the battery has been consumed. A new text message lies in the notification bar, devoid of sender information, appending additional rules. Dear esteemed visitors who remain, I hope the exhilarating and thrilling experiences of the first day have met your satisfaction. Below are supplementary hints regarding the spirits. 3. To be unlocked at the conclusion of the second day. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. The message is brief, merely adding the second rule concerning the spirits. However, when Yin Lian and Lu Ning raised their heads, their expressions were far from favorable. Lu Ning, what are your thoughts? The conditions are overwhelmingly disadvantageous for us, are they not? Yin Lian expressed her concerns. Yet, the number of individuals who could contemplate such matters was limited. Most recipients of the second message appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Even Hong Ziho felt that the spirits were not as fearsome as initially presumed, particularly with the revelation that their mobility is equivalent to that of humans, indicating that once a spirit is detected approaching, escape remains a viable option. As for how one might detect an approaching spirit, the couple's decayed hands have yet to extinguish the candle. In such circumstances, even Yin Lian found herself at a loss for words, and with the good news regarding the translation of the Mensar manuscript. The majority of people were in high spirits during breakfast. Today marks our moment of retaliation. 2 members of the band have now taken their positions at the front line of the battle against the Spectre, and Yu Zizmong has tacitly approved of their actions. However, he appeared somewhat despondent, the dark circles under his eyes revealing that he had not enjoyed a restful night. We should seize the clear daylight to conduct further searches. As there are still collectibles yet to be discovered, we failed to scour every location yesterday. Yin Lian attempted to speak again. Yet, such words seemed futile at this juncture, as everyone's focus was on the ongoing ritual. Furthermore, the collectibles at hand were sufficiently ample. It was far more pragmatic to grasp the tangible rather than chase after the elusive. Once again, her words fell on deaf ears, a reality she seemed to have grown accustomed to. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lu Ning, Shi Song, and Gong Sun Yu stood firmly by her side, while Ling Yin and a somewhat stooped but robust man quietly approached. We deemed it necessary to be adequately prepared. This situation is indeed critical. Yet with so many individuals present, our absence would hardly be felt. Ling Yin lowered her voice to converse softly with Yin Lian and the others. The man gestured animatedly, yet his words remained unvoiced. Ling Yin glanced at his signs and explained, Uncle Xing is mute, but he has been on the battlefield and is very dependable. He also felt that the current atmosphere was excessively optimistic, while he did not seek to awaken others. It was imperative that they continued to prepare for contingencies on their end. Yin Lian cast a glance at the fervently discussing individuals and quietly inquired, "So at the very least, let us lay our cards on the table. Does Uncle Xing possess anything of value?" "Indeed," Ling Yin replied affirmatively. In truth, prior to discovering that wooden sword, the only item found within their party was in Uncle Xing's possession, a small copper vial filled to the brim with fine red sand. This collection of crimson quicksand instilled fear in demons and malevolent spirits. Any contact with this sinister substance would result in severe burns. However, the quantity was rather limited. The sand within the vial could sufficiently cover an area for 3 individuals to stand in the center. Thus, with candles in the room providing a measure of safety, I propose that Uncle Xing, Ling Yin, and I venture outside for further exploration, while Lu Ning, Shi Song, and Mr. Gongsun remain in the main house. It is crucial that we do not act independently and strive to maintain a stable atmosphere among everyone, Yin Lian decisively concluded. There were no objections from the group, and under the veil of distraction, the 3 of them quietly slipped out. Meanwhile, the couple in the hall, after persuasion from the crowd, ultimately agreed to take the decaying hand upstairs to vigil outside Fong Min's door, which necessitated Lu Ning and the others to follow them upstairs as well. However, aside from Fong Min's own teammates, no one dared to intrude, resulting in a comical scene of a large group huddled in the corridor. "What is the update?" someone ventured to ask. "Most of it is complete, yet some sections remain indecipherable. I require a relevant specialized Latin dictionary, or even a translation into English would suffice. Where can we find that?" Lu Ning closed the book, stood up to stretch her limbs, and remarked, "It's in the study. Let a few people accompany me to retrieve it." Shi Song immediately rose as well, and upon noticing this, Hong Ziho also felt inclined to join. However, Fong Min quickly interjected, "Though I feel rather awkward, I sincerely hope Mr. Hong can stay behind. I am quite anxious." "Be cautious," whispered Gongsun Yu. "Rest assured, we've already searched the study. I remember the place well." With that, the 2 made their way towards the staircase. Chapter 8. Confronting Death. Lu Ning and Shi Song arrived at the door of the study on the 3rd floor. The light remained a warm hue. Yet due to Yin Lian's prior visit, when she had drawn back all the curtains, the room was flooded with ample illumination. Lu Ning swiftly approached the bookshelf, extracting a dictionary and placing it upon the desk. She did not hasten to leave, but instead followed Yin Lian's instructions to open the desk drawer, retrieving all the journals stored within. Shi Song, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Lu Ning, what are you doing?" "We should grab the dictionary and depart swiftly." The final entries of this diary chronicled Tang Yuanjin's acquisition of the prayer statue. If we could locate the diary from the following year, we might decipher its purpose. Hurry over and assist me in searching. We need not peruse extensively. Just the entries from the preceding days containing relevant information will suffice. This was also the reason why Lu Ning took the initiative. Driven by a degree of self-interest, she preferred not to disclose this matter to too many people. It was perfectly fine that Shi Song was the one who had initially accompanied her to find the statue. Adding another person might complicate things. "Oh, very well." Shi Song immediately came over to assist in the search. "I thought you would object." "Haha, my mind isn't particularly sharp, but I recognize the value of what you're doing. Sister Lian is also engaged in meaningful endeavors. You all wish to help us survive, don't you?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "I suppose so, but only within the limits of what I can manage." "Do all girls your age think this way?" Shi Song chuckled, picking up a diary. "My sister is about your age and tends to speak in a rather peculiar manner. I can't quite comprehend it, but as long as I know you mean no harm, that suffices." "Your sister, you seem to mention her quite often." Lu Ning quickly grabbed the diary from Shi Song's hands and glanced at the open page. "January 5th, Sonny." "Yes, this is it." Following that, it detailed the method of usage that had been researched, heating the patterns at the base of the statue with flames to imprint them onto the human body, thus granting a one-time protective function against malevolent entities. Tests had shown efficacy against various sinister beings, but only the initial imprint would be effective, which was why Tang Yuanjin lamented its powerful, yet somewhat impractical nature. However, for Lu Ning's current predicament, this function was more than sufficient. Suddenly, a creaking sound from the floor startled Lu Ning, who had been intensely focused. What was that sound? The study was adorned with a delicate carpet, muffling the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor beneath. The faint noise could only originate from the corridor. Song turned his head to gaze at the ajar door of the study. Moments later, another subtle sound echoed, resembling the sound of someone stepping onto the floor within the room. Yet, to their eyes, no one entered. Lu Ning swiftly grasped the dictionary from the table, stepping back 2 paces to lean against the bookshelf. With the faint creaking sound, she was certain that something was advancing towards them from the doorway. "Run!" Song shouted frantically, lunging toward the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, he encountered no resistance and collided violently with the doorframe, emitting a cry of agony. Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, vaulting over the desk and racing towards the door. The footsteps that had entered the room abruptly turned back towards the entrance. The corridor was now shrouded in darkness, as all the curtains had been drawn, leaving no trace of light. A distinct creaking sound pierced the silence, signaling that the apparition had exited the room. "Help!" she screamed, just when danger loomed the greatest. Calamity struck. As Lu Ning dashed forward, Song suddenly stumbled. A wooden plank beneath him cracked sharply, splitting into 2, and he fell awkwardly into the opening. Lu Ning, save me. The pain is unbearable." Struggling desperately, Song attempted to push his body away from the pit in the floor, as if that might somehow liberate him. Yet, in truth, his efforts were in vain. Once his arms contorted into a bizarre embrace behind him, his legs began to bend backward as well. "Help me, please." With each pulse of blood, Song's voice grew increasingly feeble, his desperate gaze fixed upon the proximity of Lu Ning. However, she felt her limbs turning icy. Even taking a single step seemed insurmountable. Her mind dulled by the overwhelming circumstances. Rescue? By what means? A golden statue? Was she to seek flames and brand Song with a mark? Such thoughts struck her as absurd, and she finally understood why Tang Yuanjin had deemed this talisman so useless. In this dire situation, it bore no semblance of efficacy. At last, Song's head bent back, and as his neck fractured, blood erupted onto the ceiling, splattering Lu Ning's face and hair. The once robust, albeit portly body lay still, yet this was far from the end. A tremendous force tore through his abdomen, beginning at the navel, as his innards spilled forth, accompanied by a grotesque, slurping sound that dissipated into the air. When the blood began to congeal, the force that had suspended Song's lifeless form suddenly vanished, and his body thudded against the floor, producing a faint sound. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Lu Ning remained motionless, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. How long had it been? A hand waved in front of Lu Ning twice, seeing no response. It grasped her shoulder and shook it vigorously. Slowly, Lu Ning turned her head, revealing the somewhat haggard face of Song. "Where have you been?" Lu Ning's appearance was far from favorable. Her face and body were smeared with large patches of semi-congealed blood, her eyes wide with terror, coupled with her unnervingly calm tone. Devoid of any emotional fluctuations, even Song felt a chill creeping down his spine. "I'm sorry. We heard the noise, but it was chaotic downstairs." "Chaotic? Feng Min is dead." Song sighed, stating it plainly. Her death was quite mysterious. Moreover, the flame of the candle in her hand abruptly turned blue before quickly returning to normal. "I initially thought of its warning function, but I never anticipated the chaos that such a warning could unleash." "Is that so?" Lu Ning gradually turned her body, but midway, her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Song hurriedly helped her up. "Are you all right? What's wrong? Could it be? A ghost is killed." Song gestured upwards, indicating that Song had died, and she had witnessed the entire scene. "Don't ask too many questions. What about that woman? In the midst of such a grave incident, where has she run off to?" The furious shouts of the nouveau riche echoed through the corridor. Soon, The absence of Yin Lian was noticed, and a chorus of denunciations erupted. Typically, she led her team with an air of authority. Where was she when it truly mattered? Two have perished, and what of her companion? What was she preoccupied with? Does she not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Lu Ning slightly turned her head, casting a glance at those still lingering in the corridor. 3 nouveau riche individuals, a few of Fong Min's associates, and even that couple along with 2 members of Yu Jisung's ensemble appeared somewhat indignant. Yin Lian, did she err? Do not dwell on it. Yu Jisung gently took the dictionary that Lu Ning was clutching tightly and tossed it to Hong Zhiho, then guided her slowly down the stairs. How did Fong Min meet her end? Lu Ning suddenly inquired. While reviewing her manuscript, she suddenly tilted her head and died. It was only when Peng Lingling handed her coffee that the realization struck, prompting her to scream and flee the room. We also witnessed the flames shifting and swirling chaotically. Strangely, when Fong Min died, a smile lingered on her face, an expression reminiscent of mockery or an understanding of the inevitable, distinctly eerie. Even with such a description, Lu Ning felt no fear. Compared to her recent direct experiences, it paled in significance. She realized that she was not devoid of fear when confronted with genuine horror. She was just like everyone else, paralyzed, limbs weak. Yu Jisung assisted Lu Ning in taking a seat, poured her a glass of water, and placed it beside her, letting out a gentle sigh. Chapter 9. The First Signs of Disagreement. Several have died. Who among them? Yin Lian would never be one to be led astray by the conversation. She interjected with precision, surveying the room and already forming conclusions in her mind. Fong Min has succumbed. Hong Zhiho muttered quietly. And what about Shi Song from your team? Oh, is that your reaction? A life has been lost. It would be one thing if you did not know them, but can you truly claim that neither of these two is related to you? Among the band, the one with a rather fiery temperament slammed the table and stood up. Yu Zishang shouted sternly, "What business is it of yours? Sit down. Brother Yu, I am merely frustrated that the conductor is present for the autopsies, yet she was absent when the incident occurred. Why do you listen to her so intently?" Fong Min. Shi Song, is it? Yin Lian cast a cold glance at him. Has the third ghost not yet claimed a victim? Is that your only concern? This time, even the irritable man could no longer contain himself. How heartless can you be? And while everyone else is working together, where have you been? I went to seek life-saving items. Ling Yin interjected. We meticulously searched the outside again and found 3 collectibles, as well as weapons. Isn't that sufficient? Weapons? The nouveau riche scoffed. What purpose do weapons serve? To deal with ghosts? With a click, as a pallor crept over the nouveau riche's face, Uncle Xing raised a shotgun, aiming it directly at him. To deal with people like you. Yin Lian crossed her arms and took a seat on an empty chair. Wei Boyong, you just mentioned that everyone is cooperating. How about sharing what transpired? That would be far more constructive than this meaningless mutual blame. Wei Boyong, the name of the irritable man, was momentarily taken aback by her words, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Allow me to speak. Yu Zishang sighed and briefly recounted the events that transpired downstairs. When Lu Ning and Shi Song went to fetch the dictionary, Fong Min mentioned the necessity of conducting a final verification and asked Peng Lingling to bring some coffee. As she had been translating throughout the night and was not in particularly good spirits, we dared not disturb her, so we waited outside the door. After Peng Lingling delivered the coffee, a sudden scream pierced the air. At that moment, we noticed the candle flame had turned blue. Peng Lingling rushed out of the room, claiming she had witnessed Fong Min give her a terrifying smile before her head tilted and she collapsed lifelessly. Chaos ensued. Some rushed into the room, while others fled outside. I thought I heard a cry for help, but it was indistinguishable amid the turmoil. Later, we learned that Lu Ning and Shi Song had also encountered trouble upstairs. Yu Zishang's account was largely factual, and no one could find fault with it. After listening, Yin Lian crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly. So, what are you all panicking about? The ghost has already appeared, and you still wish to question the panic? Oh, the ghost has already claimed Fong Min, and Shi Song upstairs has also perished. If the ghost operates on a 24-hour cycle, having already taken a life, why the commotion? Who can maintain composure under such dire circumstances? You speak bravely, yet I bet you would soil yourself in the presence of a ghost. Wei Boyong exclaimed irritably. Apologies, but I will not. To me, you all have simply surrendered to despair, allowing the ghost to choose a victim at will, merely prolonging your existence for another day. Nevertheless, what is there left to say? Fong Min is dead. What will become of the translation work? We pieced together some understanding using that dictionary, and it was somewhat comprehensible. The other matters are manageable, yet we require preparations for a blood sacrifice for 30 individuals, the meaning of which eludes us. Yu Zizmong noted that this was also a reason for the increasingly dire atmosphere. The term blood sacrifice is inherently ominous, and the notion of requiring 30 lives is unsettling. Are they to offer all the living souls? That would still fall short. Perhaps it is merely a term used internally. Tang Yuanjin mentioned it in his diary. Referring to the literal meaning, a blood sacrifice is essentially a blood offering, specifically human blood. The standard volume for one person is 1,500 milliliters. Yin Lian immediately provided the answer. 1,500 milliliters. I only donate 400 milliliters at a time. 30 individuals? Preposterous. Wei Boyong's eyes widened in disbelief. As a doctor, Miss Yin, do you realize that the total blood volume in an average human body ranges from 4,000 to 5,000 milliliters? Of course, this varies with body size, yet a typical 60-kilogram person contains approximately 5,000 milliliters. The quantity you mentioned is sufficient to be fatal. A rather inconspicuous man from Fong Min's group spoke with a tremor in his voice. Yin Lian nodded. I am well aware, but I never suggested employing this method. It is you who have clung to this notion as a potential solution. What? What shall we do now? Hope has been extinguished. The group exchanged glances. Each person silent. Lu Ning, how are you faring? Ignoring the bewilderment of the others, Yin Lian rose and led Lu Ning to the wall, quietly inquiring about her condition. I apologize, but there's truly no need for remorse. Although Song may have perished because of you, his death cannot be solely attributed to your actions. Self-reproach will resolve nothing. It will merely cloud your judgment. When the time comes, or when you have escaped, you may commemorate him in any manner you choose. Yin Lian interjected, interrupting Lu Ning's words. After a brief silence, Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Sister Yin Lian, you didn't finish your thought earlier, did you? It's futile. The pressure of the numbers is rendered meaningless when the specter has already claimed 4 lives. The manuscript's return ceremony is but a false hope for those with no path to survival. Lu Ning nodded vigorously in understanding. Rest assured, take this. Yin Lian pressed an object into Lu Ning's hand. It was a paper mask crafted from intricately patterned paper, secured with delicate strings on either side, also a collectible. This is the faceless mask. When worn at a distance from a specter, it may deceive them into thinking you are one of their own. However, should they come too close, you will still be discovered, so use it with caution. Sister Yin Lian, I cannot accept this from you. I refuse to hide. Do you think I simply stood there speaking without pain? Avoidance will not solve any issues. I have already discerned the purpose of this dagger. There are indeed many useful items in my diary. Yin Lian smiled at Lu Ning, infusing warmth into her still-chilled limbs. You intend to slay the specter. Indeed, I am resolved to vanquish the specter. If the first day witnessed the demon slaying the isolated, leading others to believe that unity could provide solace, today's brazen acts of murder served as a stark reminder that numbers hold no significance against the fiend. Lu Ning, having merely washed her face, remained clad in blood-stained garments. Showing no intention of seeking a change of clothes, this discomfort was bearable. However, matters were not so straightforward. After the fright, Lu Ning sensed a heaviness clouding her mind. Aware of the impending danger, she pressed the back of her hand against her forehead, chilled, yet her brow felt slightly feverish. Sister Yin Lian, I believe I may have a fever, Lu Ning whispered to Yin Lian beside her. There should be medicine in the warehouse. Let us retrieve it. No? What is there to fear? Yin Lian replied, pulling Lu Ning along, their movements drawing the attention of the others. Yu Jisong immediately inquired, where are you two going? Lu Ning is ill. We are going to fetch medicine. Are you both foolish? Do you dare leave now? Don't end up perishing in the warehouse. The nouveau riche spoke with a grim countenance and a sharp tone. Don't trouble yourselves. Just take care of your own safety. Yin Lian, unfazed by such remarks, insisted on departing with Lu Ning. At that moment, Ling Yin and Yu Jisong also rose to join them. That's not permissible. Ling Yin must remain here. Hong Ziho interjected suddenly. This statement caught everyone off guard, leaving even Ling Yin momentarily stunned. Your wooden sword is undoubtedly a means of protection for us, yet sheer strength holds no value in the face of malevolence. Therefore, I implore you to remain. Hong Zhe, adopting a humbled demeanor, spoke with a tone laced with earnestness, which left Ling Yin in a quandary. Stay with us, we shall be safe. Yin Lian gently patted Ling Yin and, accompanied by Lu Ning, made her way towards the warehouse. Yu Jisong appeared to wish to follow, yet ultimately hesitated, lacking the courage that Yin Lian possessed. Inside the warehouse, an array of items was meticulously organized on numerous shelves, resembling a well-arranged supermarket. At the far end stood a row of refrigeration units, housing not only various meats and beverages but also an abundance of medical supplies. Yin Lian swiftly located a section brimming with blood donation bags. Alongside a complete set of phlebotomy equipment, she picked one up for examination. It was a standard 400 milliliter capacity, evidently intended for their ritualistic purposes, regrettably now rendered useless. Meanwhile, Lu Ning discovered antipyretics in the area designated for everyday medications. It was noteworthy that the pharmaceuticals here were not segregated into prescription and over-the-counter categories. There were even several types of poison, with nearly all of the tablets bearing a similar shape, distinguishable only by their color. Upon realizing this unsettling fact, Lu Ning promptly beckoned Yin Lian over to point it out. This arrangement seems rather nefarious. Yin Lian mused thoughtfully as she fiddled with a bottle of medication. We have no need for self-destruction. The presentation of these drugs appears deliberately designed to mislead us. What could be the intention behind this? Just to be safe, Lu Ning. Perhaps you should show the medication to that doctor. We must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Are you still afraid? That feeling has already passed. Lu Ning directly took a bottle of medicine and then turned her head to glance around. Let us gather some food. I believe this place also poses a certain danger. Chocolate, candies, compressed food, functional drinks, and small, high-energy canned items should suffice. There are shopping baskets over there. Chapter 10, The Night of Power Outage Nowadays. Very few people have the inclination to cook. Although the kitchen is just next door, it feels like an act of solitude. Many still cling desperately to the candles meant for couples, for none can predict how far the warning may extend. Even a slight distance away leaves them visibly anxious. Some have even reduced their intake of food and drink to avoid frequent trips to the restroom. Thus, tonight's dinner consists of various ingredients simmered into a thick stew. Lu Ning, having fallen ill and unable to eat meat, slowly nibbled on a chocolate bar nearby. The others, too, displayed little enthusiasm but reluctantly consumed a bit for the sake of maintaining their strength. Their current predicament could be likened to the saying, when it rains, it pours. Just as dinner was halfway through, the entire room plunged into darkness, leaving only a flicker of candlelight on the table. Instantly, screams, shouts, and curses erupted, with some even toppling chairs in the chaos. Calm down. Gather towards the candlelight, Yu Jisong shouted, managing to quell some of the tumult. At that moment, a voice filled with frustration broke through. That electrician. Wasn't he supposed to check? How could this happen? After examining the situation, it remains irreparable, as I have previously mentioned. Apologies. Zhang Fuyuan leisurely ignited a cigarette. Furthermore, I am not an electrician. I harbor no disrespect towards the skilled tradesman, yet I must emphasize this point. Irreparable? The master indicated that the issue lies in the aging components, and there are no replacement parts available. A composed young man among Zhang Fuyuan's subordinates interjected, adding that, in any case, our fuel supply is insufficient. Even if the generator were operational, it could not sustain full power for 7 days. We have already decommissioned 2 units as backups. Backups? What are we waiting for? Hurry and start those 2 units. The nouveau riche impatiently exclaimed. Who will do it? Will you? Zhang Fuyuan chuckled, exhaling a plume of smoke into the dimly lit room. With the darkness enveloping us and a specter lingering, I dare not venture forth. I can endure a night here. Come dawn, we shall send a few people to investigate. If you are unafraid, you may proceed to start it. The nouveau riche muttered a few curses under his breath, but he was not foolish enough to provoke Zhang Fuyuan given the circumstances. Instead, he vented his frustration on those nearby, declaring, "Step aside. I wish to be closer to the candle. It is merely a night, the weather is relatively mild. And all is well." Lu Ning smiled at Yin Lian, curling up in her chair with her arms around her knees. Before long, she felt a warmth envelop her. Yin Lian had draped her suit over Lu Ning's shoulders. "If you have a fever, you must keep warm. Do not catch a chill." "Thank you." "No need for thanks. Just sleep." In contrast to the cozy warmth on this side, an argument erupted on the other. The flickering candlelight had become the sole source of illumination, and it was imperative that it remained alight. Yet, the couple clung desperately to one another, unwilling to let go. Throughout the night, they debated the order of shifts to keep watch over the candle, each harboring their own opinions on how to allocate the responsibilities, with no one able to persuade the others. Who would take the first watch, and who would follow? Would one guard the first half of the night, or the latter? What if one fell asleep after such a lengthy vigil? Fatigue was palpable. Ultimately, it was Hong Ziho who forcibly imposed a schedule upon the group, recognizing that the latter half of the night would be particularly challenging to guard. The final arrangement was as follows. Officer Liu would take the first shift, followed by the couple together, then Wei Boyong, the dyed-haired man, two band members, Yu Zhizong, Uncle Xing, Zhang Fuyin, Ling Yin, the tall young man, and finally, Hong Ziho. The nouveau riche was deliberately kept away from the candle, as he was deemed utterly untrustworthy. The rest of the group made an effort to ensure that everyone else could rest. It was somewhat peculiar that Yin Lian was not considered among those on duty for the night. At that moment, the wind began to pick up outside. Zhang Fuyuan extinguished his cigarette, coughed softly, and remarked, "Once again the weather is about to change." Indeed, a shift in the weather was imminent. The mountain climate was notoriously fickle. In the early morning, Ling Yin was awakened by someone calling her name. After Zhang Fuyuan roused her, he immediately placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, then whispered to Ling Yin, "Don't panic. The nouveau riche is dead." Ling Yin was not one to panic. Upon hearing the news, she merely nodded and glanced outside, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break, accompanied by the sound of raindrops pattering against the window. It seemed to be a moderate rain, having fallen for some time now. Should we wake everyone up? Zhang Fuyuan's expression bore no trace of the shock that one might expect after a death in their midst. Instead, he spoke of the matter with the casualness of someone perusing the morning news. "You noticed it? When I took over, it was still dark, pre-dawn, you know. That thin candle barely illuminated a meter around it. The lad perished right in his seat, see?" Ling Yin looked over. Indeed, the nouveau riche, having been ostracized, had seated himself as close to the candle as possible, yet he remained a good 3 meters away from it, enveloped in darkness. Now, he lay back in his chair. A gaping wound slashed across his neck, identical to the manner in which Yang Na had met her end. However, as there was no one nearby, the blood merely pooled on the table and chair. He had been so confident that he would not succumb to death, yet here he was. Ling Yin sighed. "Well, we should rouse everyone." Soon, all were awakened. Initially, the two of them attempted to awaken the others one by one, but alas, Pang Lingling, who happened to awaken directly opposite the nouveau riche, let out a piercing scream that startled everyone into full wakefulness. What has happened?" Lu Ning felt a heavy fog in her head, groggily opening her eyes, while Yin Lian's hand rested on her forehead. "You are burning up even more. Sister Yin Lian." I don't feel well. What is going on?" "Someone has died, murdered last night. This does not concern us now. I will take you upstairs to rest." "Wait. Who?" Lu Ning slowly sat up and beheld the lifeless body of the nouveau riche. Despite her foggy mind, she recalled the scene. This was the one who had slit a throat. "Yes, do not dwell on such thoughts. I shall take you upstairs, Ling Yan. Could you assist me by boiling some hot water? I will help her change into a fresh outfit." Yin Lian turned to seek assistance. All right. Hey, do you have nothing to say? Wei Boyong was perplexed by the woman's intentions. Why is Sister Lian so kind to me? Lu Ning questioned as she exchanged her suit for Yin Lian's. Perhaps it is merely your good fortune. Did you not mention that you often encounter those who care for you? Do not jest, Sister Lian. I am aware that bonds between individuals develop gradually. Well, if you truly wish to know, it is not entirely out of reach. All in all, you embody the kind of person I envy. Yin Lian smiled gently as she opened the door and entered the room, retrieving the oversized pajamas she had prepared from the wardrobe. If we were to reverse your childhood, it would likely mirror my own. Lu Ning slowly removed her blood-soaked garments, listening intently as Yin Lian recounted her past. As I mentioned before, I started a company with my classmates. In truth, I achieved economic independence at a very young age. My parents, particularly my father, hail from a family that values sons over daughters, and he was deeply displeased with my birth. Consequently, he often displayed a cold demeanor towards my mother. My mother, having ventured into the world at an early age, possesses a fiery temperament. Since my earliest memories, their quarrels have been frequent. Then, when I was about 6 or 7, my mother suddenly took the family savings book and left in the middle of the night, leaving my father in a state of shock. Yin Lian seemed to want to recount this incident as if it were a joke. Yet no mirth could be found in Lu Ning. I'm sorry, Lian Jie. You need not apologize, Yin Lian replied, gently laying Lu Ning down and covering her with a quilt. I know that regardless of others' opinions, I will love myself, which means I am not unfortunate. And since you have been accompanied by happiness since birth, I do not wish to see that happiness cut short. You truly lack principles, Lian Jie. Lu Ning chuckled. It's time to sleep. I still require your wisdom. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the doorway as Ling Yin entered, carrying a kettle. It took a while to boil the water. How is Lu Ning? I've let her rest. To be cautious, I will stay here to watch over her. Thank you. Not at all. Do you need assistance? Are you okay to leave? Ling Yin raised an eyebrow. It wouldn't make sense for everyone to rely solely on my protection. It was understandable to be on edge after yesterday's incident, but after a night, can't they adjust? Do you still have the item with you? Yin Lian suddenly inquired. Ling Yin nodded in affirmation. Lu Ning inquired with a hint of curiosity, what are you discussing? The item we discovered yesterday, while not effective against malevolent spirits, possesses other utilities. Ling Yin, perhaps you could show it to Lu Ning. Upon hearing Yin Lian's words, Ling Yin retrieved a palm-sized glass vial resembling a message in a bottle, containing a slip of white paper within. This appears to be a message in a bottle. This object can read the final thoughts of the deceased. We have tested it with the body of the first victim. Although there are significant limitations, it indeed has this capability, Yin Lian elucidated. Tested it? Lu Ning pondered, reflecting on how they had found numerous collectibles. Aside from the veracity of the corrupted hand's prophecy from the previous day, they had not genuinely verified the true efficacy of the other collectibles. This lingering uncertainty weighed upon her, but now she had a semblance of confirmation. When placed beside a corpse for 10 minutes, the paper within the vial reveals the last thoughts of the deceased. However, given that they were killed by a vengeful spirit, the information we received was predominantly pleas for salvation or a desire to escape death, lacking practical application. Ling Yin expressed a hint of regret. As you can see, the slip of paper is quite small, thus it cannot display much content. Once you feel somewhat better, we shall proceed to extract information from the other victims as well. With 5 individuals, there must be some useful information to glean, right? Yin Lian gently touched Lu Ning's forehead, offering her some comfort before rising to prepare hot water to soak Lu Ning's clothing. Chapter 11. Blood-red dawn. As the second 24 hours elapsed, the text message arrived punctually once more. On the bed, Lu Ning was already deep in slumber, while Yin Lian and Ling Yin picked up their phones to read the message. This time, the text was replete with information. Dear esteemed guests, have you found yourselves reluctant to part with the second day? In the delicate balance between life and death, have you unearthed the beautiful glimmers of humanity? Cherish the present moment and hold dear those beside you. Additional insights regarding the ghost. 1. The first ghost possesses the ability of invisibility and is endowed with immense strength. Do not harbor any illusions of combating it, as such notions are utterly unrealistic. The method by which the invisible ghost claims its victims is by bending their limbs and necks backward, leading to a gruesome demise, followed by the consumption of a portion of their entrails. 2. The invisible ghost is not afraid of light. However, under intense illumination, it cannot physically interact with humans. Thus, it can only execute its sinister deeds in dimly lit environments. 3. To be unlocked at the conclusion of the third day. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. They have directly provided information about a ghost. Given this, the content for the next 2 days can be largely inferred. Lian gently caressed the handle of her dagger at her waist, a smile of intrigue gracing her face. Moreover, they had even divulged the ghost's weakness. Why did this make me feel even more uneasy? Do you share this sentiment? Lian had not pondered such thoughts. Though surely as long as we can ensure appropriate lighting conditions, we should be all right. Do not underestimate the complexity of the situation. Firstly, while it has been asserted that only in dim lighting can one commit murder, what precisely constitutes dim lighting? Secondly, in the absence of sufficient fuel, although the daytime poses fewer challenges, we have already experienced power outages at night. How shall we address this predicament? Thirdly, how can you be certain that other apparitions cannot perpetrate violence in such an environment? Does not the obscurity favor their sinister endeavors? Fourthly, and perhaps most crucially, Lian paused deliberately at this juncture. The first specter's ability is invisibility. Thus, this trait must be considered within the scope of its powers. This implies that our previous assumption, that ghosts can approach and kill without a trace, may no longer hold true, as only one entity possesses the capacity to remain unseen while committing murder. Lian felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, if other spirits lack the ability to be invisible, where might they be concealing themselves? Alternatively, what powers enable them to remain hidden? Do they transform into the objects we observe? Or do they lurk within the shadows? Or perhaps when we entered, one of them had already infiltrated our ranks? Lian, with a wry smile, articulated this hypothesis. Lastly, let me mention one more thing. My dagger has the function of absorbing the souls of those it slays. If this is not mere coincidence, what do you believe its true purpose to be? To eliminate that specter which masquerades among us in human form. After a restful interlude, she felt rejuvenated. Awakened from her stupor by the soft murmurs of the two individuals, Lu Ning quietly listened. Now fully alert, she retrieved her phone to scan through her messages. It must be said that although she still harbored some thoughts, it was quite challenging to organize them as clearly as Lian did. Awake? How do you feel? Lian inquired. Pretty good. My head feels lighter now. There weren't any issues, were there? I just received a message. The quota for the ghost's killings was just refreshed, so what could possibly happen? Lian poured her some water. I have soaked your clothes in hot water. Once the blood dissolves, I will wash them. There will certainly be some traces left, but at least wearing them won't be so uncomfortable. Thank you, Sister Lian, Lu Ning replied with a gentle nod. Lian patted her hand through the quilt and turned to Ling Yan, saying, This afternoon, we shall retrieve Fong Min's memories. Ling Yan, I hope the matter of the bottle letter remains confidential, and do not retrieve memories from every deceased individual. Oh, this is my advice. I suspect that these items which preserve our lives may conceal hidden secrets. The usage of the bottle letter may also not be unlimited. All resources must be employed at critical moments. Do you understand? Ling Yan considered this perspective and agreed. Lian felt a slight sense of relief and rose to wash Lu Ning's clothes. Lu Ning touched her head, gently closed her eyes, and her gradually clarifying mind began to contemplate the matters that required attention moving forward. Meanwhile, Ling Yan sat on another bed, taking over the watch in place of Lian. It was only after Lian had nearly exhausted the small soap in the restroom that Lu Ning's clothes were somewhat cleaned after soaking them. The stains were not overly pronounced, yet drying them would undoubtedly leave marks. Each individual possesses but a single garment, and at this moment, it has become a perplexing dilemma. In the bedroom on the third floor, there remain a few old clothes. However, apart from some sturdy leather items, The rest are so fragile that they tear at the slightest tug, rendering them less reliable than a bathrobe. Yet, with the information gleaned from the first specter, the nature of the remaining apparitions becomes somewhat clearer. The method of their malevolence is consistent, and thus, from the current state of the deceased, their methods of concealment have begun to reveal discernible patterns, though much remains uncertain. Yin Lian was also engaged in analyzing the known circumstances. Fang Min's death serves as a crucial breakthrough, yet it is imperative to ascertain whether this aligns with her suspicions. The invisible specter is, in fact, the weakest among the trio, which is why it was the first to disclose such detailed information. Does this imply that the spirits operate under a principle of survival of the fittest? Or perhaps the situation is even more dire. It's not merely humans vying against one another, but the spirits themselves are in competition. Can they communicate with one another? Can they support each other in devising schemes? At that moment, a fleeting spark of insight illuminated Yin Lian's mind, and her peripheral vision caught sight of something moving. Almost instantaneously, her hand instinctively reached for her waist, and she lifted her gaze toward the mirror to glimpse the area behind her. However, there was nothing there. The movement had emanated from her own hand reflected in the mirror. This was the final enigma. Yin Lian pondered, unable to vocalize her thoughts. The reflection of Yin Lian in the mirror wore a wicked smile, pressing her hand against her own mouth, simultaneously silencing the Yin Lian outside the mirror from uttering any sound. The second specter moves through the mirror, existing entirely beyond our realm, which is why we are unable to perceive it. As for the third specter, Yin Lian's mind has never raced this swiftly. She swiftly drew her dagger, retreating her body. However, the ghost within the mirror remained poised before it, extending a hand to grasp a blade that did not exist in reality, tracing it menacingly across its neck before making a savage cut. A muffled sound emerged from Yin Lian's throat, swiftly drowned by the blood gushing from her neck. The significant loss of blood began to blur her vision, and finally, the ghost in the mirror released its grip. Grinning at Yin Lian with a visage equally drenched in blood, its hands slightly outstretched as the blade clattered to the ground. It fell onto the floor of reality. Damn it, darkness enveloped Yin Lian's vision, her strength waning, and the excruciating pain clouded her thoughts. The only thing she could still recall was the cold, hard object still clutched in her hand. At least in the end, her body began to tilt backward. I must verify this, gathering her last ounce of strength. She raised her right hand. Is this meant to kill you? Crack. The resounding crash from the bathroom caused the two individuals in the bedroom to leap from their beds. Lu Ning and Ling Yin rushed into the bathroom, just in time to witness the horrific sight of Yin Lian, drenched in blood, collapsing to the floor alongside the shattered mirror. Sister Yin Lian, Lu Ning shouted, her voice hoarse from the effort, as she rushed forward to embrace Yin Lian. Yet, the wide-eyed gaze of Yin Lian had turned vacant, the crimson essence of life no longer gushing forth with urgency, its flow gradually diminishing. Ling Yin knelt beside them, placing a small glass vial next to Yin Lian, casting a glance at the shattered mirror, and gently closed Yin Lian's eyes with a tender touch. No, how could this be? The day had scarcely begun. We had yet to accomplish anything. So why resort to murder now? Lu Ning cast a resentful glance at the mirror. Was it truly the mirror? To kill through the mirror? No, the dagger that had fallen to the ground lay quietly amidst the shards of glass. The specter resided within the mirror. This was the last message Yin Lian wished to convey to us. Lu Ning's voice gradually steadied, a hint of coldness seeping through. The mirror ghost employed a throat-slitting method of killing. Thus, its weakness was evident. It could not commit murder without a mirror, could it? Lu Ning, you must remain calm. Ling Yin observed the shift in Lu Ning's demeanor and immediately sought to dissuade her. So that's how it is. I made an error. After yesterday's cowardice, I cannot believe I have made such a blunder again. Forgive me, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning slowly lowered her head, laying Yin Lian's body flat, before moving to retrieve the dagger. You seem somewhat unhinged, Lu Ning. This is not your fault. Ling Yin frowned, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Ning's shoulder. I am fine. Do not worry, Sister Ling Yin. Sister Yin Lian shall not have died in vain, and I shall not err again. However, There are still certain matters that require confirmation. For now, I must observe as you regain your composure. To wander about in search of phantoms at this moment would be a fool's errand, a mere invitation to demise. Lu Ning glanced at Ling Yan, who nodded gently in response. I shall not engage in such foolishness again. To err once or twice is ample. Now, I shall summon assistance. You ought to change your attire. Ling Yan cast a glance at Lu Ning's bathrobe, once again stained crimson with blood, and added, very well. Lu Ning exhibited an admirable demeanor of compliance. Chapter 12. Last words and diary entries. Gradually, people ascended the stairs. The death of Yin Lian was undoubtedly a significant blow to morale, with Yu Jiming, Hong Ziho, and others revealing expressions of disbelief. The act of the specter was instantaneous. It was only upon hearing the commotion that we reacted, yet by that time, the life had already been extinguished. Ling Yin recounted the circumstances of that moment. Meanwhile, those downstairs had just received the news and were engaged in discussion, momentarily neglecting the trio above, unaware that calamity would strike in such a brief span. So, was it the mirror? Yu Jiming stood at the restroom door, tilting her head as she scrutinized the interior. Did she shatter a mirror prior to her demise? Do you believe the ghost resided within the mirror? It must be within the mirror, Lu Ning asserted. How can you be so certain? Perhaps she was restrained and attempted to create a disturbance to attract your attention. Wei Boyong remained skeptical. Sister Yin Lian once told me that even in death, one must deliver a final blow to the specter. Since she shattered the mirror, the ghost must indeed be there. At the brink of death, a person's thoughts are rarely so numerous. Wei Boyong cast another glance. Where is the knife? In my possession. What use can a young girl have for so many items? Especially when she cannot wield them? They might protect you. As he spoke, he attempted to advance, but was directly obstructed by Yu Zizmong and Ling Yin in the corridor. Apologies, but I can indeed use them. Furthermore, I now hold the power over your lives. Do not adopt that tone with me. Oh, now that woman is dead. You're suddenly posturing, are you? Wei Boyong glared, yet Lu Ning was unafraid. She leaped off the bed and stepped forward, bypassing Wei Boyong to call out behind him. Uncle Zhang Fuyuan, you have a lighter on you, don't you? May I borrow it? Zhang Fuyuan, being direct, tossed a disposable lighter into the room from the doorway, landing accurately in Lu Ning's embrace. Thank you. Lu Ning retrieved the prayer statue, which Yin Lian had discreetly transferred into her bathrobe earlier. Its exposure now was of little consequence. She ignited the lighter, holding the base of the statue near the flame for a brief moment. It remained unaltered in color, perhaps due to its golden composition or some other reason, only becoming warm. Seeing it was sufficiently heated, she extinguished the lighter with her left hand and pressed the base of the statue against the back of her hand. What are you doing? Wei Boyong hastily reached out to grab it, yet was prevented from approaching by Yu Zizmong and Ling Yan. The pain, instead, sharpened Lu Ning's focus, alleviating her ailment considerably. After waiting for a moment, she lifted the golden statue, noticing a new square burn on her arm. If only I had informed Sister Yin Lian earlier, she might have been spared. Lu Ning cast a self-deprecating glance, realizing that the moment the statue was used, Song was killed right before her eyes. The series of shocks made her almost forget about the object until this morning when she awoke and felt it, only to remember that before she could even mention it, Yin Lian was swiftly slain. You need not harm yourself even if you are grieving. Wei Boyong did not rush forward. He merely shook his hand and took a couple of steps back, reminding them that they were not in desperate need of her possession. This brand can defend against ghostly assaults, though I cannot ascertain how many times it can endure. Should you choose to believe, you may also brand yourselves. Lu Ning tossed the golden statue to Yu Zimong, who immediately grasped the implication and requested a lighter to replicate the branding on his own body. What are you planning to do, Lu Ning? Ling Yin inquired, turning her head. To trouble the ghosts, buy us some time, and find a way to accomplish what Sister Yin Lian intended to do. Lu Ning secured a dagger to her waist, just as Yin Lian had done before her. Then, this is for you. Ling Yin placed a letter from the bottle into her hand. I excel in physical endeavors. Since Yin Lian trusted you so much, you shall be responsible for seeing it through. Furthermore, discover what she wished to convey in the end. Thank you. Then, may I have a moment of solitude? Yu Zaimong frowned. Solitude? In such circumstances? Please do not jest with your life. Lu Ning shook her head, stating resolutely, I cannot. Never mind, I am confident. Within this room, no specter can harm me. Have you discovered anything? Ling Yin inquired. Indeed, however, if both of you remain here, I cannot assure your safety. As for this discovery, I regret to say that I am currently uncertain about other specific conditions, and it is best not to mislead you further. Since you say so, we shall stay downstairs. If anything occurs, shout loudly, and I will come promptly, Ling Yin replied. I will do the same. Yu Jisong nodded in agreement. Yin Lian's body had been transferred to another room, yet the restroom remained uncleaned. Lu Ning refused to allow anyone else to intervene, deeming it best to maintain the current state. The blood was still viscous. However, the person was no longer present. She picked up the garments from the sink, and Yin Lian's blood stained the water, re-dyeing the clothes within. Extracting them revealed fragments of shattered glass, creating a scene of utter disarray. It seemed unlikely that it could be cleansed. The diary that Yin Lian had held rested on the bedside table. Lu Ning carefully retrieved it, noticing several pages had corners folded down. Within were records of various collectibles and esoteric knowledge documented by Tang Yuanjin. At that moment, Lu Ning felt a twinge of emotion in her nose. Contemplating briefly, she took out the message in the bottle, removed the cork from its mouth, and cautiously extracted the rolled paper. The note was inscribed in print, containing but a few lines, devoid of any superfluous words. If the dagger can slay it, then there shall be one less specter. If it cannot, it shall serve to vanquish the third specter. The diary in my possession still bears the records of Tang Yuanjin's secret chamber. The few collectibles that remain unfound are likely concealed within. However, the location of the chamber is undocumented, and I may need to seek out additional diaries. Thus far, I have noted July 2nd, rain. July 3rd, rain. I detest the unrelenting dreariness of continuous rain. To deter any clandestine entries into the laboratory, I have installed a camera there, so that I may swiftly access it when the alarm sounds. July 5th, clear. 3 traitors have been executed, seemingly instilling fear in those with nefarious intentions. Yet, I am advancing in years and am uncertain how much longer I can sustain this. The Tang family must not fall into the hands of those avaricious individuals. Unfortunately, the current youth do not appear to possess the necessary qualities. Should I solicit the assistance of my old friend? July 7th, overcast. At last, the awaited day has arrived. Yet it is perplexing that someone has set their sights on the blood of the divine bird. Is the allure of immortality truly so potent? Do they not ponder that if immortality were attainable, why then do I continue to age year by year? Greed has blinded their eyes, and I must take decisive action. In the consecutive 4 diary entries, Yin Lian has circled several significant terms: laboratory, camera, 3 traitors, blood of the divine bird, and immortality. Lu Ning comprehended the meanings of several words. The laboratory was a facility that did not exist within the main house they had inspected, nor did it appear on any map. It must be the secret chamber mentioned in Yin Lian's final words. The video recorder and the blood of the divine bird were also items recorded in the collection catalog. The question marks beside the 3 traitors left her uncertain whether they were related to the 3 ghosts. As for the notion of immortality, it likely pertained to something akin to motivation. Perhaps the transformation of the entire manor was connected to this. Nevertheless, Lu Ning was ultimately not Yin Lian. Her desire was not for everyone to survive together, but merely for her own survival. She lacked that sense of responsibility and felt no pangs of conscience at the death of strangers. Among Song, Yin Lian, and the others, perhaps only Gong Sunyu, Yu Jiming, and Ling Yin were somewhat familiar to her. The rest did not fall within Lu Ning's sphere of consideration. She needed to wait until the invisible ghost committed murder today to act within this safe period. Lu Ning closed her notebook, donned the nearly dried clothes, and retrieved her personal belongings that Yin Lian had placed on the nightstand. The visage of Wu Ji was also there. However, even with this object, Lu Ning had no intention of venturing out alone. She was quite protective of her own life. Chapter 13. dusk double kill as the light gradually dimmed. Lu Ning made her way downstairs. The generator had been restarted during the day, and now everyone was gathered below. Whether cooking or using the restroom, they moved in groups. Even though each person knew it was of little use, today it felt so eerily quiet. The atmosphere had grown excessively somber when a young man, one of Zhang Fuyuan's subordinates, abruptly spoke up. His character was somewhat impulsive, and he had not garnered much attention from the others. However, his sudden remark seemed to strike a nerve, provoking immediate backlash. With so many lives lost, how could one not maintain silence? Was it not heartless to refrain from offering something of value? How could one simply advocate for the status quo? No one responded, until a boy in a school uniform, originally part of Fong Min's group, raised his hand. "Don't you dare spout nonsense, you little brat." Wei Boyong barked, clearly irritated. "No, I'm being serious. Up to this point, we have not taken significant precautions against ghostly attacks, and yet, nearly half of the third day has passed with only 6 casualties. Could it not be that our current approach makes it difficult for the spirits to find an opportunity?" The boy continued. "Moreover, from the numerous horror films I've watched, those who panic tend to perish more easily. If we maintain our usual routines." While this notion offered a perspective, relying on the limitations of the spirits felt overly passive, Yu Zishang interjected. Yet, the boy's point held some merit. On the first day, only 2 ghosts had taken action, implying that the third spirit had yet to find its chance. This not only increased our survival quota, but perhaps also revealed its weaknesses. Wei Boyong grinned broadly and slammed his hand upon the table. "Excellent. Let us analyze what vulnerabilities that ghost might possess." "You're unlikely to deduce anything," Lu Ning retorted, dousing the enthusiasm with cold water. "What? The approach taken from this perspective is fundamentally flawed. Regardless of any weaknesses we may identify, the specter is capable of committing murder before our very eyes, and we find ourselves relying solely on those trinkets for resistance. The sole piece of good news is that the items in our possession have been scarcely utilized. Yet the grim reality is that they may prove to be of little significant use." Just as Wei Boyong was about to refute this assertion, Yu Zizmong interjected, "Of little significant use? I have witnessed the invisible specter. It dispatched Shi Song in less than 10 seconds. And the mirror specter that killed Sister Yin Lian did so in an even shorter span. I pose this question to you all. Who among you possesses the confidence to retrieve these items in the face of death?" Lu Ning slightly rolled up her sleeves, revealing the marks on her wrist. Such precautionary measures may hold some merit, but at most, they could only momentarily impede the specter's advance, if they are intent on murder. At that moment, a sharp, abrupt scream interrupted Lu Ning's words. Pang Lingling, seated at the opposite end of the table, leapt from her chair, pointing at the decaying hand on the table that held a candle, and screamed loudly, "A ghost! The ghost is coming!" At some unknown moment, the flame of the candle had transformed into a ghostly blue fire. "Everyone, do not panic." Yu Zizmong attempted to say something further, but Pang Lingling, in a state of sheer panic, pushed past those beside her and fled towards the corridor, toppling 2 chairs in her wake. She had been present in the room when Fong Min was killed, and the shock she experienced now surpassed that of the others. Yu Zizmong furrowed his brow, focusing on the flame. "Wait, Lu Ning, what do you intend to do?" Amidst the chaos, Lu Ning deftly seized the decaying hand, leisurely circling the table while keeping a vigilant eye on the commotion in the corridor. "I must take a look," Ling Yan exclaimed, leaping onto the table and drawing her wooden sword with a swift motion. In a few strides, she vaulted to the front of the corridor, where the agile Xiao Lu had already apprehended the somewhat deranged Pang Lingling. However, he suddenly felt a tightening grip on his collar from behind and was hoisted into the air. "Run!" At the last moment, Xiao Lu forcefully propelled Pang Lingling towards the hall, and in the same breath, his hands bent backward with a resounding snap, accompanied by Xiao Lu's anguished cry. A tall classmate, slightly delayed, caught the staggering Pang Lingling, trembling as he gazed at the airborne Xiao Lu, who let out a desperate roar, "Help!" In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan had dashed into the corridor, her wooden sword poised to strike at the invisible specter. Simultaneously, Xiao Lu's head was abruptly twisted backward, For the first time, the chilling wail of a ghost echoed through the air. Xiao Lu crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, while the corridor resonated with a series of receding footsteps, suggesting the specter was fleeing. Xiao Lu, Hong Ziho, and others hurriedly arrived, but stood frozen in shock. I arrived too late, Ling Yin sighed, casting a regretful glance down the corridor. Although she failed to achieve the final act of disembowelment, the near 180-degree twist of Xiao Lu's neck left no doubt that survival was impossible. I have mentioned before, the act of killing by a demon transpires in but a fleeting moment. Lu Ning, holding the decayed hand, ambled over with an indifferent tone. Ling Yan's reflexes were sufficiently swift, yet even so, she was unable to render aid in time. How useful do you think these artifacts are? At the very least, we have confirmed that a demon has taken a life. Yu Ji-song, standing a short distance behind Lu Ning, shook his head slightly, already aware of the demon's arrival. Lu Ning, ever since Yin Lian's death, your emotions have been rather unsteady. I hope you take heed. Just then, Yu Ji-song's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. Huang Peng. He turned his head in displeasure, only to witness the tall boy, in a state of horror, push Pang Ling Ling away, his complexion pale, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? The boy, named Huang Peng, trembled as he pointed at Pang Ling Ling's body, which lay motionless on the ground after being forcefully thrown. She is dead. A wave of shock swept through the crowd, and Yu Ji-song rushed over, turning Pang Ling Ling onto her back. Her body remained warm, yet her breath had ceased entirely. Pang Ling Ling's eyes were wide open, her face adorned with a bizarre smile that seemed to mock or curse, reminiscent of Fong Min. Thunder rumbled. Once again, it was a night of rain. Although the hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. After witnessing the murder of two companions before their eyes, no one could maintain a sense of optimism. The previous discussions, as Lu Ning had pointed out, served no purpose whatsoever. Is it necessary to maintain a stoic demeanor? Haven't we all prepared ourselves psychologically by now? After returning the decayed hand to the couple, Lu Ning found a corner to stand in. I am currently not in the mood to deal with you. Wei Boyong fiercely pointed at Lu Ning, asserting, do not try to provoke me. I refrain from striking women, but that is only when I am not pushed to my limits. Therefore, before I take my leave, let me share something of value. You are leaving again? Yu Ji-sen, unsure whether to be angry or resigned, managed a laugh. Very well, speak your mind. We are listening. The candle's detection range is approximately 10 meters. I cannot measure it accurately without tools, but within this distance it is quite effective, Lu Ning stated. How do you know this? Inquired the man among the couple. Do you think I am foolishly circling the table with a candle? Although there was something amiss with Lu Ning's tone, the group at least did not believe she would behave as she had the previous day. As it stands, the decaying hand has proven utterly ineffective. I am now informing you of its warning range, 10 meters, which holds little significance. Overall, this item is rather superfluous. Lu Ning shrugged her shoulders. However, I have also deduced a second conclusion based on the fluctuations of the flame. The invisible specter has traversed our hall to the corridor to commit murder. What does that mean? The reckless youth under Zhang Fuyuan was the first to ask. The brightness of the hall exceeds its killing threshold, whereas the corridor does not. This is already a valuable reference, Lu Ning concluded. That is certainly not good news. Zhang Fuyuan let out a chuckle, acknowledging that despite our utmost efforts to rectify the situation, the generators still harbored potential risks. And enduring until the 7th day would prove to be quite challenging. That is your concern, he stated. I must take my leave now. It is nearly dusk. Where do you intend to go? Wei Boyong inquired. What does she mean? Wei Boyong glared at the others for clarification. Yu Ji-song, rubbing his temples in exasperation, remarked, today, all 3 specters have claimed lives. We need not worry about their assaults until we receive a new message. Yin Lian has perished. Hong Ziho is a man of action. Zhang Fuyuan remains an observer, and Lu Ning now exhibits an air of peculiar duality. He can no longer maintain his previous nonchalance. Among the 10 survivors, could fate truly favor me? Yu Ji-song leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to ponder. Chapter 14. Intricacies outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, while the room was bathed in a dim, yellow glow. In the study, only Lu Ning sat alone at the imposing desk, slowly perusing Tang Yuanjin's diary with a pen in hand. Lu Ning categorized the entries into 3 distinct phases: early, middle, and late. In the initial phase, Tang Yuanjin appeared to be around 30 years of age, with numerous reflections on mysticism, observations, and expressions of his aspirations. It seemed he had just begun to delve into the realm of esotericism, his tone imbued with an earnest fervor and passion. The midlife phase corresponds to the 40s, during which Tang Yuanjin should have established his own esoteric influence, beginning to gather and study artifacts from around the globe. Some entries resemble research notes, cataloging numerous items not included in that small booklet, with effects that are diverse and peculiar, including talismans and formations capable of directly sealing spirits. In the later years of Tang Yuanjin's life, the significance of these esoteric matters diminished, overshadowed by familial and external issues that plagued him. It became evident that in his twilight years, he harbored a growing resentment towards his family, often lamenting with terms like burdensome waste and unabashedly referencing matters of execution. The Tang family gradually declined during his later years, with his 2 sons venturing out on their own, yet neither faring well. His eldest son was deemed mediocre. Had the Tang family been merely a typical affluent household, it might have sufficed. However, Tang Yuanjin's roots in the realm of mysticism brought both numerous friendships and a plethora of adversaries. Though he could lower himself to seek the protection of a few friends after his passing, it ultimately proved insufficient as a remedy. Lu Ning spent an entire night meticulously sorting through the information contained in Tang Yuanjin's diary. As dawn began to break outside, she felt a slight dizziness overwhelming her. The fever she had previously endured had not fully subsided, and now, after a long night of reading and contemplation, she coughed twice, glanced out the window, and slowly retrieved 3 small booklets from her pocket. In addition to her own copy, Lu Ning had obtained 2 more copies from the 2 individuals who had perished initially. Seizing the opportunity presented by the autopsy, she scrutinized the maps intently, subsequently tearing each floor plan from the sheets and layering them together at the window. All maps were rendered in the same scale, implying that their outlines should align. If the laboratory mentioned in the diary were concealed within the main house, there ought to be discernible anomalies on the maps. Indeed, as Lu Ning had surmised, this was the case. However, the first floor contained numerous rooms, including the restroom. There were a total of 16 rooms towards the interior. If she were to search each one individually, she might very well encounter a ghostly demise. It was improbable that the laboratory was hidden outright in this space, yet it was plausible that a secret passage leading to the laboratory lay concealed within. Lu Ning found herself deep in contemplation. If she were to persuade others now, perhaps Sister Lingyan and Yu Zizmong would lend their assistance. And Grandfather Gongsun might also be willing, but the others were less certain. Such a search was futile without a coordinated effort. Acting separately would merely provide the spirits an opportunity to strike, placing her in a dilemma. At that moment, her phone chimed softly, signaling a new message alert. Had it truly reached this hour? Just in time, as a reference. Lu Ning opened the window, standing at its ledge as she began to examine the incoming information. Dear esteemed visitors, according to the weather forecast, the next 2 days promise delightful sunshine. However, the probability of precipitation will rise to 100% over the weekend. We encourage you to cherish these 2 days of splendid weather. Savor the leisurely life at the villa and engage in outdoor activities that are beneficial to your health. Regarding the supplementary information on the specters, the second spirit lurks within mirrors, capable of traversing the mirrored realm at will, yet unable to manifest in the physical world. It can seek out any surface that reflects human images clearly, manipulating its reflection to perform actions. Any harm inflicted upon the reflection will be reciprocated upon the original form. Furthermore, when the mirror spirit exerts control over reflections, it can transfer both tangible and intangible objects between the mirror and reality, including sound. The mirror spirit's method of murder necessitates the use of a sharp instrument to sever the throat, as it requires a clear image. Thus, it cannot kill in the absence of light. Similarly, if one can obstruct the light, causing their own image to vanish during an attack, they may avert death. Note: the fifth piece of information will be unlocked at the conclusion of the fourth day. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. Huh. Lu Ning chuckled derisively as she read the message. A spirit more formidable, with even stricter limitations, had provided an actual strategy for confrontation. Yet, all Lu Ning could perceive was malice. In stark contrast to the environment conducive to the invisible spirit's killings, this one was swifter, rendering even the capture of its original form impossible. Yin Lian's final strike could never hope to vanquish such a creature, and with this information, it was already apparent that the fifth entry would undoubtedly pertain to detailed information regarding the third spirit. In just 4 days, all the information regarding the spirits has been revealed to us. What, then, do we anticipate for the 5th and 6th days? Lu Ning. Suddenly, the figure of Yu Zaimong appeared at the doorway. I found you. Hurry, come with me. You need me for something? Why the urgency? Lu Ning did not conceal the diary on the table. She simply folded a few neatly organized sheets of paper and tucked them into her pocket before walking to the door. Has something happened? Something has indeed occurred. It is not the spirits that have caused turmoil, but rather a quarrel among everyone. Lu Ning glanced at him. She had just received a text message, and it seemed Yu Zaimong had not yet checked it, indicating that there might genuinely be an urgent matter at hand. However, she regretted this line of thought once she descended the stairs. What are you two hiding? Hand it over now. I said that fellow was dead and had nothing on him. It turns out it was all with you. In the hall, the 2 henchmen of the nouveau riche, known as Old Lin and Little Deng, were being pursued by several individuals. Wei Boyong led the charge, closely followed by a couple and 2 dyed-haired subordinates. Even the doctor, Huang Peng, and 2 band members were in pursuit. The others, while not actively chasing, wore expressions of displeasure. Earlier that morning, the 2 had stealthily slipped into the hallway to snack while everyone else was asleep, only to be caught by Wei Boyong, who had arisen to use the restroom. He discovered a bottle of elixir with over a dozen pills, which instantly ignited his fury. Is that the Qi Zhengdan from the nouveau riche? Lu Ning pondered and quickly deduced the situation. Indeed, Wei Boyong coerced them into revealing that this item could prevent ghosts from harming them. Although I find such a notion rather incredulous, it is evident that many have placed their faith in it. Yu Jisong shrugged helplessly. Ling Yin had to remain here as a precaution. He suggested that he would go up and call you down. It is up to you whether to intervene. If one desires to perish, there is no one to stop them. Lu Ning intentionally raised her voice, immediately capturing the attention of several individuals. Good morning. It is quite a commotion this early. It seems everyone rested well last night. I hope you can maintain your vigor today. She then proceeded to mock them. Yu Jisong offered a wry smile. Ever since Yin Lian's demise, Lu Ning had adopted this attitude towards nearly everyone, with only him and Ling Yin receiving slightly better treatment. He could not fathom the source of such animosity. Hey, you have spent the most time with that woman. Do you know what this thing truly does? Wei Boyong had already restrained one individual, raising his chin and disregarding Lu Ning's taunts as he inquired loudly. I certainly do, Lu Ning replied, extending her hand. Throw me one of those pills, and I shall reveal its true efficacy. At that moment, another person was also held down by others. Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, he hesitated not at all, retrieving a vial and tossing a pill over. Speak. Lu Ning caught the medicine, wrapped it in paper, then chuckled softly, stating, This is the Qingjing pill. Its specific effect is to imbue you with an aura that ghosts find repugnant. For instance, if you place 2 bowls of noodles before someone who detests cilantro, with 1 bowl garnished with cilantro, that person will instinctively avoid the cilantro-laden bowl. Is this thing really just cilantro? Wei Boyong pondered for a moment before grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, once consumed, one would merely become a bowl of noodles garnished with cilantro. Yet, this is, after all, a medication with a mere shelf life of a day. A day? The crowd stared at the vial, noting the considerable number of pills inside. If that were the case, it would be entirely insufficient. Wait, if we consume this and find ourselves together, will the ghost target us first? The doctor suddenly realized. What? Wei Boyong's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing it was a deceptive ploy, though it may not be entirely deceitful if we consider the initial allocation of 9 slots. This vial contains enough for 3 individuals to survive until the 7th day. One band member with a buzz cut suddenly clapped his hands. So, after you discovered this, you 3 clung together, hiding it away, didn't you? No wonder that fool had such an air of superiority. He must have had this trick up his sleeve. Wei Boyong scoffed, but he still met his demise. At that moment, the subdued old Lin whispered. We were unaware of the exact duration of its efficacy. He consumed it first, then offered it to us, perhaps miscalculating the timing and allowing the ghost to exploit the opportunity. Otherwise, why would Xiao Dang and I have been so eager to venture out this morning? Something's off. Wei Boyong interjected. Hey, are there any other pressing questions? He raised his head to inquire of Lu Ning. Well, returning to that analogy, if 2 bowls of cilantro noodles were placed before a starving individual, what do you think the outcome would be? Obviously, starving to the brink of desperation. Who cares about whether cilantro is fragrant or not? Wei Boyong muttered under his breath, somewhat slow to react. Yet many present instantly grasped the situation. So, merely consuming it is ineffectual. One must align with those who have not eaten to harness its true power? Hong Ziho inquired with a furrowed brow. Chapter 15. Division Yu Zhizong lamented that he should never have allowed Lu Ning to handle this matter. The 2 individuals who sought to indulge in secret had incited the ire of everyone, and once the effects of the potion were revealed, that discontent morphed into revulsion. Perhaps the populace could tolerate tools of protection or aggression, but this mechanism that shifted the target onto others was wholly unacceptable. Presently, no one felt secure in entrusting the elixir to another, yet the thought of destruction was equally unbearable, resulting in a stalemate. After much scheming and maneuvering, Yu Zhizong took on the responsibility of safeguarding the items, under the condition that he would present them daily for verification of their quantity. Lu Ning merely spectated. As the essence of Qingzheng Dan had largely dissipated amidst the chaos, it was merely a flicker of hope that had fueled their prolonged dispute. Meanwhile, old Lin and Xiao Dang, having had their elixirs seized, wore expressions of despondency, ignored by all around them. You will all meet your demise. Xiao Dang suddenly declared with a fierce glare. Go ahead and seize it. You might as well perish with that useless trinket in hand. What does it matter if we lack means of defense? Once we are gone, it will be your turn. The same fate awaits you. Do you believe you have a valid point? Wei Boyong scoffed. A valid point? Of course I do. It was agreed that whatever one finds belongs to them. Why should it suddenly become yours to take at will? Xiao Dang, in a fit of fury, raised his finger to point at Wei Boyong, exclaiming, with such capabilities, why not target those who possess more valuables? After that woman's demise, did that little girl not take everything from her? Why do you not seize her instead? As the focus shifted onto her, Lu Ning merely smiled. Did you not use the prayer idol to mark yourself? I did. What good did it do? Those 2 from yesterday perished in an instant, did they not? Xiao Dang glared at Lu Ning with a somewhat menacing gaze, asserting, perhaps what you provided us is merely a counterfeit. How do you know the precise effects of the elixir? Are you already aware of the purposes of all the collectibles? The crowd gasped in astonishment. You know? How did you come to learn this? What exactly are the effects? Pray, enlighten us. Lu Ning scanned the room and pointed upstairs, stating, in the study on the 3rd floor lies Tang Yuanjin's diary, which contains a multitude of records. If your curiosity truly piques, feel free to investigate. I shall not divulge anything. Why? Ling Yin suddenly interjected. At least if you share what you know, everyone will be informed. Firstly, all my conclusions are mere deductions. I cannot guarantee their absolute accuracy, Lu Ning replied, raising her fingers one by one. Secondly, even if I were to share, you would undoubtedly suspect there to be concealment and deceit. Thirdly, this is ultimately a game of survival and competition. Why should I disclose my advantages? Wei Boyong clenched his fists, the threat evident, yet he was quickly restrained by those beside him. Furthermore, rather than indulging my own selfish desires, I implore you to direct your attention towards those who genuinely wish to bring about your demise. Lu Ning suddenly uttered these words, before lowering her head and crouching beneath the table. In the midst of the astonishment that ensued, Yuji quickly caught sight of Xiao Deng surreptitiously raising his phone, and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" This exclamation roused everyone from their stupor, yet Xiao Deng displayed a somewhat maniacal grin, proclaiming, "If you all wish for our deaths, then let it come. We shall all perish together." Wei Boyong, who was in close proximity, dashed over in a couple of strides, just as a sound akin to flesh being torn echoed from behind him. "Brother Yong," he exclaimed, "damn it. The mirror ghost can kill as long as there is a clear reflection." Lu Ning slowly emerged from beneath the table, explaining with deliberate calm, "Theoretically, as long as one possesses a mirror or similar object, one can entice the mirror ghost to commit murder. After that, we need not worry about safety. This scheme is rather astute." "Astute? I will dispatch him right now and see if he can still be so confident." Wei Boyong raised his fist to strike Xiao Deng once more, who, with his mouth bleeding profusely, laughed maniacally. "Go ahead, kill me, and the ghost will claim another life. Perhaps it will be yours. If you deny me life, I shall ensure you do not live either. I will incapacitate you and feed you to the ghost." Wei Boyong's eyes widened as he delivered another punch, raining blows upon Xiao Deng until the latter was gasping for breath, only to be restrained once more by those around him. "Brother Yong, that's enough. We can't let him off so easily." The male couple glared venomously at Xiao Deng, declaring, "Let us confine him and allow the demon to finish him off." "All right. I shall fetch a rope. You help me restrain this scoundrel." Wei Boyong, consumed by rage, uttered a terse remark before heading directly to the warehouse, prompting Hong Ziho to hastily follow with several companions in tow. Lu Ning sighed, reflecting on how a once united group had devolved to such a state. She could faintly perceive the ominous future that lay ahead. Time was a luxury they could ill afford to squander. Rising to her feet, Lu Ning retrieved her phone and activated the flashlight feature, making her way into the corridor. "Wait." Ling Yin stood up, insisting, "I shall accompany you." "Thank you. But please remain here, Sister Ling Yin." Ling Yin hesitated momentarily, then firmly rejected the notion. "It is exceedingly perilous to be alone. The invisible demon can strike at will in that corridor." "It cannot harm me," Lu Ning replied with a smile. "I am quite capable. Yet I cannot guarantee the safety of another." With that, she donned a white paper mask upon her face. "You, be cautious." Ling Yan's gaze towards Lu Ning was laden with complexity, yet the concern within was genuine. Lu Ning nodded reassuringly before stepping into the corridor. The mask she wore was a ghastly visage, a relic utilized by Tang Yuanjin during his youth when infiltrating demon banquets. As long as one maintained a certain distance, the wearer would be perceived as kin by the demons and thus overlooked. However, proximity would reveal the truth, for the essence of humanity could never be entirely concealed. An indescribable force enveloped Lu Ning, a sensation imbued with comfort, likely signifying the mask's efficacy. The room on the first floor had been repurposed for the placement of corpses: Yang Na, Feng Min, Yin Lian, and Pang Lingling. Except for the first deceased, who lay in the gardener's shed outside, the bodies had been unceremoniously placed here for convenience. Although autumn had set in and the temperatures were not excessively low, the room bore no hint of decay. This prompted Lu Ning to recall the body within the gardener's shed, now reduced to waxen remains. The entire estate exuded an eerie atmosphere. In her quest to uncover secret passages, Lu Ning found herself without a viable plan, resorting instead to tapping on the walls and meticulously inspecting every corner of the room, a process that significantly hampered her progress. However, perhaps due to the influence of the mask, she heard no peculiar sounds after examining 3 rooms. During a brief foray outside, she learned that Wei Boyong had bound Xiao Deng and cast him into a room on the opposite corridor, leaving the door ajar, evidently to offer him as a sacrifice. "What are you searching for?" Yu Zizming inquired, noticing Lu Ning's unusual behavior. "Could you enlighten me on the purpose of this spirit summoning directory?" He produced a wooden cylinder. "I haven't dared to use it until now, but I fear that if I delay any longer, I might perish." A cold sweat broke out on Yu Zizming's brow. Is it truly that perilous? If it were genuinely useful, it wouldn't be left out in the open. Lu Ning shrugged. Tang Yuanjun never specified the duration of the constraints, so you'd best refrain from reckless usage. I understand. If the situation is secure, I shall return to offer my assistance. Lu Ning continued her search of the room, not one to be constrained by the intricacies of unlocking mechanisms. She promptly exited, intending to find a few individuals to help demolish the wall. To her astonishment, as soon as she stepped outside, she was met with a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Furious shouts, accusations, and cries all mingling together. Could they not have a moment of tranquility? Lu Ning had never felt so fatigued. She contemplated simply procuring the necessary tools herself to resolve the matter. Another death had occurred. At this point, it seemed almost trivial. The crux of the issue lay in the identity of the deceased. It was not the deliberately bound Xiao Deng, but rather the boy clad in a school uniform. Amid the tumult, Lu Ning pieced together the sequence of events. Someone had deemed it unwise to leave Xiao Deng unbound, fearing he might flee. Thus, a volunteer among the boys took it upon himself to guard the situation with a purity pill, only to be slain by an invisible specter outside the door. Inside the room, Xiao Deng continued his maniacal laughter. At this juncture, he had resigned himself to the situation, mocking, "Did you not realize I had another pill hidden away? You dimwits think I would willingly feed the ghost? Not a chance. As long as I don't watch you all perish, I shall not meet my end." "Ha ha. Shut him up," Wei Boyong commanded, tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing and tossing it to a nearby couple. Soon, Xiao Deng could only emit muffled sounds. Yet he still laughed. That insufferable wretch. Hong Ziho's expression darkened as he looked up at Yu Jiming, declaring, "This cannot continue. He will inevitably lead us all to our doom." Chapter 16. Desolation. Ultimately, Xiao Deng remained bound, destined to be offered to the ghost come morning. No one spoke of compassion. After all, he had initially aimed his phone at everyone, instantly alienating them. In such circumstances, no one would possess the luxury of sympathy for one who wished to bring about their demise. Lu Ning quietly withdrew. The last specter had yet to claim a life. And though the majority were filled with rage, they ultimately dared not leave indiscriminately. It was unrealistic to rely on others. Ling Yin exhibited courage, and Yu Jisong possessed contemplative wisdom, yet they remained tethered to the individuals in the hall, unwilling to accompany her in search of a laboratory. Although Gong's son Yu harbored intentions, he was powerless. Merely surviving to this point was a miracle in itself. Nevertheless, Lu Ning was resolute, unwilling to concede. If the rest could be disregarded, the blood of the divine bird, as described in Tang Yuanjun's diary, held an enticing power, resurrection. Armed with a hammer discovered in the warehouse, Lu Ning commenced the painstaking task of shattering the wall. As a deluge of white, congealed paint and bricks fell away, the dark iron surface gradually emerged. Slowly, the outline of an iron door became apparent, yet it bore no handle or latch. Lu Ning was convinced it was designed to be opened by a mechanism. But where was this mechanism? The door was tightly connected to the passage beyond, making any attempt at destruction exceedingly challenging. Even if the surrounding walls were dismantled, the exposed sections revealed only robust metal surfaces. Tang Yuanjun had spared no effort in safeguarding the laboratory. With the secret tantalizingly close, who would relinquish their pursuit? Lu Ning found herself unable to forcefully break open the iron door, so she turned her gaze once more to the mechanisms within the room. After all, the items in this chamber were rather sparse. Aside from the large pieces of furniture like the bed, desk, and wardrobe, there was little to obstruct her view. She searched again, yet it seemed that fortune had completely abandoned her. Despite thoroughly scouring the entire room, Lu Ning could not uncover anything resembling a mechanism, and her body was beginning to feel the strain of fatigue. Eventually, it was Ling Yin, feeling somewhat uneasy, who came searching for her. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the iron door, which had been disassembled, and Lu Ning, who sat on the bed with a countenance full of disappointment. "Sister Ling Yin, can you open this door?" Lu Ning implored, her eyes reflecting her desperation. "I'll give it a try," Ling Yin replied as she approached the iron door. She pressed against it and knocked a few times, her brow furrowing slightly. The door is quite sturdy. The lock must be on the inside. But I have no idea what kind of lock it is. I see. Lu Ning was aware that it was a mechanism lock. But what good did that knowledge do her? She couldn't find the switch. Never mind. Since we've discovered it, there must be a chance to open it. You need to rest now. Ling Yin turned around and placed her hand on Lu Ning's forehead to check her temperature. You're fine. Lu Ning understood that pushing herself further was futile and agreed without protest. Where are the others? Surely they can't all be this Navi, she muttered. Though her exhaustion dulled her thoughts, leaving her disinclined to ponder the dynamics of their group. Due to the necessity of adhering to the group's rules, Lu Ning decided to sleep alongside Ling Yin. She felt reassured and at ease, while Ling Yin frequently arose during the night to survey their surroundings, resulting in noticeable dark circles under her eyes by morning. Was there no death last night? Lu Ning retrieved her phone, feeling invigorated after a restful slumber. She reflected on the previous events, and suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. I just woke up. Ling Yin yawned widely as she entered the bathroom, following Yin Lian's demise. Everyone had dismantled the mirrors in the house, wrapping them in cloth and storing them away. Although covering the mirrors could not guarantee that the apparition could not claim lives, at least it alleviated the constant vigilance required regarding reflective surfaces. Lu Ning rubbed her eyes, awaiting the appointed time with her phone in hand. As the final second of the countdown passed, a text message was promptly delivered to her device. Ling Yin emerged from the bathroom, also picking up her phone. However, after reading the message, both women realized that the already tense atmosphere from the previous day might never dissipate. Dear visitors, does the splendid weather bring you joy? While the resort is perpetually filled with surprises, do not forget to step outside and embrace the beauty of nature, of course, provided you do not stray beyond the resort's boundaries. Laughs. Regarding the additional warning about the spirits, the fifth note states that the third ghost possesses the ability of a doppelganger. It can directly consume a person's soul and assume their identity, continuing to live in that guise until it finds its next victim. When the doppelganger spirit possesses a human, it acquires the memories of that individual. As it inhabits a human body, the efficacy of certain tools is diminished or even rendered ineffective. However, simultaneously, the doppelganger can only act in the guise of a human. The method of killing employed by the doppelganger involves the instantaneous contact with a person, allowing it to consume their soul and complete the transfer. The empty shell left behind bears a peculiar smile. As long as no physical contact occurs, the doppelganger cannot bring about your demise. 6. To be unlocked at the end of the 5th day. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. I've found you, Lu Ning smiled. Ling Yan, taken aback by the content of the message, turned her head upon hearing Lu Ning's words, revealing a look of confusion. Do you already know who the doppelganger is? I have a rough idea that this spirit possesses the ability to inhabit, but without definitive information, I dare not act rashly. Now, this information is sufficient. Lu Ning shook her phone. Fong Min, Pang Lingling. So when Pang Lingling perished, whoever made contact with her must be the doppelganger. The answer is quite apparent. Huang Peng. What do you intend to do? Yin Lian's dagger, the one capable of slaying a person and absorbing their soul, seems tailor-made as a coffin for this spirit, does it not? Lu Ning had never felt such exhilaration. Ling Yan nodded. In that case, I will protect you. As long as we devise a way to eliminate the doppelganger, more lives can be saved. Just as the two of them eagerly opened the door to step outside, a loud scream echoed from the staircase. The white-collar worker sat on the ground, frantically scooting backward while shouting, "Stay away from me." Opposite him, two band members stood perplexed, their hands raised in confusion. On the staircase above, a figure curled up on the steps was unmistakably Huang Peng. His body had grown cold. "Keep your distance from me," the white-collar worker yelled, wildly waving his arms. He asked, "Dad, where's the ghost? Where has it run off to?" "Wait, clarify this." The crew-cut band member remained motionless, still in a state of bewilderment. "You all are the closest, right? Who's the ghost? Is it you? Or you? Or that flashy man? Keep your distance. Are you planning to kill me? Lu Ning? Sister Ling Yin, I could have killed Wang Ping yesterday. Lu Ning's tone betrayed no hint of her current feelings. Yet I feared my judgment might be flawed, or perhaps my assumptions were entirely misguided. That's why I waited until today to act. Do you think have I made another mistake? You are the only one I can rule out as the substitute ghost. Ling Yan smiled gently. You need not feel guilty. We all make mistakes, both big and small, some of which can alter the course of our lives. However, I do not believe that caution is a fault. Caution or hesitation. I can't tell the difference anymore. Lu Ning's spirits were evidently dampened. In my youth, I became complacent in my martial arts training, which resulted in a weak foundation. During middle school, I relied on my skills to form cliques at school, only to find myself grounded by my father for an entire summer. When someone came to my home under the guise of a friendly exchange, intending to challenge me, I was so fearful of being outmatched that I chose to evade the confrontation, resulting in my father suffering 2 broken bones. Ling Yan suddenly remarked, throughout my life, I have made numerous mistakes, and even now, I cannot forgive my past self. I understood her current state of mind and could assure her that this was not necessarily a fault. You are trying to comfort me, aren't you? Even if it were indeed a mistake, do not succumb to despair. Often, it is only those who have endured pain that truly comprehend the essence of growth. Ling Yan gestured towards the outside, adding, moreover, the situation cannot possibly deteriorate further, can it? Lu Ning fell silent. After a moment's preparation, she stammered, well, Sister Ling Yan, the situation, it truly could become worse. Xiao Deng from downstairs has died. Aside from the mutual trust shared between Lu Ning and Ling Yan, the only other couple maintaining close proximity were the 2 lovers, who asserted that they had never left each other's side, let alone ventured out in the middle of the night to meet Huang Peng. It is worth noting that no one had ever witnessed this couple acting separately. While not entirely certain, the suspicion surrounding this couple had considerably diminished. Chapter 17. The chain of suspicion among the initial 30 individuals. Some were acquainted with one another, rather than being entirely unfamiliar. The couple, along with Yu Jisong's group of 5 and Zhang Fu Yuan's group, displayed a level of familiarity that surpassed mere acquaintances. However, that familiarity has now nearly vanished. Aside from the couples, a palpable distance had formed between Yu Zishong and the 2 band members. Zhang Fuyuan and his companions each pulled up a chair, maintaining an approximate 2-meter gap. The others were no exception. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a viable approach. Yu Zishong broke the silence. Why don't we do this? Let's openly express who we harbor suspicions about, and act together based on mutual trust. What say you? I find you suspicious. A white-collar worker immediately sprang to his feet, visibly agitated. Not just you, but those 2 as well. Weren't you all together yesterday? You are the most likely candidates for replacement. I do not deny that we were in the same room, but Huang Peng was found dead in the corridor. A place accessible to anyone, Yu Zishong retorted swiftly. That sounds convincing. So whom do you suspect? The white-collar worker scoffed, his disbelief evident. Yu Zishong pondered for a moment before responding. Not Huang Peng. If the stand-in ghost were to deceive anyone, it would be Wei Boyong. Hey, what do you mean by that? I believe that if the stand-in ghost privately informed you of any discoveries that required your presence, you would undoubtedly show up. Wei Boyong slammed his hand on the table. Why would I bother with someone I didn't even know before this? That kid was your acquaintance. He died and got tossed onto my doorstep? Oh, for instance, if he claimed to have found a secret passage to escape this place, would you truly not investigate? I never heard of such a thing. Wei Boyong let out a loud shout, pointing at Zhang Fuyuan and exclaiming, Isn't this fellow rather peculiar? So many lives have been lost, yet their trio seems to remain unscathed. Do you believe that? If I were that ghost, I would conceal myself among them and watch as you all engage in this nonsense. Ah, Wei, my dear brother, your words are rather misplaced. Zhang Fuyuan quickly raised his hand. Our survival thus far is merely a stroke of luck. We possess nothing particularly special and have been burdened with the thankless task of managing the electricity. One must speak with a sense of conscience. Conscience? Do ghosts possess a conscience? Your demeanor suggests an otherworldly sage, yet I find it hard to believe, Wei Boyong replied, baring his teeth. His eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Calm down, Wei, my dear brother, we are merely speculating. Look at you, expressing such sentiments, and I am not offended. Zhang Fuyuan said, raising his hand in a placating gesture before turning away. It was then that young Lu Ning interjected, "It is not that I, old Zhang, hold any grievances against you, but you are simply too knowledgeable. If I were a ghost, you would be the first I'd prioritize for elimination." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning merely chuckled. Indeed, I possess considerable knowledge. So, why would a ghost lure me out to meet it? For instance, a method to open the door? Zhang Fuyuan's words caused Lu Ning's expression to shift. You searched all day yesterday. I presume you were looking for secret passages or similar locations. I saw you retrieve tools from the warehouse. Since you found something yet hesitated to enter, does that imply the door remains locked? Huh. That could indeed tempt me to venture out, albeit the likelihood is slim. Lu Ning conceded. Opening the door is not a matter of urgency. But I am always vigilant about my safety. Is that so? Zhang Fuyuan pressed relentlessly. However, based on your recent actions, I fail to see any considerable regard for your own safety. It seems Uncle Zhang has made up his mind about me. Lu Ning observed Zhang Fuyuan with a smile that was neither fully playful nor entirely serious. Young man, temper your fervor. I merely raised points for discussion, not to declare any conclusions. Zhang Fuyuan replied with a subtle smile, casually reclining in his chair once more. Lu Ning, whom do you suspect? Yu Zhicheng's inquiry left Lu Ning feeling quite disheartened. Why should she squander time on such a trivial matter? Aside from Sister Ling Yan, I suspect no one. Lu Ning declared as she rose and turned towards the warehouse. None of you instill any sense of security within me. I apologize for not having opened that door. Therefore, I must continue my efforts. If you wish to persist in this charade of a werewolf game, I shall not partake. Why are you running away? Are you feeling guilty? Wei Boyong shouted immediately after her departure. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Some buried their heads in their arms on the table, while others sighed in resignation. Yet, the discussion regarding suspicions came to an abrupt end. When Yin Lian exhibited leadership, you doubted her, and now she is gone. Ling Yin suddenly interjected. When Lu Ning actively sought the truth, you doubted her, and now she has departed. What are you implying? Wei Boyong asked, clearly dissatisfied. Nothing. Merely pondering whether those once attainable opportunities have slipped through our fingers time and again due to this internal strife. Ling Yin replied, rising to her feet. Ling Yin. Hong Ziho admonished in a low, stern voice. Uncle Hong, I apologize, but I believe Lu Ning poses no threat and certainly should not perish. If I am incapable of devising a solution, can we not at least take measures to protect the one among us who can think critically? Hong Ziho fixed his gaze upon Ling Yan for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling a sigh. You know what you must do, so proceed accordingly. Yet, there remain those who lack subtlety. Leave the items behind. Wei Boyong rose from his seat. Ling Yan halted momentarily. That wooden sword. I am aware that Lu Ning possesses many valuable items, and I have no intention of coveting them. However, we are devoid of any defensive tools. So at the very least, grant us something for our counterattack. Wei Boyong spoke with conviction. Yet all understood that it was indeed Ling Yin who had wounded the specter with the wooden sword, thus inciting envy. What do you mean by that, Wei? Hong Ziho immediately stood up, obstructing Wei Boyong's path. Wei Boyong tilted his head, retorting, Hong Ziho, cease your pretentiousness. Your muscles are utterly useless against a ghost. Dare you claim you have no desire for that sword? Do you seek a confrontation? Hong Ziho maintained a stern expression, blocking Wei Boyong from pursuing further. At that moment, with a clatter, Ling Yin cast the wooden sword, still sheathed, onto the table, stating earnestly, He is not incorrect, Uncle Hong, Uncle Xing, henceforth. It is up to you to safeguard everyone. This time, Hong Ziho was unable to deter Ling Yin. He bent down to retrieve the wooden sword, revealing a hint of uncertainty for the first time. The human heart cannot withstand the trials it faces. Lu Ning ascended the stairs, her expression tinged with regret. From the moment one enters the manor, the seeds of doubt have already taken root in the hearts of all. Today's mutual suspicion is merely a manifestation of this latent tension. The ability of the doppelganger to kill is not particularly potent. However, It is precisely its devastating impact on team dynamics that has warranted its revelation today. So, do you truly believe what you are stating, Lu Ning? Ling Yan, trailing a couple of meters behind, lowered her wooden sword, symbolizing her relinquishment of responsibility. Her tone had grown somewhat more relaxed, though a hint of anxiety flickered across her typically composed demeanor. It's not merely my opinion, Ling Yanjia. Lu Ning was acutely aware that her earlier remarks to Ling Yin this morning had a rather alarmist tone, yet her confidence in her own judgment had only strengthened. Why? The shattering of hope breeds a deeper despair. That seems to encapsulate it. The design of this competitive game is imbued with such malice that I find myself compelled to consider the most unfavorable scenarios. Fortunately, there exists the blood of the divine bird, a valuable asset that I may invoke when necessary to awaken Sister Yin Lian. I understand. But how do we reach that place? Yesterday, I found myself in a dead end. Indeed, there was a gap between that door and the surrounding walls. However, if that door is, in fact, another wall, searching for a switch there would be an exercise in futility. If my conjecture holds true, the passage below is actually sealed with metal plates, and the true route lies above. Speaking, Lu Ning had already located the spot directly above the wall. After surveying the surroundings, she soon noticed that one of the dragon-shaped ornaments at the foot of the bed exhibited significantly more wear than the one in the opposite corner. This must be it. She grasped the dragon ornament, testing its strength, found the direction, and began to twist it. After a complete rotation, a faint sound of a mechanism moving reached their ears, and the wooden floor near the wall began to sink downwards, gradually revealing an opening large enough for a person to descend. A smile graced Lu Ning's face. There were still 4 undiscovered treasures, 2 of which she already knew the effects of. As long as she could acquire them all, she could ensure at least a 70% chance of survival. I will go ahead, you stay safe. Lu Ning paused for a moment, then smiled. All right. Suddenly, from the darkness, a low sobbing sound pierced the air. Even the bravest of the 2 were taken aback, their hair standing on end at this unexpected noise. Chapter 18. The 6th clue from this. It was evident that Tang Yuanjin held great trust in Joseph. However, the one who made the scratches likely disagreed. Lu Ning speculated. Ling Yin pondered for a moment and said, what if Joseph is the one who drew them? If he had ulterior motives? It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to mock the situation here afterward. If he truly has issues, would the Tang family's annihilation warrant mockery of the deceased? I don't quite understand. Wait. Lu Ning suddenly had a realization, snatching a page from the notebook on the table and thrusting it into Ling Yan's hands. She gazed at the parchment for a while, gradually breaking into a smile. What have you discovered? Ling Yan cast a fleeting glance at the diary, where Tang Yuanjin meticulously documented his experiments on the disintegration of memory. This may very well be the final achievement of my life, he wrote. To exploit the anguish of spirits as a means of attack. If this approach could be widely adopted, perhaps ordinary people would no longer suffer from the torment of malevolent ghosts. I am profoundly grateful for Joseph's assistance, which has enabled me to complete this experiment with the remnants of my energy. All members of the Tang clan who inherit this method must refrain from using it for personal gain, from coercing the masses, from taking pride in it, and from flaunting its peculiarities. For while employing poison to combat poison may not constitute a malevolent path, it is nonetheless challenging to adhere to righteousness. We should only punish the malevolent spirits and avoid any harm to benevolent souls. The benefit should extend to all of humanity, not just to my family, but to all who share this noble aspiration. Lu Ning, do you not feel? Ling Yan hesitated for a moment before continuing. This Mr. Tang possesses a certain innocence that seems incongruous with his status? I have long noticed that. Tang Yuanjin is not Navi. He is rather a person who harbors a profound disdain for evil and possesses a strong sense of justice. Yet, the very concept of justice in this world lacks definitive guidelines. Even he has expressed no qualms about executing spies within his own family. His notion of justice is merely a boundary he has delineated for himself. Nonetheless, he indeed maintains a clear bottom line. He embodies the principle of to succeed is to benefit the world, dedicating countless studies in the realm of mysticism to unearth its secrets, ensuring that humanity remains unscathed by the machinations of demons and unscrupulous practitioners. However, he overlooked the fact that the term mysticism derives its essence from the very mystery it embodies. Lu Ning smiled gently, turning to face Ling Yan, and remarked, "At this juncture, Sister Ling Yan, do you perhaps possess a faint understanding of the world beyond the manor?" Ling Yan's eyes widened slightly. "Are you suggesting that this is not merely a backdrop for a survival game?" "Perhaps so." It was at that moment that two distinct notification sounds resonated from the phones in their hands. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had slipped away, heralding the arrival of the crucial dawn of the sixth day. "Then, Sister Ling Yan, as I previously mentioned, if my conjecture holds true, I shall assist you in escaping this dire predicament." Time rewinds to the dawn of the previous day. "The situation may indeed be more dire, Sister Ling Yan." "What do you mean?" "In a deadly game such as this, there is no rationale for granting us so many vacant slots to compete for. 9 individuals. Do you not find that number exceedingly peculiar?" "Peculiar? What do you imply?" "Sister Ling Yan, I sincerely hope you can aid me. What I am about to disclose may very well pertain to the challenges we are about to confront. I lack the confidence to survive solely on my own." In the laboratory, Ling Yan opened her phone, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Even her usually steady hands trembled slightly. "Dear guests, heavy rain is imminent. Please prepare for flood prevention. In the stillness of the night, as dawn approaches, chaos reigns. Those who wander must be wary of what lurks behind them. The final and most exhilarating moment is fast approaching. Are you all prepared?" A supplementary note regarding the specters. Within 7 days, 30 individuals and 3 ghosts. Each day, 3 lives are to be claimed. Under this premise, how can one ensure that everyone is eradicated? Previously disclosed information about the spirits has provided certain advantages. How can one naturally augment the quota of kills by 9? A clue from Tang Yuanjin's diary offers insight. That is, time. The first advantage lies in the torrential downpour of the final 2 days, which will diminish outdoor visibility to its lowest, facilitating the unseen specters in their assaults. On the 6th day, or rather, 5 days after a person is slain by a ghost, that individual may rise again as a vengeful spirit. The second advantage is that those who have fallen to the ghosts will transform into new vengeful spirits after 120 hours, adhering to the preceding constraints imposed on these spirits. Thus, on the 6th day, the killing quota stands at 6, while on the 7th day, it escalates to 9. The third advantage is that newly risen vengeful spirits come with randomly assigned abilities and killing restrictions, which shall not be disclosed in the ensuing information. Ling Yan lifted her head, a look of astonishment upon her face. 7. To be unlocked at the conclusion of the 6th day. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Meanwhile, in the hall above, a crystal ball shattered upon the floor, producing a crisp sound of fragmentation. Uncle Xing tightly grasped a bottle filled with red sand, and around the table, an almost imperceptible barrier had formed. Beyond this barrier, a swirling mass of black mist, seemingly emanating from a rift in space, lingered ominously. Behind it stood the main entrance, now marred by a circular hole of equal size. Surrounding Uncle Xing were Wei Boyong accompanied by his partner, along with Yu Jiming and Hong Ziho, who had gathered together. Hong Ziho was devoid of a wooden sword, and the candle atop the decaying hand continued to emit an eerie blue glow. On such a dim morning, not a single light in the hall had been ignited. It was a ghost. A thunderous shout shattered the oppressive silence as Zhang Fian, flanked by his 2 apprentices, rushed in from the direction of the basement. The power outage had only been discovered that morning, prompting Zhang Fian to hasten to assess the situation. The others had yet to descend. However, with the dawn's arrival came the attack, leaving no time for a response. Zhang Fiyuan and his 2 apprentices raced down the corridor, the wooden sword placed in his hand for protection, yet it now seemed utterly useless. Hong Ziho was taken aback, while old Xing merely shook his head slowly. The corridor stretched interminably as the vengeful spirit pursued them, and Zhang Fiyuan had never imagined he could run so swiftly. In reality, all 3 were beginning to feel the strain. Suddenly, one of the impulsive apprentices halted abruptly, as if colliding with a wall, and was thrown backward. The more composed apprentice immediately reached out to assist. Zhang Fuyuan did not anticipate the abrupt change. As he attempted to withdraw, he inadvertently surged forward several steps, creating a distance of approximately 2 meters. An invisible specter. Stab it! Damn it! Wei Boyong nearly screamed hoarse. The composed disciple shifted his gaze, and then, compelled by the momentum that had halted him, he forcefully grasped his companion's arm, deftly pivoting him half a turn to bypass the obstruction posed by the invisible specter, flinging him towards Zhang Fuyuan, while he himself retreated into the depths of the corridor. Zhang Fuyuan, wildly brandishing his wooden sword, glared at his disciple, shouting sternly. Yet in an instant, his disciple's figure vanished into the dark, profound corridor. Master! Master! Senior brother has left. Senior brother has departed. Another disciple beside him wept bitterly as he pulled Zhang Fuyuan, both of them expending their final strength to rush into the protective barrier, collapsing onto the ground. I have only ever taken in 2 disciples in my lifetime. Zhang Fuyuan's eyes reddened. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette, not lighting it, but merely holding it in his hand. We are all suffering. Yu Zizmong bowed his head. Last night, when everyone was wary of one another, congregating in the hall, the young man with the flat haircut had stood too close to the window, inadvertently providing the mirror specter with an opportunity. No one had anticipated that the shadow cast on the window by the light could also constitute the conditions for the mirror specter's deadly assault. Although the incident had brought about a semblance of unity amongst them once more, such solidarity became futile with the arrival of today's grim news. We are all destined to perish. It seems like an eternity ago that someone uttered these words. Yu Zizmong, feebly leaning against the table, murmured them repeatedly. No one could expect the protective shield formed by the crystal ball to endure for 2 whole days, given the spectral presence lingering nearby. The shield's radius was merely 5 meters, neither excessively large nor insignificantly small. Once the duration of the shield expired, it was likely that another soul would perish. Do not surrender so soon, Hong Ziho shouted, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Let us seize this moment to seek an escape route and identify where we might evade our pursuers. The ghost's mobility appears to be comparable to that of a human. Chapter 19. Escalating chaos. Having fled the laboratory, Ling Yan and Lu Ning quickly discerned that the power had been cut. In the absence of electricity, the mirror ghost found it challenging to commit murder. Avoid contact with others and be wary of the invisible ghost. Sister Ling Yan, take the blood of the divine bird to place in Sister Yin Lian's room. I will set up the camera on the 2nd floor. Lu Ning swiftly devised their next course of action. Aren't there still 3 ghosts remaining? Very well. But do take care. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Ling Yan refrained from further conversation and dashed toward the staircase. Lu Ning rushed to the end of the corridor, cleared a table adorned with bonsai, and moved it to a darker part of the hallway. She set up the camera and began adjusting its angle. This camera was capable of being activated on a timer, but if they used the recording function from the past, it would display a 5-minute countdown, indicating that this was the maximum duration for which they could record using that feature. Lu Ning had just adjusted the angle when a door in the distance creaked open slightly, revealing a face that appeared somewhat pale and anxious. Since receiving the text message, he had been cowering in the room, paralyzed by fear. Only now had the instinct for survival begun to triumph over his terror. Yet the sounds emanating from the corridor sent him into a panic once more. It was only at this moment that he dared to steal a glance through the crack of the door to assess the situation outside. Meanwhile, Lu Ning, having positioned the camera and verified the sturdiness of the table, tore off a piece of cloth to cover the indicator light. Satisfied, she took a couple of steps back, intending to leave. Just then, a series of harsh clattering noises erupted behind her, as something rushed towards her with alarming speed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Ning's face. She had maintained an expression devoid of emotion, believing that a ghost could not detect her unless it was upon her. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated at the back of her head, and a searing pain enveloped her senses, causing her vision to fade to darkness. She collapsed to her knees but managed to brace herself with her hands, preventing a complete fall. The office worker wielded a bronze candlestick, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. His strike had not been gentle, and although Lu Ning remained upright, she was left dazed. Seeing her still struggling to regain her footing, the office worker gritted his teeth and raised the candlestick once more, bringing it down with renewed force. With a resounding crash, Lu Ning swayed to the side, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. "I'm so sorry," he murmured, "but you possess so many valuable things. I merely wish to survive. Blame it on your misfortune of possessing treasures." The white-collar worker flung aside the candlestick and, gritting his teeth, hastily removed the bloodied mask from Lu Ning's face, disregarding the blood that stained it, and quickly donned it upon his own head. He then patted his coat pockets and retrieved the precious Qijingdan. Lu Ning, possessing a strong will, awoke to find the white-collar worker rummaging through her belongings. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her head, she retaliated with a swift kick. "Ah!" The white-collar worker was caught off guard, struck in a vulnerable spot, and fell to the ground in agony. Lu Ning swiftly rolled aside, cradling her head as she struggled to rise, her face pale with apprehension. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? I wish to survive." The white-collar worker, having succumbed to desperation, bellowed at Lu Ning. He lunged for the candlestick once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Ning, despite her pain, turned and ran toward the staircase. "Don't run. Why do you possess so many valuable items?" he shouted. "If I can seize what you have, I too can survive." The white-collar worker was now completely consumed by madness, his mind shattered by days of mental strain and the incessant specter of death around him. With bloodshot eyes, he focused solely on Lu Ning, disregarding everything else. However, on the third floor, there were no more stairs for Lu Ning to escape. In her disoriented state, whether from dizziness or pain, she inadvertently sprinted toward the balcony at the end of the corridor. "Haha, you cannot escape," the white-collar worker cackled, finally cornering Lu Ning against the balcony. Lu Ning gasped for breath, blood trickling through her fingers and staining the back of her hand, causing her grip on her head to become slightly tacky. The cold wind and rain on the balcony swept over her body, momentarily rousing her from the excruciating pain. Observing the frenzied expression of the white-collar worker, she could not help but speak. "I could leap from here." On the first day, Wei Boyong inspected this place. "Beneath us lies only earth, and on a day like this, jumping down might not necessarily lead to my demise." Lu Ning took a step back, her palm resting against the railing, as the overhanging eaves of the balcony could no longer shield her, and rainwater poured directly onto her hands and body. "If you jump, you won't escape unscathed," the white-collar worker sneered. "With so many spirits around, any one of them could spell your doom." Lu Ning's expression darkened. Upon seeing her reaction, the white-collar worker erupted into laughter, raising the pill wrapped in paper. "Do you see this? I didn't expect you to abstain. A person as honest as you can swallow it whole, merely sewing the garment of my demise." "Ah, so you have been waiting for this moment all along." Lu Ning leaned against the railing, a sudden smile gracing her lips. "Listen to the sounds behind you. Song met his end right here. The corridor is the domain of the invisible spirits." Indeed, just as the white-collar worker boasted, the sound of footsteps began to echo behind them, devoid of any visible presence. The invisible spirits, drawn by the sound and the scent of blood, had arrived. It seems even the clever can be bewildered at the moment of their demise. The white-collar worker spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. "Little girl, have you forgotten? A ghost can only claim one life. Having consumed the pure justice pill, the only one destined to perish here is you. I shall not be foolish." Lu Ning sighed softly, propping herself against the railing as she stood up and approached the white-collar worker. "Oh, are you begging for mercy? That won't do. While I might show you some mercy, I doubt the ghost understands human language. But fret not. Once you are gone, I shall make good use of the treasures you leave behind." The white-collar worker stood motionless, slowly lowering his arms, as the sounds from the floor behind him grew increasingly ominous. Lu Ning stepped closer, her right hand, previously clutching her head, now falling to her side, blood mingling with rainwater trickling down her hand and splattering dark stains onto the floor. "You Dare to call me clever? Reaching a half step away from the white-collar worker, Lu Ning slipped her left hand into her pocket and then revealed the white-collar worker's unmasked face, exposing a visage filled with horror. The invisible ghost approached the white-collar worker but did not pass him to confront Lu Ning. Instead, it seized him directly. You are not human. You are a substitute ghost. You are a ghost. The little girl is a ghost. Subsequently, Lu Ning circled around the restrained white-collar worker, passing by the now violent, invisible ghost, and after exhaling deeply, she struck. Behind her, the sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. In the lobby below, a swirling mass of black mist seemed fixated on the crowd before it. Despite the evident commotion emanating from the second floor, it remained, continuing to patrol the perimeter of the protective barrier. Yu Jiming and his companions, however, were not inclined to remain passive. After a hushed deliberation, they resolved to disperse and flee, accepting that fate would determine who the specter would pursue. Rather than waiting for the protective shield to dissipate on its own, they seized the opportunity when the ghost drifted to the opposite side and surged forth in unison. The corridors and staircases on either side presented possible escape routes. Yu Jiming darted into the kitchen to leap through a window, while Wei Boyong sprinted directly towards the staircase. The ghost momentarily hesitated as the crowd suddenly bolted, but soon emitted a sharp, piercing shriek and gave chase, its sights set on the couple. The decaying hand had already been discarded by the two, and at this juncture, the once coveted artifact had lost its significance. Nevertheless, the ghost's pursuit was not easily evaded. Yonggu, run with me, Wei Boyong bellowed, racing towards the end of the corridor, with the couple trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, Wei Boyong kicked the wooden railing apart and leaped down without hesitation. "Ah!" the woman screamed. The man rushed to the railing, peering down to see Wei Boyong rolling in the mud, quickly rising to his feet and shouting upwards, "Jump down. This is too high." The woman hesitated, but before she could utter another word, the man wrapped his arms around her and leaped off the balcony. They both landed in the muck. "Hurry up. Get up. We need to leave the main house. The ghost is over here." Wei Boyong hastily approached and assisted the two individuals, and fortunately, none of them sustained serious injuries. In this critical moment, they all summoned their utmost speed and vanished into the curtain of rain. On the balcony of the second floor, the belated dark mist momentarily lingered above before gradually dispersing into slender wisps of black smoke, merging with the torrential downpour. Simultaneously, on the other side of the corridor on the second floor of the main house, where Lu Ning had set up the camera, a shadow stealthily emerged from behind a door. Upon noticing that the downstairs was devoid of any presence, it exhaled a sigh of relief, subsequently revealing a sinister smile before departing with measured steps. Hong Ziho instinctively took a step back. The white-collar worker's voice before his demise had been quite loud, and Hong Ziho had vaguely heard it. He could not definitively ascertain whether Lu Ning was a ghost, yet he was resolute in keeping her at a distance. Lu Ning's head wound continued to bleed, and she now felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The white-collar worker had struck with ferocity. Had he not hesitated at the onset of the attack, Lu Ning would have perished on the second floor. Yes, Uncle Hong. The dire state she found herself in severely impaired Lu Ning's cognitive faculties, rendering her oblivious to Hong Ziho's wariness and suspicion. Nevertheless, she still recalled her intention to locate Ling Yin and said little as she staggered toward the room designated for the bodies. Hong Ziho, fearful of her potentially turning hostile, maintained a safe distance. It was only after Lu Ning opened the door to a room and stepped inside that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 20. In the storm, Lu Ning's appearance startled Ling Yin, yet the room offered no medicinal supplies to tend to her wounds. They could only hastily bind her injuries with a bedsheet to staunch the bleeding. Despite this, Ling Yin remained somewhat anxious. Logically, the cloth used for the dressing ought to have been sanitized. Now, in this frantic moment, they were unsure if infection would follow. Amused yet pained, Lu Ning reassured. "Sister Ling Yin, we have just a little over a day left. We must endure this moment." She continued, "You know the truth. It was an ambush, wasn't it? That white-collar man. But he is dead now. Lu Ning lightly brushed aside the topic, though she felt the pressing need for rest. The invisible specter has already claimed a life. We cannot predict the actions of other spirits. Sister Lingyan, could you rest now? The only other presence in this room is Yin Lian's corpse. I trust you wouldn't mind. I will keep watch at the door. Ling Yin nodded in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ning unfastened the dagger from her waist and handed it to Ling Yin. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, you will need a weapon. It is likely a doppelganger spirit. Understood. Ling Yin accepted the dagger, gripping it firmly. I shall return it to you once you awaken. With all matters settled, Lu Ning dragged her weary body to the bed that did not harbor a corpse, glancing at the other bed. The white sheets completely concealed the figure beneath, and a dried trace of blood had seeped from the neck area. Yin Lian. Her death felt like an eternity ago, yet as fresh as yesterday. I am so weary, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning whispered softly as she leaned against the pillow, gradually closing her eyes. The torrential rain fell, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning streaking across the sky. The desperate throng of people continued to flee, driven by the instinct to survive. Wei Boyong and a couple had taken refuge in the gardener's cabin, where they beheld a scene reminiscent of a horror film within the two living rooms. However, after enduring over 5 harrowing days, the trio found little terror in the surroundings. Is it safe here? The man among the couple asked, his voice trembling slightly. How should I know? Wei Boyong replied, slumped on the ground, panting heavily. I've never run this fast in my life. If they catch up to me, I'll accept my fate, all right? Brother Yong, why are you hesitating like this? Despite his exhaustion, Wei Boyong's voice boomed with authority. A man must act decisively. Your wife still needs your protection. Brother Yong, we haven't even registered our marriage, the man said, scratching his head awkwardly. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? Wei Boyong snapped, his eyes narrowing as he turned to the woman. Tell me, do you like him? Did you hear that? My underling, if you can't even protect the woman you love, then don't even think about being part of my crew. Why are you suddenly bringing this up, Brother Yong? The man stammered, flustered. Are you out of your mind? This is clearly a situation where they want to eliminate us entirely. If we don't fight for something, how can we possibly survive? Wei Boyong cast a sidelong glance, suddenly licking his lips, and ominously declared, Let me tell you, any traitors who fled at the last moment were met with my wrath. I had 2 of their fingers severed and tossed into the river. Should you dare to follow suit, I shall make you suffer. The man hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, how could that be? Yonggu, I would never escape. Just as he uttered the word escape, his eyes widened in terror as he instinctively pulled the woman back a step. Wei Boyong reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the ground and rolling aside. Wisps of black smoke began seeping from the wooden ceiling, spreading rapidly, and soon, a large portion of a shadowy form loomed behind Wei Boyong. Run! He hastily grabbed a folding stool and hurled it at the encroaching darkness, scrambling towards the exit. However, upon glancing back, he discovered that the couple had been cornered within the room by the black mist, trembling as they clung to one another, their legs weakened by fear. Damn it! Haha! I knew you were a coward in life. Even in death, you maintain that character. You wish to kill me? I shall first reduce you to ashes. Wei Boyong let out a maniacal laugh, fumbling in his pocket for a lighter, and ignited the shroud enveloping the corpse. Strangely enough, despite the torrential rain outside, the room was remarkably dry, and it seemed that the moisture from the corpse had been largely absorbed over the past few days, allowing Wei Boyong to spark a blaze. The black mist lunged forward, and he rolled aside just in time, but in the confined space, there was no escaping the second onslaught. Yonggu, the man, in a state of panic, searched frantically, yet found nothing of value, while Wei Boyong had already been ensnared by the dark mist. Countless tendrils of black smoke pressing him into its depths, resembling an unfathomable abyss. At that moment, Wei Boyong's ferocity surged, and he roared defiantly, What is there to fear? If I must die, then let it be. Burn it. I shall perish alongside it. With half of his body still protruding. He suddenly burst into laughter upon spotting an oil barrel. Ha ha ha. Well done, sister. You scoundrel, son. Today, Brother Yong shall join you in hell. Consider it a bargain. Ahahaha. The flames consuming the corpse had begun to dwindle, as the man trembled while grasping the oil barrel, unscrewing the lid, releasing a pungent aroma of gasoline. The woman rushed to his side, and together they steadied the base of the barrel, charging towards the corpse. Brother Yong, farewell. From the window of the gardener's cottage, bright flames flickered, accompanied by piercing screams as two figures burst forth from the dwelling. The fire devoured the wooden structure, yet it could not escape into the open air. Only tendrils of black smoke billowed from the cracks of doors and windows, gradually coalescing above. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding thunder that jolted Lu Ning from her slumber. The room was dim, yet the daylight offered a glimmer of brightness, and Lu Ning quickly discerned the presence of another person, Hong Ziho. At that moment, Ling Yin and Hong Ziho appeared to be engaged in a disagreement, with Hong Ziho expressing concern for Lu Ning's safety and wanting to take Ling Yin away, while Ling Yin was resolute in her refusal to leave. They maintained a distance, each attempting to persuade the other. After listening for 2 minutes, Lu Ning gradually sat up and lightly coughed, saying, "Please refrain from making noise." Hong Ziho shot a glare at Lu Ning, asserting, "Your identity remains unclear. This is not a place for you to speak." Enough. Ling Yin suddenly raised her hand, halting the escalating argument between the two. "I believe in both of you, so please cease this quarrel. Let us resurrect Yin Lian and unravel the confusion surrounding us." Will resurrecting her truly clarify everything? Hong Ziho expressed his skepticism. "I do not deny her intelligence, but given the passage of so many days, do you expect her to analyze changes of which she is unaware? The blood of the divine bird is what we have procured. We possess the right to utilize it." Lu Ning descended from the bed and extended her hand. Ling Yin retrieved a slender vial containing the blood from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Ning. The two approached the bed where Yin Lian's lifeless body rested. The sheets were drawn back, revealing Yin Lian lying there. If one overlooked the wound on her neck, she appeared to be merely in a deep slumber. Lu Ning cradled the vial, uncapped it, and slowly tilted it. The crimson liquid cascaded onto the skin, immediately spreading as if infused with life, permeating into the depths of her being. The bluish hue that marked Yin Lian's face due to death began to show a hint of improvement. Witnessing the efficacy of the divine bird's blood, Lu Ning no longer hesitated and poured the entire vial over Yin Lian's body. Subsequently, a miraculous scene unfolded. The enormous wound that had been severed slowly began to close and heal, leaving no trace of a scar. The pallor of death gradually faded, revealing a pale complexion. At last, within Lu Ning's eager gaze, a faint tremor emanated from Yin Lian's chest. "Sister Yin Lian." The person on the bed opened her eyes. After a moment, her gaze focused on a point, sweeping across the faces of the 3 individuals in the room before she spoke in a familiar voice. "Am I not dead?" Yin Lian, slightly bewildered, sat up and glanced out the window. She placed her hand on Lu Ning's shoulder, who was tightly grasping her other hand, and after a brief contemplation, she smiled. "The power is out. How many days has it been?" "The 6th day. The generator was destroyed by the ghost," Ling Yin replied. "Then you are all aware of the information regarding the mirror ghost and the possessing ghost?" Upon uttering this, Hong Ziho's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "Uncle Hong, do not be anxious. First, let me explain how I came back to life." "Understood. So, you are seeking my assistance to analyze the situation?" Yin Lian exhibited no signs of disappointment, as if she had anticipated this outcome. "Indeed, we are in a perilous situation, and I feel overwhelmed, thus." "Then let us first clarify the current circumstances, the condition of the 3 ghosts, as well as the new ghost." Hong Ziho could not restrain himself from interrupting her once more. "How do you know there is a new ghost?" Lu Ning was somewhat astonished. Yin Lian had been slain by the mirror ghost. While it was reasonable to deduce the information about the original 3 spirits, the emergence of a new ghost was likely the next day. Yin Lian furrowed her brow. "But do you still have time to listen to this explanation?" "Time is of the essence. Please share what you know promptly." "No. I believe you might possess more knowledge than we do at this moment. Ling Yin felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Did Yin Lian perish while bearing so much information? If she had been protected at that time, would they have avoided such a passive outcome? Then, allow me to speak first. Do you have any additions? Yin Lian seemed to comprehend the situation and quickly adjusted her approach. Chapter 21. The world in her eyes according to my conjecture, the invisible ghost, the mirror ghost, and the possessing ghost were all originally present spirits in this realm. Among them, the invisible ghost and the possessing ghost harbor internal conflicts. While the mirror ghost is relatively independent, yet there should be some connection. The reason lies in the fact that on the first day, when Feng Min was possessed, she managed to convey the method to expel the invisible ghost, intending to utilize our aid to eliminate it. However, despite the internal discord among the ghosts, they remain united in their pursuit of human prey, and it would be unwise to exploit this aspect. Why do you say that? Ling Yin inquired. The blackout creator must be a corporeal possessing ghost, indicating that the ghosts are tirelessly working to create conditions for murder among themselves. Indeed, on the day of your demise, these two ghosts collaborated to orchestrate a double kill. Lu Ning added, how does this information assist us now? Hong Ziho felt a surge of anxiety regarding the identity of the ghost. Yin Lian responded, stating that if it were merely a game of ghosts committing murder, the information contained within this house would be excessively abundant. It was evident that something had transpired within the Tang family. However, what had become of their people after the incident? How did Tang Yuanjin meet his demise? Could it be that he transformed into a ghost, becoming the vengeful spirit haunting this manor? Among the three ghosts, which one do you believe is Tang Yuanjin? Ling Yin inquired. Perhaps none of them, came the reply. It seems you have also uncovered some clues. In truth, among these three specters, the invisible ghost has a remarkably fixed path, as it consistently patrols the corridor. Could this be its designated route? Or perhaps it was assigned this duty by those who once inhabited this place. A name flashed through Lu Ning's mind. Alin? This name appeared frequently in Tang Yuanjin's diary, as many responsibilities seemed to be entrusted to this individual. Initially, Lu Ning had considered Lin to be a loyal servant within the manor. However, upon reflection, it was possible that this person was, in fact, a ghost under Tang Yuanjin's control, a Lin, or any potential ghostly servant. If this identity were confirmed, it would provide a clearer understanding of why the possessing ghost harbored animosity towards it. This isn't overly complicated, is it? The individuals recorded in the history of the Tang family are quite limited. Joseph, Tang Yuanjin, and adding Tang Yuexin. These three are nearly the entirety, Ling Yin remarked. Lu Ning seized the opportunity to briefly share her discoveries from the diary found in the basement with Yin Lian. Yin Lian cast a brief glance at Lu Ning's expression and remarked, I believe I have discerned the source of the problem. However, this is unrelated to our current crisis. My intention in sharing this is to make you aware that the artifacts in your possession may serve as targeted tools, specifically designed against a particular spirit. The dagger is aimed at the doppelganger spirit. Lu Ning responded. Then, Sister Yin Lian, can you deduce who the doppelganger spirit is now? Please inform me of the death list and today's circumstances. Lu Ning and Ling Yin remained somewhat detached from the others, and this was where Hong Ziho's introduction came into play. Since this morning, you all have been together until you were ensnared by the black mist? Yin Lian confirmed with Hong Ziho, then pondered, among those who have not descended from upstairs. Let us ascertain if anyone has fallen victim to the doppelganger spirit. If so, the ones still upstairs would be the prime suspects. If not, then those downstairs would bear the greatest suspicion. On another note, she continued, if my conjecture holds true, 2 individuals will perish in the upstairs rooms. And it is safe for us to proceed there now. Safe. Without hesitation, Yin Lian sprang from her bed, stretched her limbs slightly, and approached the door. Lu Ning and the others, still following the train of thought, instinctively matched Yin Lian's pace. Yin Lian, why are you making such an effort to assist us? Hong Ziho inquired, finally voicing the question that lingered in his mind. My initial intention was to facilitate the escape of as many individuals as possible. However, due to my involvement, What should have been a moderately difficult game has spiraled into a hellish ordeal. Thus, I feel compelled to take action. Yin Lian uttered some perplexing words and dashed up to the second floor, knocking on doors one by one. Soon, Gong Sun Yu trembled as he emerged from a room. The elderly man had been so frightened in recent days that he dared not wander about, and now, upon suddenly seeing Yin Lian, he nearly suffered a heart attack. Lu Ning and Ling Yin supported him, offering explanations for quite some time before he could regain his composure. Why were there two? Hong Ziho gazed at the lifeless body of the youth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not averse to the notion of murder, yet everything, as Yin Lian had described, sent chills down his spine. In a power outage, the mirror ghost had virtually no means to commit murder. Such conditions could only be created by another ghost, and the most convenient would undoubtedly be the substitute ghost. Yin Lian pulled a sheet over the young man's body and, without pausing, walked toward the door. After this round, we had not encountered a doctor. Of course, Mr. Gong Sun could also potentially be the substitute ghost, but I could not ascertain that. Gong Sun Yu, trailing behind the group, turned pale. Am I possibly the substitute ghost? I merely presented all possibilities. At this moment, Yin Lian seemed acutely aware of the dwindling time and no longer cared about others' emotions, speaking incessantly as she walked. Therefore, aside from guarding against the substitute ghost, you must also be vigilant against it lurking in the shadows to create advantageous conditions for the mirror ghost. Moreover, hey, are you all right? Hong Ziho shouted immediately. Wei Boyong is dead. Hong Ziho was taken aback, while Yin Lian sighed beside him. To save us. With a voice choked with tears, the man exclaimed, we burned the small cabin along with the corpse of the ghost, but we are unsure if it was effective. Wait, did Yang Na die after lunch? Suddenly, Yin Lian turned to the person beside her and inquired. Yes, we were not in the room at that time. Oh no. Lu Ning also realized a troubling issue. Although it was quite apparent, amidst the ghost's pursuit and the ensuing chaos, no one had truly contemplated it. Everyone was taken aback, their nerves taut once more. However, the ghost did not materialize. Yin Lian cautiously led the group downstairs, where, to their surprise, the protective barrier remained intact. Upon entering, a sense of reassurance washed over them. Yin Lian? The timid woman among the couple ventured to ask. I am temporarily revived. Not a ghost. You need not fear my presence, Yin Lian casually explained, her gaze continually scanning the surroundings. What should we do next? Hong Ziho had, in this brief span, developed immense trust in Yin Lian. Tomorrow will be the most perilous day. There is likely no need for the doctor to hide, as the number of ghosts will equal that of the living. Each ghost will boldly emerge to pursue us, yet this also presents an opportunity. If Lu Ning can use the dagger to eliminate the substitute ghost before it strikes, we could secure an additional chance for survival. Furthermore, the artifacts we possess should now come into play. As Yin Lian was about to address the issue of the distribution of the artifacts, Zhang Fuyuan emerged from the corridor accompanied by his apprentice, both their faces etched with fatigue. Although they were not being pursued by vengeful spirits, the day's tribulations weighed heavily upon them. Old Zhang, are you all right? The sudden turn of events transpired in an instant. From the dense darkness of the corridor, a shadow, resembling viscous mud, lunged forth, piercing through Zhang Fuyuan's side and erupting from his chest, sending forth a spout of crimson. The occurrence was so swift that none could react in time. Zhang Fuyuan even turned his head in puzzlement to glance at his apprentice. Soon after, his body collapsed heavily onto the ground, devoid of life. Safe now. After demonstrating their lethal efficiency, the malevolent spirits left no room for anyone to feel even a modicum of relief from their brief respite. On the final day, with 9 malevolent spirits and 9 individuals, an almost insurmountable deadlock loomed. The only potential flaw remaining was the substitute spirit. Yin Lian became the sole voice among them, urging everyone to collaborate in assisting Lu Ning to eliminate the substitute spirit, for this was the only way one could possibly survive. At this juncture, she hesitated slightly, then rose to take Lu Ning's hand, leading her upstairs. No one questioned their destination. Despite the dire situation, No one doubted Yin Lian's capabilities. Yet they understood that even her prowess could not guarantee the survival of all. Who would be the one to perish? If only one could live, who would that be? Each person's gaze reflected a glimmer of suspicion. Meanwhile, Yin Lian guided Lu Ning to the balcony on the second floor. Sister Yin, the reason you brought me here is... Lu Ning leaned against the door, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Yin Lian, noticing her demeanor, remained unperturbed, stepping into the rain and grasping the railing as she gazed out at the deluge. Let me observe this world outside once more, even if it may be but an illusion. An illusion? Lu Ning's heart tightened unexpectedly. Chapter 22. Farewell. There is no need to slay a substitute ghost. There exists one individual who can survive. This matter is known solely to the two of us. Yin Lian gazed languidly at the rain-soaked scenery, her tone gentle. Yet it only intensified Lu Ning's headache. I have concealed this from you until now because we can no longer afford additional crises of trust. You never intended to hide it from me. You merely wished for my assistance, did you not? I want to survive. I thought you would understand. A trace of pleading flickered across Lu Ning's expression. To live is not an excuse to deprive others of their lives. Had I known earlier, I would have certainly intervened. Yin Lian turned to fix her gaze upon Lu Ning's eyes. Yet it is precisely because of my reckless action that this chance at survival emerged. The 5-day ghost transformation rule was a gamble I took, and surviving is the reward for my victory in this wager. You are alive because of Joseph's pen. Yin Lian interrupted Lu Ning's words. You are aware? I do not wish to articulate it, for to others, it is mere nonsense. The corpse you found in the basement belongs to Tang Yuexin, does it not? Lu Ning took 2 steps back. It was all conjecture, and it seems I was correct. Yin Lian shook her head, thus gaining a rough understanding of the situation regarding the 3 spirits. The invisible ghost is a Lin, or perhaps any significant ghost servant. The mirror ghost is Tang Yuexin, while the doppelganger ghost is a composite formed by Mensar consuming the souls of Tang Yuanjin and many innocent victims. This was information I only learned later. Lu Ning composed herself. Of course, all of this was intelligence we had not been able to access at the time. However, you had already discovered clues from the diary the day after Shi Song's demise, deducing the 5-day transformation rule for ghosts, correct? Not quite. Lu Ning chuckled. Sister Yin Lian, this might be the one instance where I have outpaced you. The 5-day rule was merely my conjecture. A conjecture? Ah. Upon encountering the murder rules on the first day, I pondered this very question. How could I devise a plan that ensures the demise of everyone? Yin Lian furrowed her brow. With 9 slots available, whether dividing the last 3 days evenly or allocating the final 2 days in a 3-to-6 distribution, I could formulate a rationale that would allow the ghosts to eliminate everyone. I opted for the latter, as it appeared more plausible. After all, I am accustomed to considering the worst-case scenarios. I see, so this is why I aim to eliminate someone before the ghost could. Lu Ning's tone shifted. If the one taking action is a human rather than a ghost, would it not prevent the transformation into a ghost? This presents a 50-50 possibility. Yet given the existence of even a partial chance, why not attempt it? After all, things could hardly worsen, could they? You are not a happy person, Yin Lian remarked thoughtfully. Lu Ning paused, taken aback by her sudden mention of this matter, but quickly replied, No, what I said that day was entirely true. There was no reason for me to deceive regarding such matters. I did not accuse you of lying, Lu Ning, Yin Lian interjected, gesturing for her to allow her to speak. Your thought process, your calmness towards the deceased, and your apparent indifference towards the act of killing all indicate that you are not as blissful as your memories suggest. Perhaps you did not fabricate the truth. Yet you have acknowledged that there are numerous gaps in your recollection. I have long harbored some doubts. However, the environment is not the sole determinant of one's character. Lu Ning, you must first discover who you truly are. Lu Ning fell silent. Regardless, the person you have killed is already gone. I possess no right to demand retribution from you, yet I cannot accept that a life should be extinguished without cause. I had no choice. It was a decision made in an instant. Lu Ning felt as though all her strength had drained away. He was a traitor, and I had to prevent the ghost from claiming another life, given the opportunity that had arisen. A traitor? What truly transpired that night? You had already acquired the sleeping pills when you went to fetch the medicine, did you not? What happened afterward? Lu Ning pressed her head lightly and chuckled. Indeed. That night, I was rather dazed. My only thought was to act preemptively during the ghostly attack, while also discerning the nature of the specter. Thus, I surreptitiously added a touch of sleeping pills to the meal. Yet, I still feel something was amiss in my reasoning. After everyone had succumbed to slumber, I hesitated, merely crouching in the shadows, grappling with uncertainty. Oh, but that individual was not fully asleep. The nouveau riche. While even the shift workers had drifted into an oblivious sleep, he discreetly retrieved his phone, commencing to capture images of those illuminated by the candlelight. It was then that the flames transformed into a cerulean hue. My mind was in a haze, yet instinctively sensing something was awry. I stealthily approached the nouveau riche from behind, only to witness his phone in camera mode, capturing the slumbering figures in a manner that defied reality. Subsequently, as if compelled by a repetitive instinct, I swiftly reached out to seize the camera lens, while my other hand gripped the craft knife I had long prepared, pressing it firmly against the nouveau riche's neck and slicing down with fervor. Consequently, the following morning, the mirror ghost found its way into my room and took refuge. Sister Lian, it was I who led to your demise. Lu Ning recounted the events in one breath, her face awash with uncontainable regret. She could converse easily with others, but faced with Lian, she found herself at a loss on how to convey such matters. Then, let us save one soul. After a moment of silence, Lian spoke. Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Apart from yourself, endeavor to save another soul. Do not merely seek to survive, but also strive to assist others in their quest for life. Lian's countenance bore no trace of resentment. Instead, a smile graced her lips. Can you find it within yourself to forgive me? Regardless of the motives, taking another's life remains an undeniable wrongdoing. This applies to you as well as to the judgment passed upon Xiao Deng. Right and wrong, good and evil, are determinations made by your own conscience. Thus, it is not I who must forgive you, but rather, it is you who must decide if you can forgive yourself. Should they perish? Perhaps, as their existence would lead to greater calamity. Yet this conclusion is merely a reflection of our self-serving interests. My demise is but a stroke of fate. Lu Ning, if you believe this to be a mistake, then seek to rectify it. As she spoke, Lian's expression abruptly shifted. Her body gradually succumbed to the ground. Lu Ning rushed forward in a flurry of panic, supporting Lian. Both were acutely aware that the time afforded by the divine bird's blood was swiftly dwindling. Why so soon? It has barely been an hour. Resurrection is, after all, an exceptionally extravagant endeavor. To experience it even once is truly extraordinary. Lian turned her gaze to the rain-soaked scenery outside. Though it may be illusory, it stands as her final glimpse of the natural world. If this game is to continue. With great effort, Lian lifted her hand and placed it upon Lu Ning's head. Yet she lacked the strength to move further. Continue? Lu Ning hesitated momentarily. Cast aside the words I have spoken, focus on survival, and hold steadfast to your original convictions, Lu Ning. As the conversation unfolded, Lian's voice grew increasingly faint. Lu Ning leaned closer to her lips, just able to catch her final words. We may even come from different worlds, so it is truly fortunate to have met you. Her arm fell limply at her side. Just as Tang Yuanjin ultimately reflected in his diary, that ephemeral resurrection, akin to a mirage, ultimately leaves behind a fleeting dream of happiness, and upon awakening, all that remains in the heart is the undeniable truth of the departed. Is it all over? Ling Yin inquired. Lu Ning slowly descended, nodding in response. Lian's lifeless form was left upon that balcony. If she cherished the view outside, that was perhaps the most fitting place for her. Let me share some news with everyone. Lu Ning pulled out a chair at the head of the long table and sat down, her hands clasped upon the surface. We now possess a guaranteed chance of survival, but we can achieve even more. Methodically, Lu Ning began to extract items from her belongings. Arranging them upon the table, the visage of nothingness, a letter in a bottle, a ceremonial dagger, and Joseph's pen. Following her lead, the others also revealed their possessions. Yu Jisong's spirit summoning catalog and Qing Zheng Dan, Hong Ziho's 8 trigrams wooden sword, and Uncle Xing's red flowing sand. Ling Yan held on to the painful memories. In addition, they possessed the past camera from the second floor, the prayer gold statue imprint that had yet to serve much purpose, and the decayed hand that bore little efficacy. We are not devoid of any capacity for resistance, especially not now. Lu Ning pushed the letter aside and declared, "First, we must ascertain whether the substitute ghost is indeed a physician, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate him with the sacrificial dagger. The dark environment is not conducive for the mirror ghost to commit its misdeeds. Collective action requires the possession of combat-effective tools. Aside from the wielder of the Bagua wooden sword, everyone will consume the Qingjing Dan. There are no objections. Uncle Xing's red quicksand is unsuitable for expansive spaces. We shall opt for the corridor on the first floor, where we will delineate a quarantine zone with the intent of compelling the spirits to take a detour during their pursuit, rather than seeking self-preservation. Given the limited quantity of quicksand, I ask Uncle Hong and Uncle Xing to meticulously study where it should be applied." Hong Ziho and Uncle Xing nodded in agreement. Wu's appearance can evade the ghosts, but proximity may lead to detection. We require someone to remain vigilant regarding the ghost's movements and devise a method to communicate with everyone. "Let it be the two of us," the male partner declared in a husky voice, and the woman beside him also nodded in assent. The painful memories should still be entrusted to Sister Ling Yan, to be employed when necessary, as it can slightly impede the ghost's pursuit. Ling Yan affirmed that there were no issues with this plan. Lastly, Yu Zizmong, if we can endure the initial 4 hours tomorrow, you shall immediately employ the spirit summoning directory. Shortly, we will ascend to the upper floor to procure the incantation for you." Yu Zizmong was taken aback for a moment before slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Finally, this will also be our trump card." Lu Ning raised Joseph's pen high. Chapter 23. The 7th day approaches from the moment Lu Ning executed the counterattack against the white-collar worker. She had nearly confirmed the true purpose of Joseph's pen. Additionally, the final conversation with Yin Lian had solidified her understanding of its significance. Joseph's pen, the bearer of which is relentlessly pursued by the mirror ghost, serves a singular purpose as articulated by Lu Ning. Only pursued by the mirror ghost? Yu Jisong immediately grasped the implications, his eyes alight with understanding. The prevailing conditions were already disadvantageous for the mirror ghost to claim lives. Thus, anyone wielding this pen, provided they exercised caution, essentially possessed a talisman against death. "Is it permissible to retrieve this item?" Ling Yan inquired. "I certainly wouldn't hand it over to anyone else. I merely wish to disclose its function," Lu Ning replied. "Tomorrow, we may each find ourselves in circumstances necessitating a change of our concealed possessions. As a precautionary measure." Lu Ning cast the visage of nothingness to the couple, securing the remaining items for herself before rising. At this juncture, with 9 individuals remaining, a consensus was finally reached amidst a tapestry of anxiety, fear, excitement, and anger. The countdown to the 6th day was nearing its conclusion. Positioned at the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, Lu Ning found herself utterly alone, as all had dispersed to their prearranged locations. She stood there, awaiting the inevitable. A figure materialized at the entrance of the hall. It was the doctor. Despite the relentless downpour outside, not a trace of moisture adorned his attire. At that moment, the humble demeanor he once wore had vanished, replaced instead by a sinister smile as he fixated on Lu Ning above. On this final day, the specter no longer needed to veil its presence. The doppelganger ghost raised its hand, lightly tracing its thumb across its neck, followed by a malicious laugh that echoed through the air. Lu Ning merely offered a cold smile, drawing forth the ceremonial dagger from her waist. "Enough of the charade. You are capable of communication." Since she had slain the nouveau riche, she had come to understand that these spirits could indeed converse with humans. However, she did not harbor any illusions about persuading a ghost to spare anyone, nor did she believe in their supernatural tales. That avenue had long been abandoned. Yet today, Engaging in mutual mockery while standing in opposition seemed a rather agreeable choice. With time not yet expired, the ghost could not harm her, and she lacked the ability to reach them for a strike at such a distance. What else could she do but exchange barbs? After all, Lu Ning had felt stifled these past few days. Well then, dear miss, which of us do you intend to choose as your farewell escort? The doppelganger ghost inquired. Surely you are aware that today, only 2 of your companions shall be born. Whether I shall meet my end remains uncertain. The doppelganger ghost raised its index finger, clucking in mock dismay. Even at this juncture, you remain so naive, little miss. Have you already forgotten the 3-hour correction principle? Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Each of our companions awakens 3 hours in advance, a compensation for your initial 3-hour grace period. Did you truly notice this yet pay no heed? Now, the doppelganger's grin had transformed into that of a courteous gentleman, yet the words it spoke sent chills down her spine. Ying Lian met her demise at the stroke of the following day, ensnared by the temporal constraints. If the principle of compensation were to be entirely applicable, she would awaken as the final vengeful spirit before the dawn of the next day. However, I resurrected her with the blood of the divine bird, which should alter the course of events. Do you still believe in the possibility of a reset? Do you genuinely accept this notion? The substitute spirit, a grotesque amalgamation of countless memories and lives, effortlessly seized upon Lu Ning's psychological vulnerabilities. Upon transforming into a vengeful spirit, one's wisdom and experience remain intact. Yet the individual is eternally stripped of emotions and heart. This sacrifice yields a formidable power exclusive to spirits. The substitute spirit spread its arms wide and added, By the way, the dagger you hold is indeed intended to seal me. However, heed this term, seal. Throughout history, sealing has merely served as a prelude to breaking free. A mere dagger will not confine me for long. So what do you wish to convey? Are we devoid of hope? Lu Ning's countenance darkened. Not at all. The souls that have struggled are far more likely to evolve into worthy companions. Your performance has pleased us greatly. Thus you may have the chance to exist eternally. This statement seemed to hint at something deeper, and Lu Ning's thoughts raced. Quickly grasping the crux, eternity? Are you implying? While we possess an undeniable advantage, conserving our strength is also advantageous. My dear, you may be unaware that becoming a vengeful spirit does not signify an end. Rather, it may lead to our transformation into companions. Ghosts are an eternal presence. Although you may no longer feel a sense of closeness to your friends, the prospect of being together again is indeed a comforting thought. The voice of the doppelganger ghost gradually deepens, imbued with an alluring temptation. It is merely a different way of existing, rather than suffering a painful death in fear. Why not embrace immortality on our side? Is this not what humanity has long sought? Power and eternity. Do you not yearn for such things? I do not yearn for them. Lu Ning interjected, interrupting the doppelganger ghost's persuasive words. You previously mentioned that only struggling souls could become quality companions, yet now you urge me to relinquish my resistance. It is truly difficult to place my trust in you, Mr. Mensar. The doppelganger ghost, unperturbed by the revelation, maintained its smile. Your clarity of mind is truly commendable. I eagerly anticipate your life as our companion. With another hearty laugh, it waved its hand and turned to walk towards the door. Mr. Mensar, Lu Ning suddenly called out to it. Do you regret it? Killing is not frightening, but these beings are now beginning to attack the heart. As the grand battle approached, Lu Ning sensed that this final day would not unfold easily. Note, regarding ghosts, an additional reminder. 7. Ghosts cannot be killed, only sealed or exiled. Destroying the ghost's remains can inflict certain damage and hinder its abilities, which may also incite the ghost's wrath. Furthermore, in specific circumstances, ghosts may harbor greater animosity towards certain individuals, including the utilization of artifacts, the murderous actions of the specter, and the escape from its relentless pursuit. Furthermore, the following 3 artifacts will additionally provoke enhanced ire from the specter: the piercing of the specter with the Bagua wooden sword, the proximity of the specter discovering the visage of the void, and the obstruction of the specter's movements through painful memories. This concludes the rules prompt. May your journey be pleasant. The final message was received, and within a minute, everyone had perused the text. A couple crouched in a room on the second floor, hurriedly emerging after reading the message. How did you two get out? Lu Ning, who had been wandering outside, immediately inquired upon noticing their expressions. These items should not be used recklessly. The male of the couple replied, somewhat flustered. Having already read the message, Lu Ning swiftly tucked her phone into her pocket and proceeded to the balcony according to their plan. It's the last day? Aren't you just waiting to be killed? The side effects are of no concern. We must focus on what needs to be done. We must survive and leave. A dark mist infiltrated from the rooftop, quickly coalescing into a tangible form on the third floor. It advanced towards the staircase, but encountered a figure at the opposite end. Hong Ziho gripped the wooden sword, adopting a combat stance, his expression gravely fixated on the dark mist. Yet the specter exhibited no signs of trepidation, emitting a guttural roar as it slowly glided towards Hong Ziho. With this as the signal, the battle commenced. Ling Yan leaped through the window, behind her. A dense mass of inky tendrils emerged from the shadows, launching a frenzied assault with the intent to rend. Just a couple of probing attempts allowed Ling Yan to discern that the ghost's mobility was, in fact, quite abysmal. The ambush, lurking within the shadows, was evidently advantageous only during surprise attacks. Once it commenced a frenzied assault, it merely exposed its trajectory. Among all, Ling Yan, the sole individual to have wounded the ghost with her Bagua wooden sword, became the prime target of its wrath. She did not squander this opportunity, being the first to lure the most elusive of the 6 ghosts out of the main house. Everyone, I am counting on you, Ling Yan shouted, dragging a mass of shadowy sludge as she dashed outside. Inside the kitchen, Uncle Xing reclined in a rudimentary chair, gently polishing the stock and barrel of his shotgun. His expression was one of intense concentration, the lines on his face deepening as his eyes narrowed, imparting a more aged appearance. Suddenly, the wall behind him began to undulate slightly, a silhouette that still bore semblance to human form materializing upon the surface. 2 sharp claws extended from within the wall, stealthily drawing closer. Boom! A muffled sound escaped Uncle Xing's throat as he muttered incoherently, yet when he lifted his gaze, his eyes seemed to reflect the glow of flames. It was a battlefield. Chapter 24. Weakness unveiled. What terrifies people is the unknown. The 3 existing ghosts, while indeed fearsome, had their abilities and vulnerabilities unveiled to us. Even if we could not confront them, evasion was still within our grasp. During yesterday's brief strategic meeting, Lu Ning articulated this sentiment. Since yesterday, and even earlier, the specters have begun to rely on the assistance of substitute phantoms and even seek out traitors to accomplish their killings. Therefore, the original 3 spirits are not the primary concern. The focus lies on the ensuing chaos created by the 3 new apparitions, the black mist, the specter within the walls, and the one lurking in the shadows. Everyone has a fundamental understanding of their methods of murder or modes of movement. And today's foremost objective is to uncover the limitations of these 3 spirits' killing capabilities. Time is of the essence, so the trio with the highest combat prowess has taken on this task. The method is straightforward. As long as one actively seeks the ghosts, they are bound to take the bait. They are adept at relentless pursuit, and while this tactic may entail certain risks, it enables us to establish a localized 6 against 3 scenario. The substitute specter will likely hide, and the mirror specter will not strike easily, leaving us with only the invisible ghost to guard against. In a solitary chamber, a dozen candles flicker to life, illuminating the entire room where a couple remains, still in control of decaying hands, prepared to discern if any spirits approach their sanctuary. Meanwhile, Lu Ning and Yu Jisong have stealthily ventured outside. Although the torrential rain persists, it obstructs not only humanity. The inclement weather seemingly aims to confine us within the dwelling, prompting us to reverse this strategy and shift the battlefield outdoors. It is plausible that certain external conditions may restrict the ghost's ability to kill. If we can seize even one opportunity, we may uncover their vulnerabilities. Of course, this endeavor demands a willingness to risk our lives. Holding Joseph's pen, Lu Ning felt unafraid of the malevolent spirits pursuing her from the outside. Meanwhile, Yu Jisong had also prepared the spirit summoning catalog, ready to call upon ghostly bodyguards for his protection. Among the remaining individuals, they were undoubtedly the two safest, naturally assuming the role of supporters. Hong Ziho had already dashed down the stairs, entering the main house through the back door. The black mist immediately dispersed into wisps of smoke. At that moment, Lu Ning had also taken a detour and arrived, halting in her tracks upon witnessing the transformation of the mist. Uncle Hong, do not run indoors. It seems unable to maintain its form outside. Understood. Hong Ziho replied succinctly, giving a thumbs up before sprinting towards the shooting range. As for Lu Ning, the black mist spirit paid her no heed, its dark tendrils trailing along Hong Ziho's escape route before gradually dissipating from sight. At that juncture, a resounding gunshot echoed from within the main house. The battle between Uncle Xing and the wall-dwelling spirit had persisted for approximately 15 minutes. Despite being vulnerable to bullets, the wall-dwelling spirit had failed to encroach upon Uncle Xing's position, with the two circling each other in a standoff within the kitchen. This allowed Uncle Xing to gradually discern the spirit's attack patterns. It cannot leave the walls. While the spirit possessed the advantage of being able to traverse through walls, it was, conversely, unable to depart from them. Even if it lunged out to strike, its lower half remained tethered to the wall. Although it could penetrate the ceiling, the ground appeared to be a forbidden zone, and the distance it could extend beyond the wall was also limited. For others, confronting this specter may prove to be a formidable challenge. However, for Uncle Xing, he has effectively hindered the ghost's movements and ensnared its wrath. Meanwhile, Ling Yin finds herself in a rather precarious situation. Amid this tug-of-war, 2 hours have passed uneventfully, and the three original ghosts seem to have reached an unspoken understanding. Refraining from appearing, while 3 new apparitions relentlessly pursue their assault, Lu Ning has circled around, approximately ascertaining the positions of the 3 ghosts. Although the absence of the substitute ghost imposes a slight pressure, preserving their combat strength remains paramount. The initial plan was to last 2 hours, after which it would be crucial to safely extract the 3 individuals responsible for diverting the ghosts. At this juncture, the power of the spirit summoning directory must be employed. Yu Zimong, in the hall on the 1st floor, began to softly recite incantations. As his murmurs grew ethereal and somber, a chilling aura enveloped the main house, and the patterns on the spirit summoning directory began to blur. Ultimately, propelled by an enigmatic force, Yu Zimong opened another pair of eyes, those belonging to the ghost, transmitting its vision to him. The spectacle was beyond human comprehension, meaningless lines and chaotic hues amalgamated into a nauseating, fragmented tableau, inundating his mind with an overwhelming tide of incomprehensible information, rendering thought nearly impossible. Chaos, ferocity, hatred, and malice abruptly ceased. The mere moment of the contract's establishment induced a profuse sweat upon Yu Zimong and a throbbing pain in his head. Rubbing his temples, he glanced around. There were no tangible entities present, yet his senses informed him that the summoned ghost was indeed close at hand. The uncontrollable urge to kill and malevolence threatened to taint the very surroundings, leaving Yu Ziming with no doubt that a moment's lapse in vigilance would result in him being torn to shreds. Was the summoning complete? Lu Ning trembled as she entered through the already damaged door, having been drenched in the rain for an extended period, her complexion now pale and resembling a drowned rat. However, Yu Ziming, having also ventured outside, fared little better. In fact, the chilling aura emanating from the summoned spirit had caused the moisture on him to exhibit signs of freezing. It's done. Let us go and fetch them. No, you need to compose yourself first. Your complexion is quite alarming. While Lu Ning still appeared pale, Yu Ziming's countenance had turned a ghastly shade of blue. Summoning a spirit evidently came at a cost. Yu Ziming now looked as though he had not rested for several days, his cheeks slightly sunken. I'm fine. At least this will last for a day, otherwise it would be too much of a loss. He attempted to smile, yet the muscles in his face were stiff, twitching slightly before he abandoned the effort. He lifted his gaze to the side and commanded, "Head to the kitchen and hold off that ghost in the wall." "Are you truly all right? You must believe me." Yu Jiming tugged at his own face forcefully, rubbing his hands together as he made his way toward the kitchen. Before reaching the doorway, Uncle Xing emerged from within. "Uncle Xing, is it safe in there?" Lu Ning inquired. Uncle Xing nodded, gesturing for paper and pen. Yu Jiming retrieved his phone, activated the handwritten mode, and handed it over. The movement of that specter causes the walls to exhibit distinct alterations. Its attack speed is rather swift, and its form can extend, though only the upper body can protrude beyond the walls, reaching approximately 3 meters. Besides the walls, it can also infiltrate the ceiling, but the floor remains impervious. After exchanging glances following their perusal of the notes pinned by Uncle Xing, Lu Ning and Yu Jiming nodded in unison. "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Xing, but we must trouble you to accompany us in retrieving the others." On the second floor, Zhang Fuyuan's apprentice and Gong Sun Yu were concealed within a room. As neither possessed any hidden treasures, their peril was significantly heightened. Nevertheless, Lu Ning and her companions needed to probe the specter's vulnerabilities and could not spare any resources for their own safety, thus instructing the two to find a hiding place and call for help if necessary. However, the ghost did not seem in haste to eliminate defenseless targets. When the three ascended the stairs, they found the two still unharmed. "You have finally arrived," Gong Sun Yu exhaled in relief. He, being frail and elderly, faced the specter with the least chance of survival. Yet he could not fathom what fortuity had allowed him to endure until this final day. Naturally, he wished to survive. "Has the doppelganger specter not approached?" Both shook their heads. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ning's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that, despite possessing such a considerable advantage, the doppelganger specter would remain entirely concealed, a stark contrast to its earlier menacing declarations. "I tested the capabilities of that black mist. It cannot kill outdoors." This exclamation was met with fervor, yet Lu Ning's countenance shifted. "Tested? Uncle Hong, what did you use for the test?" Hong Ziho tousled his hair, a smug expression adorning his face. "Hee, I noticed it just hanging behind me without attacking, so I thought I might as well stand still and wait. Guess what? It just circled around me, not attacking at all. But this is too perilous." Lu Ning exclaimed anxiously. "Uncle Hong, have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday? It's fine to test the spirit, but our priority must always be our own protection. Your recklessness." "We must take risks," Hong Ziho interjected, cutting off Lu Ning's words. "This is a matter of life and death. Since we have taken on the responsibility of probing, we must see it through to the end. Lu Ning, you certainly advise us on many matters, but the ultimate decision rests with us. You can consult Ling Yin and Old Xing to see what they think." The gaze of the group shifted to the other two individuals responsible for attracting the spirit. Old Xing remained silent, merely smiling, while Ling Yin spoke up. "This is something we decided long ago. We must explore the limits of what the spirit can do." "Ling Yin, how can you two?" Lu Ning protested. "This is something that must be done. If we hesitate and abandon our efforts at the slightest sign of danger, we will ultimately mislead our own judgment. At least for now, the outcome is not in question, is it?" Then, Yu Zizmong added, "My perspective aligns with this as well. Lu Ning, you are overly cautious. I do not understand why you are so preoccupied with safety at this moment, but you must realize that there is no safety to be found. Failing to take risks is merely waiting for death. But taking risks increases the likelihood of death," Lu Ning replied, her gaze shifting to him. "Indeed, it is our choice and our endeavor. Although your judgments are accurate, your responses are rather despondent." Lu Ning suddenly realized that nearly everyone shared the same perspective. Chapter 25. The Powerless Evidence If One Were to Engage in Self-Assessment. Lu Ning would describe herself as someone who meticulously prepares in order to ensure a decisive strike. This is her own perception. Within her character lies an apparent aversion to uncertainty. This does not imply that Lu Ning refrains from taking risks or indulging in endeavors akin to gambling. Rather, it influences her selection of actions. I understand. She is uncertain which approach, her own or that of others, would prove more effective in ensuring survival for the majority. However, She refuses to dwell on past occurrences. This morning's ghostly assault was merely a test. If I am not mistaken, they are also awaiting their last two companions to catch us off guard. Do they employ strategy? They have been calculating our every move, from the outset with the decoy ghost set up to the manipulation of the information disseminated to us in an attempt to sow discord. Undoubtedly, the spirits are aware of our progress. Otherwise, the information would not so conveniently incite confusion at the precise moments. Lu Ning extracted a chocolate bar from her pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. As the time approached noon, she felt both cold and hungry, her drenched clothing clinging uncomfortably to her skin. However, there remained 20 hours. We must prepare for the evening. Remember, if you sense any danger, head to the laboratory. At least its door offers a semblance of resistance. Yet, the laboratory has but one entrance, so be mentally prepared to enter. Rest assured, no one will find sleep. Yuji made a jest and produced some food. The group had already stashed away emergency rations, anticipating that this day would pass in such a manner. Lu Ning ate slowly, her mind analyzing the actions of the spirits. The morning's endeavors were not without flaws, even if one or two had perished. Lu Ning would not have been astonished. Yet, the fact that 9 individuals emerged unscathed was anything but amusing. Did they intend to unleash their carnage at night? In contemplating the worst-case scenario, it seemed the malevolent spirits merely sought to toy with humanity, making it plausible that they would strip away all hope before the appointed time. Nevertheless, Lu Ning instinctively felt that such thoughts were misguided. That doppelganger spirit posed a significant dilemma. It spun many easily debunked lies, rendering its entire narrative a mere fabrication. Yet, if one or two truths were interwoven within, it would be utterly disconcerting. Bewildered. Afternoon. The 9 individuals sat huddled around the table, not daring to move an inch. As the flames in the decaying hand transformed to a chilling blue, everyone's spirits surged. Yuji swiftly summoned his vengeful spirit, and an oppressive chill enveloped the air, prompting involuntary shivers. A shadow suddenly emerged from beneath the table, while black mist began to seep down from the ceiling. A full-scale assault. Block it. The shadow poised to be ejected was intercepted mid-air by an unseen force, swiftly halting the initial wave of murderous intent. However, the walls began to undulate slowly, and the sound of footsteps echoed from the floor. "They are coming," Hong Ziho shouted. "They are covering the attack of the 2 new specters. We must flee immediately." It was not wise for everyone to cluster together, as presenting the ghosts with multiple targets only heightened the likelihood of demise. Yet, on the other hand, this was the only way those possessing the artifacts could support one another. The new specters. The deaths of Shi Song and Pang Lingling occurred almost simultaneously. This assault could be deemed the most formidable offensive from the ghosts thus far, with 4 apparitions appearing in unison, a sight unprecedented until now. Lu Ning swiftly fled the main house, but suddenly realized that everyone was not fleeing in the same direction. Wait, where are the others? Only Ling Yin and Uncle Xing had followed her out, while the rest astonishingly remained inside the house. This was not the primary concern. At that moment, Lu Ning caught sight of a figure standing in the hazy curtain of rain in the distance, one hand in a pocket, the other raised and waving towards her. Who? A decoy ghost. Ling Yin and Lu Ning shouted in unison. The silhouette was too indistinct, but who else could be leisurely wandering outside at this moment? Let us pursue. Without hesitation, the 3 dashed towards the figure. It seemed the shadow was deliberately teasing them. Upon noticing their chase, it immediately turned and fled, swiftly exiting the confines of the estate and plunging into the thicket. Are we still pursuing? Ling Yan's steps faltered slightly. We possess enough power to vanquish it. Chase. Lu Ning continued her stride, yet her wrist was suddenly seized by someone. Uncle Xing, Uncle Xing. When the doppelganger is isolated, that is our opportunity. If we do not act now. Uncle Xing hastily released his grip, gesturing fervently, and Ling Yan promptly translated, "Do not venture into the forest, beware of deception." Lu Ning cast a reluctant glance at the woods, where a shadowy figure lingered, seemingly beckoning her to charge forth. "You are right," she conceded. Wiping the rain from her face, a sudden realization struck her. She turned to look behind, searching for the shadowy specter that was supposedly in pursuit. Yet, all that surrounded them was an air of tranquility, save for the relentless downpour. An ominous feeling crept into her heart. "Sister Sue, where are they? What has transpired?" Ling Yin crouched down, whispering words of comfort. He donned the mask, and then he was captured, the woman stammered, her head slowly turning towards Lu Ning, revealing a grimace. "We had persevered until the very last day, and we followed your instructions. Why must there still be loss of life? Why must it be him?" "Because he sought to save you." Lu Ning's voice trembled slightly. The act of wearing the mask at close range would incite tremendous enmity. Had there been only one specter, he could have assured your safety. Upon hearing this, the woman erupted into inconsolable tears. "If you wish for his sacrifice to bear meaning, reveal to us which specter has taken him." Despite the knowledge that such inquiries may be ill-timed, Lu Ning was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The walls within. "Very well. Muster your strength, for otherwise, his sacrifice to save you would be rendered meaningless." Lu Ning cast a swift glance around. The recent appearance of numerous specters had plunged the room's temperature to a bone-chilling degree, and the situation showed no signs of improvement. She hastily joined forces with Ling Yin to assist Sister Sue. At that moment, a sound of a fall echoed from the upper floor. Gong Sun Yu was half covered in blood, his aged visage devoid of color, pitifully sprawled between the staircase of the second and first floors, trembling as he extended his hand to shout at those below. That young man was killed by the shadow. He was slain. It seemed that Zhang Fuyuan's last disciple had ultimately succumbed to this deadly ordeal. What of the others? Gong Sun Yu pointed shakily towards the second floor, while Uncle Xing ascended to help the elder down, allowing him to take a seat once more. Lu Ning glanced in that direction, her heart stirring slightly. Yu Jisong had seen the doppelganger ghost? He shouted as such. Indeed, if one were to contend with the doppelganger ghost through lethal contact, aside from immobilizing it with painful memories, the spirit summoning directory also serves as a means to capture without direct engagement. This matter had been deliberated by all the previous night. So what, then, did we witness? Ling Yin posed this question. Lu Ning clenched her fist and struck the table with force. New ghosts indeed possess a physical form. Our discussions from last night were overheard. They have turned our knowledge against us. Turned against us? Seizing upon our urgent pursuit of the doppelganger specter, we were caught off guard at a critical moment, leading to a deadly confrontation. Lu Ning gazed around, becoming acutely aware of our predicament. We were under the watchful eye of the ghost, the mirror ghost, which could discern our every move. Thus, it followed us closely, not only poised to strike, but also relaying messages. What chance did we have? Sister Sue, lost in thought, echoed the sentiment of information imbalance. What hope remained for our struggle? Previously, the energy consumption of cameras operating under normal conditions was relatively low. Lu Ning had already reconfigured the recording time, ensuring that events from the last hour were documented. With Hong Ziho and Yu Zishong unaccounted for, the five of us brought the camera downstairs to begin our examination. Despite the dim lighting, perhaps due to the camera's ability to capture spectral entities, the images were remarkably clear. The first apparition to materialize was a figure clad in neat attire. Neither stout nor slender, moving with an air of relaxation, presenting only a silhouette. Yet, even from this mere outline, it was evident that this was the doctor. Indeed, it was the doppelganger ghost. No, we needed to see the full visage. Lu Ning adjusted the playback, and at that moment, it seemed the others were still in the lobby below. The doctor ascended to the second-floor corridor, near the staircase of the lobby, gestured subtly, and then slipped into an adjacent room. Let us investigate that room. Lu Ning rose to her feet, and suddenly, her vision blurred. She stumbled slightly, but fortunately, the people around her were close enough to prevent her from falling. Chapter 26. A Glimpse of Hell. Lu Ning's body was nearing its limits. However, after the specter had effortlessly orchestrated the demise of two individuals, her resolve was also waning. Let me take a look. Ling Yin promptly grasped Lu Ning's hand, checked her pulse, and placed her palm against her forehead. Her heartbeat was rapid, and she felt excessively cold. It was difficult to ascertain if she had a fever, but in her current state, it was evident that she could not continue. I can go on. Lu Ning gasped for breath, brushing her fingers against her head, where the bandage had begun to seep blood anew. It seemed that her wound had reopened. Yet, this pain served to sharpen her foggy mind somewhat. The situation was not dire. Let us proceed to that room. Ling Yan, with no other option, supported her as the five of them ascended the stairs to the room where the doppelganger specter had previously entered. It was a single room, containing only a solitary bed positioned near the window. A rope was tied to the bedpost, its other end dangling out of the window. Peering down from the window, they saw that the rope reached the ground. Was this the means by which it set the noose? Ling Yan, puzzled, continued to inspect the rest of the room, but found nothing of significance. The doppelganger specter lacked any special mobility and could only descend like a human using the rope. Lu Ning approached the window, resting her hands on the sill to gaze outside, where an evident trail marked the ground below, suggesting that something had been dragged across it, measuring a meter or two in length. The traces of dragging. Below lies a meadow, where one cannot discern footprints or similar marks from this distance. Yet, there is a distinctly visible trail of dragging, which is rather peculiar. It appears that the doppelganger fled from this spot, with Yu Jisung in pursuit. Ling Yan's search yielded no results, and she could only acknowledge this fact. Lu Ning leaned against the windowsill, gradually sinking to the ground. Lu Ning, Gong Sun Yu, who stood closest, hurried forward to assist her. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly let out a low chuckle. Was this mere coincidence, or was it destiny? Oh, Gong Sun Yu exclaimed in pain, stumbling back a few steps until he collided with the wardrobe, finally coming to a halt. A dagger was embedded in his chest, the entirety of the blade buried, leaving only the hilt protruding. The shocking turn of events startled the other three, who looked on in astonishment at the pair. At that moment, Lu Ning seemed to regain a semblance of vitality, one hand pressed against the wall as she slowly rose. Her gaze towards Gong Sun Yu filled with frigid intensity. You. Gong Sun Yu raised a trembling hand, pointing at Lu Ning, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The fundamental difference between you and me is that you revel in toying with humans before taking their lives. Is the game of cat and mouse not delightful? Lu Ning tilted her head slightly, her tone now tinged with madness. However, should I decide to kill, I would act swiftly, whether to set a trap or to lure. I have never been one to dally. Mr. Minsar, are you not surprised? Upon hearing this name, the gazes of the crowd once more turned to Gong Sun Yu. It seems I have been rather careless. Gong Sun Yu's expression suddenly shifted. He was no longer the trembling figure on the brink of death, having been stabbed. He steadied himself and a mocking smile graced his lips. Yet, you truly dare to act decisively, even without hesitation against those who initially searched alongside you. If I do not take action, I fear there may be no opportunity left. When you next contrive a chance to separate us, Gong Sun Yu will vanish forever, accompanied by the fabricated rumor of a certain ghost having committed murder. This is your scheme, is it not? Whether it is a plan or merely a response to circumstances, the doppelganger ghost shrugged, shaking its head in mild regret. In truth, we have been enjoying ourselves without any deliberate scheming. Otherwise, you would not have been able to strike me with that blade, would you? I mentioned I would send you to hell. Is it ineffective? Lu Ning smiled. You are the sole ghost responsible for orchestrating these murders. Without you, can the remaining spirits truly collaborate? However, your so-called objective of survival together is nothing more than a jest. The remaining time is almost entirely our domain. Lu Ning fell silent. Ultimately, after all this effort to locate me, it should have been achieved much sooner. You have likely discovered that method? The doppelganger ghost smiled faintly, extending a finger towards Lu Ning's tightly clenched left hand. I should have realized it sooner. Lu Ning approached the doppelganger ghost, standing before it. The once kind and gentle elder had now been replaced internally by a ghost. However, the lingering words of the old man remained in Lu Ning's hand. She opened her palm to reveal a slightly crumpled note, upon which a bold script conveyed a final message. The old man awaits you in hell. With such unwavering trust from Grandpa Gong's son, I certainly would not let him down. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the substitute revealed a sinister smile, then stood motionless. Lu Ning let her hand drop and turned to face the three individuals in the room, her expression devoid of both joy and sorrow. They were all gone, and tonight, more lives would be claimed. The countdown had reached 14 hours. 2 new spirits, an invisible ghost, a dark mist, and the mirror ghost had yet to make their move. Outside, dusk had begun to descend, and the few bright candles on the table provided the only illumination in this somber environment. Although each person's mobile phone could emit light, the glow of a flashlight offered less comfort than that of the flickering candles. Yu Zizmong and Hong Ziho remained missing earlier in the afternoon. The 4 of them had searched the vicinity, yet they had failed to locate them. The 2 individuals wielding the Bagua wooden sword and the spirit summoning manual were not easily met with demise, but their prolonged absence was indeed unsettling. Now, Lu Ning had few effective items at her disposal, and the spirits had likely refrained from attacking due to a lack of opportunity. Should we continue searching for them? Ling Yin expressed her concerns, noting that the outside environment was still not entirely dark. In another hour, night would fully envelop the surroundings, leaving even fewer chances. Our efforts would be futile. Sister Sue's voice was muffled, punctuated by occasional sniffles. Although the indoor chill has somewhat dissipated, it still resembles the grip of winter, and gradually, symptoms of colds have begun to surface among the occupants. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the direction of the window. A previously closed window suddenly swung open, allowing the storm outside to rush in, extinguishing one of the candles on the table. Ling Yin immediately rose, only to be restrained by Lu Ning, who held her back. The windows were secured. It was illogical for one to open unexpectedly. Uncle Xing promptly took a candle and placed it upon the decayed hand, causing the flame to transform into a brilliant blue in an instant. Indeed, Lu Ning, arms crossed, fixed her gaze upon the candle light, remaining unperturbed. The substitute ghost had evidently found an accomplice to assist in creating peril for the mirror ghost, thus deciding to act upon the intent to kill. Bang! The second window opened, positioned directly behind Lu Ning. Let me venture a guess. The newly manifested ghostly abilities are not entirely random, but rather intertwined with the deceased. The third window swung open as well. The first to step forth was a figure shrouded in black mist, aimed at self-preservation, while Fong Min faced the wall ghost, and Yang Na contended with the shadow ghost. However, I am not well acquainted with these individuals, and thus remain oblivious to their personalities and preferences. Yet, I possess a fair understanding of Shi Song and Pang Lingling. From the very first day in the main house, Pang Lingling exhibited a fervent interest in the decor and style of the surroundings, and although she later suppressed this enthusiasm, Lu Ning still remembers. So, are you capable of manipulating the objects within the house? Or perhaps, the lifeless? At this moment, all the windows had been thrown open, allowing the cold wind to rush into the room. Yet it paused just before the few individuals gathered around the table. You cannot kill, Lu Ning remarked. A circle of crimson quicksand enveloped the 4, delineating 2 realms, inside and outside the circle. The malevolent spirit could not tread upon the red quicksand. It was not merely the ground, but also an area above that constituted an absolute forbidden zone for the vengeful ghost. Consequently, this specter could only wreak havoc within the confines of the house, rendered powerless against the 4 individuals congregated in the hall. At that moment, shadows appeared at the door. They were not the 2 individuals everyone had been awaiting, but rather a group of thoroughly drenched figures. A flash of lightning illuminated several familiar faces: Zhang Fuyuan, the nouveau riche, the 2 members of the band. The man with dyed hair, the deceased, bearing the countenance they wore at the time of their demise, stiffly made their way into the hall. Except for a few whose bodies were entirely absent, including Yin Lian, and Shi Song and Pang Lingling, who should have transformed into vengeful spirits. Everyone bore mirrors affixed to their hands and bodies, slowly approaching the long table. Despite enduring the terror of vengeful spirits for many days, the sight before them remained inexplicably horrifying. Do not move. They cannot approach us. Lu Ning shouted sharply, halting Sister Su, who was on the verge of fleeing. It seeks to use these corpses. Ling Yin cast a disdainful glance at the bodies conjured by the invisible ghost, their limbs twisted grotesquely as they moved, some even crawling and rolling forward. Such an affront to the deceased was utterly intolerable. However, it was the final corpse that entered after all the others that posed the true threat. Hong Ziho's imposing figure appeared at the doorway, clutching a wooden sword, his eyes wide with fury. His body was pierced by several iron pipes, and blood trickled down from them, indicating that he had recently succumbed to death. Chapter 27. Awaiting Dawn. Uncle Hong. Even in this profound darkness, Ling Yin, who was most familiar with Hong Ziho, recognized the last figure to emerge. The corpses gradually closed in, unable to cross the crimson sands due to the influence of vengeful spirits, yet they formed a circle outside, effectively blocking any escape routes. What should we do? Sister Su anxiously glanced at Lu Ning, only to find that the one who usually made decisions was now clutching her head, trembling. A headache. Lu Ning felt as if a spoon were stirring chaotically within her brain, causing waves of dizziness. It was a monumental effort to keep from crying out. She simply could not spare a moment to contemplate their current predicament. But was this an attack by vengeful spirits? Lu Ning could no longer discern whether her wounds were worsening or if she was truly under attack. She was acutely aware that Joseph's pin remained in her possession. If spirits other than the mirror ghost could indeed assault her, did that not imply a misjudgment? At that moment, her arm was suddenly tightened as Ling Yin and Uncle Xing supported her, propelling her forward, with Sister Su trailing closely behind. Just as they burst forth from the circle of crimson sands, a fierce wind howled, shadows flickered outside the window, and the surrounding corpses lunged at them as if they had been unleashed from their graves. Sister Su, take Lu Ning to the basement. Ling Yin raised her hand to sever the painful memories, and as the tattered pages of the notebook crumbled, the surrounding terrifying apparitions came to an abrupt halt. The chilling wails of vengeful spirits echoed from the windows, corridors, ceilings, and every conceivable corner, rendering it impossible to discern the multitude of restless souls that lingered here. Oh, let us depart. The thunderous gunfire erupted, the powerful recoil of a close-range shotgun obliterating a corpse's skull. Subsequently, the two hastily fled, escaping the perilous location. Meanwhile, Sister Su, accompanied by Lu Ning, opened the laboratory passage as previously instructed, only for Lu Ning to succumb to unconsciousness. Sister Su tore a bedsheet, wrapping it around Lu Ning, and slowly descended underground, not allowing herself to relax until they entered the blood-soaked wooden door. Once inside, she reignited the candle and meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Although the laboratory exuded an eerie aura, it offered a modicum of safety compared to the chaotic dance of demons outside. She glanced at the unconscious Lu Ning, whose complexion had turned ashen. Her forehead and arms felt unnaturally cold to the touch. Upon examining Lu Ning's condition, Sister Su discovered that the bandage on her head had long been saturated with blood and sweat. How can it be so cold? Yet she still sweats. Sister Su muttered to herself, attempting to bolster her courage. She ripped a strip from the bedsheet, propping Lu Ning up to re-wrap her injuries, only to realize that Lu Ning's breathing had grown increasingly faint. Hey, don't die on me. Panic surged within Sister Su as she hastily removed the old bandage and re-wrapped Lu Ning with the bedsheet. But beyond these actions, she could think of no other effective measures. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Sister Su trembled as she extended her hand, searching within Lu Ning's embrace, and retrieved Joseph's pen. I do not wish to perish. Yet, you are on the brink of death. I shall wait until you have passed before taking it. That would be my way of honoring you. Forgive me, Lu Ning. I do not intend to seize what is yours. However, given the current circumstances, I must consider my own needs. The duration of painful memories was fleeting, lasting no more than half an hour before the bound malevolent spirit resumed its silent movements. Ling Yin and Uncle Xing wandered aimlessly in the darkness. As the night deepened around them, they could only draw closer together, oblivious to where a safe haven might lie. Hey, A sudden voice pierced the darkness. Instantly, she raised the wooden sword, poised to strike, but the ghostly figure retreated a couple of steps, exclaiming, "Do not attack. It is I, Yuzhiming." At the mention of this name, Ling Yin hesitated for a moment. Uncle Xing's phone illuminated the surroundings, and as the light brightened, they discovered that indeed, it was Yuzhiming, albeit transformed. His once handsome visage was now marred, the entire left side of his face riddled with swollen veins and grotesque protrusions, resembling worms clinging to his skin. The most terrifying aspect was that these bulges seemed to writhe, as if some living creature stirred within. This sight was even more horrifying than before. "How have you become like this?" Ling Yin urgently waved the wooden sword, urging Yu Zhiming to keep his distance. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Zizmong could not help but let out a wry smile. The other half of his face remained unscathed. Otherwise, he might not even recognize himself. And it was no wonder that the two were reacting as they did. "I have allowed my spirit to possess me, granting me a fragment of the malevolent ghost's power to protect you, Lu Ning and Uncle Hong. Where have they gone?" Uncle Xing shook his head, while Ling Yin remarked, "We have become separated. Given your current state, we cannot place our trust in you. Is there not a risk in being possessed by a vengeful spirit? If I do not allow it, I shall perish." It was a complex situation. Nonetheless, we must hasten to find the others. I can now perceive the location of the spirits, though I am unable to articulate that vision. You must rely solely on me for now. The night is truly a realm of ghosts, and should you linger too long, calamity may befall you. Do you believe me? Ling Yin remained cautious. Yu Zizmong, feeling helpless, raised his hands in resignation. At present, I exist in a state that is half human, half spirit. The wooden sword in your possession is equally effective against me. If you are apprehensive, you may keep a watchful eye. Very well, let us proceed to the laboratory. The corpses that had gathered in the hall had vanished, leaving only the stark remnants of blood and flesh on the ground. Yu Zizmong illuminated the path ahead, and the sight within the room allowed him to surmise the events that had transpired. "Where did you go?" Ling Yin could not restrain her curiosity. "I went to the greenhouse," Yu Zizmong replied with a bitter laugh, making his way up the stairs to the second floor while feeling compelled to explain to Ling Yin and Uncle Xing. "I was pursued by two ghosts. Although I could summon a vengeful spirit to confront one, my safety could not be assured. Just as I felt all hope was lost, a message from my malevolent spirit reached me. This spirit possesses the uncanny ability to merge with human souls, thereby transferring its power into a corporeal form. Such an act, of course, comes with dire consequences if the state of fusion is not undone within a certain time frame. The spirit could extinguish Yu Zizmong's soul and seize control of his body. Yet, in that moment of crisis, Yu Zizmong had little choice but to disregard the ramifications. This was not only a promise made to the remaining 9 souls from the previous day, but also a vow he had silently pledged to his fallen brothers. Even if it meant transforming into something unrecognizable, he would proceed. The secret passage opened once more, and the trio cautiously advanced towards the laboratory. A flicker of candlelight beyond the door provided a modicum of solace, prompting Ling Yin to softly call out, "Lu Ning, Sister Su, we have arrived." They then pushed the door open. On the floor of the outer chamber lay a sheet covering a form, a manner of concealment that instilled an unsettling feeling in the three. Yu Zizmong immediately crouched down, lifting the sheet to reveal the lifeless body of Sister Su. Her face marred by blood from her 7 orifices. She had been deceased for some time. Yu Zizmong reached out to touch her skin, arriving at a grim conclusion. Ling Yin and Uncle Xing exchanged a glance before rushing into the inner room. However, Lu Ning was nowhere to be found. What is going on? Yu Zizmong thought, his mind racing as Ling Yin announced Lu Ning's absence. The realization that Sister Su had been murdered indicated that this place was no longer safe. Yet how could Lu Ning have vanished? Regardless of her current state of mind, she should still be here. Wait, it seems there is a message here. Upon illuminating the interior, Ling Yin suddenly discovered a message scrawled in a corner of the central ritual chamber, composed of various materials. "I have departed. This place is not to be lingered upon," it read, the handwriting frantic and hasty. so much so that the rider had not the time to even inscribe their intricate name, suggesting an urgent escape. Trusting in Lu Ning's consistent reliability, the three individuals, upon reading the message, thought little of it and hastened towards the door. Unfortunately, a thick black smoke had already obstructed the entrance. Although the ghostly mist dared not approach the blood-soaked wooden door, it effectively sealed off the narrow passage. Out of the way came two urgent cries in quick succession. Yu Ji-song had already been pulled past Ling Yan, and with a swift motion, the wooden sword was plunged firmly into the mass of black fog. This time, there was no scream. The mist merely recoiled swiftly, retreating slightly but still blocking the path. "Clear the way for me." Ling Yan pressed onward, unleashing several thrusts of her sword, compelling the black fog to continuously withdraw, and through sheer force of will, she managed to push through the mist into the passage. Yu Ji-song and Uncle Xing quickly followed, but at that moment, the flickering candlelight behind them extinguished in an instant, suddenly plunged into darkness. Even with Yu Ji-song possessing ghostly vision in one eye, he found himself momentarily disoriented. In contrast, Uncle Xing, the seasoned veteran, remained calm. He positioned his hunting rifle against the blood-soaked door and activated his phone's flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Just then, a hidden ghost struck. Bang! The blood-soaked wooden door resonated with a thunderous crash as Uncle Xing was thrown back by an immense force, crashing against the wall and immediately spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Immediately following the second thunderous sound, the blood-soaked wooden door shattered with a resounding crash. Heavy footsteps emerged from within as Uncle Xing turned swiftly, firing a shot that conjured a 2-meter-tall silhouette in the air, enveloped in flames and smoke. They were surrounded from all sides. Chapter 28. The moment of the final bell, the three individuals in the passage exuded an aura of ferocity. Whether it was Uncle Xing's battlefield courage, Yu Zizmong's relentless determination at any cost, or Ling Yan's decisive resolve honed through years of martial practice, each possessed the strength to confront the malevolent spirit with audacity. Unfortunately, such strength proved insufficient for victory. After all, an invisible ghost is still a specter. Even after being shot, it displayed no discernible reaction. Ultimately, only a select few spirits are susceptible to physical harm. The apparition merely paused momentarily before seizing Uncle Xing by the collar. At that moment, Ling Yan swiftly pushed Yu Zizmong aside and charged forward, her sword thrusting out. Crack! Although the wooden sword once again proved effective, it shattered upon impact, and an unsuspecting Ling Yan collided with the invisible ghost. With a furious howl, the ghost released Uncle Xing and lunged, grasping Ling Yan by the throat. Ah! Uncle Xing emitted a muffled roar, swinging the butt of his gun down with force. Yet it bore no effect. The invisible ghost had already seized one of Ling Yan's arms and was preparing to twist it backward when, for reasons unknown, it suddenly released its grip. The soaring Ling Yan fell to the ground, coughing violently as if struggling to comprehend her continued existence. Just then, a chilling wail echoed nearby, prompting Yu Zishang to leap up, his left hand transforming into a black, claw-like appendage. He lunged towards the black mist specter blocking the passageway. "Hurry! You must leave at once. I can no longer contain them," he cried out, a sound that was a haunting blend of laughter and sorrow. The claw elongated further, ensnaring the specter within its grasp, surprisingly managing to withstand the onslaught of 2 apparitions. Ling Yan gritted her teeth and turned to flee toward the exit of the corridor. However, Uncle Xing hesitated for a moment, his gaze reflecting an internal struggle as he tightened his grip on the shotgun. "Uncle Xing," Yu Zishang screeched. In the midst of a fierce struggle, his human arm clumsily reached for his phone, illuminating his face. The ghastly veins now marred his features, nearly engulfing them entirely. "There's no saving me. You must escape." He could utter little more, yet Uncle Xing grasped the gravity of the man's plea. Without further hesitation, he turned to leave. As they emerged from the passageway, it felt as if they had stepped into another realm. Yet, the thick smoke that followed was suffocating. Ling Yan hastily opened the door, revealing a corridor engulfed in flames. The abundance of wooden structures, coupled with the oddly arid atmosphere indoors, meant that while the fire could not instantly consume the entire main house, it was methodically spreading, as if orchestrated with meticulous intent. Ling Yin covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve as she rushed to the window in the corridor. After a brief confirmation of the landing spot, she pushed the window open and leaped outside. The rain drenched her to the bone, and as Ling Yin wiped the water from her face and looked up, she saw flames raging behind the windows of the third floor. Thick black smoke billowed out, carrying with it faint cries and wails that soared into the sky. Uncle Xing. Ling Yin could not afford to ponder further. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward the window from which she had just jumped. However, Uncle Xing did not appear at the window. He was going to die. This realization struck her with such abruptness that she instinctively took a step back. Then, she noticed the object in Lu Ning's other hand. It was a vintage vanity mirror, seemingly taken from somewhere in the main house. Uncle Xing. His insides must have been damaged in that last blow, leaving him unable to escape. He would likely remain behind. Lu Ning, unfazed by Ling Yan's retreat, spoke in a calm tone. Yu Ji's song was devoured by the shadowy specter. In his final moments, his self-detonation also consumed the specter. Uncle Xing, aware of the severity of his injuries, intended not to burden us any longer. Who are you talking to? Ling Yan interrupted Lu Ning's seemingly soliloquy. To the mirror ghost. Lu Ning replied, blinking and offering a faint smile, though it appeared increasingly pale and feeble. We have failed, Sister Ling Yan. The ghosts have killed everyone they intended to. Those schemes we thought would be useful merely delayed death for a moment. Ultimately, nothing has changed. Ling Yan's gaze shifted to the mirror. It was not part of the collection, for it did not belong to the arsenal capable of resisting the attacks of vengeful spirits. Nevertheless, it possessed its own unique significance. To converse with ghosts, is it? To engage in dialogue with the mirror spirit. Do you recall the moment we discovered the laboratory? I examined the skeletal remains, confirming that the corpse was female. Subsequently, Sister Yin Lian informed me that it was Tang Yuexin. Yet I failed to connect the dots with prior events. Lu Ning's tone was tinged with a profound sense of regret. The initial discovery should have been made by the nouveau riche. They found the laboratory and, consequently, Tang Yuexin's mirror, engaging in conversation with the spirit within, thereby initiating a series of conditions for the vengeful spirit to commit murder. However, shortly thereafter, the three of them met their demise, illustrating that the vengeful spirit held no regard for any semblance of an agreement. But what significance does this knowledge hold now? The mirror spirit is speaking to you? Simply refrain from looking into the mirror, for it can communicate directly with individuals, articulating its thoughts with unrestrained candor. Lu Ning tapped on the back of the mirror, lamenting that she could not ascertain the truth amidst the fabrications. For the time being, since there was no necessity for it to deceive us, she chose to accept its words as genuine. If that is the case, it must be the only entity yet to have claimed a life. Its current objective must surely be to find an opportunity for both of us to gaze into the mirror, for otherwise, it would be unable to act. It had not made a move the following day either. Lu Ning offered a wry smile. The nouveau riche was slain by my hand, and at this juncture, I can assert with conviction that I did not err in taking this life. Ling Yan was hearing Lu Ning speak for the first time. Is that why you said there must be a vacant spot? Indeed. I had initially hoped for more. Lu Ning hurled the mirror to the ground, face down, and stomped it into the mud. She reached into her bosom and retrieved Joseph's pen, casting it aside as well. When I awoke, the sight before me was that of Sister Sue's lifeless body, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. Lu Ning was oblivious to the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. All she knew was that a vengeful spirit had seized the opportunity to slay Sister Sue. This was also the reason she left a message indicating the place was unsafe. Later, upon discovering the mirror on Tang Yuexin's corpse, Lu Ning swiftly exited the underground. By then, her headache and the chill that had enveloped her seemed to have vanished, prompting her, as night fell, to leave a conspicuous mark for everyone. She ventured into the basement, procuring the necessary fuel and matches to ignite a fire throughout the entire main house. It was this fortunate misalignment that led to the current predicament. Sister Ling Yan, let us seek a sufficiently dark place to conceal ourselves until dawn. On the second floor, a heavy knocking reverberated through the quiet night, sending chills down their spines. The two immediately lifted their heads, only to behold a shadowy figure at the window. Illuminated by the firelight, a distorted silhouette appeared, its arms twisted. It slammed its head against the glass with great force, blood streaming forth, capturing the attention of those below. Then, before the astonished gaze of the two, it opened its mouth and cried out, "Run!" The voice, seemingly mingled with blood, was hoarse and jarring, yet it resonated throughout the entire manor. Uncle Xing has not yet perished. Upon realizing this fact, the two individuals quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation and turned to flee into the distance. The mirror ghost was deceiving them, which implied that, before they could escape the confines of the main house, a cacophony of squelching footsteps surged towards them. As the invisible ghost charged directly in their direction, "Move aside," Ling Yan and Lu Ning split, each darting away in opposite directions. Lu Ning, being slightly shorter, managed to slip past the invisible ghost, yet Ling Yan was seized by the arm, a tremendous force hurling her back towards the exterior wall of the main house. The mirror and pin that Lu Ning had just discarded were now in sight. Looking up, Ling Yan noticed the surrounding figures gradually materializing, while Uncle Xing at the window had vanished, seemingly dragged away by some unseen force. In that moment, Ling Yan had no time for contemplation. She grasped the pen along with a handful of mud, clenched it fiercely, and hurled it towards Lu Ning. Her years of martial training ensured that the clump of mud struck Lu Ning squarely. Simultaneously, the invisible ghost, momentarily relinquishing its grip on Lu Ning, allowed her to drop. In the midst of this rise and fall, the army of corpses had arrived. Inside and outside the house, they began to encircle slowly. A suit stained with mud and hair soaked through by rain stood rigidly between Lu Ning and Ling Yan, effectively separating the two. The corpse of Yin Lian, clutching a mirror, faced Ling Yan directly. Concurrently, at the window on the first floor of the main house, two more corpses holding mirrors appeared. To their astonishment, "It was you." Ling Yan caught a glimpse of her indistinct reflection in the mirror, illuminated by the flickering firelight, but it was merely a result of the rain outside. Surely, the numerous mirrors within the room had already revealed her true self. "Sister Ling Yan," Lu Ning exclaimed, clutching a clump of mud, utterly at a loss. Yet, in that moment, Ling Yan's mind became remarkably lucid. After uttering what would be her final words, she lunged forward, delivering a swift elbow strike that shattered the window, and pressed down a corpse lying behind it, causing the mirror in its hand to topple aside with a clatter. Almost immediately, an agonizing pain sliced through her neck. How much time passed after her escape? Lu Ning huddled in a small shed, clutching her knees, feeling the cold seep into her bones. Her heart weighed down by an even greater chill. In the end, she had not managed to save a single soul. Merely preserving her own life felt like a stroke of fortune. It was beyond her reach. The first light of dawn began to break, the rain having ceased at an unknown moment, and the morning air grew refreshingly crisp, accompanied by the faint sound of birdsong. Yet, the people were gone. Lu Ning shifted slightly, her stiff body collapsing to the ground, taking a moment to rise again. Perhaps by mere coincidence, the place she chose to hide within the greenhouse was the very workshop where Ling Yan had first discovered the wooden sword. Dragging her weary body, Lu Ning stepped out of the shed. As daylight brightened, the ground remained muddy and damp from 2 days of rain, with only a pathway of green stone slabs available for passage. Faintly, the sound of a bell resonated, but before Lu Ning could ponder its origin, the chime of a text message interrupted her thoughts. The countdown had finally reached its conclusion. "To esteemed guests, the returning carriage is imminent. Kindly proceed to the manor gates. Your initial point of assembly to await its arrival." Chapter 29. Ephemeral luminescence. Lu Ning stood at the manor entrance, a blend of anticipation and bewilderment stirring within her as she silently awaited the so-called return transport. The wait proved brief. The distant clatter of hooves heralded the emergence of a carriage upon the mountain path. This was no ordinary conveyance, but a train car-sized carriage drawn by 4 magnificent black steeds, their hooves treading upon cerulean flames, proceeding smoothly through the air some 20 centimeters above the ground. A coachman, his limbs and torso unusually slender, guided the carriage. His most peculiar feature was his head, not a human visage, but a white paper lantern, its interior aglow with light. 10 celestial stems were inscribed in ink around the lantern's exterior. A high-collared black cloak concealed his neck entirely. The lantern nestled within the collar. "Good morrow, miss." The coachman greeted, not dismounting, but rather touching his white-gloved hand to his chest in a gesture of courtesy. His voice possessed a magnetic quality, polite and gentle. A far cry from the image of a mastermind Lu Ning had conjured. "Are you here to collect me?" Lu Ning inquired. "Indeed. This carriage is here to convey guests from Ghost Manor numbers 6 through 10 to the dispersal area. Rest assured, you may unwind and alleviate the tension of recent days within the carriage. Should you have any queries, I shall endeavor to provide answers to the best of my ability." After uttering those words, the coachman exhibited no signs of movement. A door had already swung open at the front of the enormous carriage behind him. "Now, you may allow the remaining individual to disembark," he stated. Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. "Am I the only one left?" The coachman's tone betrayed a hint of surprise. "Is that so?" "Remarkably, only one person remains. This is contrary to expectations. However, if you are indeed the sole passenger, please board. We still have others to collect." "Others?" Recalling the coachman's earlier mention of the 6 to 10 Ghost Manor, Lu Ning felt a surge of speculation arise within her. If this game is to persist, must I continue to venture into such a perilous realm? She glanced at the coachman, whose lantern-like head made it impossible for her to discern his disposition. Ultimately, steeling her resolve, she stepped onto the carriage. Just as she crossed the threshold, a piercing shriek echoed from behind her. A plume of dark gray mist surged forth from the back of Lu Ning's head, coalescing mid-air into a contorted, howling visage of a ghost. Moments later, it dissipated. Turning to witness the spectral face, Lu Ning recognized it instantly, Song. In the meantime, the carriage had resumed its journey, smoothly circling the gate of the manor before descending the hill. A bell tolled once more from within the manor, as if bidding farewell to the last visitor. As they rounded a bend and the manor slipped from view, Lu Ning came to terms with her lost memories. Her emotions a tumultuous blend. She is perhaps the most undeserving survivor of the entire villa, not due to any lack of merit, but rather because the last memory of Lu Ning is one of self-destruction. Are we all, then, individuals who have already succumbed to death? Indeed, my lady. We have granted you a temporary second life. From a human perspective, you have already experienced death once. The coachman readily answered every inquiry. Leaning against the carriage, Lu Ning surveyed the interior. The compartment's dimensions and layout resembled that of a bar, albeit without any attendants. An array of exquisite beverages adorned the shelves behind the bar, accompanied by a refrigerator and a vending machine stocked with snacks. The atmosphere was rife with temptation, the vast room dimly lit and teeming with people. You will encounter a myriad of circumstances. Throughout this journey, courage, strength, wisdom, and fortune may set you apart. Following the ultimate test, you shall be resurrected, equipped with all the knowledge acquired here, as well as a flawless body. Perhaps it was this final statement that resonated deeply with Lu Ning. Those memories were not fabrications. Her parents showered her with affection, having cared for her due to her frail health since childhood, and the doctors she found genuinely endeavored to alleviate her suffering. Lu Ning was indeed enveloped by love. However, in her heart, which had grown increasingly distorted due to illness, this love had gradually transformed into an unbearable despair. Thus, even the slightest glimmer of hope would compel her to seize it. I concur. Lu Ning unhesitatingly acquiesced to the tempting voice's proposal. Subsequently having her memories associated with death temporarily erased and being dispatched alongside others to the testing grounds of Ghost Mansion. Can I truly be resurrected? This posed a second inquiry. Currency? Your mobile device has now been equipped with a profile inquiry feature. The overall evaluation you have garnered within this Ghost Mansion has been converted into corresponding currency, which has been deposited into your personal account. Lu Ning promptly retrieved her phone. Glancing at the fully charged battery, She swiped the screen and located an app adorned with a crow icon. Upon entering, her personal page was immediately displayed. However, aside from her name and a unique identification number, all other information remained conspicuously blank, with options below such as account, friends, and marketplace. You may fill in your details at your discretion. Neglecting to do so poses no issue. Regardless of whose client you utilize, your account information will remain consistent. Yet do bear in mind that others may view your details when you are using it in their presence. Furthermore, the additional functionalities will prove highly beneficial in your life within the hub. Rest assured, there will be ample time to acclimatize, the coachman kindly elucidated. Luning nodded, opening her account. Account balance, 3,100. View details. However, the details revealed were somewhat disappointing, merely indicating Ghost Mansion, testing, entry 3,100. You previously mentioned that I should not be the sole survivor of Ghost Mansion. How many do you anticipate will remain? Lu Ning inquired. The expected number of survivors is 7, not exceeding 10, and not falling below 3, which is considered normal. The coachman replied that the Ghost Mountain Manor indeed presents considerable challenges, and the elimination rate required for the tests is quite high. However, it is quite rare to have only one survivor. Lu Ning reflected on the events of the past 7 days, 7 survivors? Even if her situation hadn't been as dire, she doubted that such a number could be achieved. How is that even possible? The coachman chuckled. Miss, we are about to arrive at Ghost Mountain Manor number 7. According to the rules, you have no differences from the others. Why not take a look? Lu Ning was taken aback and pulled back the black curtain of the window to gaze outside. The scenery was identical to what she had seen when departing, with the manor slowly approaching in the distance. Yet, there were several figures standing before the entrance, 2 men and 2 women, each bearing an expression of dazed sorrow. Their disheveled appearance not dissimilar to her own. But there were 4 individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to escort you back. Please board the vehicle. A woman with unkempt hair rushed to the front of the carriage, disregarding the coachman's peculiar appearance, and loudly inquired. A bespectacled man stepped forward, gently pulling the woman aside. Then addressed the coachman. We understand. Thank you for coming to collect us. May I ask how to address you? You are too kind. My name is Chue Ying, merely a driver responsible for transporting guests. Should you require anything, please feel free to ask. 4 individuals successively boarded the carriage, undergoing treatments for their wounds and cleansing of their garments akin to what Lu Ning experienced. Upon discovering Lu Ning within the carriage, the quartet exhibited no signs of surprise. Rather, they chose to sit together at a distance. Observing this, Lu Ning opted to refrain from initiating conversation. As the carriage set off once more, Lu Ning turned her attention to the outside world. Shortly after departing from the villa, the carriage entered a fog-laden expanse, and once the surroundings regained clarity, they found themselves traversing another mountain path, this time ascending. Is this a multitude of parallel worlds? You may interpret it as such, yet they are merely fragments, insufficient to be deemed a world. Chue Ying replied with a smile. Is there an archetype? You are remarkably perceptive, indeed. These are fragments we have replicated from a certain world. Chapter 30. The true survivors. Before yet another haunted manor stood 5 men. However, these 5 were all men exuding an air of bravado. Despite being stained with blood, they did not bear the same terrified demeanor as the previous 4. Instead, they stood at the entrance with an air of haughty superiority. After Chue Ying greeted them, they grumbled and boarded the carriage. Hey, fellows, it seems there are others who arrived before us. Lu Ning, seated against the front of the carriage, remained inconspicuous, while the 4 who boldly occupied a table drew attention. The first man to enter quickly noticed, and those who followed observed the bar. The individuals who entered alongside shared the same tone, and after 2 of them opened the refrigerator door, they erupted in cheers. Quickly, one seized a can of alcohol, clinking it with another, celebrating their survival. Brothers, it is no easy feat to escape such a cursed place. If you wish to share a drink, I shall oblige. Brothers? Huh, get lost. A man sporting long hair tied in a braid attempted to pull out the bespectacled man, but to his surprise, he could not budge him. Brothers, those who have managed to survive possess some skill. I prefer to avoid conflict. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and lowered his voice slightly. Yet the intoxicated few paid him no heed, lifting him effortlessly. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Zhu Ying, is violence prohibited here? Lu Ning deliberately amplified her voice for all to hear. Dear Miss, violence is indeed prohibited in this establishment. Should it occur and be discovered, a corresponding amount of currency will be deducted as punishment. What happens if the balance is depleted? If the currency in your account is insufficient to cover the penalty, you will be forcibly placed into an elimination scenario to earn enough to repay the debt. What is an elimination scenario? Zhu Ying's voice carried a hint of amusement, though it bore a different significance to each listener. I presume you will not divulge unless I inquire? Of course, if you lack the desire to explore. Why should I assist you? At this moment, several men wearing glasses had already become quite rigid. They were certainly not intoxicated and were somewhat oblivious to matters concerning accounts. However, the concept of death was something they comprehended instinctively. The bespectacled man gently extricated himself from their grasp, nodding his head in gratitude towards Lu Ning, and then inquired loudly, Mr. Chui Ying, how does one acquire currency? Of course, it is accumulated through various testing grounds. You may also trade with other visitors, as we do not impose any restrictions. At this juncture, one of the pale youths among the five suddenly had a revelation and, filled with excitement, asked, does this mean we can exchange for superpowers? For instance, the abilities of those fierce ghosts, and that is not possible, sir. Chui Ying interrupted the youth's fanciful notions. Just then, the vehicle came to a halt once more. The next ghostly manor had arrived. Lu Ning lifted the curtain and noticed that this time there were even more people, 9 in total. A rather disheveled man stood slightly ahead of 2 young women who appeared to be twin sisters, their positioning subtly indicating the hierarchy among them. Haha, we've finally arrived. The man at the forefront appeared elated, evident in his genuine joy, seemingly unaffected by the trials of the past days. Who are you? Inquired the twin sister with long hair, exuding grace. You must be Chui Ying, right? A pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your efforts in escorting us. Mo, please board the vehicle. We shall converse further once we are inside. The man swiftly made his way to the side of the vehicle, and the door opened at an opportune moment. Upon noticing the presence of others, the man momentarily froze upon boarding the vehicle, only to swiftly don a cheerful smile thereafter. I am 2 men, greetings to you all, he declared. There was ample time for introductions once everyone had settled in. A sharp-looking twin with neatly cropped hair nudged 2 men onto the vehicle while patiently awaiting the others to board. The long-haired twin led the way, guiding the others aboard one by one, with the short-haired twin being the last to enter, securing the door behind them. There was an eerie silence among them, as if their actions were predetermined, exhibiting a level of tacit understanding absent in previous encounters. Had 3 groups already assembled? The long-haired twin surveyed the interior of the vehicle with a smile. Let me guess, you all hail from Ghost Manor? The braided man grinned widely, swaying slightly as he approached the long-haired twin, reeking of alcohol. He raised his hand with a lewd smile. You are quite astute, my dear. Before he could make contact, in the blink of an eye, his raised arm was seized and twisted behind his back, subsequently being slammed onto the adjacent bar counter. The short-haired twin's speed was akin to lightning. Before Lu Ning could comprehend her swift motion, she had deftly extracted an ice pick from the ice bucket on the bar and raised it with intent. Xiaomo, Xiaoyan. Both 2 men and the long-haired woman exclaimed simultaneously, albeit a fraction too late, as the pick pierced through the man's base, pinning him to the bar. The chilling sensation of metal grazing his scalp jolted the braided man from his intoxicated stupor. Lu Ning could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. Although she was aware that the survival of 9 individuals undoubtedly included formidable characters, the sheer ferocity of the situation remained profoundly intimidating. The one referred to as the 4th, a short-haired girl known as Xiao Mo, released her grip, allowing the other 4 to close in. The boy with braids, trembling with fear, struggled to rise even after his ice spike was withdrawn. Yet, unable to suppress his bravado, he shouted towards the front of the vehicle, Chui Ying, isn't this an act of violence? Indeed it is, sir. although no actual harm was inflicted. A deduction of 100 credits will be applied as a warning. Miss, overt acts of violence are strictly prohibited, whether in the transport vehicle or at the distribution center. Upon hearing about the deduction, the boy with braids displayed a smug expression. Little girl, you are unaware of the consequences. Just wait until you find yourself in the elimination scene. Then you will have cause to weep. Xiao Mo furrowed her brow and inquired, what are credits? Where can I find them? Each of you possesses a personal terminal on your mobile devices, where your credit information is displayed. Except for Lu Ning. Nearly everyone instinctively retrieved their phones. Many were scrutinizing the screens intently, while Xiao Mo merely glanced at hers before redirecting her gaze towards the front of the vehicle. 2,700. And I've been penalized? Does this mean I can strike him 27 more times? I sincerely hope you do not entertain such thoughts. Deductions vary according to the severity of the infraction. You merely avoided causing any actual harm just now, but if... Understood. Xiao Mo interrupted Cui Ying's words and turned to the boy with braids, saying, So, if you dare to lay a hand on my sister again, I can strike you 27 times just as I did earlier. Isn't that right, Cui Ying? Even Cui Ying couldn't help but sigh at this. Indeed, Mississippi. The boy with braids attempted to maintain his bravado, but upon glancing at the numbers displayed on his phone, he fell silent. At that moment, the elder sister gently draped her arm around Xiao Mo's shoulder, pulling her aside and speaking in a soothing tone. Xiao Lian, how many times must I remind you? Violence cannot resolve issues. We have already left. Try to relax a bit. Her words of persuasion finally softened Xiao Mo's demeanor, though she still cast a resentful glance at the group gathered near the bar. I do not resort to violence to solve problems. I only use violence to combat violence. The individuals over there were nearly in tears, having realized from Xiao Mo's swift and fierce actions that she was not to be trifled with. The boy with braids had only dared to provoke others under the assumption that violence was not an option in the carriage. But he had encountered a formidable force in Xiao Mo. At that moment, two men approached with a broad smile. Taking a bottle of beer and placing it on the table, he deftly opened the bottle with a squeeze of his fingers and said, Gentlemen, I apologize for Xiao Mo's straightforwardness. She was merely worried about her sister and may have been a bit offensive. Allow me to drink this bottle as an apology, and let us put this matter behind us. With that, he raised the bottle and tilted his head back, gulping the entire contents down. With this gesture, the five individuals reluctantly began to ease the tension. Lu Ning observed the swift and fierce conflict unfolding at the slaughter gate, while on the other side, one of the twin sisters was meticulously examining the internal structure of the carriage, and the other reclined in her seat, arms crossed, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. One was tasked with uniting the group, another with keen observation and deduction, while the third assumed the role of a formidable force. The distinct roles exhibited by the trio allowed Lu Ning to surmise the operational dynamics of their team over the past few days. Yet, was this merely the superficial extent of their capabilities? Lu Ning refrained from underestimating anyone, for despite the partial display of their strengths, she was merely a second-year student. Long afflicted by illness, and likely inferior even when compared to seasoned individuals in society, let alone those who evidently occupied leadership positions. As everyone perused their accounts, a low murmur of discussion filled the air, though Lu Ning could not discern the specifics. Amidst this delicate equilibrium, the carriage arrived at the final manor. What was happening? A few individuals, lifting the curtain to gaze outside, emitted exclamations of surprise. Though Lu Ning was a moment late, when she finally turned her gaze to the window, she too was struck with astonishment. The last manor stood in ruins. Only remnants of walls remained. In stark contrast, a group of individuals, markedly different in demeanor and aura from the previous four factions, awaited at the manor's entrance. Their attire, similarly soiled, bore no resemblance to Lu Ning's apparent flight from disaster. Instead, these individuals exuded an air of triumph, as though they had returned victorious from battle. Their expressions imbued with a sense of ease and even joviality as they gathered at the threshold. As the group approached, Lu Ning could finally discern the number of individuals present, an impressive 18. Chapter 31, Cheng Wuling. The mere fact of this survival count required no further discourse. Earlier, even the 9 members from the slaughterhouse group had at least aligned with the survival estimates provided by Chui Ying, but now, with 18 survivors, Lu Ning could not suppress her curiosity about their means of survival. Regardless of operational flexibility, 18 slots seemed implausible. After all, the 3 ghosts alone had already accounted for 21. This figure not only astonished those in the vehicle, but also appeared to catch Chui Ying off guard. Let us forego pleasantries. Can we receive medical treatment? Among the crowd, the foremost figure was a girl dressed in a deep blue hooded tracksuit, her delicate features framed by long hair. Her demeanor was remarkably composed. Neither her gaze nor her actions betrayed any emotion. When she spoke, her tone remained even, devoid of inflection. Once everyone boards, all pain will be alleviated, including those revived by the blood of the divine bird. They shall not perish again, will they? Lu Ning was taken aback, pressing her entire being against the window. Of course not. They were alive when taken away, and it was inconceivable for them to die thereafter. Miss, you have certainly uncovered a most valuable piece of information. Chui Ying's words resonated within Lu Ning, igniting a spark of realization in her mind. Outside, laughter and cheerfulness abounded. Marvelous, just as Miss Qing indicated. This means we have no cause for concern. Haha, it seems there is nothing to fear from ghosts after all. However, as Miss Qing calmly boarded the vehicle, no one uttered a word. They swiftly formed a line and squeezed into the bus. The interior of the carriage soon appeared quite crowded, although there were still many vacant seats. The newly arrived passengers exuded a relaxed demeanor, chatting amiably while retrieving beverages from the fridge, as if they were truly on a leisurely holiday. A troop of thespians, Lu Ning silently mused. After boarding, memories would also be restored, yet thus far, even the 5 seemingly most oblivious men had shown no indication of their demise. Indeed, those who emerged alive were not merely fortunate. Miss Chung, the last to board, remained inscrutable, though there was an uncanny quality about her apparent indifference. After casually selecting a seat, she took out her phone and began to browse, evidently locating a personal terminal app with remarkable speed. As she sat relatively close to Lu Ning, she could even discern the figures displayed on her account. A 4-digit number. What? Interested? Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, Miss Qing looked up. Her tone was neutral, yet surprisingly warm, as she extended her hand. Cheng Wuling, pleased to meet you. I am Lu Ning, she replied, rising to shake hands, while also catching a glimpse of the figure on her phone. Account balance. For 1,800, view details. Curious? Cheng Wuling, unencumbered, merely nodded in response to Lu Ning's remarks, retrieving her mobile device. I have 3,100. I'm curious about others, she mused. Li Rong, Shuetao, come here. Her softly uttered command instantly drew the attention of the 2 young men engaged in conversation by the bar. Upon unlocking their phones and locating the app adorned with a crow emblem, she instructed, show me your accounts. Sure. Without a hint of hesitation at Cheng Wuling's authoritative tone, both young men promptly opened their devices. Soon, their balances were revealed. Li Rong held 1,200, while Shuetao possessed 700. Why do you have more than I do? Shuetao exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face. Li Rong, equally perplexed, pondered the situation, yet, possessing a greater sum did not seem inherently disadvantageous, right? Li Rong has undertaken more tasks, and this is assessed based on our performance over the past week, Cheng Wuling clarified, noticing their puzzled expressions. Although the specific evaluation criteria remain unclear, it stands to reason that those who contribute more will reap greater rewards. Shuetao, do not feel disheartened. If all goes as expected, the individuals who merely survive without taking any initiative will likely score around 300. But such individuals must be rare, no? Shuetao interjected. Indeed, although we have all been following your lead and have accomplished numerous tasks, otherwise we wouldn't have accumulated this much wealth. If we're to truly assess it, who among the survivors hasn't made some contribution? The 2 young men, quick-witted, approached the evaluation of their scores with a sense of skepticism. I did not imply this time. Cheng Wuling perused various information on her personal terminal while elucidating to the two individuals. After this experience, we have acquired both knowledge and foundational resources, and it is quite likely that some may adopt a more pessimistic approach to ensure their survival in the forthcoming trials. However, it will not be so simple. Two men and the twins had approached at some point, seamlessly joining Cheng Wuling's discourse. Two men grinned and said, "I am two men. We have survived 9 of us, and I find that quite remarkable. Seeing so many of you sparks my curiosity. I hope I haven't caused any displeasure." The twin sister smiled and nodded at the group. Introducing herself, "I am Mo Shirin, and this is my sister, Mo Lianren. We survived together." Cheng Wuling rose to shake hands with the three. Introducing herself, "I am Cheng Wuling. You probably haven't heard my name before." "Oh? Are you implying that we are not from the same world, Miss Cheng?" Mo Shirin remarked with a light laugh. Indeed, two men's eyes brightened. "So, could it be that we truly hail from different worlds? From our shared language, even if that were the case, the disparity wouldn't be particularly vast." Lu Ning also joined the conversation. "This lady," Mo Shirin appraised Lu Ning, "seems to have arrived at the vehicle before us." "Yes, I am the sole survivor, so I am equally intrigued about how you all managed to persevere," with a hearty laugh. Two men was about to speak when Mo Shirin interrupted. "We find everything suspicious, hence we completely distrust those things. After the apparition appeared, we sought a way to escape, and after 7 days, most of us perished, merely surviving by sheer luck. Did you not search for the artifacts?" Shui Tao, ever quick with her tongue, inquired immediately. "Artifacts?" Mo Shiren was taken aback, and two men displayed a look of confusion. "If you had not sought those artifacts, you would not have been possessed by the doppelganger from the Mensar manuscript." Cheng Wuling turned to Lu Ning. "You likely discovered the manuscript from the outset, which led to the release of the doppelganger. If the killings were not halted in the initial 2 days, the ensuing calamity would have been far more severe." "Indeed." Lu Ning nodded. "However, under such circumstances, it was already a limit, was it not? Our survival is purely fortuitous, but how could you 18 manage it?" Mo Shirin displayed a perfectly timed curiosity. Li Rong scratched his head. "We merely followed Miss Cheng's lead. Whatever she instructed us to do, we complied, and thus we survived. You should inquire with her. It was not particularly difficult. In the first 3 hours, we uncovered most of the artifacts, including the Mincer manuscript. The ghost's initial killings were unavoidable, and I did not intervene." "Wait, how did you know a ghost could disguise itself as a person?" "I do not know. It was merely a precaution to prevent a ghost from mingling among us from the very beginning." Cheng Wuling cast a glance at Lu Ning, noting that the doppelganger had too many weaknesses, which is why it could not survive the first day. Lu Ning found herself at a loss for words. The doppelganger, aside from its lethal ability to kill upon contact, bore almost no distinction from an ordinary individual. Once it inhabited the body of Gong Sunyu, it too became physically weakened. Otherwise, Lu Ning would not have been able to overpower it so easily. However, locating the doppelganger and sealing it with a dagger on the very first day was undoubtedly far more challenging than it sounded. This not only alleviated a third of the impending crises over the next few days, but also significantly bolstered Cheng Wuling's authority. On the following day, we seized the opportunity to confront the invisible ghost and performed the banishment ritual. Wait a moment. The banishment ritual? The Mincer manuscript, though it may be misleading, the rituals contained within are genuine. Haven't you attempted it? Cheng Wuling inquired. The blood sacrifice is insufficient. Isn't this the primary obstacle in executing the banishment ritual? Divine bird's blood, Cheng Wuling articulated with clarity. The blood sacrifice demands human essence, yet it does not specify human blood. The vitality of divine bird's blood can easily compensate for the essence of 30 individuals, if not more. If one were to encapsulate Lu Ning's sentiment at that moment, it would resemble the feeling of having completed an examination and then comparing answers with a top student. Everything seemed so self-evident in Cheng Wuling's perspective. Locating the message in the bottle, discerning the doppelganger, uncovering the laboratory's location. What was most frustrating was that they had indeed achieved similar feats on their end, yet the outcomes were markedly different. With the threat of the invisible ghost neutralized the following day, we could breathe a little easier. Although the elusive specter known as the Mirror Ghost has proven to be a formidable foe, its murderous spree was curtailed following the revelation of its limitations in the fourth piece of information. For the subsequent 2 days, it failed to claim any victims. A mere ghost, indeed, could hardly stir up significant turmoil. On the 5th evening, we transported essential supplies to the greenhouse and, under the cover of darkness, dismantled the main house, even setting it ablaze. After the main house was destroyed, the peculiar dryness that pervaded the other dwellings dissipated. In the final 2 days, despite the emergence of a new ghost that resulted in a few fatalities, we managed to withstand the ordeal with the resources we possessed. After performing the ritual, the consumption of the divine bird's blood was immeasurable, and just before dawn, I took a gamble and resurrected an individual, hoping that timely medical attention would prevent his demise. That is essentially the crux of the matter. Not only did Lu Ning and the members of the 2 men remain oblivious to such considerations, but even Li Rong and Xue Tao, who survived alongside us, were unaware of the underlying dynamics. Chapter 32. The hub as the light gradually dimmed. The carriage was illuminated by bright wall lamps while the outside world succumbed to darkness. Once the initial excitement had subsided, most passengers settled into their seats to enjoy some refreshments, and the occasional movement no longer drew attention. To be candid, Cheng Wuling's words had indeed provoked her. When one is aware of numerous avenues to survive, yet fails to make the correct choice, it evokes a certain feeling. Although Lu Ning ultimately survived, it felt entirely different from the struggle she had fought for her own existence. She felt a pang of jealousy. On the other hand, Mo Shiren's transparent deceit was equally discomforting. Cheng Wuling refrained from exposing the truth, while Lu Ning found it beneath her to do so. Ultimately, the team from the slaughterhouse exuded an air of peculiarity, shrouded in secrecy. Were they about to embark on a web of intrigue once more? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Ning felt a dull ache begin to throb in her head. The carriage came to a halt. The door at the front of the compartment swung open, and Zhuing floated onto the carriage like a specter, towering in stature. His lantern-like head nearly grazed the ceiling of the vehicle. Clad in a dark uniform resembling a suit, draped with a light gray cloak, he immediately bowed slightly upon entering. His tone respectful. "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the distribution center. Before you disembark, I must announce some important regulations pertaining to this locale." The interior of the carriage fell into an immediate hush. Even the sound of breathing became faintly perceptible. The distribution center will serve as the most significant area for your sustenance amid the forthcoming trials. The currency you earn will be utilized for various expenses within the center. Adherence to its order and rules is imperative, lest you incur penalties in the form of currency deductions. After each passage through any testing grounds or trials, you will enjoy a 15-day period of complimentary living in the distribution center. Upon the conclusion of these 15 days, you must proceed to the next testing ground or trial. Or alternatively, you may extend your stay by paying a specified amount of currency with a maximum extension of 6 months. The distribution center is categorized into 5 tiers based on class, and it is important to note that there is not merely one distribution center for each class. Aspiring to ascend in rank necessitates passing the corresponding elevation trials. Those who succeed in the 5th tier trial will attain true resurrection. Registration fees for these elevation trials will vary according to class, serving as a means to ensure that all participants possess sufficient capability. At last, within the gathering place, there exists every conceivable essential infrastructure and service. Please avail yourselves of it to the fullest. Although no extraordinary abilities will be exchanged, the knowledge acquired and the physical prowess gained will accompany you into the testing grounds and trials. Now, the functions of your personal terminals on your mobile devices have been fully activated. If you are prepared to embrace this new world, you may disembark. With that, the figure bowed and dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. Lu Ning, Cheng Wuling, 2 men, the twins, and the bespectacled gentleman were the first to rise and approach the vehicle's exit. The air outside was crisp and slightly humid, imbued with the essence of autumn. Upon stepping outside, a different scene unfolded. Before them lay a vast plaza, its surface seemingly paved with black marble, interspersed with faintly glowing seams. A row of mercury lamp posts stood in neat formation, casting a gentle, warm white light that illuminated the surroundings, even forming several beams of condensed moisture in the air. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, with no moon in sight, while a silver river of stars traversed the cosmos, appearing to flow languidly amidst the constellations. In the more distant horizon, ethereal auroras flickered, occasionally shimmering in a breathtaking display. The tallest row of mercury lamps in the center of the plaza illuminated the pathway leading to a nearby town. The myriad lights of the town brightened the evening. Devoid of modern skyscrapers, the tallest structures reached no more than 3 stories, arranged in a harmonious manner, presenting a warm and tranquil sight from afar. Truly beautiful. 2 men stretched leisurely, releasing a contented sigh. Isn't it a stroke of fortune to dwell in such a place? The individuals disembarking from the vehicle echoed his sentiments with exclamations of wonder, their gaze drawn to the vast expanse of stars above and the myriad lights twinkling in the distance. Such a panorama is seldom witnessed in unison. Let us proceed. However, Cheng Wuling exhibited no reaction, merely uttering the phrase before taking her first step. "Ah, she truly embodies the essence of pragmatism," 2 men remarked, shaking his head before engaging in some physical movement to catch up with the group that had already set off. Aside from the carriage parked at the side of the square, various modes of transport were stationed along the route. Cars, trucks, and the like were commonplace. Yet there were also hovercrafts, rocket pods, yachts, and helicopters. Some passengers disembarked from these vehicles, raising their hands in greeting to those passing by. Individuals inherently gravitate towards one another. By the time Lu Ning reached the wall of the quaint town, the gathering had swelled to nearly 100 people. Before an ancient archway, a few individuals squatting at the entrance caught sight of the newcomers and, as if encountering a celebrity, sprang to their feet, rushing forward while exclaiming, "New arrivals! Come and welcome them." These individuals approached the crowd with an exuberant hospitality, and Lu Ning discreetly slowed her pace, allowing those ahead to engage with the enthusiastic greeters. "Brothers, do you require a guide? There are numerous essential insights within the hub, and we can assist you in clarifying everything during your initial visit." The Newcomer's Guidebook. It includes vital notes and tips for various challenges. Only 10 copies available. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to navigate through the most challenging early stages, unity is essential. Only together can we triumph over adversity. Should you desire a reliable support system, perhaps you might consider joining our ranks, where we can ascend together and revive one another. Astonishment is the reaction of most. While it is true that a larger gathering inevitably gives rise to various demands and service relationships, this tactic of lurking at the entrance for patrons feels rather off-putting. Is this genuine? How much does it cost? Indeed, some have inquired about the price. The manual is priced at 100, a fair deal for all. My dear friend, I assure you, this purchase will not lead you astray. Although it may seem a tad expensive, it comes with its worth. Should you doubt, peruse the table of contents in the first 2 pages, and I guarantee your satisfaction. The salesmanship is indeed diligent. However, this burgeoning crowd of nearly 100 cannot be easily deterred by a mere few. Many have chosen to disregard the commotion and venture inside, only to encounter an even larger throng emerging, a mix of men and women, including not only vendors and tour guides, but also a few beggars. Despite her attempts to evade, Lu Ning was ultimately seized by the arm by an elderly man. "My dear, would you like me to show you around? I have been here for almost a year and know the place well. For 50, I shall guide you through every corner." A year may not seem lengthy, yet one must ponder how many testing grounds he has traversed during this time to end up in such a wretched state. Do not trust him. He is merely drifting along, and who knows what fate awaits him. If you wish to be guided, it must be by those of us in the elite class. Wouldn't you agree? A woman shoved the man aside, yet her appearance hardly exuded any semblance of elitism. As she stood there, a sudden soft sigh echoed behind her, prompting Lu Ning to turn and discover it was Cheng Wuling. This young woman navigated effortlessly through the throng, Her head bowed so low that she became almost invisible. Had it not been for her voice, even Lu Ning might have overlooked her presence. Hastily, she mimicked Qing Wuling, lowering her own head and slipping into the crowd, leaving others to manage the situation. The chaos did not linger for long, as a commanding voice rang out. "Step aside. What do you think you are doing? If you're desperate, go take the test. If you wish to perish, then face elimination." Blocking newcomers is nothing short of disgraceful. A man and woman approached along the broad path in front of the entrance. The man was clad in military green camouflage, a long blade slung over his back, while the woman donned leather armor, 2 pistols secured at her waist. The imposing presence of these two caused those blocking the entrance to disperse immediately, although they remained nearby. Unwilling to leave entirely, the man cast a fierce gaze around, proclaiming loudly, "Listen up. Those who scored over 3,000, step forward. Our Silver Star Society welcomes all talented individuals to join us. We are the foremost in resources and connections here. TCH, the 3,000-point club." Are they not merely trying to recruit? Lu Ning overheard someone whisper nearby. Indeed, the Silver Star Society was there to gather new members. Yet the 3,000 mark represented a substantial achievement, a benchmark that many could only aspire to reach. "Are you also at 3,000? Mo Shi's voice resonated through the crowd. 3,400 to join, is that so? Who just asked? The man's gaze fixated on a specific direction. The crowd dispersed. Yet Mo Shirin and Mo Lyron remained together, unperturbed by the man's inquiries. Mo Shirin boldly replied, "Indeed impressive. I have just reached a score of 3,000. I wonder if that meets the criteria you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, the man's brow unfurled. "It meets the criteria. You may step forward. However, my sister falls short. Might I implore you to graciously allow her entry as well?" Lu Ning, bewildered by Mo Shirin's intentions, was aware that Mo Lyron was merely 200 points shy of 3,000. Yet, Mo Shirin's reluctance to disclose this detail left others perplexed. "Regrettably, we have regulations," the man retorted, his eyes glinting with disdain. "A score too low is often seen as a burden. We do not accommodate the idle." This statement undoubtedly sparked discontent among the onlookers. Though many were displeased, no one dared to confront the man, and they began to disperse. 3 individuals approached the man, and after verifying their account details, he nodded in approval, permitting them to stand behind him. Lu Ning noticed that one among them belonged to Qing Wuling's team, suggesting that, aside from Qing Wuling, there were others who excelled as well. While pondering this, the man suddenly walked over with the 3 individuals, halting before Qing Wuling. "This brother here." He gestured towards one from Qing Wuling's group, nodding at Qing Wuling, "is the actual leader this time, and your score must be higher. Would you consider joining us?" "Thank you, but I believe a standard of 4,000 or above would be more suitable for me." A murmur of low laughter echoed around them. The man's expression darkened. "Even if you perform admirably this time, it does not guarantee future success. Do not presume that 4,000 points are impressive. So, from where do you derive this superiority, given your low scores and excessive shortcomings?" Qing Wuling shook her head. "To recruit others in such a manner only gives me reason to doubt the true strength of your organization. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away. Although the onlookers refrained from making a scene, each person's expression as they glanced at the man was stifled laughter. Realizing this, the man's fury ignited, and he turned away, accompanied by the 3 newcomers. However, the woman who had come with him did not leave. She remained to observe the unfolding drama before finally stepping forward. "I am Yin Danqing, here to earn some extra money from you." Her demeanor exuded more confidence than those who had come to promote their wares, causing a portion of the previously dispersed crowd to pause, intrigued by what she had to say. "How much?" Lu Ning suddenly inquired. Yin Danqing smiled slightly. 500 for 3 hours. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 500 was nearly half of what most would earn this day, a price that would deter many. "Can it be shared?" someone asked. "Of course not. 1 person for 3 hours costs 500. 10 people for 3 hours would amount to 5,000. I am not here to earn a meager living. Having just undergone a testing ground, you should understand what lies ahead. What harm is there in spending a little for your life?" Yin Danqing spoke with a certain nonchalance. seemingly unmindful of the financial constraints that most individuals face. "Let us proceed directly to drafting the contract," he stated decisively. "Wait, count me in," interjected the bespectacled man. Stepping forth from the crowd, followed closely by Mo Shirin, who also approached Yin Danqing's side. No one else emerged. "Let us go? Signing the contract and transferring the funds is a prudent choice for the three of you." Lu Ning cast a glance to her side, realizing that Cheng Wuling had vanished without her noticing, appearing entirely indifferent to the proceedings. Although a tinge of regret lingered, her own survival took precedence, prompting Lu Ning to contemplate the issues she needed to comprehend next. Chapter 33. The aspiration for advancement. The information center was a two-story circular edifice, resembling a grand sports arena. Upon entering through the main entrance, one was greeted by a spacious hall adorned with a row of 20 consultation counters, flanked by state-of-the-art self-service inquiry machines. Yin Danqing guided the three individuals through a side door into a room partitioned by metallic dividers, creating a series of small spaces. He casually selected one and soon produced 3 copies of a contract. The document contained meticulously detailed clauses, stipulating that within 3 hours, Yin Danqing was obliged to address all inquiries within his knowledge, ensuring authenticity, and must lead the parties in understanding the functions of the primary facilities within the distribution center. The remuneration was set at 500. Here, engaging in transactions with other humans necessitated acquiring such officially issued contracts or receipts. Failure to do so would leave one vulnerable to regrettable consequences. Yin Danqing signed her name and handed it to 3 individuals. "And humanity? Let us first explore the most crucial aspects," Lu Ning suggested, referring to the testing grounds and trials, which lay ahead. The information center's consultation desk and self-service inquiry stations serve as the application hub. Behind the consultation desk stood slender figures resembling Zhuang Ying, all clad in identical black formal attire, their only distinction being that their heads were display screens, lending them a somewhat comical appearance. Applications could be made from either side without restriction. The testing grounds welcomed applications at any time, free of charge, with a high degree of randomness. For first-tier individuals, the maximum score attainable at the testing grounds was 5,000. The mechanism of the machines mirrored that of mobile terminals, being personally bound, thus alleviating concerns of external manipulation. Yin Danqing guided them to a machine resembling an airport self-service ticket dispenser, albeit adorned with additional buttons. She reached out and pressed the screen, illuminating it with a myriad of options. Yin Danqing elaborated on a few. The first option, information interaction, functions akin to a forum, serving as a public communication space where individuals from the same tier can voice their thoughts. However, it is inundated with a plethora of misleading information. Thus, one should exercise caution. The second option, Intelligence Bureau, involves purchasing information from the authorities that is unrelated to others' private details, such as anticipated data from a specific testing ground you may have encountered, overall scores, peak achievements, and survival rates, yet it cannot predict outcomes. The application of this information is left to your discretion. Subsequently, Yin Danqing bypassed several intermediate steps and directly arrived at the final application. It contained only 2 elements, the testing grounds and the ascension trial. By simply selecting these options, one would receive pertinent information on their mobile device, which could then be followed accordingly. It is crucial to note that the ascension trial incurs a fee of 5,000 for each attempt. Once, Mo Shirin astutely seized upon that word. Indeed, failure in the ascension does not preclude the possibility of survival, which does not diminish the necessity for perseverance, albeit it is hardly an encouraging prospect. Furthermore, the 5,000 is merely the cost for the first tier. By the time it reaches me, it escalates to 10,000. Upon departing from the machine, the screen dimmed instantly. Yin Danqing led the trio out of the information center, gesturing toward a rectangular edifice across the way, shimmering with azure lights. Opposite stood the hospital. Aside from the potential injuries sustained during physical training here, its paramount function is soul monitoring. Yin Danqing emphasized the term soul monitoring gravely. As the name suggests, it serves to oversee any anomalies in one's soul. This information is exclusively available at the hospital, where abnormalities are categorized into 5 types: erosion, frenzy, decay, infection, and rupture. A percentage reflecting your current state is provided. What impact do these things have? The bespectacled man inquired hastily. I am uncertain. It seems that individuals above the 4th tier are particularly concerned with these matters. Hence I convey to you that this is of great significance. The hospital offers treatment, but the costs are exorbitant, accompanied by numerous side effects. The only thing I can tell you is that these are symptoms that can be brought out from the testing grounds and cannot be cured under normal circumstances. Do not let yourselves be afflicted. Yin Danqing solemnly warned the 3. Turning right upon exiting, they soon traversed an area characterized by its compact architectural layout. This residential district is perhaps another consideration for you. The cost varies depending on the accommodation conditions. However, sleeping on the streets is certainly not a prudent option. Remember that our state upon entering the testing grounds is identical to our physical condition here. Therefore, falling ill in this place significantly increases the likelihood of demise. Yet, Yin Danqing did not lead the 3 into that area. Instead, he took a turn towards a brightly illuminated section. It was a park, where a massive black stone monument stood prominently at the center, inscribed with countless names that faintly glimmered under the night sky. This is the record of those who have successfully ascended to the 5th tier and entered the final examination thus far. Lu Ning looked up. The monument stood nearly 10 meters tall, with names shimmering on both its front and back sides, some softly glowing while others remained dim. The faintly glowing names would gradually fade away, while the bright ones would deepen in engraving. As you can see, there are still approximately 200 names flickering here. I trust you can infer their meaning. Survival or demise. Yet, they are merely names. How many truly know who is who? Lu Ning fell silent. This is not something you need to concern yourselves with at present. The emphasis lies on the buildings flanking the park, the library, and the martial arts academy. Yin Danqing promptly diverted everyone's attention from the stone tablet. Knowledge and martial prowess are undoubtedly our greatest assets for survival in the testing grounds. The library is an exquisite example of classical Chinese architecture, while the martial arts hall resembles a grand castle infused with Western stylistic elements. Each venue has its own pricing structure tailored to various requirements. Fundamentally, they cater to the affluent. Nonetheless, even the most impoverished individuals must possess certain essential resources. These establishments can be deemed the most crucial functional buildings in this locale. Yin Danqing escorted the 3 individuals to inspect the fee structures of both buildings before hastily departing. Such a place is not intended for newcomers to frequent, as only those earning above 3,000 on a regular basis can genuinely acquire valuable knowledge. Well, there is still an hour left. You have a general understanding now. Are there any questions? Mo Shirin immediately inquired, what are the testing grounds like? Are there variations? Indeed, there are differences, and the old testing grounds will certainly not be utilized. The 1st-tier testing grounds encompass 4 categories: survival, confrontation, secrecy, and hunting. A testing ground may incorporate multiple types. For instance, you may need to engage in both survival and confrontation simultaneously. Secrecy will unveil certain personal confidences, adding complexity, while hunting necessitates the extermination or sealing of specific creatures within the environment. How is it possible to survive despite failure? Lu Ning asked. Apart from survival tasks that directly indicate the number of days one can survive, other tasks, such as hunting, do not equate to survival missions. For instance, should you fail in your hunting endeavor, yet the allotted time elapses, you will not perish. Rather, your score will plummet to such a low level that affording a meal becomes a challenge. The elimination scenario. What does it entail when scores reset to 0? The bespectacled man inquired. Yin Danqing shuddered. I am unaware, as no one has emerged alive from it. Thus no one can articulate what transpires within. I would rather not set foot in there. Let us shift to another question. Is there a distinction in the trials? Mo Shirin asked. The 1st-tier trial is invariably a singular survival type, a fact corroborated by many. However, passing the trial proves arduous, as it demands not merely survival, but also a score requirement. Failing to reach 3,000 renders one inadequate. Fortunately, the absence of a ceiling score makes it somewhat manageable. Could you elaborate on your trial? I am curious about what it might entail. Upon hearing this inquiry, Yin Danqing could not suppress a sigh, knowing it serves little purpose. What I endured was a nightmare, originating from a young boy. Lu Ning, having encountered similar horror stories, immediately conjured many vivid scenarios. We were ensnared in the nightmare from the outset. Regrettably, we failed to recognize this reality initially. As the nightmare deepened, the world morphed into an increasingly bizarre spectacle, and only then did we come to realize. However, awakening at that time had become a mere luxury. Attempting to rouse the young boy proved futile, as his true form eluded capture, and many met a tragic demise. Thus, it could be asserted that achieving 3,000 points was not particularly arduous. Yin Danqing suddenly revealed a cold smile. As long as one emerged alive, acquiring those 3,000 points was ultimately feasible. Nevertheless, she took the time to elucidate her task process to a few individuals. To be candid, she herself felt quite perplexed. In the end, they had skirted the edge of disaster. Had it not been for the two capable individuals, both intellectually and physically adept, leading the charge and turning the tide, it is likely that everyone would have perished within. She followed suit, bidding farewell to the two before departing. The man with the penetrating gaze lingered for a moment before speaking. Thank you for your assistance earlier. My name is Peng Xiaodong. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. Lu Ning understood he was referring to the incident in the vehicle. Yet she merely leveraged the situation to her advantage and did not seek accolades. It was merely a trivial matter. I was curious as well. Peng Xiaodong did not contest her assertion, but merely smiled at Lu Ning before entering the information center. His burdens were far heavier than hers, encompassing not only himself, but also the several individuals who had emerged alongside him. Chapter 34. Interlude of roommates. The disparity in rental prices within the residential area starkly manifested the divide between the affluent and the impoverished. Communal sleeping quarters, composed of simple tile-roofed houses, offered a narrow space shared by 50 individuals, with two meager aisles to navigate. In dire circumstances, there was no distinction made between genders. Such accommodations could be rented for a mere 5 coins per day. Slightly more upscale options included cramped dormitory-style rooms housing 16 individuals with bunk beds, available for 10 coins per day. These two options are indeed the choices of most individuals, as there are plenty of places outside, and having a place to sleep is sufficient. Lu Ning found herself lost in thought as she gazed at the room priced for 21 days. A 4-person room, equipped with a communal wardrobe and tables, not to mention a shared bathroom and kitchen, could be considered akin to a small co-rental apartment. For Lu Ning, the public bathhouse she had passed earlier hardly seemed suitable for addressing her hygiene concerns. 300 for 15 days seemed less favorable than indulging Yin Danqing's expenses. Perhaps this embodies the adage that transitioning from luxury to frugality is indeed a challenging endeavor. Amidst the envious gazes of those waiting in the long queue, Lu Ning retrieved her phone to access her account and obtain the key. The establishment does not offer room change services. The type of roommate one encounters relies solely on luck, with no special arrangements aside from gender. Behind the counter, a staff member with an owl-like visage spoke in a shrill voice. Even for a $20 room, the service remained abysmal. Lu Ning chose not to engage in disputes over such trivial matters, accepting the key, a rigid card. Input the number on the card into your personal terminal. This room can only be accessed by its resident, and the daily rent will be deducted from your account. Should you wish to terminate your lease, you must visit the counter to process the checkout. Otherwise, the deductions will persist. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Ning swiftly entered the number, and as she tucked her phone away, she noticed the intense stares from those in the adjacent queue. Despite her calm demeanor, she felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny and hurriedly exited the area. Upon locating her designated residential building and ascending to the 3rd floor, she realized just how cramped the space truly was. In a 3-story building, each level accommodates 4 households, and apart from the staircase, the corridor remains unseen. The limited space at the entrance of each floor would be quite crowded if all 4 residents emerged simultaneously. Lu Ning opened her door. The interior appeared fairly spacious, illuminated brightly, indicating the occupants had yet to retire for the evening. "Good evening," greeted Cheng Wuling, who was seated on a bed near the entrance, her expression neutral. Besides her, the 2 beds by the window were also occupied. To the left sat an exceptionally graceful and beautiful woman, seemingly no older than 25, poised elegantly on the edge of her bed, engrossed in a book. To the right was a woman with a gloomy demeanor, curled up beneath her blanket, leaning against the wall and gazing in this direction, her face clearly displaying her discontent. "Thank heavens, we finally have a 4th roommate," the woman with the book remarked with a smile. "My name is Xu Xingru. Pleased to meet you. I am Lu Ning. Nice to meet you." Lu Ning, somewhat reticent in the presence of new acquaintances, replied. Su Zhilan, the sullen woman, interjected curtly. "We are already acquainted," Cheng Wuling added, not waiting for Xu Xingru to remind her. "That's even better," Xu Xingru said as she stood up, addressing Lu Ning. "You may rest for a while. There are some snacks in the kitchen, and I shall retrieve them." With that, she cheerfully entered a small door, leaving Lu Ning momentarily stunned, her gaze drifting between Cheng Wuling and Su Zhilan. "You'll get used to it. They treated me the same way when I arrived," Cheng Wuling remarked indifferently. "One cannot bite the hand that feeds," Su Zhilan murmured, reflecting on her inability to restrain her tongue, observing the harmonious rapport among her roommates. Lu Ning took a seat on the vacant bed. Soon, Xu Xingru presented a steaming bowl of fried rice, insisting it be placed into Lu Ning's hands without room for refusal. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ning discovered it was the so-called beginner's manual. "You actually purchased this?" Su Zhilan scoffed. This fellow managed to haggle down to a mere fraction, while tossing in a few complimentary items. By the end of the transaction, that poor chap was nearly in tears. "What's wrong? Are you feeling remorse?" "Miss 4,000 points. I was dragged here against my will. 15 days for 300. Us impoverished souls cannot bear such a cost." Though Su Zhilan grumbled, her tone lacked genuine ire. "Have you two known each other for long?" Lu Ning sensed an unusual connection between them. Su Zhilan nodded. "We hail from the same world. This fellow is an actor who flits between first and second-tier circles, while I am a novelist, occasionally dabbling in screenwriting. We once collaborated. Fate, I suppose." "A twisted fate," Su Zhilan replied, her expression one of disillusionment. Perhaps her familiarity with Xu Xingru had led her to be whisked away from the crowd to rent a place here. Nonetheless, their banter lightened Lu Ning's spirits. "Are you having breakfast?" Su Zhilan immediately shook her head. "Are you mad?" "I do not wish to remain perpetually on edge. You know well what the testing ground is like. Why the excitement? Do you not desire to be revived? Since the goal is to resurrect, it is imperative to swiftly accumulate points to advance in rank, thereby maintaining our advantage. Hastening may lead to failure. Do you understand?" However, Lu Ning found herself more inclined to agree with Xu Xingru's perspective. Regardless of how much time has passed outside, only 7 days have elapsed within the testing grounds. To make the best use of our time, it is evident that the testing grounds are more suitable, but it is fraught with peril. What if one meets their demise? Su Zhilan turned to Lu Ning. "Sooner or later, we must enter. We will inevitably confront this." Cheng Wuling concurred. The first-tier assessment requires merely 5,000 points. With 2 more attempts, we could accumulate sufficient funds for advancement. Thus, lingering here is not prudent. 2 more attempts? A twitch appeared at the corner of Su Zhilan's mouth. "Dear roommate, may I inquire how much you earned this time?" 4,008. "No, I shall not go. I am not of your ilk." Xu Xingru displayed a look of disappointment. "We are old friends. If we enter together, we can look out for one another. Do you truly wish to be solitary later on?" "Who is being solitary? I, too, will pass through the testing grounds with a few others. Thank you very much. Listen, I, Su Zhilan, intend to remain here for a full 15 days, making the most of my free time before making further plans. No amount of persuasion will sway me." Having said this, Su Zhilan enveloped herself in her blanket and lay down in silence. Xu Xingru smiled gently and made a subtle gesture to Lu Ning and Cheng Wuling. Night deepened. Simultaneously applying merely enhances the likelihood of entering the same scene, yet the number of newcomers submitting applications at this hour is likely scarce. Lu Ning's phone promptly received a message. Dear visitor, your application for the testing ground has been approved. Please follow the instructions and proceed to the next location to receive the content of this testing ground. Within 2 hours, head to bus station No. 1 and take the bus TH 1386. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Lu Ning paused for a moment, glancing at Cheng Wuling and Xu Xingru beside her. Do you have any hints or requests? She inquired. I need to enter one of the rooms inside. Cheng Wuling glanced at the message. What is the matter? Are the hints different? Parting ways was inevitable. It was uncertain whether they had entered the same testing ground. The three exchanged well wishes and set off in separate directions. On the bus, a driver was seated, adorned in the classic attire of the non-human service personnel present here. His head was a rose, with a few thorns subtly protruding from the collar. Hello, I am here to participate in the testing ground. Lu Ning approached the bus door, and as she uttered these words, the driver suddenly stood up, reached into his pocket, and threw a letter onto the first row of seats. Lu Ning, the current testing ground is a closed environment. The seekers of the sacred text. The duration is set for 40 days. As an additional hint for newcomers, please be mindful of embodying your designated role, as it will aid in your survival and evaluation. Thank you. Lu Ning sensed that this experience would be markedly different from her previous encounter at the haunted manor. Now, please board the bus. Lu Ning approached and, at the driver's nod, picked up the envelope. As she tore it open, a sudden noise from behind startled her. The car door had closed. Simultaneously, she received a new text message. Visitor Lu Ning. This notification. 1. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Some are trivial, while others may lead to peril. 2. There is no necessary role-playing for the visitor's identity, yet actions inconsistent with one's identity may complicate subsequent endeavors. 3. Do not assume that everyone's goals align with yours. 4. Individuals within the scene can communicate as well. Do not disregard their presence. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Clutching the thick envelope, Lu Ning felt an overwhelming sense that the enigmas she was about to encounter had multiplied. The city of Danma, situated near the border, was once a remote, highly autonomous, multi-ethnic impoverished locale 50 years ago. Stagnant ideologies and economic limitations stifled the city's growth, contributing to a persistently high crime rate. Although it experienced a brief flourish following the discovery of a gold mine, this prosperity waned when it was revealed that most of the veins were, in fact, pyrite. A turning point occurred 50 years ago when a suspected UFO descended into the mountains southwest of the city, capturing the attention of many. This phenomenon coincided with an era when extraterrestrial fantasies were at their peak, prompting the establishment of a national expedition team in Danma. Although news regarding UFOs gradually faded thereafter, the attention from the state yielded more than just a solitary team. To facilitate the transportation of instruments, the first road leading to Danma was constructed. Subsequently, the unspoiled landscapes here garnered widespread attention, and the local specialties of the mountains became renowned as transportation improved. Over the following decades, Danma's development progressed at an astonishing pace. Your mentor, Fan Xiaoyan, is guiding your senior, Yin Yu, in the completion of a thesis on urban development and folk culture. During this process, they stumbled upon ambiguous records concerning UFOs in Danma's history. Intrigued by the unique cultural background of Danma, they decided to explore the region further. The two have been away for over a month. Apart from the initial 2 weeks when Yin Yu sent reassuring messages, there has been no further communication. As summer vacation approached, concerned for the safety of your senior and mentor, you fabricated a travel excuse to journey to Danma. You are a second-year university student, reserved and studious. You hold a sense of gratitude towards Yin Yu for facilitating your introduction to Fan Xiaoyan, though your relationship with her remains merely acquaintances. Your identity is that of a secret keeper. You must safeguard your own secrets and accomplish at least 2 personal objectives. Upon the death of other secret keepers, you may choose to depart. The means of departure entails distancing oneself at least 10 kilometers from the urban center of Danma. Your secret, that of the secret keeper, Ling Ning is as follows. Your grandfather once served in border control in Danma and was also one of the witnesses to the UFO incident 50 years ago. For this reason, you are well aware that what fell in Danma was indeed a disc-shaped flying object, and due to some unknown circumstances, the information surrounding it was suppressed. From the diaries and notes left behind by your grandmother, you have gleaned certain information pertaining to the outside world. Although these accounts appear somewhat vague, they have left a profound impression on you. Through the study of certain entries that seem to reference talismans, you have seemingly acquired esoteric knowledge that transcends the ordinary. This newfound understanding grants you a hazy ability to glimpse the unseen. Prior to your departure, while searching for information about Danma, you stumbled upon a rather obscure forum where you learned of the 10 peculiar phenomena that have arisen in Danma in recent years. Your intuition suggests that these occurrences are extraordinary and somehow connected to you. Your most direct and significant reason for journeying to Danma is to investigate the cause of your mother's death. However, the bizarre circumstances surrounding her demise compel you to suspect a link to the mysterious phenomena within her family, and your father's lack of sorrow further fuels your suspicion. The objectives that Lu Ning must accomplish during this trip are as follows. 1. Locate her mentor, Fan Xiaoyan. 2. Find her senior sister, Yin Yu. 3. Assist Yin Yu in escaping the confines of Danma. 4. Uncover the secrets that have been concealed for 50 years. 5. Determine the cause of her mother's death. With this duality of light and shadow, Lu Ning finds herself aboard a long-distance coach. Beside her, a casually dressed woman leans against the window, dozing off. While the seats behind are filled with tourists of all ages, some donning hats from their travel group. After an extended period of travel, many passengers are beginning to feel fatigued, and the aroma of food wafts through the air inside the bus. Lu Ning picked up the envelope and suddenly noticed that its contents had changed. It was no longer the previous task description. Personal information has been transferred to your mobile terminal. Your luggage consists of a brown travel backpack on your head and a deep blue plastic suitcase in the vehicle's luggage compartment. Personal identification, bank cards, and other items are in your pocket. Wishing you good luck. After Lu Ning read these lines, they vanished from sight. However, the items attached behind remained. These included a printed summary of the 10 strangest incidents from a forum, several incomprehensible notes from her grandmother, a photocopy of a family photo, a photocopy of a photograph of her grandfather in his youth, and several clippings. The afternoon sun cast a drowsy warmth, and Lu Ning gradually leaned back in her seat, tucking the envelope into her bosom while squinting her eyes in a feigned attempt to sleep. Outside the window, a gigantic billboard flashed by. Danma, the home of your dreams. The long-distance bus arrived at a hotel near the outskirts of Danma, and the passengers disembarked. A group of middle-aged travelers was the first to retrieve their luggage and head into the hotel for check-in. While waiting for her luggage, Lu Ning took the opportunity to observe the hotel surroundings, which resembled a modern metropolis adorned with numerous exotic-style buildings. Master, are there any attractions worth visiting in Danma? Lu Ning inquired as she leaned closer to the driver, who was smoking nearby. Danma has plenty to offer. The Municipal Garden, the Clock Memorial Hall, Avery Cathedral, and the Emerald Rock Nature Exhibition Hall are all attractions in the city center. In the mountainous forested region, one can also behold the picturesque views of the Villa District and hunting grounds. If one were affluent enough to rent a villa there for a couple of months, the mere thought elicits a sense of wonder. The driver spoke with an envious tone, clicking his tongue in admiration. Lu Ning politely expressed her gratitude, and by this time, she had gathered most of her luggage, easily locating her suitcase before promptly making her way into the hotel lobby. The arrival of a large group of guests rendered the reception area exceedingly busy, with several lines forming amidst the cacophony of voices. Suddenly, someone nearby addressed Lu Ning in a low voice, inquiring if she was from the gathering place. This unexpected remark caught her off guard. However, she seemed to disregard it entirely, continuing on her path toward the hotel's rack of brochures and travel guides, where she picked up a few small pamphlets detailing local attractions. There was no harm in giving it a try. At this distance, Lu Ning could no longer discern their conversation, but merely from that one statement. She surmised that the trio were indeed from the gathering place. Yet, this scenario differed significantly from the ghostly manner, not only due to the number of individuals, but also because the nature of the task was likely to be combative and secretive. Among the 4 types of tests one might encounter at the first level, survival was the simplest. Despite considerable external pressure, all participants stood united. If internal discord could be set aside, sacrifices could be kept within manageable limits. In a competitive scenario, each participant is assigned to a predetermined faction, with more than 2 factions existing within the testing ground, often possessing diametrically opposed objectives. Under such circumstances, the elimination of all adversaries from the opposing faction is an almost inevitable choice in 90% of confrontational scenarios. Furthermore, the presence of secrets elevates the difficulty to a new level, as these secrets compel participants to fight independently. Even those with shared objectives may betray one another due to their own hidden agendas. The ambiguity surrounding the threats posed by exposed secrets renders everyone exceedingly cautious, sensitive, and paranoid, to the extent that they would prefer to mistakenly eliminate an innocent rather than overlook a potential threat. As for the hunting aspect, it intensifies external dangers, although no signs of this have yet emerged. In her correspondence, Lu Ning explicitly noted the necessity for the complete eradication of all hidden individuals. She remains uncertain of the total number of these hidden figures or the existence of additional factions. Yet this condition is sufficient for her to regard any individual from the gathering point as a potential enemy. Just as her thoughts swirled within her mind, her phone suddenly vibrated. This time, it was not a message from the enigmatic authorities, but rather a notification from her friends list. The contact was noted as Xu Xingrua. Lu Ning had few friends. Aside from the 3 in her dormitory, there was only Pang Xiaodong. Previously, she had learned that communication was only possible when within the same gathering point or scenario, making this unexpected connection quite fortuitous. Yet, in a confrontational scenario, is this truly a blessing? Upon receiving a message from another person, Lu Ning felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Just as she was contemplating, a text from Cheng Wuling arrived. If Xu Xingru is in trouble, I will find her first. Be cautious not to reveal your identity. After entering her room and setting her belongings down, Lu Ning promptly connected to the hotel's wireless network to search for local news in Danma. The Frost Day celebration is about to commence. Mayor Wenhai has publicly announced various preparations. Mysterious special guests arrive in Danma, reviewing the stars who attended previous celebrations. Ferocious beasts spotted in the Mufing mountain forest. Please refrain from venturing deep into the woods. Danma's tourism industry reaches new heights. Chapter 36. The homicide. Stepping out of the shop, Lu Ning glanced contentedly at her recent acquisition, a string of jade beads intricately woven with metallic wire. Each bead was the size of a pigeon egg, exuding an air of opulence in both color and craftsmanship. In truth, if sold, they would indeed command a hefty price. Alas, they were marked by a sinister aura. Fatty Jiang Tong had once been a ruffian in the capital until one fateful day he crossed paths with a formidable figure, leading him to seek refuge in Danma, where he remained ever since. He had encountered individuals like Lu Ning before, and his demeanor towards her was one of respect tinged with a hint of deference, as anyone associated with the establishment bearing that mirror surely had a similar background. Due to this regard, when Lu Ning expressed her desire to acquire the string of jade beads, Jiang Tong did not object. Instead, he provided her with a phone number, suggesting that if matters became unmanageable, she could consult this individual for assistance. Can Lu Ning dispel the malevolent energy from the jade beads? Certainly not. Her newfound vision does not equate to possessing the memories necessary to master various spells. Even if she did, the esoteric knowledge mentioned in the correspondence would likely prove ineffective. However, from another perspective, Lu Ning's ability to perceive is certainly more advantageous than that of an ordinary person who cannot see such things. As dusk began to settle, an off-road vehicle entered Dama City. Xiao Shifan epitomizes the archetype of a wealthy second-generation heir, maintaining a low profile. His greatest passion lies in embarking on self-driving adventures with a few friends, often for 2 to 3 months at a time. This is, of course, merely the background narrative for the traveler known as Xiao Shifan. In the passenger seat sits Yuan Shi, officially his girlfriend, though they are merely acquaintances who met at a transit hub. The two individuals in the back seat, Yi Fei and Song Baohua, have recently become companions within this testing ground. Yi Fei, having undergone the trials twice, is youthful and brash, dismissing the challenges that lie ahead. In contrast, Song Baohua has navigated the testing ground 3 times, claiming to have skated by while grappling with poverty, appearing to be in his late 30s despite being merely 27 or 28. Seeker, this is our identity. After Yi Fei first proclaimed his role, the other 3 felt a sense of relaxation. Though each harbored their own secrets, they had been united under a common banner. Upon mutual confirmation of their seeker missions, this fleeting camaraderie solidified further. Finally, we have arrived. What purpose could compel us to come here? Song Baohua gazed at the neon lights outside, feeling rather disenchanted. In any case, let us first inquire about this star spirit, Yi Fei urged with impatience. However, Xiao Shifan scoffed. Inquire? Do you wish for the opposing camp to discover our presence prematurely? What is there to fear? In this vast city, do they dare to orchestrate an assassination? Yi Fei retorted. There are countless methods to discreetly make someone disappear. The star spirit, the silent plan, clearly involves some supernatural and enigmatic matters. Such things could lead to one's demise without a soul ever knowing. TCH, analyzing it so seriously, it's merely fear, I assent it? Women are inherently timid. We have arrived. Noticing Yuan Shi's rising ire, Xiao Shifan hastily shifted the topic. The Phoenix Stone Hotel, the very establishment where Lu Ning had previously checked in, welcomed a fresh batch of guests. Their status assured them wealth. Thus Yi Fei and Song Baohua promptly reserved a double room. Since Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi were not a genuine couple, they naturally sought separate accommodations. However, upon inquiry, they discovered that single rooms were in short supply. We apologize, dear guests, but currently, during this peak travel season, all rooms are fully booked, the receptionist stated with a professional smile. Are all the visitors to your establishment single? How could there be no single rooms left? Yi Fei mused curiously while clutching the room key. Song Baohua leaned in to softly counsel the pair. It is safer for the two of you to remain together. Perhaps it is best not to be too finicky. However, Yuan Shi was utterly unwilling. She raised her head to glance at the list of property prices and pointed to the most luxurious suite at the top. Ultimately, Yi Fei and Song Baohua watched as Yuan Shi spent an exorbitant sum on a key to the penthouse before striding away. Brother Yi Fei patted Xiao Shifan. At this moment, Xiao Shifan had already booked a double room for himself, and upon seeing the expressions of the two, he instantly understood. Surprised? We merely possess wealth in this instance, while she is a genuine heiress. You must get accustomed to her extravagant ways. Yi Fei and Song Baohua were not entirely unworldly. Upon hearing this explanation, they subdued their astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Shifan secretly smiled wryly, knowing that if they endured Yuan Shi's temperament for another 2 days, a rift would undoubtedly ensue. The trio waited by the elevator, and as it descended to the first floor, a young girl rushed over, clutching a blue fabric parcel. Wait. Xiao Shifan gallantly extended his hand to block the elevator. The girl nodded her thanks and quickly stepped inside. Once all four had entered the elevator, they discovered, quite coincidentally, that they were all headed to the 10th floor. Are you visiting Danma as well? Yi Fei immediately sought to initiate a conversation. Xiao Shifan became alert, pressing his hand against the emergency button. However, the button that should have summoned help remained ominously silent. Smash the door, Yi Fei exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the elevator door while calling out loudly. Xiao Shifan continued to press the emergency button frantically, scanning for any possible exit. Song Baohua remained relatively composed, casually glancing at the girl, only to find her gazing upwards. Upwards? Song Baohua followed her gaze. At that moment, the lights went out, plunging the elevator into utter darkness. Yi Fei began to scream, suddenly startled by a loud crash. The entire elevator jolted twice. In the obscurity, a myriad of cold, viscous liquid splattered across the faces of the four individuals. and an all-too-familiar scent began to permeate the air, the metallic tang of blood. Before she could contemplate the situation further, the elevator lights flickered back on, revealing the lifeless body of a middle-aged man in a suit, crashing onto the floor. Blood stained the surroundings, but oddly, it was concentrated in small, radial splatters, suggesting that the actual volume of blood loss was not extensive. Just then, the elevator emitted a chime, and the doors opened again on the ground floor. Before Xiao Shifan could fully comprehend the situation, screams erupted from outside. A murder has occurred. The first day in a police station was indeed a novel experience. While Lu Ning crouched down to examine the body, the police swiftly entered the elevator. Xiao Shifan and the others offered no resistance, allowing themselves to be apprehended, calmly stating, "We need to consult a lawyer." Once at the police station, the four were separated. Lu Ning sat alone in an interrogation room for only a short while before a male and a female officer entered. "Please describe the situation at that time," the male officer inquired. "It was chaotic. We were trapped in the elevator, and then there was a power outage. Indeed, there was a resounding crash, reminiscent of a corpse hitting the ground, and it was at that moment I felt blood splatter upon my face." "You remain remarkably composed." Observing Lu Ning's unwavering demeanor while discussing the body, the female officer regarded her with palpable suspicion. Such is her character. She swiftly retrieved her phone, activating the camera to display a photograph of the scene. Yet, in an instant, Lu Ning discerned that her intent was not merely to show the picture, but rather to access the crow emblem on the phone's interface prior to opening the camera. "Apologies, but I do not have it." Lu Ning promptly complied, beginning to act. "Very well, based on our investigation, you all have recently arrived in Danma, and your suspicion is minimal. Please provide a contact number, as we may need to reach out to you for further inquiries." "Certainly." Lu Ning readily obliged, taking a piece of notepaper to jot down a sequence of numbers, which she then handed to the female officer. Despite her confusion over the hasty resolution of such a grave incident, Lu Ning was soon released, though the whereabouts of the other three remained unknown. The number she provided was her personal mobile number, not the terminal's communication number. Shortly thereafter, a text message appeared on her phone. "My name is El Bingying. Are you the crow?" "Lu Ning, the hub." "All right. Both the male officer and I are involved, but our task identities differ somewhat. Could you elaborate on your assignment?" "We are seeking collaboration." "Apologies. It's a classified testing ground. I cannot divulge information indiscriminately." "Thank you." Chapter 37. The dream of decline within the obsidian mire, bubbles incessantly emerged, while the remnants of humanity lay submerged in the fetid sludge, faintly revealing a sickly green hue. A procession, reminiscent of the undead, marched unceasingly into this realm of demise, until the viscous muck enveloped their entire forms. Observing this grim tableau, Lu Ning felt neither terror nor sorrow, as if this macabre scene were an inevitable reality. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a bright light filtering through the curtains, which, despite their presence, failed to alleviate the rising heat. The air conditioning had ceased its operation due to its timer, and considering Danma's typically cool mornings and evenings, it was likely now nearing noon. Lu Ning was perplexed by her overwhelming fatigue, the haunting details of her recent nightmare now eluding her memory. She rubbed her eyes and unplugged her phone from the charger beside her bed. The device's battery had returned to normal, necessitating a glance at the screen. Over 20 messages awaited her. On July 12th, at 10 a.m., there was a meeting scheduled in the third conference room on the fourth floor of the Danma Daily Building. On July 14th, at 9 p.m., an event was to take place in box number 3 on the second floor of the Hongxiu Yui Theater. Today was July 8th. Lu Ning had not prepared to attend, despite the messages being from Xu Xingru, as their trust was not firmly established. She had to consider whether the other party harbored any adversarial intentions. In contrast, Cheng Wuling's information proved far more valuable. Not only did it contain a list of the actual power holders in both the legitimate and underground realms of Danma, but it also elaborated on the origins, preparations, and related projects of the Frost Day Festival. The most valuable information pertains to the testing grounds. It has been confirmed that there are 2 factions, The Seekers and the Explorers, with unclear objectives and uncertain hostilities. The Seekers appear to possess the greater number of members, although this is merely rudimentary faction information. Lu Ning will not forget the name of this testing ground, the Seekers of the Sacred Text. As for the Explorers, their name seems to stand in opposition to her own faction, the Infiltrators. However, the Infiltrators are inherently solitary, so facing individuals from another faction may indeed pose a significant challenge. Or perhaps the objectives of the opposing faction would also restrict the possibility of collaboration. The situation seems increasingly intriguing. Lu Ning leapt from her bed, changed her attire, and promptly exited her room. Today, she intends to visit 3 locations: Avery Cathedral, the Clock Memorial, and the Dama Historical Museum. The Clock Memorial corresponds to the legend of the cursed bell. Among the various timepieces housed within the memorial, there exists a clock capable of distorting one's perception of time. This distortion can even interfere with reality, resulting in numerous inexplicable phenomena. The precise location of the cursed bell remains unknown, yet it undoubtedly resides within the memorial. While such urban legends might be mere trivialities to others, the mention of them on her envelope suggests that, at the very least, a substantial portion of these tales holds genuine existence. As Lu Ning prepared to embark on her journey, she noticed a blue fabric-wrapped package resting on her table. Had she experienced a nightmare last night? Xu Xingru is currently seated in her own room. In a twist of fate, the identity of a superstar, never experienced during one's lifetime, has now been unexpectedly encountered. In preparation for the Frost Day Festival, Mayor Danma extended an invitation to 5 renowned celebrities from the domestic entertainment industry, among whom the multifaceted star Xu Xingru found herself included as one of the unfortunate few. Indeed, unfortunate. As distinguished guests, the 5 celebrities and their entourage were accorded the highest standard of hospitality, with accommodations provided in apartment-style lodgings. Both the itinerary and remuneration were exceedingly satisfactory, until Xu Xingru uncovered a plethora of surveillance devices within her room. Listening devices, hidden cameras, and an array of other small machines of indeterminate purpose were scattered throughout the room, infiltrating even the most private areas such as the restroom and bathroom. Almost instantaneously, Xu Xingru realized that this situation was beyond mere complaint. After concocting an excuse to visit her fellow stars, she discovered that they too were under surveillance. This revelation shed light on the earlier messages that had been sent. Who were these individuals? What were their intentions? Xu Xingru did not perceive this as a kidnapping scenario. Given her current status, her schedule was transparently available online, and any mishap would surely disrupt the peace in Danma. Since her arrival the previous night, she had only received a rehearsal schedule and a brief itinerary. The situation began to unravel through a young agent named Han Yin, who represented another star. During dinner, he discreetly slipped her a business card, which not only contained his standard contact information, but also a string of numbers. My name is Han Yin, and like you, I am an explorer of secrets. This was the first sentence spoken by the other party after the two found a moment of solitude. Xu Xingru, do not be anxious. I am certain it is you because the prompt I received contains the names of all 6 of us explorers. Han Yin appears to be a young man of serious demeanor, and his words convey a sense of trustworthiness. All of them. To be succinct, we must collaborate. You have likely realized that you are under comprehensive surveillance, yet our agent is not facing this issue. Among the 5 celebrities, you are the only visitor I can definitively identify, and your identity holds significant importance. Do you comprehend the reason? Xu Xingru inquired. Instead of panicking, Xu Xingru nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. What is it? Have you uncovered any rationale behind your surveillance and your background? That is a secret. Xu Xingru smiled slightly, but I can tell you that, at least for now, my circumstances are not as dire. The critical matter now is your activities, if I am not mistaken. Your ability to establish contact with the outside world within the next day or 2 is pivotal to our eventual success or failure. Han Yin furrowed his brow, suddenly awakening to the realization. Indeed, the information we have received is far too fragmented. This testing ground necessitates the integration of information. Furthermore, I believe our identities are of great importance. It is not solely you and me. Each individual possesses varying levels of information and access to knowledge. However, the most crucial point is that you are currently my only conduit for conveying information to the outside world. It is not aimed at the public but rather at visitors. However, this is a testing ground for factions. Hanin hesitated slightly. The premise of deciding victory or defeat lies in survival. Since you are already aware of our faction's roster, this task of establishing contact is your responsibility. Xu Xingru immediately interjected that matters of information could be set aside for the moment. The pressing issue now is to ascertain whose situation is more perilous. The initial reduction of personnel inflicts a severe blow to the overall standing, and having suffered losses in the past, Xu Xingru was particularly vigilant regarding such matters. I understand. The Everly Cathedral. Western-style churches are not particularly out of place in Denmark. When Lu Ning arrived at the church entrance, she discovered a considerable number of people present. Out-of-town tourists were capturing photographs with their phones and cameras, while many locals entered the church directly. Two young girls dressed in nuns' attire stood at the entrance, distributing small loaves of bread packaged in paper bags. Through the bustling crowd, one could faintly glimpse the grand nave within, illuminated by light streaming through stained glass. A line of devout, sacred choral melodies filled the air. Although the lyrics were indecipherable, simply listening to this hymn brought Lu Ning a sense of comfort, even softening the intensity of the blazing sun above her. This is a truly remarkable place. Lu Ning followed the throngs of people inside. The interior of the church was adorned as depicted in various cinematic portrayals, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity intertwined with a palpable sense of the divine. The immaculate decorative columns on either side were adorned with carvings that appeared to depict deities, while the walls were embellished with enormous, mysterious runes painted in hues of gold and silver. A prolonged gaze upon them could evoke an almost otherworldly sensation, as if one's spirit were being drawn in. Before the altar at the front of the sanctuary stood a young priest with golden hair and blue eyes, while rows of benches were filled with congregants eager to listen. Scattered around were several nuns and monks, their faces likewise reflecting piety and anticipation. In such an ambience, even casual visitors found themselves instinctively lowering their voices and movements. However, Lu Ning remained impervious to the atmosphere. She stood behind a decorative column, scrutinizing the scene, and noticed two figures lurking in the shadows of a corner. Fixated on the priest, clad in practical athletic attire, their faces remained obscured to her view. One of them was almost entirely enveloped in a dense aura of crimson energy, while the other appeared indistinct and vague. Even after attempting to moderate her gaze, the result remained unchanged. Chapter 38. Confession. It was not a Sunday, nor was it a typical time for worship in the afternoon. After the golden-haired priest led the congregation in hymns and prayers, he graced them with a smile and a bow before turning to a side door. Suddenly, one individual from the seated crowd rose, visibly agitated, clutching a paper bag distributed at the entrance, and followed the priest through the side door. Upon entering, Lu Ning too received a small loaf of bread. She promptly opened the paper bag, revealing a number, 47. Mississippi. Have you received it? Suddenly, a voice belonging to an elderly man broke the silence, causing Lu Ning to shudder slightly. She turned to see a man with hair and beard as white as snow, accompanied by 7 or 8 robust figures clad in black suits. Beside him stood the girl from the Yin family whom she had encountered on the street the previous day, gently supporting the old man's arm. At this point, Lu Ning surmised the origins of these individuals and immediately assumed a respectful demeanor. Out of curiosity, she inquired, "Could you, esteemed sir, enlighten me as to the significance of these numbers?" The elderly man chuckled heartily. "It holds no particular meaning. It is merely a lottery." "A lottery?" Lu Ning feigned confusion. The confessional here is perpetually crowded, with people claiming that those who leave emerge reborn. However, the staff at Avery Church is limited, and thus, they resorted to this lottery system, 50 slots available each day. The corners of Lu Ning's mouth twitched in disbelief. This truly is unprecedented. Paladel has faced his own challenges, striving to rejuvenate this place with the remaining elderly and youth from the church, transforming it into such a thriving establishment. Yet, how many among the populace genuinely hold faith? They merely seek to gloss over their past misdeeds under the guise of repentance. The old man lamented with a heavy sigh. You must believe, I presume? The late priest was an old friend of mine. The elderly man smiled kindly. The past is something we older folk can never quite forget. I sought you out for a rather delicate request. Please, go on, Lu Ning replied. My esteemed junior, who wishes to withdraw from this endeavor, must, according to the traditions established in years past, first engage in an act of contrition and make a solemn oath before departing. If the number you possess is of no intent to you, perhaps you might consider allowing him to utilize it. It would indeed serve as a favor from me to you. The elder gestured towards a bodyguard, marked by a scar upon his visage. Without hesitation, Lu Ning extended the paper bag in her possession. Such favors are overly generous. I have merely come to enjoy this place, so please take it, good sir. Then I express my gratitude. I am Yin Han of the Yin family. Should you require my assistance, you may find me at any establishment where the sign bears the Yin seal. With that, the elder took the bag and shared a few words with the bodyguard. The man, filled with gratitude, accepted the bag and hurried off to join the queue. The elder turned away, releasing the girl beside him, and ambled over to a bench to rest, leaving the girl staring at Lu Ning, at a loss for words. I saw you last night. If it were merely a matter of finding a topic, Lu Ning was more than capable. Is that so? Last night? Oh, the girl seemed to recall, scratching her head, reflecting on the trivial incident that had transpired. Never mind, I am Yin Luo. And you? I am Lu Ning. Are you visiting Danma? A descendant of soldiers? Most commendable. Yin Luo nodded slightly. The former barracks lie 30 kilometers west of Danma and are now sealed off. If you wish to take a look, wandering around outside is permissible. The former barracks? Yin Luo lowered her voice slightly in response to Lu Ning's inquiry. The site where the flying saucer was witnessed to have fallen lies in proximity to this very location. Subsequently, an investigative team and special forces dispatched by the government cordoned off the old barracks and its surrounding area, shrouded in mystery. Even we remain oblivious to the true events that transpired there. The blockade has yet to be lifted, and the soldiers patrolling that vicinity never engage with us, leaving us in ignorance of what they might be concealing. Lu Ning was taken aback to unexpectedly learn of information from half a century ago. Is it peculiar? If indeed something remains there after all these years, it is evidently immovable. The military rotates personnel every 5 years, a measure to prevent any familiarity with the locals. In summary, that place does not seem to be a safe one, should you wish to see it. I advise you to keep your distance and take a few photographs from afar, but do not approach at all. This cautionary advice lingered in Lu Ning's ears even as she exited the church. Yin Luo appeared fearful of her proximity to that location. Yet the very act of bringing it up seemed suspicious. It was at that moment that the two individuals, previously concealed in the shadows, came into view. A man and a woman, both clad in hooded sweaters, appeared oddly out of place in the sweltering heat. Each bore the emblem of the church staff on their chests. Yet their appearance offered no clues to their true identities. Suddenly, the man made a gesture towards Lu Ning, forming words with his lips that remained indecipherable. But his expression conveyed an unmistakable threat. Paradoxically, this only served to calm Lu Ning's demeanor. She noted the stark indifference on the face of the woman beside him, and a plan began to take shape in her mind. This church, indeed, harbors secrets. The clock Memorial Hall harbors little of intrinsic value. At least the so-called cursed clock cannot be discerned by mere sight. Since Lu Ning lacked the desire for leisure, she emerged from the Memorial Hall while the day was still young, leaving ample time to visit the History Museum. As she walked along the street, she noticed a throng of onlookers, captivated and cheering. Lu Ning paused, retrieving her phone to activate the recording function. The promotional video lasted a mere 15 minutes. After a brief wait, it began to replay. This time, she was prepared and recorded the entire clip. Yet, she pondered how many among the crowd, raising their phones and cameras, shared her intent. With that thought, Lu Ning quietly slipped away. Nearly a day later, Yi Fei and Song Baohua found themselves overwhelmed by Yuan Shi. Could you not be so ostentatious? Ostentatious? Who was taken away by the police last night? Wasn't that an unforeseen circumstance? Is it still our responsibility? The argument seemed to have erupted suddenly, prompting the hotel manager to swiftly intervene, softly inquiring and then mediating between the two, managing to somewhat temper their emotions. Lu Ning observed the commotion from the sidelines, intrigued by the nature of their dispute. She had already formed some conjectures about the identities of these individuals. Despite Yu Fei and Song Baohua's elegant attire, their demeanor did not align with their appearance. Yuan Shi was a newcomer to her, making her judgment difficult, while Xiao Shifan was simply being hindered by the two. However, this does not imply that Yu Fei and Song Baohua lack capability. Even having experienced but a single testing ground, Lu Ning holds every survivor in high regard, particularly considering that many among them have likely endured more than one trial, which is indeed a testament to their skill. As Yi Fei and Song Baohua ascended in the elevator and departed, it appeared that this group had irrevocably fractured. Xiao Shifan remained alongside Yuan Shi, both bearing expressions tinged with displeasure. At the manager's behest, they eventually exited to seek solace, allowing the lobby to gradually regain its former tranquility. Just as the manager was about to leave, Lu Ning hurried over to inquire, "Manager, may I ask what transpired here earlier? Regarding the matter of the guests. It is not for me to elaborate. We simply advised them as best we could." The manager deftly deflected. "Thank you." Lu Ning expressed her gratitude before departing, leaving the manager perplexed as to the nature of her thanks. Upon returning to her room, Lu Ning retrieved her laptop from her luggage and began transferring videos from her phone to the computer while simultaneously researching a name, Shen Wenhao. The disappearance of a professor was no trivial matter. His family had inundated the internet with appeals for assistance at the time. However, the passage of time had obscured this incident, and they likely had resigned themselves to despair. Who could have anticipated that this individual would re-emerge for years later? Inexplicably found in an elevator, with both the circumstances of his demise and the cause remaining an enigma? Lu Ning opened her notebook and recorded her recollections of Shen Wenhao's situation. To be frank, I initially believed that the 40-day time frame would provide ample opportunity to search for clues. However, the ominous atmosphere on the very first day instilled in Lu Ning a palpable sense of menace emanating from the entire testing ground. The initial flickering and cutting sensations overwhelmed the senses, leading most to overlook the underlying content. Only Lu Ning, with her meticulous gaze, began to uncover the hidden mysteries within. Chapter 39. The assault. Another night passed without nightmares. Lu Ning rose early, shouldering her backpack and stepping out of her door. Today, she planned to take a stroll on the mountain, intending to visit the infamous man-eating cave, which was, of course, one of the top 10 extraordinary events. Descending the stairs, she found a gathering in the hall. Xiao Shifan was conversing with Yuan Shi, and upon noticing Lu Ning's approach, he raised a hand in greeting. "Hello. I hope we didn't frighten you the other day. We plan to ascend the mountain today. It would be splendid if we could hunt as well. Are you interested?" Upon seeing Lu Ning scrutinizing their group, Xiao Shifan extended an invitation. Lu Ning glanced at Yuan Shi, hesitatingly asking, "Would it be inconvenient? The guide's fee will be shared among us, and if you join, your share will be reduced." One of the young men interjected promptly. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. "I've heard that the mountains have been rather unsettled lately. We are preparing to go in greater numbers. Indeed, it is quite unsettling, and I cannot accommodate so many people." A middle-aged man clad in camouflage suddenly interjected, his accent thick. "With more individuals, it becomes challenging to manage, and safety must be prioritized. Rest assured regarding safety concerns, Ms." Yuan patted her bag reassuringly, stating that your role is merely to provide a warning if necessary. Witnessing her gesture, Ms. Lu considered the situation and replied, "Very well. I had intended to ascend the mountain today as well. I hope I'm not intruding." The young men warmly welcomed the addition of a female companion, and they introduced themselves during the journey. The one who probed at the hotel, named Fei Yue, possessed a cynical and playful demeanor. The tall, slender man with glasses, known as Gao Yunji, had a rather acerbic tongue, yet he treated women with utmost courtesy, appearing to be a composed individual. Lastly, Lu Chang'an, who was always beaming, spoke with gentle cadence and possessed the most handsome features among the three. He exuded an air of refinement, seemingly having received an exceptional education. Following their introductions, the group embarked on a vehicle towards the foot of the mountain. The mountainous region of Danma lacked towering peaks, but boasted abundant forests. The undulating mountain ranges created a unique environment, rendering the ascent as challenging as scaling a high mountain. As the sun approached its zenith, the 7 individuals entered what could be described as a forest. Upon the guide's counsel, they paused to partake in lunch. Mr. Zhong, Fei Yunwei initiated a conversation with the guide immediately after settling down. Has Danma experienced an influx of visitors in recent years? Why hasn't a proper path been carved out on the mountain? We've grown accustomed to the mountain trails. The gentle slopes pose no danger. Mr. Zhong appeared to take great pride in his local identity. As he spoke animatedly, you outsiders lack the necessary exercise. You begin to complain of fatigue after ascending a mere 700 or 800 meters. Director Zhong, you are aware that we do not usually venture into the mountains, let alone into these uncharted and secluded forests. You must guide us diligently. Rest assured, there are no ferocious beasts in this area. It is quite safe. Safe? Lu Ning cast a glance at the distant tendrils of black mist, remaining silent. Is it truly safe? What lies within? There is an odor of decay. Perhaps there are indeed predators lurking within. Director Zhong waved his hand dismissively. However, no one has encountered them in years. They likely have another exit. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, imperceptibly nodding in agreement. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly felt the black mist thickening around them, heightening her alertness. Concurrently, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. At the slightest noise, several individuals sprang into action. Clang! An axe whirled through the air, embedding itself in a tree. Although it fell short of its intended target, Gao Yanjie, by over a meter, it was evident that the assailant bore ill intent. What is happening? Director Zhong exclaimed in shock, but no one paid him any heed. From all directions, a dozen figures clad in gas masks and oversized hooded mountaineering attire emerged, brandishing axes and machetes, and began to advance menacingly toward them. Who are you? Keep your distance. Gao Yunjie shouted, yanking the axe from the tree and raising it in a threatening manner. Just as a man wielding a hammer approached, he swung the axe in defense. Clang! With a sharp crack, the adversary raised the iron hammer, its metallic handle deftly intercepting the axe's strike. Immediately, with a forceful thrust, he pushed Gao Yunj back 2 steps before swinging the hammer down with lethal intent. They were intent on murder. Lu Ning's gaze turned steely. This peculiar group had appeared with alarming abruptness, harboring murderous intentions from the outset, suggesting a direct connection to the core of the unfolding events. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi had drawn their handguns unbeknownst to anyone. Xiao Shifan fired first, striking the assailant targeting Gao Yunj squarely in the head. A spray of crimson erupted, and without uttering a sound, the man collapsed. Following this, Yuan Shi aimed at the remaining encroaching figures, and upon noticing their unyielding stance, decisively opened fire. The introduction of firearms swiftly altered the balance of power, and after 6 individuals were gunned down, the crowd, as if receiving a silent command, began to retreat, leaving behind several lifeless bodies. At this juncture, the guide stood in shock. Check it. Yuan Shi cautiously nudged the nearest corpse with his weapon and called out to the others. Wait, Lu Ning interjected, halting Yuan Shi. He picked up a sturdy branch and prodded the corpse's face, effortlessly peeling away the gas mask. Rather than saying Lu Ning removed it, it was more accurate to state the mask fell away on its own. The figure beneath had been reduced to a grotesque mass, a morbid amalgamation of white and red tissues, exuding a foul, rancid odor, with not even a trace of bone remaining. What is this? Fei Yunwei gasped at the harrowing sight. Lu Ning wiped a branch smeared with flesh on the grass, and it was evident that the blades turned a sickly yellow and withered. She promptly discarded the branch, shaking her hand in disgust. Yuan Shi, still haunted by the moment, took a few steps back, intending to speak when a sudden scream pierced the air. Wait, is this creature still alive? Fei Yunwei's face paled as he glanced around at the nearby corpses, fearful that one might suddenly spring to life. Let us check, Xiao Shifan began. But before he could finish, Director Zhong's body abruptly sprang up from the ground. The head, corroded to reveal white bones, was slowly accumulating flesh. And a haunting wail emerged from its gaping throat as it staggered towards them in a grotesque manner. Despite the fact that everyone present had endured numerous bizarre occurrences, this scene still sent chills down their spines. Xiao Shifan quickly raised his gun and fired at the body, which collapsed in response, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Are they all dead? Fei Yunwei inquired. Lu Ning poked each body with the branch to confirm their stillness. I knew something was amiss in this cursed place. Gao Yunjie scoffed, brandishing an axe as he approached Director Zhong's corpse, peeling away the hooded sweatshirt that now contained only remnants of flesh, revealing a tragically mutilated body beneath. Let us speak plainly. We all came from the same gathering place. Didn't we? Yuan Shi's hand holding the gun hung down, yet his expression remained vigilant. Initially, everyone preferred not to disclose their individual reasons. But now that we have confirmed we are being targeted, perhaps it is wise to form an alliance. If we continue to remain scattered, we may all meet our demise. I was indeed waiting for your words, Gao Yunji replied readily. We are seekers, though I wonder if we belong to the same faction as you. Even in opposing missions, survival takes precedence. Holding on to prejudices against factions can easily lead to mutual harm. However, as fellow seekers, I trust we do not possess fundamental conflicts of interest. After finishing his statement, Yuan Shi turned to Lu Ning. I am an explorer, Lu Ning declared, uttering words that momentarily stunned the others. Regrettably, I am not part of your faction. I belong to a minority group. Nevertheless, this identity does not necessarily conflict with yours, and temporary cooperation is indeed feasible. We have an alternative solution. Suddenly, Gao Yunji's expression shifted, and he raised his axe, aiming it at Lu Ning. Killing you could also be a viable option. It seemed that those who had endured several trials had grown increasingly suspicious of others. Lu Ning briefly entertained this thought, yet her demeanor remained unchanged. That is a valid point. However, compared to my openly declared identity, if any of you are concealing yours, that would pose a greater complication. Wouldn't it? What do you mean? Xiao Shifan frowned. Although Seekers currently form the largest faction, the probability of all 5 of you being Seekers. How high is that? Do you genuinely believe such a coincidence? But the fact remains that you do not belong to our faction, Gao Yunji asserted. What did Yuan Shi just say? Survival comes first. Allow me to make an inference. As members of the majority faction, each of you possesses the least amount of information. In contrast, I may hold a substantial amount of relevant intelligence. Perhaps, it is not as if I am without allies. Lu Ning smiled. While you deduce that others are mere transient visitors, do you not think I could infer your identities as well? If I failed to rendezvous with my teammates on time, do you believe you could easily evade retaliation from the shadows? Such claims are unfounded, Xiao Shifan retorted. You assert that your mission does not conflict with ours, but we cannot place our trust in you. It seems the previous talk of cooperation was merely a deception? What a pity. That was not a lie. Yuan Shi interjected. I hope to establish a temporary alliance, provided that no one resorts to treachery behind my back. I require a guarantee. The weapons are in your possession. Lu Ning raised her hand. I have nothing on me that could serve as a weapon. My strength lies in information. I attempted to trade this with you, yet some harbor excessive suspicion. Gao Yunji scoffed, offering no rebuttal. Lu Chang'an placed a hand on his shoulder and cheerfully remarked, well, we did not plot against each other when we ascended the mountain together, did we? The current threats stem from external sources. I believe our unity poses no issue. I have no objections, Fei Yunwei shrugged. Chapter 40. The Assembled Explorers. This morning of July 9th is anything but tranquil. After participating in their inaugural rehearsal, Xu Xingru and several celebrities convened for lunch at a local restaurant renowned for its unique culinary offerings. Initially, this seemed unremarkable. However, during the meal, Xu Xingru inadvertently glanced out of the window and noticed a peculiar dark mist rising over the distant mountains. As she pointed it out, the other stars turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Could it be a fire? It is summer, after all, and such conditions can easily lead to wildfires. Speculated a male film star with a chuckle. No need to worry. This mountainous city is well acquainted with managing such incidents, and it won't affect us, he reassured them. But that doesn't appear to be smoke, does it? It looks more like fog, interjected another, somewhat timid female celebrity, her skepticism evident. Shouldn't we inquire with the organizers? There could be safety concerns. A young assistant was dispatched, and soon returned with news. It seems some tourists in the mountains did not handle their barbecue properly, but the situation is under control and will be resolved shortly. There's no need for alarm. The male star burst into laughter, clearly having anticipated this outcome, and the others relaxed as well, except for Xu Xingru. Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety, she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, engaging in conversation while discreetly monitoring the misted mountains. After approximately 5 minutes, the dark haze dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Xu Xingru raised her glass and, while sipping her drink, discreetly pressed the emergency call button on her phone tucked in her pocket. 5 seconds later, she terminated the call. Meanwhile, in the outer hall, Han Yin, holding his phone, exchanged apologetic glances with several surrounding agents before excusing himself to take the call. His intended contact was another investigator, a journalist named Xin Xinyue from the Danma Daily. Previously, he had confirmed the identities of several other explorers, and this particular individual was one he could easily contact, given the counterpart's position. The amount of information accessible to them far surpassed what this outsider could obtain. Although there remained some suspicion regarding his identity through Han Yin's persistent efforts, cooperation was ultimately agreed upon. The recent wildfire had indeed attracted media attention, and by the time the call connected, Xun Xinyue was already en route to the scene. The situation remained unclear. Before Han Yin could speak, Xin Xinyue began to relay her circumstances. The newspaper had received the news approximately 10 minutes prior, and I had proactively sought the opportunity to conduct on-site interviews. The police and firefighters had also been dispatched, but their arrival at the scene would take some time. However, the black smoke had already dissipated. Be cautious, warned another ally. There's something amiss with this incident. As Xin Xinyue waited for the red light, she couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Han Yin's words. Han Yin, how many testing grounds have you been through? 2. Is there a problem? The female journalist tossed her long hair aside, noticing the traffic light turn green. She shifted into gear and gently released the clutch to accelerate. I've been through 4. And my greatest realization is that if you do not actively confront these matters, you will perish in ignorance and confusion. Therefore, even if there is a possibility of death, I choose to be a clear-headed ghost. I do not intend to cast blame upon you, but since you possess ample freedom of movement, there is no need to squander it on trivial social obligations. Pretend to be ill or find an excuse to sever ties with others. In any case, do not linger in one place. The path is forged by one's own steps. Why do you suddenly share this with me? Does one need a reason to wish for others' survival? I require teammates who can lend a helping hand. Can you be that person? Xin Xinyue steered the car out of the city and veered onto a side road. We will assist you as much as we can. We are allies. Han Yin, still somewhat naive, having only encountered 2 confrontational scenarios, lacked a clear understanding of such situations. Yet, this naivety boded well for Xin Xinyue. In this web of intrigue, rife with malice and schemes, a modicum of trust and kindness was essential to provide balance. She hummed a cheerful tune as she ascended the winding mountain road. The incline was not particularly steep, with turns rarely exceeding 90 degrees, making the journey less arduous than anticipated. However, as the flow of traffic thinned and the road narrowed to a mere 2 lanes, Xin Xinyue suddenly heard a deafening crash from the roof of the car. She glanced upward and, through the rearview mirror, noticed a distinct dent in the roof, as if something heavy had fallen upon it. Almost immediately, 2 figures clad in hooded garments and gas masks emerged abruptly from the road ahead, brandishing fire axes and blocking the path. This tactic was ineffective, Shun Xinyue pressed the accelerator with determination, her speed escalating to over 80, hurtling directly towards the hooded figures. The collision between the vehicle and the figure did not produce a resounding noise. Rather, it resembled the sound of a bag filled with liquid bursting, emitting a soft, squelching sound. The car, propelled by the momentum of two hooded individuals, continued unabated until it collided with the guardrail, accompanied by a cacophony of screeching brakes. Viscous substances of various hues, green, white, red, and yellow, oozed from the seams of the hooded figure's garments, splattering across the windshield. Shun Xinyue reached for a backpack on the passenger seat and retrieved a crowbar from beneath her seat before opening the door and stepping out. The object that had struck the car's roof had been cast aside over 10 meters away. It was yet another hooded figure, now struggling to rise. Observing the bubbling flesh on the vehicle, Shun Xinyue deduced that the creature's bodily fluids possessed toxic or acidic properties, prompting her to hastily ascend the road towards the mountain. Upon confirming that there was indeed an issue atop the mountain, her excitement surged. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated 4 testing grounds, she had amassed a considerable number of points and was not hesitant to invest in enhancing her physical abilities and combat skills. Even in the face of superhuman monsters, she refused to believe that she possessed no capacity for resistance. Moreover, her harrowing experiences had taught her that choosing to retreat now would mean forever remaining oblivious to certain truths. After traversing the mountain path for less than 15 minutes, she veered into the dense forest, relying on her prior recollections to guide her. It wasn't long before she discovered signs of passage within a thicket of trees. Meanwhile, 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind the trees. Shun Xinyue concealed herself behind a tree, cautiously peeking out to discover that they were 2 hunters, both around 40 years of age, robust and sturdy, each wielding a hunting rifle. "Young lady, do not hide. We mean you no harm," said the man on the left, donning a bamboo hat, as he lowered his rifle and raised a hand to indicate his peaceful intentions. "I am Li Zhongxin, a hunter from the mountains. This is Wang Zhongxiang, also a hunter." The man with the short stubble beside him also lowered his weapon. "How could we have known you were in danger? The mountains have not been safe lately. It is ill-advised for a young lady to venture up here alone," Li Zhongxin replied. "Can you escort me down the mountain?" Shun Xinyue inquired tentatively. "Hunting? I can offer you compensation. Surely a day's worth of work is not too much to ask? Are you worried about us, young lady? Did you bring a mobile phone? The signal up here is decent. You could call someone to come and fetch you," Li Zhongxin suggested. The cannibal cave, outwardly appearing as a mere ordinary cavern, was surrounded by an eerie silence. There were no birds chirping or cicadas singing. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops had vanished. Were it not for the voices exchanged among them, one could easily believe they had stumbled into a soundless realm. Such an unsettling anomaly only underscored the cave's ominous nature. After Lu Ning confirmed that this was indeed the cannibal cave, no one dared to venture inside to investigate. "We all went in. If something were to happen, who would be responsible for conveying the news?" Yuan Shi remarked as he switched on his flashlight and illuminated the interior of the cave. Xiao Shifan retrieved 2 button-style walkie-talkies from his backpack and handed one to Yuan Shi, who clipped it onto her collar before being the first to enter the cave. This left the 3 young men feeling somewhat awkward. I suppose I should go in as well, to keep an eye on things," Lu Chang'an said with a smile at Yuan Shi and followed in Xiao Shifan's footsteps into the cave. Lu Ning leaned against a tree, offering no comments. The others largely ignored her, treating this uncertain ally or foe with cold indifference, though they likely remained vigilant in their hearts. At that moment, Lu Ning observed that the female specter did not follow Lu Chang'an into the cave. Rather, she seemed to be trailing either Gao Yunji or Fei Yunwei. The specter's expression was gradually shifting to one of agitation, her malevolent aura growing more intense, though it had yet to be perceived by those nearby. It began to subtly entwine around them. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind, as someone pushed through the underbrush. The few who had just been attacked immediately assumed a defensive stance. Shun Xinyue and 2 hunters simultaneously spotted several figures. "Hey, wait, we are human, not wild beasts," Li Zhongxin called out hastily. Are you lost tourists in the mountains? We are merely here for leisure. Yuan, she did not lower her firearm. Who are you? We are hunters. This young lady is a reporter, one of them replied. After a brief moment of listening, Yuan, she shouted urgently, run. Chapter 41. The sky-devouring monster. For the vast majority of visitors still at the first tier, the instinct to flee had become an unconscious reflex. And even a newcomer like Lu Ning was no exception. In an instant, everyone present dashed towards the most appealing escape route, indifferent to the fate of the two individuals within the cave. Within mere seconds, the entrance was left deserted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ning slipped into the jungle, hastily took out her phone to compose a message to Chang Wuling, and began her descent down the mountainside. However, just as she had run a few hundred meters, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. An unsettling sense of dread pierced her heart. Crouching behind a tree, Lu Ning looked up, only to be met with a sharp pain in her eyes. At that moment, she realized a significant issue. The advantage of her identity allowed her to perceive things invisible to ordinary people. But it also came with a price. She would witness horrors that were never meant to be seen. A chaotic stream of multicolored meteors streaked across the sky, tearing the azure expanse into countless tiny shards. Where the meteors passed, indistinct black entities emerged, further intensifying the assault on the heavens. In a matter of seconds, blood trickled from her eyes. The power of her vision had been utterly depleted, and the recent spectacle seemed little more than a fleeting illusion. When Lu Ning closed and then reopened her eyes, the sky remained a serene, clear blue, devoid of any monsters. Yet, an unsettling chill lingered in her heart. It was a creature of some sort, or perhaps an entire species. Lu Ning was uncertain whether they were indeed the embodiment of the monsters on the mountain. Yet it was undeniably a goal far beyond her current reach. Should this mission require confronting such creatures, no one would stand a chance of escape. After a brief moment of mental respite, she became aware of a chilling sensation on her face. Upon wiping it, she discovered her hand smeared with a considerable amount of blood. Strangely, despite the blood that had flowed from her eyes, she felt no pain nor any impairment of vision. Rather, her perception of the surroundings seemed to sharpen. Just then, a notification chimed on her phone. Monsters undoubtedly exist, yet the entire Danma harbors even more peculiarities. Who is responsible for creating these monsters? They cannot be of natural origin. In the coming days, try to move about the city. Investigate the central hospital of Danma, as it should yield some insights. Lu Ning found this somewhat peculiar, but a sudden movement nearby completely captured her attention. Not far from her, a patch of trees on the hillside parted, revealing a figure emerging from within. It was the woman from the trio she had encountered earlier. Having dispersed without much conversation before, Lu Ning had not paid her much mind. Yet even that brief interaction allowed her to ascertain that the woman was likely a tourist from the gathering point. Just as Lu Ning intended to approach, the woman raised the camera hanging from her neck and took a photograph of the sky. Almost immediately, she noticed Lu Ning. You are the one who was just at the cave entrance. Shen Xinyue smiled faintly upon recognizing Lu Ning. Are you a tourist from out of town? From the gathering point? Lu Ning spoke directly, and Shen Xinyue's expression subtly tightened, her professional smile vanishing instantly. You are also. Wait, how could you possibly know? Let's discuss that later. Did you see something? Just moments ago, something flew across the sky. Could you perceive it? A look of astonishment crossed Shen Xinyue's face. Such an advantage is granted to you? Who are you? This is not an illusion. Noticing Lu Ning's slightly distressed countenance, Shen Xinyue pondered for a moment before retrieving her camera to display the photographs she had previously taken. I have been following and documenting everything. It is only through the camera that I can record those phenomena. How about it? Would you like to take a look? Are you an explorer? Lu Ning inquired without approaching. It seems you are not an explorer after all. I am Shen Xinyue, indeed an explorer. A commendable level of caution. Shen Xinyue set down her camera, regaining her smile. Let us discuss a collaboration. I do not believe our missions are at odds. Your ability to travel with so many others indicates that your faction does not impose restrictions on independent actions. Why not cooperate before tensions arise? The terms of collaboration? Lu Ning narrowed her eyes and spoke. On my way here, I was attacked by unidentified humanoid creatures. Although they should be dead now, I suspect there are more. These creatures may very well be connected to those in the sky. I work for a news agency, thus I possess more insightful information, and most importantly, I am a local. The creatures that attacked you ought to be investigated. However, I could easily retain this information for my own benefit rather than share it. You may not yet be aware of the criteria that ultimately determine the ratings, right? Shinxinyue's statement indeed piqued Lu Ning's interest. As a basis for collaboration, allow me to enlighten you. Higher scores and alliances bear no relation to survival. Your individual performance is the sole determinant of your score. Completing tasks merely ensures the most basic score threshold. Beyond that, the number of side quests explored, the truths uncovered, the degree of personal identity completion, and actions that directly influence the larger scenario will all be factored into one's final evaluation. Information forms the foundation of all these elements. In any testing ground, those who possess knowledge of information locations undoubtedly hold a natural advantage. Lu Ning believed that this was mostly true. Such data could similarly be accessed at the hub, albeit at a cost, which she had not deemed necessary to investigate. Yet, if all this is indeed accurate, it raises another question. Is information the greatest advantage? Not quite. It merely provides a head start. Therefore, I do not mind sharing. If your eyes can perceive those elements, that constitutes what is known as compensation. Initially, everyone's average identity advantage is equal. However, such disparities still lead to varying outcomes. You will come to understand this as you accumulate experience. Ultimately, shall we collaborate? Shinxinyue's assertiveness and confidence led Lu Ning to suspect that she still had many unspoken thoughts, which was understandable, given their mutual distrust. After exchanging terminal numbers from a distance, they parted ways once more. Not long after, Lu Ning encountered a rescue team, who unceremoniously led her out of the forest. What was she truly doing? This question had lingered in Lu Ning's mind throughout her previous experiences. How many factions were involved in this confrontation? Thus far, it had become apparent that the Seekers and the Explorers did not possess particularly aggressive missions. The man in the church, who had exhibited a clear sense of threat towards her, might belong to another faction, while the hidden faction to which she belonged seemed to be inherently self-destructive. Consequently, she found herself embroiled in a conflict involving 4 factions. She could not fathom the notion that there was no antagonism among the factions. Otherwise, distinguishing between them would be utterly meaningless. Yet, her access to information was regrettably limited, leaving her with an incomplete understanding of the events unfolding throughout the city. This was a stark contrast to the confined world of the previous villa. "Thank you for your response," said the journalist who had come to interview Lu Ning. Before swiftly moving on to the next individual, it was clear that the Danma Daily was not the only media outlet present. Following the rescue team's closure of the mountain, more journalists had arrived in pursuit of first-hand information. Lu Ning was the first to be escorted down the mountain, followed by Gao Yunjia and Fei Yunwei, with Yuan Shi and the somewhat disheveled Xiaoshifan trailing behind, though he bore no significant injuries. Lu Chaman and the 3 others who emerged afterward appeared to have not come down from the mountain at all. "Where are you?" Lu Ning could not help but send a message to Shinxinyue, fearing that this person might have met an untimely end in some unknown location. "Do you have any information?" For the past 2 decades, the newspaper and video records surrounding the Frost Day Festival, as well as the list of 136 missing persons, including their identities, have come to light. Shinxinyue casually tossed out a weighty proposition. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Ning once again delved into the information regarding the previously missing individuals from Danma. After receiving the materials transmitted by Shinxinyue, she initiated a comparison and quickly identified over 20 missing persons from past festival footage. The resolution of the earlier recordings was inadequate, and time constraints hindered extensive comparisons, prompting her to seek assistance. Lu Ning placed a call to Yuan Shi, who, given her stature, undoubtedly had access to technical support. When the matter of the underlying truth was involved, Yuan Shi promptly descended to assist. She indeed possessed the privilege of summoning external aid beyond this insular realm. Capable of securing her family's resources, Xiao Shifan shared a similar standing. After copying the list and images, they proceeded to establish contact here. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Ning grasped that this was the convenience afforded by their identities as seekers. They were oblivious to extraordinary circumstances, but possessed formidable resources behind the scenes. Though everyone's initial conditions varied, they should all be equitable. Shen Xinyue's assertion held true. Any traveler at a hub undoubtedly wielded their unique advantages, unless they had yet to realize it. The volume of comparisons was substantial, requiring approximately 17 hours to complete the entire search. Yuanxi soon yielded results. Such an extended duration? The clarity was insufficient and would require post-processing, while extensive footage lasting several hours might necessitate repeated comparisons. Before that, let us first summarize the current situation. The animosity on the mountain seemed to have vanished at this moment. Yuanxi quickly conveyed the circumstances on their end to Lu Ning. Chapter 42. The emergence of sacrifices. Xiao Shifan encountered no monsters within the cave, only their eerie sounds. It was akin to the wailing of a human infant. However, Xiao Shifan and Lu Chang'an were far from naive. The overwhelming stench that surged from the depths was sufficient to compel them to flee, not to mention the subtle tremors emanating from the ground and walls, indicating the substantial size of the creature. A hidden monster posed a far greater threat than the aberrations on the mountain, were it not for its considerable size, which undoubtedly caused significant noise. Lu Ning might have suspected that Xiao Shifan and Lu Chang'an could be assassinated within the cave. This was a predicament. Yuanxi concurred. There were multiple types of monsters. Where did those aberrations reside in their everyday lives? The population of Danma was considerable, yet no one had ever encountered them. This was too. If they were invisible, it could be somewhat plausible, but how could so many bizarre occurrences remain concealed? It has been reported that the wildfire on Yunsong Mountain was extinguished by noon today, and no injuries have been discovered thus far. The rescue team successfully saved 17 individuals trapped in the fire. Following is the live report. The sound of the evening news filled the room, instantly capturing the attention of the three individuals. A wildfire? The scene reveals a vast expanse of land, charred and reduced to ashes, with everything utterly destroyed. Yet, based on the marked location, it is undoubtedly the place they visited at noon. Wait, isn't this the very spot where those strange individuals attacked us? Xiao Shifan voiced the thought aloud, and the two girls nodded in agreement, a single phrase sweeping through their minds. Obliteration of evidence. The timeline does not align. Lu Ning noticed the scrolling subtitles below. She had checked her phone numerous times. The wildfire occurred precisely when they were assaulted. Yet there was no sign of any fire at that moment. Are you suggesting that the flames were later ignited to conceal the evidence? Then why was there? This is a conspiracy. Yuanxi gently struck the table, fabricating the illusion of a wildfire to execute the attack. Regardless of the outcome, a cover-up operation would inevitably follow, and the identity of the deceased would be inconsequential. The fire was ignited only after we departed, for we had not seen any smoke or signs of fire on the mountain. If that is the case, the rescue team. Lu Ning articulated what Yuanxi had been contemplating. Those intent on killing us might be mingling within the rescue team, or possibly constitute a rogue division of the rescue unit. Thus, it becomes clearer why no one noticed these strange individuals. Their appearance is indistinguishable from that of humans. The visage of humanity. Xiao Shifan pondered a chilling possibility. However, Lu Ning pondered further. She promptly accessed the website to check for any reports of missing persons in Danma today. Although it seemed improbable for there to be any response online merely after an afternoon, she felt compelled to ascertain certain matters. If these individuals were mingling among the Danma people, what of their identities? No, they could have arrived here as outsiders, or even replaced the locals. Yuanxi's expression darkened. Did that imply that many in Danma were? I hope everyone pays attention to missing person notices over the next few days, whether in newspapers or online. The crime rate in Danma has been exceptionally low. If a significant number of people truly went missing, it would undoubtedly be a grave incident, and the media would certainly react. Moreover, based on the common characteristics of the missing, we might find a breakthrough. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Lu Ning's demeanor grew increasingly grave. What if there were no such reports? If there were none, it could mean these individuals were already concealed somewhere. Or, as Yuan Shi suggested, disguised as tourists, with no reaction for 2 or 3 days. The worst-case scenario would be that these disguised entities also possessed replacements. This would imply that in this clandestine confrontation, Lu Ning and her companions would have to contend with an enemy of legion proportions. This speculation reached Shen Xinyue. Within a minute something was amiss. Given Shen Xinyue's previous demeanor, it was unlikely she would choose silence at this juncture. If not due to an identity issue, she must have encountered some predicament that ensnared her. This is hardly a favorable situation. Although 40 days may seem substantial, it does not guarantee that no lives will be lost in the interim. Xiao Shifan pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe we must investigate." "Are you out of your mind? Are you truly willing to put yourself in jeopardy?" Yuan Shi vehemently opposed. "Our purpose in probing into troubling matters is to avoid being deceived. To act recklessly in the face of known danger is tantamount to courting death. Yet we must seize every clue. Have you forgotten how Zhang met his demise? It was his insatiable curiosity that led to his downfall. Are you oblivious to the perilous situation we currently face?" As tensions escalated between the two, Lu Ning quickly intervened to separate them. It was evident that Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi had been comrades in several testing grounds, and their discourse hinted at past grievances that had resulted in such a profound divergence in their proposed course of action. At that moment, Xiao Shifan's phone rang. It's Yi Fei. What brings you to call at this hour?" Upon answering, even without the speakerphone activated, Lu Ning and Yuan Shi, positioned nearby, could hear the anguished cries emanating from the device. "Xiao Gu, Yuan Jia, help me, please. Where are you right now?" Xiao Shifan urgently inquired, focusing on the essential question. "I'm riding a motorcycle towards the southern end of Baichuan Road. I just passed a gas station. Lao Song has been murdered. They are pursuing me. I can't shake them off. I was wrong before. Please, save me. Hold on." Having uttered these words, Xiao Shifan rose to his feet, checked the car keys, and was about to step outside when Yuan Shi seized him by the arm. "Is your heroic impulse acting up again? I will not stand idly by." Xiao Shifan extricated himself from Yuan Shi's grasp, a smile illuminating his face. "Rest assured, the main act has yet to commence. How could the performers exit so easily?" "Stop right there," Yuan Shi retorted, grabbing her bag and indignantly following Xiao Shifan. "You needn't." Xiao Shifan flashed a broad smile at Yuan Shi before addressing Lu Ning. "We shall take our leave now. Should anything arise, we will reach out to you." With a click, Lu Ning paused her typing. "You are quite a decent person, after all." The two swiftly departed to offer assistance, leaving Lu Ning seated in the room, magnifying the route on her screen, meticulously examining the path ahead. Changqing Garden, a cemetery? This appeared to be a location along the route that might be prone to issues. After perusing online resources, Lu Ning discovered the place held peculiar significance. This cemetery is jointly managed by the municipal government and the Avery Cathedral, intended to honor the martyrs who perished at the border and those who later made remarkable contributions to the development of Danma City. Adjacent to the cemetery lies a road leading to the burial grounds, seldom traversed by vehicles except for funerals. Avery Cathedral handles certain funeral services, with a rotation of clergy members assigned to oversee the cemetery. This arrangement is indeed quite strange, though the cemetery is undoubtedly a place of profound significance. The decision to assign a clergyman to oversee it seems rather excessive. Generally speaking, individuals with reliable backgrounds and sufficient courage serve as adequate guardians. The rationale for employing internal personnel often conceals secrets that one wishes to keep hidden from prying eyes. Lu Ning extracted her notebook, inscribing cemetery upon its pages. She then drew a line between the cemetery and the church, annotating it accordingly. This notebook contained all the suspicious matters she had encountered since her arrival in Danma, and she had no intention of adding further entries for the time being. The investigative tasks at hand were already ample. Bodies that vanish and reappear in a 4-year cycle. Danma concealing most information from the police? Government, a local association seemingly involved with the metaphysical, possibly investigating the UFO crash 50 years ago, related to matriarchal sorcery. The Frost Day Festival has video documentation dating back 20 years, with a high probability that those who filmed it have become missing persons, an unidentified cursed beach strength. Two enigmatic individuals associated with Avery Cathedral, the male likely being a raven, an unusually low crime rate, the cemetery, suspected to harbor the church's secrets, the hospital, pending investigation. The cannibal cave in the mountains, monster confirmed, sky monsters, invisible, hooded assailants, non-human. The exact influence of seekers and explorers on their mission identities and factions. And Chung Wooling's remarkable knowledge of so many matters. This notebook had never been shown to anyone, containing her own contemplations and reflections. These fragments of information are laden with numerous elements that, while ostensibly non-conflicting, remain inexplicably elusive. She is able to discern the underlying logical connections. Yet she still lacks certain details. It has only been a little over 2 days. Lu Ning is certain that the portion of information she has encountered is merely what her identity permits her to access, while a greater number of visitors possess other knowledge. This puzzle must be pieced together gradually. Time is of the essence. For some unknown reason, a phrase suddenly flashed through her mind. Is it possible to derive such information from these reports? Or is it merely an instinctual warning? Or, akin to the situation at Ghost Manor, had she unwittingly steered herself towards the most dire outcome after the recent massacre? The opportunity. Just then, a rustling sound abruptly filled the air. Chapter 43. The night of turning points, I have committed a grave error. There are indeed certain things in this world that ought to remain untouched, certain secrets that must never be unearthed. They undeniably exist. Yet we tend to overlook them. This is a reckoning, and my turn is imminent. I am filled with dread. Lu Ning, I understand that this request is excessive, but please, save me. I am still. A garbled message appeared on Lu Ning's computer, resembling a cry for help. Although it seemed disjointed, she immediately recognized the sender of this message. Connecting it to her mission, Lu Ning suddenly became aware of a critical issue. She had encountered her mentor, Fan Xiaoyan, and her senior, Yin Yu, but as long as she could extricate Yin Yu from the confines of Danma, it would suffice. Does this also imply that Fan Xiaoyan has lost all hope of rescue, or perhaps the necessity for it? A chill surged from her heart. She had initially believed that the 40-day mission would suffice for investigation and preparation. However, even if she had not squandered too much time, her task had been teetering on the brink of failure from the very beginning. Do not panic. If this message was sent by Yin Yu, and if it was not sent by Yin Yu, Lu Ning rose to her feet, beginning to pace slowly around the room. This time, it was not merely the peril of a central mystery that illuminated her shortcomings in planning. As her thoughts proliferated, she gradually found it challenging to grasp the crux of the matter. Speaking of which, the rehearsals involving Xu Xingru and the others had taken place in recent days, and the 2 addresses she had sent were likely the venues for the upcoming rehearsals, thus facilitating the exchange of information. No, that is not the implication. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Ning's mind, prompting her to investigate the itinerary of the Star Troop in Danma. Since there was a promotional video, it was likely that these details had already been disclosed online. Upon further inspection, although their schedule was not completely filled day by day, there were indeed numerous interviews and fan activities, along with many social engagements. The interview with Danma Daily on July 12th and the opera performance at the Yui Garden on July 14th appeared on this extensive list. If this is the case, Xu Xingru specifically mentioning these 2 locations signifies a plea for help. Danma Daily, where Shen Xinyue works, is located there. In other words, Shen Xinyue is quite possibly the person Xu Xingru could turn to for assistance. In a scenario of similar circumstances, the Hongxiu Tsui Theater should indeed have an individual capable of providing assistance. In the absence of private identities to offer support, this helpful person is likely a crow from the gathering place, which leads to another layer of inference. Xu Xingrua, Shen Xinyue, and the members of the Hongxiu Theater, along with an intermediary referred to as X, can almost certainly be considered as part of the same faction. This mission has afforded them the conditions for swift assembly. In other words, If they cannot unite quickly, they will find themselves in a position of disadvantage. It seems that Xu Xingrua has also contemplated this issue. Her call for help is, in fact, a summons for gathering. Lu Ning harbors doubts about whether she is overthinking the situation. Can two time frames and locations truly lead others to such conclusions? Is this genuinely the standard Xu Xingrua has set for herself? The answer is quite evident. It is not. Xu Xingrua merely provided an opportunity, an invitation to join the collective at the appropriate time and place. She is not solely seeking allies from her faction. Rather, she aims to rally all potential allies. Whether Lu Ning can think further on this matter is not within consideration, as long as she believes and ventures to that place. The subsequent events will unfold naturally. Conversely, her absence would not impede the team in any significant manner. Lu Ning rubbed her temples and threw herself onto the sofa. Indeed, everyone was investigating Danma's peculiarities at their own pace, while Xu Xingrua had simply undertaken the most pressing task at hand, gathering everyone together. That was sufficient. Leaning back on the sofa, Xu Xingrua tossed and caught a listening device in her hand, her mood finally easing somewhat compared to the tension of recent days. The surveillance device she had previously nonchalantly sabotaged remained unrepaired, indicating that the other party's reaction was not as swift as anticipated, and they might not have even noticed her circumstances at all. While this suggested a broader scope of surveillance for them, it was a fortuitous development for her personally. How many individuals do you think will attend? On the other end of the line, Han Yin remained skeptical. Through the channels of the explorers and personal connections, it was anticipated that over 10 individuals would arrive at the Danma Daily Building the day after tomorrow, a number that surpassed the total count of explorers, possibly rivaling the largest faction. However, would these individuals truly attend a gathering shrouded in mystery? They would indeed come. Each one who had survived multiple trials possessed a robust confidence in themselves. Moreover, every invitation we extended imbued them with a sense of assurance. In such circumstances, even if it were merely a charade, what could possibly deter them? Yet, if that were the case, rest assured, once people arrive, there will be no lack of outcomes. Furthermore, the gathering on the 12th is merely a precursor. I cannot attend. What? At that time, someone will assist me in managing everything. You merely need to show up. By the way, what is your personal objective? I apologize, but I prefer not to disclose that to anyone. Xu Xingru smiled, refraining from further inquiries, and bid farewell before disconnecting the call. This night was destined to leave many restless. Just past midnight, as Lu Ning lay in bed searching for information online, she received a reassuring message from Xiao Shifan. Her mind wandered through the events of recent days, and before she realized it, she succumbed to slumber. Humanity, submerged in a mire, finally emerged once again from the depths. Their bodies besmirched with mud that trickled down their skin. Their garments had vanished entirely, and all moved like newborns, stepping with synchronized yet measured strides towards the shore. Venturing into the unfathomable darkness ahead, their destination unknown. A void appeared in the sky, and Lu Ning instinctively felt she could no longer observe this scene. Her body, at that moment, uncontrollably soared towards the sky, piercing the void. When she regained her senses, she found herself amidst a vast nebula, like a shooting star. She traversed through the cosmic expanse, witnessing the birth and demise of countless celestial bodies, as the universe evolved into increasingly intricate galactic formations. Time and space began to blur, until she beheld a radiant light. Suddenly, Lu Ning jolted awake. The morning sun filtered through the narrow crevices of the curtains, casting a bright glow upon her face, momentarily blinding her. She instinctively squinted, reaching to touch her neck, only to realize that the cold sweat on her body had yet to dissipate. What exactly did I dream of? She grasped the backpack at the foot of her bed and retrieved the string of jade stones. To her astonishment, the ominous black energy enveloping them had significantly diminished, with nearly half of it vanished. This is unusual. Normally, malevolent entities should accumulate more power through their mischief. It is unheard of for them to dissipate like this. It seems necessary to make that phone call. However, this was to be expected. Soon, Lu Ning dialed the number given to her by the portly antique dealer, Jiang Tong. She did not wait long before a languid man's voice answered. Who is this? Don't you know it's early and I'm still asleep? Lu Ning glanced at the clock in the room. It was just past 8:30. A day's plan begins in the morning, and there is business at hand, dear sir. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi encountered a capable young man in the municipal office. Good morning, both of you. I am the one fully responsible for Ms. Yuan Shi's investment negotiations. My name is Kong Si. The young man wore a courteous smile, his demeanor humble yet assertive. Yuan Shi had encountered shrewd individuals like him before and found no disdain in engaging with such characters. How should I address you? Oh, while I do have some personal duties, my primary role is as the secretary to the mayor. You may call me Secretary Kong. He continued, I wonder if you. That will suffice. Is Mayor Wenhai still so busy? I recall having reached out quite early. Indeed, I sincerely apologize. With the approaching celebrations, the mayor has been inspecting various locations daily. We, too, have been so occupied that we scarcely have time to eat, even contemplating hiring some temporary workers to assist us. Kong Si said half-jokingly. Nonetheless, Ms. Yuan Shi's investment plan is a serious matter. The development of Danma requires significant enterprises to engage here, as history has provided us with valuable insights. Well, you must understand that I am merely conducting preliminary investigations. Although I possess a degree of decision-making authority, persuading the board requires concrete evidence. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly and suggested, Secretary Kong, why not take me on a tour around Danma today and introduce me to its advantages? Certainly, I am at your service, Kong Si replied, retrieving a folder from the drawer. Conveniently, the Frost Day Festival is a local highlight. If you do not mind, we could commence our exploration there. What do you think? Their conversation flowed smoothly, resembling a dialogue between an investor and a government official discussing matters of business. Chapter 44. Foreign aid. The room was humble, with sunlight filtering through a narrow window, providing scant illumination. It was dim, damp, and stifling. Had it not been for the sound of brushing teeth emanating from the bathroom, Lu Ning would have found it hard to believe this dismal place was inhabited. The young local liaison responsible for external relations had only just risen when she arrived, yawning and greeting her before disappearing into the bathroom to freshen up, leaving Lu Ning waiting. Once she acclimated to the indoor environment, Lu Ning settled onto a wooden chair that appeared to be the coolest option available. Surveying the structure of what could loosely be termed a living room, an antiquated television sat atop a cabinet in the corner, with a radio perched above it, its antenna stretching towards the sole window. The walls were plastered with advertisements, newspaper clippings, and sticky notes, while a disarray of documents was haphazardly piled on the sofa, leaving just enough space for one person to sit. The trash bin was filled with plastic packets of instant coffee and disposable food containers, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor in such an environment. On my apologies, the air conditioning is broken. A young man emerged from the restroom, wiping his face with a gray towel, appearing much more refreshed than his earlier dazed state. He sniffed a couple of times, then extracted the garbage bag from the bin, pulled open the door, and placed it outside. Next, he retrieved 2 glass cups from the cabinet and set them on the coffee table. Shall we have a drink? Water will suffice. The young man proceeded to the kitchen and soon returned with a large mineral water bottle, its label torn off. He poured water into the 2 cups, took a hearty gulp himself, and sighed in relief. How should I address you? My surname is Lon, as in the orchid, though my full name is Lon Yushu. You may call me anything else if you prefer. I am Lu Ning. Lu Ning briefly bypassed the pleasantries and produced a string of jade from her backpack. Oh. Upon seeing the jade, Lon Yushu's face instantly lit up with interest. Where did you procure this? A treasure hunter wanted to part with it. I intercepted it when I saw it, but the malevolent energy it possessed was roughly 3 times what it is now when I acquired it. What did you do? Lon Yushu took the jade string and examined it meticulously. Noticing that he seemed to possess some knowledge, Lu Ning recounted the peculiar occurrences of the past few days, which had felt dreamlike. However, Lon Yushu did not perceive this as a mere dream. There are numerous methods to dispel malevolence, but this particular scenario is certainly not among them. A more plausible explanation lies in the possibility that the jade pendant encountered a conflict with something else. thereby exhausting its energy. Conflict? Huh. Perhaps you have caught the attention of some other malevolent entity. The competition among these ancient evils can be fierce. Given your innate spiritual aura, it is not surprising that you have become entangled with them. Do you require my assistance? Lu Ning promptly nodded in agreement. 100,000. As a deposit. Lan Yushu immediately quoted his price. Although this figure was anticipated, Lu Ning found herself lacking the necessary funds. It is excessively dear. I can see the malevolent energy diminishing, which at least indicates it is not currently affecting me. As for the potential dangers that may arise in the near future, I might not even have time to contemplate them. In the near future? Lan Yushu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about Lu Ning's purpose for coming to Danma. Having listened to her description, he realized that Lu Ning had concealed much from him, and he could not help but rub his temples. Yet you have strayed from the right path. It seems you are well aware of certain situations in Danma. Should I deem it fortunate or unfortunate? I have already become entangled in matters that you seem to know a thing or two about, Lu Ning retorted. The youth with spiritual abilities rose from the sofa, pacing around the room until Lu Ning felt dizzy from the motion. He finally stopped, rummaging through a pile of documents, extracting a neatly bound stack of forms, and asked, "What do you know? The hospital, the church." Lu Ning spread her hands, inquiring if they were aware of the recent wildfire on the mountain and the events that transpired in the cemetery last night. Some were informed, while others were still investigating. Lan Yushu tossed a form into Lu Ning's embrace, crossing her arms. We cannot afford to station too many people in Danma. The peculiarities of this place could easily lead to our demise. Nonetheless, we have established an information network. The form contains the profiles of individuals we have recently investigated. Pei Xian. Lu Ning swiftly scanned the image, recognizing it as someone from the church. This was the man who had threatened her as she departed. He shared a history with Yuchan, both abandoned infants taken in by the church. Now nearing 20, they had spent their youth there, performing various menial tasks. Some nuns had hoped to guide these children into the faith. Yet the priest insisted they wait until they turned 18 and could make their own informed decisions about the world. The priest? Palladio. He is an exceptionally skilled clergyman. His title of father is a mark of respect, Lan Yushu continued after taking a sip from her cup. He never coerces belief nor denies outsiders the opportunity to visit. Naturally, he maintains strict management over prayers and similar practices, which is quite reasonable. Moreover, he is patient in assisting even those without faith, almost akin to a psychologist. He bears no ill repute here. Yet, this is rather peculiar, isn't it? Lu Ning mused, turning the page to find the profile of another individual. A young girl named Yuchan. In this world, there exists no individual who is universally adored. Perhaps in a small village of merely dozens, this could be conceivable. But the population of Danma. Indeed, it is regrettable that we cannot conduct a thorough investigation. What can be said? What hinders us? And this what is likely the very thing you have access to. Lan Yushu chuckled. I shall assist you in resolving the issue of the jade beads, and in return, you will provide us with information. How does that sound? Agreed. You are quite cunning, young lady. Lan Yushu picked up a tattered book from beneath the tea table and stuffed it into a canvas backpack on the sofa before opening the door. This wretched place is nearly suffocating. Lead the way, for the hotel at least offers air conditioning. Spiritual abilities do indeed exist in this realm, perhaps to counter the malevolence of ghosts and demons. The Spiritual Abilities Association is a clandestine, semi-official organization without a fixed base of operations. All its members traverse the nation to investigate potentially perilous supernatural incidents. The peculiarities in Danma over the years have naturally drawn scrutiny. Yet this place has developed increasingly well without any major disturbances, compelling the association to deploy only a few surveillance personnel while others are dispatched for fieldwork, making it impossible to allocate a substantial number of individuals to remain here. So, how many members can you truly mobilize? The answer is that there are currently very few, less than 2 handfuls. Lan Yushu sighed. The number of individuals endowed with spiritual abilities is indeed scarce. Among them, some prefer to rely solely on their skills for personal gain, while others avoid the perils associated with such powers. Considering these factors, the association has achieved a commendable scale. To be candid, once this incident is resolved, would you consider joining? The capacity to perceive spiritual energy has always been a rare commodity. Lu Ning paused momentarily. However, weren't you also able to perceive the malevolent energy emanating from that object earlier? In my residence, I have a rudimentary feng shui arrangement. Once it is deployed, the malevolence becomes undetectable. Lan Yushu excels precisely in this domain. As a feng shui master, he adeptly assesses terrains and orchestrates formations. Under his stewardship, this practice has not diminished. After a thorough examination, Lan Yushu quickly pinpointed several corners of the room. Indeed, there is an issue here. This is not surprising. Lu Ning merely nodded before inquiring. Can you determine when this problem first manifested? This is crucial. That presents a bit of a challenge. The source lies beyond your premises, and I may need to conduct further inquiries. Do you have any availability in the coming days? I apologize, but I have prior commitments that are related to this matter. That is acceptable. Lan Yushu interjected. We have been investigating here for quite some time without any leads. Since we have uncovered a clue from you, we must not let it slip away. I will provide you with my contact information. Please reach out to me promptly should you discover anything new. I will gather others to assist in the investigation as well. Is there anything else you require? In terms of self-defense, I find myself lacking in skills other than my keen eyesight. I yearn for some means of protection, be it weapons or spells. This should not pose a challenge. Lan Yushu rustled through the pages of a book, tearing out 3 or 4 sheets and handing them to Lu Ning. Within these pages were the foundational incantations and diagrams for the illusion array, confusion, the array of wood and stone formation, the breaking array, heavenly wolf, and the killing array, purple pivot. If you concentrate on studying these, you should be able to employ them. Just remember to return them to me afterward. Thank you. You may take that jade bead necklace. It should serve as an excellent talisman. I shall not be modest then. Lan Yushu tucked the jade necklace into his backpack and retrieved a charcoal pencil, sketching and writing in several corners of the room. I will master it. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Lu Ning, alert, approached the door and peered out, discovering it was Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei. Only then did she open the door. I have found assistance. What discoveries have you made? The body of Song Baoguo remains elusive. The cemetery appears untouched, as if nothing has transpired. Xiao Shifan let out a weary sigh. Beside him, Yi Fei looked pale and haggard, clearly shaken by a significant fright. However, the matter of the disappearance is troublesome. Lan Yushu stepped out from within, nodding in greeting to Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei. We have scoured every location. But with the clergy watching, we cannot simply excavate the graves. If there truly is a body, how many personnel could you deploy? Lu Ning suddenly recalled something and turned her gaze toward Lan Yushu. Chapter 45, The Summoning of Tourists, the Disappearance of Individuals, the Eerie Corpses, and the silence imposed by the police department, all these elements weave together to form a coherent narrative. Upon learning of this matter, Lan Yushu hastily departed from the hotel. It seems you have garnered some commendable assistance, remarked Xiao Shifan. Yet, we remain uncertain of its efficacy. By the way, there is a gathering tomorrow, likely to attract a considerable crowd. Would you care to join us? That should be feasible, Xiao Shifan replied, casting a glance at Yi Fei. It is organized by someone I know. Lu Ning paid no heed to his demeanor. After a brief explanation, she extended her hand toward Xiao Shifan. I presume you have brought something else with you? Xiao Shifan nodded and retrieved a portable hard drive from his pocket, placing it into Lu Ning's hands. I haven't had the chance to examine it yet, but the backup is complete. Would you like to hear about last night's events? It was quite peculiar. Despite Yi Fei being relentlessly pursued, the assailants refrained from striking, even until we managed to rescue him. Among the 136 missing persons, 119 had appeared in the recordings, a striking correlation that strongly suggests a connection between the two. These individuals are distributed evenly throughout the Frost Day celebrations over the years, each possessing unique identities, yet their sole commonality lies in being out-of-town visitors. Xiao Shifan, when you were taken to the police station that day, how were you interrogated? They asserted the case was excessively bizarre and the evidence insufficient. desiring our cooperation with the inquiry before the outcome and discouraging us from discussing it with others. So, did those witnesses subsequently vanish? Nay. Did a prior disappearance precipitate subsequent ones? And why did the constabulary not detect such a chain? Moreover, why were the victims invariably tourists from elsewhere? Is that even a question? Assuredly, they detected it. They are complicit with those individuals. This locale is unequivocally a nexus of officials and bandits. Yi Fei, clutching his head, exclaimed, "What shall we do? Now that old Song is deceased, we three are destined to vanish one day. Indeed, is she the person in charge of this gathering?" Lu Ning transmitted the information to Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei, and after contacting Yuan Shi, the quartet swiftly resolved to proceed together on the morrow. Subsequent to the departure of Xiao and Yi, Lu Ning commenced studying the four geomantic arts bequeathed by Lan Yushu. Veritably, this posed a considerable challenge for a neophyte. At least, the day elapsed without her mastering a single one. July 12th finally dawned. The Danma Daily Building, comprising 18 stories, stood as an exceedingly tall edifice in the city center. After registering visitor information at the entrance, the four procured temporary passes and ascended via elevator. Fourth floor. What is the hour? Xiao Shifan inquired, turning his head. 9:30. We have arrived somewhat prematurely. However, others should have arrived as well. You have indeed arrived quite early, but Shen Xinyue produced her card and unlocked the conference room door. Inside lay a long U-shaped table, with chairs slightly misaligned around it, and the decorative items on the nearby shelf were similarly disordered. The celebrity delegation had just departed, rendering the space available for use. However, it would be prudent to wait a moment, as it was uncertain how many attendees would arrive today, Shen Xinyue remarked. Did they also utilize the space? She pondered. Perhaps as a lounge. Suddenly, Shen Xinyue reached for a delicate little box from the decorative shelf, deftly opening it with a couple of twists. Inside, she found a letter. To the attendees. I am Xu Xingru, the organizer of this conference. Regrettably, due to my circumstances, I am unable to attend. I hope that at the next gathering, you can assist me in extricating myself from my current predicament. Furthermore, although I cannot participate, I have entrusted another individual to represent me, to prevent any suspicion among you. The name of the representative is Cheng Wuling. She will certainly not disappoint you. The letter was brief, and the handwriting appeared somewhat hurried, suggesting that Xu Xingru had put considerable effort into seizing the opportunity to write. Cheng Wuling? Who is this? Shen Xinyue inquired with a hint of curiosity. I thought it would be Han Yin acting as the representative. They hadn't informed us otherwise. Can this person be trusted? I know her, but I am uncertain, Lu Ning replied, harboring a trace of doubt. Soon after, more individuals entered the conference room, including 2 police officers, LV Bingying and Shuri, who greeted Lu Ning upon their arrival. A young woman, exuding a profound cultural aura and introducing herself as Bai Ming, quietly settled into a corner upon entering the room. Shortly thereafter, a fashionably attired youth, accompanied by a girl clad in black, ascended together. They were known as Luo Lin and Sun Maju. Following them was Han Yin, whose demeanor was impeccably serious, as he entered the room and introduced himself to all present. Finally, as the clock approached 10, the door swung open once more, revealing 2 young women. Cheng Wuling appeared slightly altered from previous impressions. Her complexion bore traces of fatigue, and her long hair was pulled into a ponytail. Clutching a large folder with her right hand, she stood upright and immediately stepped aside upon entering, revealing the girl behind her. This girl, dressed in a dress, seemed somewhat flustered upon encountering the crowd, stammering, I am Zhao Iran, the seeker for this event. Hello, everyone. Oh, is that Cheng Wuling over there? Inquired Shen Xinyue. It appears that Xu Xingru has already informed you, which is excellent. Without hesitation, Cheng Wuling strode to the forefront of the conference room. Placing the folder on a small table beside her, she gently clapped her hands and declared, My name is Cheng Wuling, and I have been entrusted with overseeing this meeting. We are all visitors from the hub, and there is no need for concealment regarding this matter. The objectives of this meeting are twofold. First, to compile and consolidate the information each of us possesses, and second, to invite those interested to participate in the forthcoming rescue operation for Xu Xingru. Please hold on. Officer Shi raised his hand to halt Cheng Wuling's discourse, acknowledging that while his words may not be particularly palatable, everyone harbors unspoken matters. I believe that synthesizing and summarizing is no simple task. As for saving lives, it sounds perilous indeed. Yes, that is precisely why I have come here. Cheng Wuling nodded at Shi, expressing her understanding of their concerns. Therefore, it is of no consequence. You need only follow the flow of the meeting and engage in discussion. Secrets, if you wish to withhold them, may remain unspoken, as they bear no relevance to our main agenda. What did you just say? Yifei blurted out. Before proceeding, I believe it prudent to introduce myself. I am Cheng Wuling, an intern researcher at the Danma Life Sciences Research Institute. My lineage boasts a legacy of service at the institute, with my father, mother, and grandfather having all worked there, which augurs well for my future prospects of permanent employment. My authority is somewhat greater than one might expect. While everyone had previously introduced themselves, none had so candidly revealed their background as Cheng Wuling. My grandfather and father have both passed away, victims of the same muscle-wasting disease. It is to investigate this affliction that I have come here. That encapsulates my background. On another note, I represent the faction of the Hidden Ones in this endeavor. Lu Ning's heart raced, and her hand, resting beneath the table, clenched slightly. Hidden Ones? I have never heard of them. Shen Xinyu furrowed her brow, questioning why Cheng Wuling was not aligned with their faction. Factionality bears no relation to enmity. Cheng Wuling interjected with an undeniable authority, firmly interrupting Shen Xinyu's inquiry. Unlike you, I am acutely aware of my enemies. The mission of the clandestine faction is to safeguard their secrets from prying eyes, to accomplish at least two personal objectives, and to ensure the demise of all fellow members. All must perish. At this revelation, nearly every face exhibited astonishment. Indeed, my adversaries reside within the same faction. Unless you are not a member of the clandestine group, I shall not regard you as foes, at least for now. Whether you stand in opposition among yourselves is a matter for you to resolve privately. Cheng Wuling then grasped a folder and extracted the first document. In the ensuing period, I shall organize the intelligence I have gathered over the past days according to my own methodology. You are welcome to voice your opinions at any time. I will provide recommendations based on your accounts, with no obligation to comply. Should you feel the need to conceal any information, you are perfectly free to remain silent. Alternatively, those who deem this discourse unnecessary may take their leave. At this juncture, Cheng Wuling paused and surveyed the room. Although each individual wore a distinct expression, it was evident that none would choose to depart at this critical moment. Thus, let us commence. Cheng Wuling announced this with her customary calm demeanor. Chapter 46. The Context. The city of Danma can be roughly divided into 5 factions based on influence. The Danma government, represented by Xiang Wenhai, stands as the most official faction, intricately connected with various powers. The Frost Sun Festival remains the sole significant event associated with this entity. Furthermore, the police department is directly affiliated with this matter, encompassing the cases of the disappearance of travelers in Danma, the 7 nights of Danma's eerie tales, and the forgotten history. All these incidents necessitate the concealment by the police for their resolution. Whether this is a habitual practice of the police department or a directive from Wenhai remains unanswered on my end. It is likely a matter of tradition. Shi remarked, we can peruse some of the past records within the police department. Wenhai had only recently assumed his position, yet this issue had commenced long before, indicating it may be a problem originating from the police department. Very well, the police department can temporarily function as a separate minor entity. It would be prudent for both of you to exercise caution. Cheng Wuling extracted a pen and made a mark on the documents in hand before continuing her discourse. Why is there no regulation in place? Given the troubles here, there should be. A girl named Zhao Yinran timidly inquired. The issue of scabies. Moreover, they have long ceased engaging in perilous enterprises. The prolonged closure has rendered past evidence irretrievable. Most importantly, The locals have become more accustomed to the management of these gangs. Chung Wuling elucidated, then added, however, is it not peculiar that none among us has been designated an identity within that realm? Indeed, it is absent. Well, these gangs are likely the most unblemished forces here. Should you manage to garner their support, it may prove beneficial in the future. Next, the third entity is the church. The church? Yuan Shi raised a hand. Is the church not connected to the government? Why is it delineated separately? The church stands as a formidable force, fraught with issues that I believe some here have already experienced. Certain matters are no longer secrets. The Avery Church, the cemetery area, and the surrounding streets all fall under its dominion. Their decisions are entirely dictated by the core members of the church, specifically Father Paradale. That fellow. Yi Fei suddenly recalled something, remarking on the peculiar smile he had displayed at that time. That moment, many turned their heads in curiosity. However, I would advise against seeking trouble with that priest now. Cheng Wuling's voice perfectly tempered Yi Fei's lingering tone. This church, shrouded in mystery, invites no reckless investigation, as I have no doubt that such actions could trigger fatal consequences. For now, it is prudent for us to remain discreet and avoid confrontation. Avoidance. Yi Fei's eyes widened. Do you understand the reason for your survival? Xiao Shifan furrowed his brows. You are aware of what transpired that night? I am indeed aware. I have access to the surveillance footage from Baichuan Road, and I am fully informed of the events that unfolded there. There was no need for you to flee. For the entity pursuing Yi Fei had ample opportunities, hundreds, in fact, to eliminate you, yet it refrained from doing so. Do you ponder the reason behind this? Only within the cemetery can death befall you, Lu Ning remarked. Chung Wuling nodded in agreement. It is not difficult to deduce that the church is currently limited to a defensive stance. If we do not approach, they cannot act against us. I cannot ascertain when this might change, but for now, we can maintain this strategy. Furthermore, the fourth faction pertains to the Research Institute and the station troops, intricately linked to the UFO crash incident that transpired 50 years ago. What does your institute study? Shen Xinhua inquired. On the surface, it pertains to life sciences. However, it likely involves discoveries made half a century ago. If I had the requisite clearance, I could ascertain the details, but alas, that is not the case at present. So is there indeed something? She questioned. Could that be the root cause of this incident? It is highly probable. Shen Xinhua sighed and gestured for her to continue. The station troops undergo rotations, and the Research Institute is under their protection, thus. Neither falls under the jurisdiction of any local forces in Donma, but rather they originate from external sources. I believe we cannot dismiss the possibility of these entities being infiltrated, as history has shown numerous instances where humanity's pursuit of the unknown has led to unforeseen consequences. However, if all is well, I believe we could establish a direct connection to the outside world and mobilize the military. Can you do that now? Hanin asked. Regrettably, I cannot. Lu Ning noticed a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. It seemed they were all contemplating something. Lastly, the fifth faction, of which I possess the least knowledge, is the supernatural forces. I have only inferred the existence of this faction through the routine correspondence from the Research Institute, but I lack further information. Upon hearing Chung Wuling mention this, Lu Ning exhibited no particular reaction. She merely found the situation quite difficult to navigate. The identity of the concealed individual is destined to be embroiled in an unending conflict. However, she presently perceives her chances as bleak. Chung Wuling has gradually become the focal point of everyone's attention. Although she operates from the shadows, she is overtly suppressed, having lost this singular advantage. Possessing a greater volume of information, Chung Wuling could easily devise a means to end her own existence. On another front, must she truly engage in such brutal confrontations? The nouveau riche intent on causing harm, Lu Ning can effortlessly extinguish his life without a shred of psychological burden, the white-collar worker attempting to take her life. She can decisively employ a blade against him. Yet, this constitutes her moral boundary. To terminate the life of someone who has become a friend, merely to adhere to a forced identity opposition, crosses an irrevocable line. Next, we delve into the connections between all events. Returning to reality. The primary mission of the pursuers has delineated our principal adversary, the star spirit. In truth, thus far, all clues have shown no correlation to this term. Considering that the clues at our disposal cannot be entirely disparate, all the peculiar phenomena to date should be attributed to the machinations of this star spirit behind the scenes. Among the 5 organizations previously mentioned, the one most likely involved is the Church. However, it is ill-advised for us to initiate our inquiries from that direction at present. The recent wildfire incident has likely reached everyone's ears. Some may have confirmed the existence of monsters on the mountain. Thus, it would be prudent to commence our investigation from this point. We shall not return to that place, for confronting monsters is no trivial matter. Xiao Shifan immediately objected. I possess a contact through which, for a certain price, one can procure an ample amount of explosives. Should anyone express interest, I can provide this information shortly. Cheng Wuling presented an offer that was difficult to refuse. Most individuals present had undergone several trials, understanding that the more remarkable their performance, the higher their scores would be. It was evident that annihilating the monster's lair was an excellent opportunity. However, one might question why you would relinquish this opportunity. A young man named Luo Lin spoke for the first time, suggesting that he could undertake this task himself. Firstly, I must emphasize that my identity and background do not afford me sufficient financial backing. Secondly, I am exceedingly occupied, more than you might imagine, managing matters that could yield scores nearly at the pinnacle. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to utilize any surplus points to recruit companions. Cheng Wuling responded with calm assurance. Very well, we shall discuss this shortly. Let us proceed. Yuan Shi took over the transaction. Indeed, the presence of monsters on the mountain has been confirmed, and the peculiarities of the church can also be substantiated. If the unidentified flying objects from 50 years ago were indeed an incursion by the star spirits, there would have been no need to wait such an extended period. Thus, they must have been detained by something. Furthermore, if the incidents of missing travelers during the Frost Day Festival, which began 2 decades ago, have indeed persisted, it would undoubtedly draw attention. I conducted a special inquiry. Although over half of the cases were dismissed with excuses of straying into perilous mountainous regions, a portion of the missing persons notices remain unresolved. A few perceptive individuals have already sensed something amiss. This is inconceivable. Xiao Shifan's voice was raised, and although Lu Ning did not exhibit excessive agitation, she recalled the ghastly corpse from the elevator. What are the chances of survival for those who have gone missing? They have been replaced. After perusing several photographs, Lu Ning expressed this thought. If individuals in the city can be substituted, then replacing a few more is of little consequence. Indeed, it is highly plausible that these individuals have been supplanted, perhaps by some monstrous entities, dispersed and infiltrated throughout the nation, and potentially even the world. There is no doubt they possess such self-replicating capabilities, and Danma, serving as the headquarters, is undoubtedly a prime target. The expressions of the crowd shifted subtly. Yet, Cheng Wuling remained unhurried, as if she had anticipated everyone's reactions. Chapter 47. The Rescue Plan. On the night after tomorrow, we shall conduct a rescue operation at the Hongxiu Tsui Theater, which is our request to all of you. The meeting swiftly progressed to the next item. After Cheng Wuling distributed some detailed materials, the discussion promptly transitioned to the rescue plan for Xu Xingru. If we are to assist with these matters, that is acceptable. Yuan Shi took photographs of several documents. Her demeanor significantly softened, yet she questioned, but why must we undertake this rescue? Could we have a reason? Since our arrival, every action of the 5 stars has been under surveillance. While the scrutiny around me is not as stringent, I still need to find an opportunity to communicate with others. Han Yin remarked. Cheng Wuling nodded thoughtfully. Having previously assessed the existence of monsters that can replace human forms, we cannot afford to ignore the possibility that one day Xu Xingrua might be supplanted. It is imperative that we maintain our leads and strive to rescue those in peril. Now, allow me to elaborate. A refined woman seated in the corner rose and approached Cheng Wuling, bowing to the assembly. My name is Bai Meng. I am currently an actress at the Red Sleeve Theater, and I believe I am the only one among you who possesses knowledge of this particular thread. Bai Ming's tone harmonized beautifully with her demeanor, exuding a captivating eloquence, perhaps indicative of an actress's mastery of dialogue. The Red Sleeve Theater boasts a rich history, currently under the stewardship of its fourth-generation proprietor, whose ancestor was one of the initial witnesses to a UFO sighting. It is the sole establishment that retains a photograph, now lost to the public eye, as confirmation. However, both the proprietor's great-grandfather and grandfather met their ends under bizarre circumstances. The great-grandfather incessantly murmured, "It is searching for me." In the week leading up to his disappearance, with his remains discovered in the mountains approximately 6 months later, identified solely through official documents. Similarly, the grandfather, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "I understand," before suddenly collapsing during an afternoon nap, devoid of any visible wounds. Such peculiarities had yet to instill a sense of terror among those present, however. The forthcoming revelations from Bai Ming would prove to be of paramount significance. Both individuals met their demise at the age of 60, approximately 20 years apart. Just the day before yesterday, our employer informed us that his father had suddenly burst into tears, repeatedly uttering the phrase "I see now," and despite his physical limitations, insisted on venturing outside. Coincidentally, his father had recently celebrated his 60th birthday. This situation began to take on a rather eerie tone. 2 occurrences may be construed as mere coincidences, yet 3 suggest a pattern. Moreover, considering the timeline, our employer's father was merely 10 years old at the time, likely never having witnessed a UFO, yet he exhibited the same unsettling symptoms. A matter of bloodline. The quietly observant girl in black, Sun Maju, let out a deep sigh. It is a most lamentable reality that one can find oneself ensnared within the confines of fate, tethered solely by the bonds of lineage. Our employer is not merely concerned for his relatives. He likely harbors a sense of dread himself. Regrettably, I have yet to uncover any connections between this lead and the main storyline, but with this entry point, I believe we can devise a means to communicate with our employer. I proposed utilizing the performance the day after tomorrow as an opportunity. Although Cheng Wuling has likely refined the plan, correct? Just as a brief addition, Cheng Wuling interjected, noting that the performance is set to commence at 8 o'clock that evening, comprising 3 acts. The first act, Dianjiang Tai, serves as the opener, followed by Fu Shengzhai Lu, expected to begin around 9 o'clock. Xu Xingru reminded us of the impending 9 o'clock mark, having noted that the first peak moment in the play entails a stage blackout lasting approximately 1.5 minutes. This dual inner monologue provides an adequately darkened environment for us to execute our plans. Action. We lack the ability to substitute someone in their place. Thus, the only feasible method to successfully rescue Xu Xingru is to orchestrate an incident. From Cheng Wuling's calm tone, Lu Ning discerned a hint of ruthlessness. In other words, that evening, a grave accident would transpire at the Hongxiu Tsui Theater, resulting in the untimely demise of the renowned star Xu Xingru, alongside severe injuries to her companions. Is this not a bit excessive? Xiao Shifan interjected, expressing concern. We may strike mercilessly against our foes, but these individuals are innocents, to involve them. Enough. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the atmosphere, Xiao Shifan fell silent. The next step is to meticulously arrange this plan and have Han Yi notify Xu Xingru. If anyone wishes to withdraw from this endeavor, they may do so now. Cheng Wuling surveyed the room. No one stood to leave, even without her prompting. Each individual comprehended the immense wealth of information and clues possessed by this collective. Before any discrepancies arose, this assembly of crows could very well establish its own formidable influence. Speak. What precisely must we undertake? Yuan Shi inquired. I must clarify that this operation will likely necessitate the mobilization of some of your resources. Given my background and recent activities, I can only orchestrate an accident, thus requiring at least one team capable of executing a clearance operation, along with essential measures for concealment. As for the means of concealment, we can devise a strategy. Among the 2 officers, Lu Bingying spoke up, the day after tomorrow. Sure, Yi and I will be on duty. We can arrange our patrol area nearby, ensuring that the dispatch tasks are effectively implemented here. This way, we can guarantee that there will be no interference from the police at the primary scene. Shun Xinyue interjected. What you need is to report this matter as swiftly as possible, correct? This is easily manageable. I can ensure that any reputable media outlet receives the information within 15 minutes. I will handle the developments concerning the church. Luo Lin leaned back in his chair, exuding confidence. Monitoring the church's activities for at least one night should pose no problem for me. As for the cemetery, I am concerned about the possibility of hidden passages between the two locations, which could complicate matters. I will take charge of the cemetery, Sun Maju asserted. I believe we, who lean towards resolving issues through strength, are well suited for such tasks. The group began to voice their opinions, with Yuan Shi also eager to contribute. I will keep an eye on Xiang Wenhai's movements. I have already established contact. Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei. You two can join me to assist, or even detain a few if necessary. Thus, the external issues can mostly be resolved, someone noted. As for clearing the area, the gang should ensure that no idle individuals remain in the vicinity. That should be achievable. Lu Ning then spoke up. I will take care of this. It will also serve as a test of the relationships among the local powers. Chen Wuling nodded slightly, withdrawing a pen to inscribe the names of those present onto a sheet of paper. She then turned to Zhao Yinran and inquired, although this may be somewhat presumptuous, could you kindly elucidate what you are capable of? Or are you perhaps not inclined to participate? Zhao Yinran, taken aback, shrank back slightly before murmuring, I do not believe that what I know would be of any assistance. I apologize. Then, please steer clear of the Hongxiu Tsui Theater. It may prove perilous, Cheng Wuling advised, her tone devoid of further inquiry. After imparting her caution, she addressed the group, everyone, to ensure our actions face minimal resistance. I implore you to refrain from divulging everything to others. Please, craft excuses as necessary. We only need to endure until the night after tomorrow. You needn't say it. Came the unspoken understanding from the crowd. I certainly won't perish easily, Luo Lin grinned, turning to Sun Maju. Beautiful lady, may I treat you to coffee when we depart? Thank you. Perhaps we should also finalize our surveillance route. I wish to avoid any unforeseen divergences from our predetermined fate, Han Yin remarked, hastily departing after expressing his gratitude to Cheng Wuling. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Cheng Wuling suddenly called out, Lu Ning, could you stay for a moment? See you later. Lu Ning replied nonchalantly, shifting the hand from her shoulder. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly as she exited the room. Thus, only two individuals remained in the chamber. As Lu Ning stood up, intending to leave, she was called back by Cheng Wuling, who was laying out a map and several documents for comparison in front of her. Lu Ning's heart raced suddenly. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, her fingertips brushed against the plastic casing of a utility knife, hard, warmed by body heat, and slightly damp with sweat. Yet, this did not concern her. From this distance and angle, just as she had done before, she could swiftly slice open a fatal wound with this sharp little blade. Cheng Wuling was not a martial artist. She might possess some self-defense skills, but she certainly would lack the reflexes to respond effectively. The only task Lu Ning needed to address was the aftermath, which might prove somewhat troublesome. She withdrew her hand from her pocket and slowly shook her head. Such an act of killing felt utterly abhorrent, so much so that merely contemplating its feasibility was nauseating. Lu Ning, come take a look at this. Chapter 48. Bloodline. The map was adorned with various markings, indicating that Cheng Wuling had conducted meticulous research on it. The location she pointed out with her pen was situated in the southwestern outer district. What have you discovered? Lu Ning inquired as she approached, placing her hands on the table beside Cheng Wuling, also beginning to scrutinize the details on the map. I have highlighted the parade route for the Frost Day Festival over the past 12 years in blue ink. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning immediately recognized the issue. As a grand city celebration, the float parade inevitably traverses various main thoroughfares. However, the vast expanse of the outer districts renders it impractical to cover every route in a single event. Consequently, only select locations are chosen each year for the procession. This results in the blue lines representing the parade routes in the outer districts resembling the delicate outline of petals, evenly dispersed across the years. In contrast, the circumscribed areas are traversed by 12 lines, indicating that these locales have been included in the procession for 12 consecutive years. While this location may not possess any extraordinary significance, its only claim to meaning lies in its past as the site of a research institute. Yet, following the institute's relocation 3 decades ago, it has transformed into an ordinary urban area, with even the original premises replaced by new constructions. It is precisely this transformation that raises suspicion, does it not? Lu Ning glanced at Cheng Wuling, only to find that the latter was also looking back at her with a questioning gaze. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" Lu Ning inquired, voicing her inner curiosity. "I lack any evidence compared to the genuine issues you have already encountered and verified. This matter requires further investigation, and such inquiries cannot be entrusted to others," Cheng Wuling replied. Lu Ning understood this perspective, as she too shared the same conviction. Without corroborative evidence at hand, she found it difficult to accept the word of others. Noticing Lu Ning's hesitation, Cheng Wuling added, "You should be aware that I have indeed withheld much information, such as regarding the hospital." Lu Ning recalled that Cheng Wuling had previously urged her to investigate the hospital, although various complications had prevented her from initiating the inquiry. The absence of this topic in today's discussion certainly indicated a deliberate concealment on Cheng Wuling's part. "You are quite cautious," Lu Ning remarked. "I have overt enemies, and hidden adversaries remain. My task also entails keeping my own secrets concealed, thus necessitating caution. Conversely, if this operation proceeds without incident, the individuals here are likely trustworthy, are they not? I find it hard to believe that anyone would dare to brazenly attack me under such circumstances. That alone suffices." Cheng Wuling lightly rested her chin on her hand, her gaze sweeping across the map, expressing her regret as she remarked, "Yet, the certainties we possess are woefully insufficient, and we have yet to fully ascertain the source of the dangers before us. Perhaps we should elevate our state of alertness?" "Elevate? To a wartime level?" Lu Ning retorted, half in jest. "I fear such a precaution may indeed be warranted." Cheng Wuling's expression bore no trace of jest. It appeared that in her estimation, this incident could genuinely escalate into a war. Although, should that occur, we would certainly not be the ones in control of the situation. Yet it is preferable to facing an ambiguous demise. Consequently, the combat capabilities of each individual must be enhanced. Relying solely on handguns and melee weapons may prove inadequate. I need to ascertain the status of the military supplies warehouse in the coming days. Lu Ning was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Military supplies? Are you planning to seize military resources?" "This could serve as a contingency plan," Cheng Wuling replied matter-of-factly. "If you were being pursued by a horde of monsters, would you prefer to charge at them with a kitchen knife or throw a few grenades and make your escape?" "That makes perfect sense." Her words were articulated with such clarity that Lu Ning discerned the madness lurking beneath Cheng Wuling's calm exterior. If one were to commit an outrageous act, it ought to be of such magnitude that it warranted expulsion from Danma to face judgment in the capital of this nation. As long as personal objectives could be accomplished before capture, this could be deemed the safest means of departure. A map was placed beside Lu Ning, detailing the hospital, the site of the former Southwest Research Institute, and the old barracks. She urged him to consider these 3 locations carefully. Once Xu Xingru was safely extricated, they would commence their investigation. She hoped he would be adequately prepared. 2 days later, as the clock struck 12, Lu Ning settled into a CAF with Yin Luo. The environment was serene, devoid of patrons save for the owner and a lone waiter. The tranquility of this midday setting was likely attributable to it being a property of the Yin family. "I hear you have a matter for me?" Yin Luo inquired. Adorned in a blue dress, her hair seemingly styled with care, exuding youthful vitality, one would scarcely associate her with a gang family. Lu Ning nodded. "I find myself entangled in some troublesome affairs, and it is quite difficult to extricate myself." "Troublesome?" Yin Luo raised an eyebrow. "I hardly believe a mere tourist could attract any significant trouble here." After a brief silence, Lu Ning replied, "I am not an ordinary tourist. My presence here serves a specific purpose. Unfortunately, the situation in Danma is more intricate than I had anticipated. Get to the point. I hope that after 7:30 this evening, There will be no idle individuals lingering around the Hongxiu Tsui Theater. Can you assist me with this? The transition is rather abrupt, and Yin Luo momentarily struggles to establish a connection, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Ning's expression. Yet she finds no discernible emotion on the other's face. What do you intend to do? I am uncertain. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. Regardless of whether you choose to assist, I must caution you there is a strong possibility that some inhuman entities have infiltrated this area. A catastrophe capable of engulfing the entire city may soon occur. If you can flee, I advise you to do so. As the first person to extend goodwill upon my arrival here, Lu Ning felt compelled to warn Yin Luo. However, the latter's reaction was unexpectedly surprising. I am aware of this. Perhaps the riddle game should conclude here, fourth uncle. Might you step away for a moment? Yin Luo turned her head and greeted the proprietor at the counter, who nodded with a smile and retreated to the back with a server. Before Lu Ning could react, Yin Luo produced her mobile phone and revealed her terminal. Lu Ning's expression grew somewhat intricate, as she genuinely failed to discern Yin Luo's true identity. Let us speak candidly. Since you have mentioned this particular work, we shall communicate under this guise. Yin Luo's tone and demeanor remained unchanged, yet it was evident that she was treating the matter with utmost seriousness. I have already dispatched personnel to investigate the old barracks. All 3 teams have returned safely, with no significant findings. On the other hand, I possess 2 obituaries that may offer you some insight. 2 obituaries? Certain matters elude the grasp of local families like ours. Although I am accustomed to operating independently, it would not be detrimental to share some mutually beneficial information with those who exhibit kindness. The first deceased was a craftsman in his 40s, while the second was a young man from the Fong family. Ordinarily, the 2 had no connection, yet both expressed prior to their demise that they had seen something. Seen. Hold on. In light of such coincidental circumstances, I conducted a modest investigation into the familial backgrounds of both individuals, as well as some previous death records. The results were rather intriguing. That said, Lu Ning found it far from amusing. Witnesses, indeed? It appears your progress is commendable. There were numerous witnesses to the UFO sighting back then, and these individuals, along with their descendants, exhibited similar symptoms upon reaching a certain age: cognitive disarray, repetitive murmuring, followed by attempts to isolate themselves from the crowd. If successful, their bodies would likely be discovered somewhere shortly thereafter. If unsuccessful, they would perish mysteriously within 2 or 3 days. Is there no oversight regarding this? If it were merely 1 or 2 incidents, it might be manageable. But with so many cases, the mortality rate in Danma has remained within normal limits in recent years. Moreover, without thorough investigation, it would be challenging to ascertain any connection these individuals have with the UFO sightings. And as for those driven to madness, there seems to be little concern for them. Does there? Yin Luo unveiled a smile that was both icy and sardonic, reflecting on the numerous cases of insanity scattered over decades, with scarcely anyone truly invested in them. Who would take notice? No, that is not quite accurate. The anomalies in Danma are simply overwhelming. Within just a few days of her arrival, she had encountered an abundance of them. Surely, a diligent investigation would yield some findings. How could it be that no one is concerned in such circumstances? It seems you have noticed as well, Yin Luo chuckled. The abilities of the other party are evidently sufficient to conceal all of this. Is that so? Not necessarily. You must understand that there exists an even more universal rationale. What is it? To pave the way for greater interests. At this point, Yin Luo abruptly ceased the discussion. For now, this conversation will conclude. I can assist you with your request, but as for your subsequent actions, do not seek me out again. I have stated before that I prefer to operate solo. Why? In increasingly perilous situations, wouldn't it be easier to survive by banding together? TSK, are you a novice? Yin Luo sighed. Lu Ning, is it? You have yet to experience enough. I have traversed 8 testing grounds thus far, not including the very first one. I have witnessed individuals forced to turn against former allies due to factional divisions, lovers compelled to sacrifice one another in moments of dire choice, and courageous leaders who laid down their lives for the benefit of their teams. However, Those who remain either succumb to guilt, become indifferent and brutal, or begin to live in a state of numbness. Thus, I have never desired companionship from the outset. You are too extreme, she remarked. You may think so, but after encountering such events, one inevitably undergoes transformation, Luo replied helplessly. I have no intention of probing into your past. Everyone possesses their own way of life. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, even so, you may still perish. Without further ado, Lu Ning rose and departed from the CAF. Luo observed her retreating figure with keen interest, yet a subtle sense of weariness, incongruous with her appearance, graced her countenance. Chapter 49. Taking the initiative as night fell, the glow of lights from each household infused the city with a serene stillness. The unspoiled environment of Danma lacked the clamor of a modern metropolis. In the shadows of streetlights, a few idle passers-by stopped momentarily at a roadside stall, where the aroma of grilled delicacies began to waft through the air. It was indeed a nostalgic era. Luo Lin sat on the stone steps, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, with his left hand grasping several skewers of meat, while on the oiled paper beside him lay several pieces of flatbread. He picked up a piece, wedged the skewer into the slit, and pulled downward, crafting a handmade meat sandwich. Not far off stood Sun Maju, clad in her usual black attire, her waist bulging with something evidently concealed. At that moment, she held a bottle of mineral water, gazing toward the entrance of a church situated over 100 meters away. What kind of world do you inhabit to feel such nostalgia? The hour had yet to arrive. So the two were left with no choice but to converse. In their previous exchanges, the discussions had predominantly revolved around matters of vigilance and reconnaissance, with little focus on each other's past lives. You are quite accomplished for your age. However, this era is indeed enviable, one remarked. Shall we share our tales? My father, one might say, is the leader of the martial arts world, came the response, followed by a cough. Wait, hold on. Luo Lin spluttered, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Sun Maju. Are you from ancient times? According to your perception of time, that would be correct, Sun Maju affirmed with a nod. This is the first time I have encountered someone from the past. So, was your father truly skilled in martial arts? Did he possess inner strength? Such things must exist in your era as well, Sun Maju continued. Indeed, we may excel more in external and internal martial arts, yet fundamentally, they are not dissimilar. Oh, I see, Luo Lin hastily interjected. Sun Maju then resumed his narrative. My father is the leader of the martial arts world, or at least holds a position akin to it. Even the bandits and rogues of the wilderness would show him respect, and most sects with established gates would heed his commands. However, there is always a fundamental issue within the martial arts community. The leader's ultimate authority is sustained by unrivaled martial prowess. But time brings aging, and my father has long surpassed his prime. I am but a late-born child, so it is still premature to speak of succession. From these details alone, Luo Lin, bombarded by a plethora of modern information, could easily conjure a multitude of scenarios involving coveting martial arts secrets, family extermination, and vengeful pursuits. And then my father relinquished his position. Ahem. At least this time I was not choked. Luo Lin patted his chest and curiously inquired, So, does this mean you are safe? What brought you here? I was about to recount how, after 5 or 6 years, the court suddenly launched a campaign against the entire martial arts world, targeting sects that refused to comply with their demands, which suffered devastating blows. Although my father was no longer in power, he remained respected, and they sought his counsel. It was later revealed that this was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated annihilation operation. The emperor intended to deploy troops to the northern frontier but lacked both manpower and resources, thus utilizing this pretext for a brazen assault. If it were merely bandits causing havoc, few would have intervened, yet even legitimate sects were annihilated, compelling us to unite in resistance while attempting to negotiate with the court. Yes, the beheading campaign. Although my father had refrained from sending corps members out frequently due to this predicament, he and I, who accompanied him, fell victim to an ambush, leading me to this place. I apologize, but you must also understand. Everyone is aware, yet someone must undertake the necessary efforts. If a war truly erupts, it is our nation that will be thrown into chaos, and our people who will suffer. Sun Maju's expression was exceedingly grave. I did not perceive any flaw in this decision. If we were to dismiss such attempts merely due to my potential demise, that would be a grave error. However, you have not resolved the issue. It has merely resulted in needless loss of life. If one path is blocked, then we shall seek another. However, that is not a matter for me to ponder. If my father places his trust in those individuals and the newly appointed leader, then I too shall have faith in their capacity to make judicious decisions upon receiving this information. Luo Lin's expression was somewhat complex. I am not fond of your way of thinking, yet I respect individuals like you. As the clock struck 8, an oil paper-wrapped bamboo skewer fell into the trash bin, producing a soft sound. It's time to get to work, Sun Maju. I am pleased to collaborate with someone of your caliber, but it would be prudent not to apply such a spirit of sacrifice today. I have no intention of sacrificing. It is merely that fate has taken a turn for the worse. I fully grasp your meaning. The two, gradually attuning to one another, made their separate ways toward the church and the cemetery. The detonation commenced. An explosive, seemingly designed primarily for combustion, swiftly engulfed the modest theater in flames. Beneath the cover of fire and smoke, the meticulously arranged burning lines began to etch into the theater's somewhat antiquated wooden structure, leading to a collapse moments later. Screams, curses, and cries filled the air, transforming the theater into a cacophony of chaos. Those with nimble reflexes, closer to the entrance, were fortunate enough to burst forth into the street, only to be met with an eerie silence, no passerby in sight. Help! Fire! What has transpired? At last, from around the corner, emerged a girl who appeared to still be a student, clutching her phone, as if she had just made a call. Go, call for help. There's a fire. There are people inside. Why is there not a soul in sight nearby? Although the girl's features remain obscured, the cry for help is undeniably a positive sign. In this moment, the fortunate individual hastily calls out, yet remains oblivious to the imminent danger. In an instant, a handkerchief is pressed against his mouth and nose, while a forceful blow to his abdomen causes him to involuntarily gasp for air. Bang! A final uncertainty is dispelled. Cheng Wuling picks up the phone and speaks into it. Deploy the response team immediately. Judging by the previous wildfire, the fire brigade should arrive within approximately 10 minutes. But that pales in comparison to your preparedness. Understood. Have the individuals been rescued? After uttering these words, Cheng Wuling tilts his head in contemplation, glances at the person on the ground, and adds, one individual escaped when the fire began. I rendered him unconscious. Please attend to him during your cleanup. Attend to him? Just follow your protocol. If a homicide can be concealed, this should be trivial, right? Acknowledged. The line goes dead. The other party is hung up. Cheng Wuling raises his gaze to the inferno consuming the building, his eyes devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the fire scene, an inconspicuous sedan speeds toward the outskirts of the city. Xu Xingru sits in the back seat. Lu Ning occupies the passenger seat, while Yu Fei is at the wheel. TSK. I thought it would be more thrilling. No news is good news. Thank you for your assistance. Xu Xingru exhales deeply and smiles at Yu Fei. I merely drove the car. Although Yu Fei is impulsive by nature, he is not one to seek glory for himself, and promptly waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Wuling assigned tasks to everyone, yet we remained oblivious to the specifics of others' duties, as she chose not to disclose that information. Lu Ning expressed her mild discontent, noting that while this approach indeed prevented internal discord, it did little to foster a sense of teamwork. You are well aware of her disposition, Xu Xingru remarked with a smile. Even I, the one who was rescued, only knew to concoct an excuse to leave at a certain time and then escape through the secret passage to the vehicle, with no other details made clear. However, from the schedule, I could infer more of the broader plan. Oh, Bai Ming and the director have synchronized the timing of the first scene. So I need not contrive an elaborate excuse. A simple trip to the restroom for touch-ups will suffice. Then, by employing a timed ignition device, we can circumvent the risk of being discovered while lighting the fire. Following the investigation, those ignition devices would need to be removed. If it were her, I would wager she has even prepared a fabricated cause for the fire. Xu Xingru continued. Yifei clicked his tongue thoughtfully. So, she has set up the devices in advance. What about Bai Ming? Although the theater has a predominantly wooden structure, it is not entirely so. The fire is merely a diversion. Most of the stage and audience seating consists of non-combustible materials. As long as we steer clear of the curtains and similar fabrics, we should be fine. Naturally, to mitigate the fatal risks posed by smoke inhalation, we should prepare some recommended toxic gas defenses in advance. The director will promptly uncover the utility of these items. They only need to remain in a safe location, out of reach of the flames, as they await rescue. Lu Ning shared with Yifei the information she possessed. As for Bai Ming, in order to fully illustrate the peril of this unforeseen incident, she would feign an injury. Additionally, the others accompanying them would inevitably suffer some minor injuries as well. Subsequently, on Shen Xinyue's end, such reports would be employed to render Xu Xingruo's demise appear all the more mundane, perhaps even a stroke of fortune. In the wake of such a massive fire, the fact that only one life was lost is astonishing. Must they conceal the truth to this extent? Yifei felt a chill at the thought. Does this mean we have the upper hand? No. Lu Ning abruptly straightened her posture from her relaxed position against the chair, her fingers deftly moving as several glass beads slipped from her sleeve into her palm with a sharp clink. Our mission encompasses more than merely extracting individuals. There lies a potential contingency. She fixed her gaze upon a van that suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead, commanding fiercely, "Close your eyes." Yifei was taken aback, while Xu Xingruo had already concealed herself behind the seat. Simultaneously, the van ahead made a sudden turn into oncoming traffic, its high beams illuminating the surroundings, the blinding light searing into Yifei's eyes. Fortunately, even in such dire circumstances, Yifei's innate boldness prompted an instinctive response. He swiftly turned the steering wheel, narrowly evading a direct collision. They intend to kill us. Stay calm. Find a way to halt the vehicle. Didn't Ti Yuanqi lend you a gun? Lu Ning had just evaded the blinding glare of light. After unfastening her seatbelt, she steadied the steering wheel for Yifei, simultaneously glancing up at the rearview mirror. Chapter 50. Midnight Escape Splendid. Are we about to witness a backstab? Yifei's eyes finally regained focus, yet he disregarded Lu Ning's caution, pushing her hand away and flooring the accelerator to gain speed. What are you doing? Enjoying speed? Let me show them the prowess of a racing god from the outskirts today. I can easily outmaneuver that monstrosity. Does this old van think it can catch up to me? Fasten your seatbelt. Hold on tight. With crimson eyes brimming with tears, Yifei's tone carried a fierce determination. Lu Ning was unable to restrain him and hurriedly secured her seatbelt, bracing herself as her body jolted backward. Help me mark the road conditions ahead. The pursuing van began to accelerate in their wake. Lu Ning quickly retrieved her phone, opening the map to display their pre-planned route before placing it on the dashboard. Yifei merely glanced at it, nodded, and increased speed once more. There's more than one vehicle. Lu Ning observed that the van behind them had rapidly multiplied to 3, likely a consequence of Yifei's unexpected acceleration that had caught the other drivers off guard, preventing them from blocking their path swiftly. Still in pursuit? Not ready to give up, are they? Yifei noticed the vehicles as well, yet his demeanor exhibited no sign of fear. Conversely, Lu Ning was far less optimistic, swiftly switching to satellite view to examine real-time traffic conditions. If they set up roadblocks on our predetermined route, we might be in serious trouble. Is there any way to escape? As Xu Xingru cautiously peered out, she had already retrieved her phone to assess the situation. I have sent messages to everyone. If there are no disturbances elsewhere at this moment, it indicates that the adversary has preemptively stationed interceptors. This suggests that there were no reports of construction when we planned our route. Lu Ning let out a cold snort, producing a dagger and tossing it to Xu Xingru. It is for self-defense. Avoid close combat with those creatures. If we become separated, head to the Phoenix Stone Hotel, where assistance awaits. Understood. Meanwhile, Yifei had also entered Shenyang Road, gradually reducing his speed. Consequently, the pursuing van was closing in. thankfully without any additional vehicles joining the chase. They are coming. Xu Xingru, vigilant of the situation behind them, promptly alerted. Yi Fei swiftly maneuvered off the main road, veering onto a bicycle lane and halting approximately 200 meters from the construction site. Get out. We must proceed. This was also a contingency plan. After Lu Ning sent the location, she opened the car door and swiftly dashed into the nearest alley. The three pursuing vehicles reacted a tad slower, allowing the trio to slip into the shadows. However, this did not deter their relentless pursuit. Nearly 20 individuals clad in hooded sweatshirts and donning gas masks emerged from the vehicles, wielding wooden clubs and sharpened rebar. Although these weapons appeared somewhat less menacing compared to the axes and saws from earlier, they remained undeniably lethal. As if commanded by an unseen force, they dispersed in an orderly manner, forming three separate groups that pursued from various directions. Shortly after these individuals entered the alley, more figures meandered from the construction site, similarly wielding an assortment of tools, gradually fading into the night, following in the footsteps of those who had departed earlier. Crossing the alley, a residential area lay ahead, where movement was scarce in the evening outside the apartment walls. A right turn led to a stretch of wasteland, initially designated for the construction of a park for the residential community, which remained unbuilt. Lu Ning navigated the map with remarkable speed, astonishingly able to discern the path ahead as she ran. Behind her, Xu Xingru illuminated the way, while Yi Fei brought up the rear with a handgun. Their pace not particularly swift, yet the faint sound of their pursuers was still audible. Should we eliminate this group first? Yi Fei suggested, evidently agitated. Xiao Shifan had informed him that these enemies were indeed killable, and his pinned-up frustration sought release. We'll be there soon, 15 minutes away. Already on the move, our people will arrive. But what if they're S.A. Mole? If they come to aid the others? It could spell disaster, Yi Fei responded, quick to grasp the implications. We want to meet them directly, stay alert. At the end of this path lay a narrow alley, and Lu Ning was nearing the exit. However, at that moment, the pursuing group emerged from the opposite end. The first individual to spot the trio promptly hurled a steel bar like a javelin towards them. Upon receiving the warning, Yi Fei and Xu Xingru narrowly evaded the assault of the javelin, while Lu Ning had already dashed out of the alley, two glass beads unnoticed, falling at either end of the passage. We must split up and run. Wait, why? We need to ascertain who their target is. Isn't it Xu Xingru? No. Xu Xingru turned to glance at the 7 or 8 individuals emerging from the alley and murmured, I am well aware of my identity and secrets. Thus I comprehend that I am not deserving of such a pursuit. The target this time is not me. Yi Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Are you implying it is me? It could very well be, Lu Ning replied, casting a tense look toward the path ahead. The common thread between us is that we have both faced attacks, you at the cemetery and I on the mountain. Therefore, we need to determine who they are truly after, and which side holds the genuine catalyst. What? Why must we test this now? It could be fatal. If I die, I will hunt you down. Yi Fei complained vocally while making his way to the right. Meanwhile, Xu Xingru chose not to accompany them, continuing straight across the road. Merely 2 or 3 minutes later, the pursuers burst forth from the alley, showing no hesitation as they pursued a singular direction. After a prolonged moment, a faint yet crisp sound of impact resonated at the mouth of the alley, followed by the sudden appearance of a figure, as if a curtain had been drawn back in the air. Indeed, are they pursuing me? Although it was within my expectations, it is hardly a favorable sign. Lu Ning casually tossed 2 glass beads into the air, allowing them to collide and rise and fall as if drawn by some unseen force. With a swift motion, she struck them, sending them into the alleyway. Hello, Lu Ning? Is everything all right on your end? Lo Lin, I have evaded my pursuers. The 3 of us have dispersed. If it is convenient for you, please go assist Yi Fei. I will contact Sun Maju to reach Xu Xingru. And you? I am safe, however. There is a traitor among us, and I must unearth this individual. Do you have a lead? Do you need my assistance? There is no rush. The area is still relatively vast. I have merely identified a general direction. I have one more question for you. While you were monitoring the church, Did you see the adopted boy and girl? No, I could only focus on the outside. However, I assure you they did not exit through any formal entrance of the church. If there is a secret passage, that remains uncertain. All right, then you should seek out Yi Fei. Just contact him directly. Lu Ning ended the call and proceeded to dial Sun Maju, making similar arrangements, while the cemetery reported no unusual activity. Next, she made a third call to Yin Luo. Hello? It seems your operation tonight has gone smoothly. Even my location has been stirred. Yin Luo's tone conveyed a hint of excitement, accompanied by the distant sound of fire truck sirens and peculiar shouts in the background. Where are you? At home. Is it really necessary for me to rush over in person? Just as well. I have nearly confirmed that Pei Xian is our adversary, specifically the male from the couple adopted by the church. You do have some connection with the church, don't you? Are you aware of the specific circumstances? Did you call me in the dead of night solely for this? Pei Xian must have been replaced. His behavior has been exceedingly abnormal, something I have long since noticed. I refer to the opposition of factions. He is capable of commanding monsters. I am certain of it. In these recent days, he is the only one who has displayed overt hostility towards me, and today he specifically sought me out to launch an attack. He seeks to take a life. His faction stands in complete opposition to ours. Ah, that is indeed rather troubling news. Yin Luo still maintained a tone of indifference. What manner of monsters are you speaking of? They likely take on human forms to blend in with Danma. Surely you are aware of this? I mean, forms beyond that of humans. Yin Luo's languid tone caused Lu Ning to tighten her breath. You haven't seen their true appearance, have you? Nor have you witnessed any transformation process, correct? Apart from confirming Pei Xian, you possess no specific intelligence? That hardly warrants the risk I would need to undertake. Moreover, do you believe there is only one type of monster here? Have you ever heard of the Seven Night Tales? This term seems to have been mentioned at some point, though Lu Ning's recollection is vague. TSK. The death bus at midnight, the grim reaper hovering over the cemetery, the ghostly train in the deep mountains, the shrieking cabin by the lakeside, the non-existent seventh basement of the hospital, the human workshop that only appears at midnight, and the corpse-exposing forest in the outskirts. I presume you have not thoroughly acquainted yourself with these matters, have you? Apologies, but I have not. I possess no leads in this regard, correct? Yet I do, and I am currently investigating these very phenomena. Yin Luo reclined on the sofa, confronted by a massive glass case, a common sight in exhibition halls meant to preserve artifacts. Within the case lay a heap of what could still be referred to as minced flesh. The bodyguards flanking Yin Luo had turned pale, not due to the gruesome spectacle, but because of the essence of what resided within the box. Chapter 51. Yin Luo. All events in this world are inevitably interconnected, and when condensed into a confined space, such connections grow ever more intimate. This is what Yin Luo firmly believed. She did not consider herself to possess extraordinary intelligence, nor did she perceive any particularly remarkable traits within herself. The sole point of pride she might claim is the fierce determination and keen observational skills honed from her childhood, spent in the underworld. Though such a background is hardly something to boast about. In appearance, she did not conform to the typical image of someone from the streets. She bore no tattoos, spoke with elegance, and treated others gently, even warmly. Yet, Yin Luo had indeed forged a notable reputation. Despite her youthful visage, she had learned to conceal a dagger behind her smile and had long since mastered the art of killing. She would sit beside the elderly man playing the eru on the street for an entire day, employing the most subtle methods to bring about an unknowing demise. He is no longer the brother you remember. Yin Luo seemed utterly unmoved by the scene before her. The process of a human body dissolving appeared as mundane as a candle melting. After a brief reminder, the bodyguards on either side finally managed to compose themselves, straightening their postures. If Lu Ning were present, she would have recognized the hulking bodyguard in the glass box as the very one who had used her number in the church just 10 minutes prior. Inside the box lay a middle-aged man in a comatose state, his form emaciated. Yet anyone of a certain age in the Yin family would recognize him as a former member of their think tank. This time, electric shocks were to be used. Yin Luo waved her hand, casually deciding the fate of this individual. However, just as the bodyguard was preparing to attach the electrodes to the base, the door was violently thrust open, and a young man, not much younger than Ian Luo, burst in. Upon witnessing their actions, he immediately shouted, "Stop! I expected you to react a bit quicker." Ian Luo propped herself up, her tone finally infused with a hint of vitality. "Brother, I believe there are other matters requiring your attention now." As Ian Luo's elder brother, Ian Su was essentially the designated heir to the Ian family. Yet due to his age, he had not yet accomplished anything noteworthy, especially when contrasted with his exceptionally talented sister. Regardless of the present or the past, Ian Luo has long taken responsibility for a segment of the Ian family's territory. This does not imply that she is held in higher regard, rather, as the heir. Ian Su must learn that managing the streets encompasses far more than mere administration. However, to the eyes of the youth, there exists a distinction between genuine action and mere study. Ian Su cast a glance at the glass case, his concern not for the lives within, but for the ramifications this situation would invoke. Kill. Surely, I cannot extinguish the life of one already deceased, can I, brother? Ian Luo sat upright, gesturing to the space she had just vacated. Would you not wish to uncover the concealed secrets of this city? As the prospective leader, you ought to grasp the darkness that lurks within our urban landscape, brother. Ian Su furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Ian Luo's intent. Yet, might this not present an opportunity to observe what tricks you can conjure? He muttered as he settled down. Ian Luo, with a beaming smile, summoned a servant to present a cup of coffee to Ian Su and instructed the two bodyguards to resume their duties. It became evident that such a scene, involving the automatic dissolution of humanity, was ill-suited for consumption, even if it were merely coffee. The sight of their young master in such a state oddly instilled a sense of equilibrium within the two bodyguards. Meanwhile, Ian Luo stood up, chuckling, "Brother, you are rather naive. To react so intensely to this spectacle makes me question your abilities. You too, tidy up a bit. I shall step outside for some fresh air." As Ian Luo exited the room, she was halted by the pursuing Ian Su. It appears that such stimuli did not impair his ability to make sound judgments. I am uncertain whether my own instinctive feelings of disquiet led me to investigate. But as you can see, these individuals were once members of the Ian family. When precisely were they replaced? Who among the Ian remains genuinely original? I cannot guarantee anything. Ian Luo smiled at Ian Su. Are you referring to Shu? Ian Luo placed a finger to her lips. She was acutely aware of the truth. Yet it was best left unsaid. You should be pleased that you finally have something worthy to pursue, should you not? Ian Su's expression shifted slightly, and he slowly nodded. You will support me, won't you? Ah, you are my brother. That will never change, right? The two exchanged a meaningful glance, after which Ian Su strode away. Once he departed, Ian Luo concealed her previously carefree demeanor, pressing her temples in mild distress. Balance. Damn it, this adversary necessitates a complete reevaluation. Lu Ning's assessment may have been accurate, though she lacked absolute confidence and evidence. However, the success rate of my decapitation efforts is alarmingly low, not to mention addressing a problem that is fundamentally incurable. Has the young lady encountered some difficulties? A figure emerged from the intersection, ambling toward Ian Luo, their tone laced with amusement and a hint of familiarity. He Nianqing, our collaboration is merely temporary. There is no need for such formalities. Oh, although the system and the underworld are inherently at odds, we have both come this far, so clinging to past grievances seems unnecessary, does it not? The man stepped into the light, clad in a striped shirt and adorned with a butterfly-patterned tie, resembling a weary office worker returning home after a late shift. What news do you have? They indeed set the theater ablaze, yet the fire is under control. The arrival times of the police, firefighters, and subsequent journalists appear to have been orchestrated. It is astonishing to consider the extent of human intervention in this matter, had one not been privy to prior knowledge. Nianqing extracted a cigarette from his pocket, refraining from igniting it. Instead, he twisted off the filter, emptied a portion of the tobacco, and pinched both ends tightly. Your current role proves quite advantageous. Is it not merely serving the public interest? Moreover, A seeker has been assigned an identity endowed with supernatural abilities. As a consequence, I have received not a shred of intelligence, fortunate only to encounter you, an acquaintance. Yinqing's fingertips ignited with a green flame, setting the tobacco bundle alight. A wisp of smoke ascended, swirling gracefully before drifting in a particular direction. What is the situation? The Psychic Ability Association has already mobilized all available personnel in Danma, and that young girl has certainly leveraged a significant influence. Yinqing produced another cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled with a sigh, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Although this adversary attempted to divulge some inconsequential information to divert attention, they ultimately betrayed a hint of their true intentions. A hint? Tonight is not merely about one significant event. With a raised eyebrow, Yin Luoming immediately understood what Yinqing was alluding to. Have you located the missing person? Huh. Not exactly, but we are quite close. Yinqing narrowed his eyes, noting that the police department had failed to process the recently discovered body in time. With this lead, we can smoothly infiltrate a few non-human entities within the police station, all of which are currently under control. They haven't retaliated? Retaliate? You underestimate us. However, the real challenge lies in the subsequent interrogation. I doubt they can communicate effectively with humans. If it's those disguised as humans, then you must proceed with caution. Yin Luoming shook her head. I have conducted experiments. These entities exhibit no will to survive. Even ordinary bodily harm is sufficient to render them utterly disintegrated. It seems you've encountered quite a few of those beings. I have a rather ominous premonition, you know. Among the individuals I've interacted with, I have yet to meet a fool. From a perspective of balance alone, our current faction distribution may place us at a significant disadvantage. What Yin Luoming referred to were the indigenous inhabitants of scenarios like Yin Su. For a seasoned veteran like her, many of the unspoken rules were no longer secrets, one of which was the inevitable formation of power balance in confrontational instances. Just as Yinqing, who temporarily possessed super abilities, was essentially blind in terms of intelligence. This balance affected every visitor and all factional powers alike. Such assessments are by no means mechanical reckonings. Rather, they are infused with the unique attributes of each individual, bestowing upon them both advantages and disadvantages. At present, the resources that Yin Luo can mobilize, as far as he knows, encompass the entire Yin family along with 2 other well-connected gangs, 6 to 7 operatives from the Supernatural Association, and a military force poised to act at a moment's notice. Furthermore, given the disturbances of the evening, it appears that the Danma military, the police department, and various external factions may also intervene at any time. Such a formidable force could easily clear the entire city of Danma within 3 days. Do you recall the bell of the Demon Tower testing ground? The mere mention of this phrase altered Yinqing's expression. Goodness, could it be? You must regard this as another night of revelry. And it seems we may not have the luxury of a mere 3 hours to endure. Chapter 52. Strange Tales. Dawn approached quietly, with a somewhat gloomy sky heralding a stifling day ahead. The surface humidity was palpable, sufficient to leave anyone outdoors drenched in sweat by 6 or 7 o'clock. Good morning. Fei Yue appeared haggard, while Gao Yunji and Lu Chang'an looked somewhat better. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Lu Chang'an exchanged pleasantries. Haha, it was a close call. Thank you for your concern, Lu Chang'an chuckled. What have you all been up to lately? If you wish to leave, we must assist one another. Suddenly, Fei Yunwei spoke with a sarcastic tone. We are not averse to sharing clues, so do not presume we are merely passing time. Their silence did not imply that Lu Ning was oblivious to the unfolding events. The specter of the female ghost had grown considerably faint. Although it still trailed closely behind the trio, the previous ferocity had dissipated, and the ominous aura surrounding her had nearly vanished, indicating she had suffered a significant blow. The absence of retaliatory actions from the ghost suggested that she might, in fact, be a protector of one among them, hinting that they had ventured into a perilous locale the previous night. The mud stains on their shoes, the long-sleeved waterproof fabric of their clothing, and the faint watermarks and creases on their pant legs, reaching up to their knees, all pointed decisively towards this conclusion. Nevertheless, Lu Ning had no intention of inquiring further into their affairs. Upon returning to the hotel room, she collapsed onto the bed, her taut nerves finally beginning to ease. While the fatigue from an entire sleepless night washed over her, coaxing her eyelids to a gradual close. The cacophony of fragmented information struggled to coalesce into meaningful sounds within the air. A voice imbued with a sense of impending doom attempted to reach the slumbering figure on the bed. However, Lu Ning was deep in sleep, and the whispers were far too faint to penetrate her dreams. Yet, the sender remained oblivious to this, continuing to dispatch their pleas for help, word by word. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, disrupting the unstable flow of information and rousing the occupant from her slumber. Who is it? It's me. The voice of Yuan Shi resonated from beyond the door. Reluctantly, Lu Ning rose from her bed and opened the door to find Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan waiting outside. Upon her arrival to open the door, Xiao Shifan casually handed over a document pouch, stating, "This is something that Xu Xingru asked me to deliver to you. I assure you, I did not take a peek." Ah, it seems she possesses a secret. Lu Ning yawned as she accepted the pouch, effortlessly tearing it open. After glancing at the contents on the first page, she nodded and remarked, "I understand. While I would love to share with you, I find myself utterly fatigued at the moment." "That's perfectly fine. You should rest first. We need to venture to the outskirts of the city," Yuan Shi suggested. "The outskirts? Which direction?" "The east. There lies a vast expanse of lush woodland, approximately over 10 square kilometers in size, quite expansive, yet more notoriously recognized by the moniker the locals have bestowed upon it." "Is it the corpse forest?" Lu Ning nodded, recollecting the matter, although it likely bore no relation to the rescue plan, as Cheng Wuling had not elaborated on it during their previous discussion. "I wish you the best of luck." Upon awakening, Lu Ning found that the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and her stomach began to voice its discontent. It dawned on her that since the previous night's dinner, she had not consumed a morsel. Although the night market was not yet operational, the restaurants remained open, and Lan Yushu, being somewhat of a local, was well versed in the signature dishes offered by each establishment along the street. However, Lu Ning was taken aback to find that she was not in the company of Lan Yushu alone. Two of his colleagues were also present. "Allow me to introduce you. He Nianqing, who is responsible for our liaison work, and Chen Shui, who handles surveillance and intelligence." Lan Yushu introduced the male and female companions to Lu Ning. Both greeted her with polite nods, seemingly aware that she might soon become one of their comrades. Their demeanor notably amicable. As the conversation progressed, it inevitably shifted towards matters of significance. "Taking advantage of the moment when you were preoccupied yesterday, we intercepted 2 police vehicles that had deployed prematurely. Unsurprisingly, the individuals within those vehicles indeed posed a problem." "Have they been interrogated?" Lu Ning inquired. He Nianqing nodded. "It took a bit of time. Those fellows were so feeble that I scarcely wished to label them as adversaries." "Feeble?" Lu Ning immediately recalled the individuals who had crumbled under gunfire on the mountaintop that day. The first instinct upon awakening was to inflict harm upon themselves, as if accumulating a certain level of pain would lead to self-destruction. However, aside from the first 2 we were unable to prevent, the subsequent ones were less fortunate. He Nianqing remarked with a hint of pride. "Their memories still hold the locations of the transformations. Perhaps we can uncover the remains of past victims there, thus providing us with a legitimate reason to request military intervention." "Where is this place of transformation?" Lu Ning asked. He Nianqing glanced at Chen Shui, who subtly nodded. Before responding, "The hospital, the Dama Central Hospital. It is indeed a den of iniquity." "That will suffice." Chen Shui interrupted He Nianqing, then turned her gaze to Lu Ning and said, "I believe you may wish to express your desire to partake in this operation? Is your ability mind-reading?" "Impossible. I simply have observed many individuals." Chen Shui laughed off the suggestion, but added, "While you possess considerable potential, it is not permissible for newcomers to engage directly in operations." Lu Ning fell silent for a moment before speaking. "However, even if you do not take me with you, I shall investigate the issues at the hospital. Since arriving in Danma, I have become acquainted with many individuals, I can find others willing to accompany me. Do you not believe we can handle this matter appropriately? Qin Shui's tone was filled with confidence. Yet both Lu Ning and the nearby He Nianqing felt a sense of unreliability. Lu Ning understood that their adversary was far too conspicuous and feeble, easily leading one to believe that they were manageable, yet throughout her life, she had never trusted such a sentiment. Perhaps it was her long-standing pessimistic outlook that made her doubt the occurrence of such fortuitous events. On the other hand, He Nianqing possessed a pragmatic judgment. Upon truly comprehending the capabilities of his companions, he felt increasingly aware of the formidable nature of the elusive enemy, to the extent that it led him to question whether this was indeed a hunting mission, as only such a scenario could yield overwhelming external inequality. However, they could not articulate this directly. The information derived from the identity of the crow was utterly inexplicable, necessitating alternative approaches. At that moment, Lu Ning's phone vibrated. After apologizing, she picked it up and saw that it was a call from Xu Xingrua. Hello? Corpse Forest. Rumors had it that someone had spotted a dozen corpses hanging from the trees in the forest during the early morning hours. However, upon reporting to the authorities, no actual bodies were found. After such occurrences happened 4 or 5 times, rumors began to circulate that the forest was alive and would devour corpses. Are you certain this is the place? Sun Maju glanced around. Within the forest, the cicadas chirped, and occasionally startled birds flapped their wings, soaring towards the distant trees. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness, yet from another perspective, it felt somewhat chilling. However, Xu Xingru remained resolute. The only advantage I could secure from my previous dire predicament was the key to the 7 Night Ghost Tales. I have entrusted one copy to Lu Ning and another to Han Yin. These 2 are currently the individuals I trust the most. The remaining part, I must personally investigate. Personally, you have not mentioned the dangers involved. Sun Maju cast a skeptical glance, questioning why, given such an important bargaining chip, you did not mention it sooner. As I have stated, I currently trust only 2 people. If it were you, it would likely count as only half. Xu Xingru proceeded along a narrow path between the trees, her fingers gently tapping each tree she passed. Revealing her position would only invite the enemy's focus. After confirming with Lu Ning, I became increasingly aware of one thing, aside from myself. No one else exhibited any signs of possessing clues that directly pointed to the core. A direct clue to the core. Xu Xingru suddenly halted her steps, her fingers tapping twice upon the trunk of a tree. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Sun Maju and said, "You are the Seeker, are you not? By all accounts, this scene is titled The Seeker of the Sacred Text, and you should be the ones occupying the principal roles. Yet, has anyone among you taken note? In this task, despite the multitude of anomalies we have uncovered, the core elements, the sacred text, the star spirits, and the silent plan, remain elusive. Once the anomalies are revealed, the truth lurking behind them is bound to emerge, and it is evident that these truths point to the ultimate puppeteer." Sun Maju replied, "Indeed, we have obtained such additional intel due to our identities. However, setting these aside, where do you believe our investigation stands?" Furrowing her brow, Sun Maju pondered, feeling that the information at hand had not led to substantial progress. Meanwhile, Xu Xingru had already retrieved her phone and dialed Lu Ning. "Hello?" The call was quickly connected. "Have you had a chance to review the materials I sent you? I haven't gone through all of it yet." "Why? Is there an issue?" "There are some concerns. Sun Maju and I have arrived at the Corpse Exposure Forest, and I am currently positioned at the key location." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "The key? Isn't that a disadvantage? The knowledge you possess should align with the secrets we hold." Belonging to a category that provides numerous investigative avenues yet lacks direct implications. However, I am uncertain whether there are indeed monsters lurking there. It is perilous for just 2 individuals to venture forth, so you must leave immediately. No. This is precisely the peculiarity. Xu Xingru peeled away a strip of bark, revealing the wood beneath. Suddenly, a gunshot resonated through the forest. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi also ventured into the Corpse Exposure Forest today. Chapter 53. Movements. The concept of the walking dead has long been a source of terror. utilized by countless individuals throughout history. Humanity harbors a profound fear of death, compounded by an even greater dread of entities that blur the line between life and death. For the average person, merely witnessing a visibly decayed corpse approaching can deliver a staggering psychological blow. Of course, this impact is not invariably negative. Those who are paralyzed by fear will quickly be eliminated in the various testing grounds of the gathering place. In contrast, those who muster their courage gradually learn to cope and eventually acclimatize to the horror. Yuanxi fired her weapon. The bullet penetrated the corpse's chest, akin to prying open a rotting wooden board, unleashing a fragment of desiccated tissue that emitted a sound reminiscent of striking a solid object. The impact caused the corpse to lurch backward, yet that was all. It was as unyielding as stone. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. "No. What we possess cannot inflict any fatal harm. Rather, we have yet to ascertain where such harm could even be inflicted." When these beings fell from the tree, they startled two individuals. After all, their entire bodies were camouflaged like tree bark, making such a hidden approach nearly inconceivable without prior knowledge. Moreover, these creatures were dispersed across the surface of the tree, only revealing their humanoid forms when they launched their attack. As for why these corpses had transformed in such a manner, or whether they truly were corpses, that was not the matter at hand. Slow in speed yet formidable in defense, devoid of any apparent weaknesses, such characteristics must signify guardianship. Yuanxi took a step back, positioning herself alongside Xiao Shifan. "Doesn't that prove we've come to the right place?" Xiao Shifan grinned. "I am about to take a risk. Tonight, I shall uncover what they are protecting. I am more than willing to accompany you, Miss Yuan," she replied. They exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly chose an unoccupied direction to dash toward. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of the city, a pair of somewhat rugged hands pressed against the trees, producing a rustling sound. A hunter, adorned with a military cap, cautiously emerged from the thicket. The darkness seemed to have no effect on his vision, as he could discern the path with merely the faint starlight. Li Zhongxin was exceedingly familiar with such an environment. After all, his identity as a hunter was not unlike his previous occupation as a forest ranger, which he had held before his demise. This marked the third day of his surveillance. After confirming that he and Wang Zongxiang were both crows hailing from the same gathering place, they prepared to undertake some endeavor in the mountains. For instance, does that vehicle, engulfed in a sinister black mist and ablaze, truly exist? Despite the eerie cavern and the recent disturbances, Li Zhongxin was not inclined to seek additional companions. He has always held the belief that finding a single formidable and dependable ally suffices. Wang Zongxiang, sharing a similar prioritization of martial prowess, though not particularly adept at unraveling enigmas, could nonetheless rely on his skills to overcome obstacles. In the testing grounds, there are invariably multiple paths: prowess, intellect, and luck. All can lead to success if cultivated to a sufficient degree. Li Zhongxin had no excess points to distribute for comprehensive development. Thus, he preferred to excel along a singular path. "Oldly, my apologies for the tardiness." Emerging from the thicket behind, Wang Zongxiang presented himself, holding a small flask which he tossed into Li Zhongxin's hands, grinning broadly, a little liquid courage. Li Zhongxin expressed his gratitude, uncapped the flask, and took a swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, invigorating his spirit even further. "Any discoveries?" Wang Zongxiang unfastened his hunting rifle, but Li Zhongxin merely shook his head. He had seen no flames, not even the flicker of ghostly lights. "Ah, is this rumor truly credible?" Wang Zongxiang scratched his beard, though he remained undeterred. "Such pursuits as hunting cannot be rushed. I believe it to be true." As he spoke, Li Zhongxin too unslung his rifle from his back, his keen eyes fixated on the scattered beams of moonlight filtering through the trees. "Oh, how tranquil it is." Li Zhongxin raised his weapon, taking aim. On such a tranquil summer evening, it seems that the only place of disturbance within the serene forest is the location I have finally discovered. The stillness of the woods is so profound that even the softest whispers between two individuals appear jarringly loud, an undeniable anomaly. It is nearby. Suddenly, Wang Zongxiang felt a chill creep down his spine. He swiftly turned around and instinctively pulled Li Zhongxin behind an ancient tree. Not far behind them, flickers of ethereal blue flames surged silently through the trees, swift yet soundless. And Li Zhongxin's keen night vision discerned that the flames were entwined with an ever-shifting mass of black mist. "It is that one." Wang Zongxiang emitted a low growl, while Li Zhongxin became increasingly exhilarated. "We shall pursue it." By the shores of Bird Nest Lake, the trio gradually approached the water's edge. Unlike yesterday, they were exceptionally well prepared this time, donning their diving gear and sealing their ears with plugs and headphones. "Please, Ali," Fei Yunwei spoke to the air, and an extraordinary wave of sensation connected the three of them. Their souls synchronized, though they could not directly convey sound. Their tacit understanding intensified, allowing even the simplest gestures to convey meaning. Gao Yunj pointed to his watch and gestured twice. The others nodded in agreement and promptly began to shed their outer garments. The expanse of the lakeshore was considerable. Even the creature from the small cabin would require a moment to react, and their sole objective lay at the lake's bottom. After the third sound echoed into the water, a sudden gust of wind swept across the lake's surface. Lu Ning set down her phone. Unaware of the myriad events unfolding that night, yet she felt an unsettling premonition. "I apologize. As for accompanying you to the hospital, I regret to inform you that I cannot agree." Chen Shui resolutely declined her request. It is absolutely prohibited for those untrained in combat to recklessly venture to the front lines. While I cannot prevent you from going alone, I can certainly keep you out. In a candid manner, Lan Yushu remarked, "In other words, it relies on me," though his tone bore a hint of jest. Lan Yushu's demeanor did not suggest he would assist Lu Ning. Is there truly no room for negotiation? How unfortunate. Chen Shui pulled out her wallet, adding, "Unless there is a compelling reason for your involvement. By the way, your abilities do not fall within this scope, and your ocular techniques must be safeguarded." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lu Ning ultimately could not devise a foolproof rationale. "It is getting late. Let us attend to other matters." He Nianqing alleviated the awkward atmosphere as she took Chen Shui's wallet to settle the bill. Lan Yushu offered Lu Ning a few words of comfort, yet it was evident he lacked the influence to alter Chen Shui's decision. Nevertheless, Lu Ning's request to observe the captured creatures was not dismissed. After settling the bill, the four of them proceeded to the temporary holding location for the monsters. It was situated beneath a partially abandoned building in the old district of Danma. Due to the recent shift of the economic center, this area had seen a significant decline in foot traffic, with even public transport being exceedingly scarce. However, it is precisely for this reason that the confidentiality remains remarkably strong. We are a total of 7 individuals. Do not underestimate this number, as this is all the personnel currently available to be dispatched to Danma. He Nianqing provided an introduction to Lu Ning during the journey, mentioning that the caretaker of those creatures is a gentleman named Liang Shaoquan, who possesses a rather amiable temperament, so there is no need for anxiety. As for the other 3, they have other commitments, but should the opportunity arise in the future, I can introduce you to them. All right, Lu Ning replied, though her gaze drifted towards the building. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Were those the individuals? Descending the stairs where fissures had appeared, one could discern that this place had been transformed into a hybrid of a prison and a laboratory. A middle-aged man, clad in a tank top and lounging on a beach chair while holding a fan, was casually relaxing at the narrow entrance. An incongruous sight against the backdrop of the cold, hard iron bars and glass walls. "Uncle Liang, we have brought the people," Lan Yushu called out, waving his hand in greeting. Lu Ning noted a hint of respect and admiration in his tone, which contrasted sharply with his previously languid demeanor. Liang Shaoquan sat up from his lounge chair, and only then did the group notice that he wore headphones on one ear, seemingly engrossed in something. Chen Shui, somewhat exasperated, approached him to remove the headphones, casting a reproachful glance. "Don't be too lax during work hours. The team leader will be displeased if he finds out." At this moment, Lu Ning also approached, and Liang Shaoquan's eyes brightened upon seeing her. "This young lady is quite impressive. Mind your words, Uncle Liang." Chen Shui had to remind him once more. "Apologies, my dear, but your talents are indeed commendable. I can even sense the latent energy within you. Your future is exceptionally promising. He tends to express such sentiments to everyone, yet Uncle Liang possesses an astute eye. Lan Yushu whispered to Lu Ning. Lu Ning smiled and promptly offered a respectful bow to Liang Shaoquan. Finally, He Nianqing entered, a cigarette in hand, the swirling smoke enveloping the entrance entirely. After a brief examination, he approached and said, "We brought Lu Ning to ascertain whether those captured are of the same ilk as those who previously assaulted her. I kindly ask you, Uncle Liang, to awaken one from its slumber. Certainly, you may proceed to room 4. Signal me when you reach the door," Uncle Liang replied, fanning away the drifting smoke. Xiaohe, I must remind you that although smoke is part of your abilities, it is prudent not to inhale. Outside our own talents, we are merely ordinary individuals, and the risk of lung cancer remains unchanged. Thank you for your concern, but I cannot quit just yet, He Nianqing chuckled, patting Lu Ning to follow him toward room 4. Chapter 54. The midnight death bus. A young man clad in police uniform lay sprawled on the cement floor, seemingly in a deep slumber. However, upon He Nianqing signaling at the door, the youth's body convulsed violently, his eyes gradually fluttering open. Through the glass wall, Lu Ning could distinctly perceive a glint of ferocity in his gaze. In an instant, he sprang from the ground, crashing against the glass wall with a desperation akin to a final stand. A spray of crimson erupted against the surface, accompanied by a thunderous sound. They are unable to escape. Their strength, akin to that of humanity, bears no uniqueness, save for the fact that upon death, all cells disintegrate into a highly corrosive slime. In an apparent attempt to assuage Lu Ning's fears, He Nianqing offered an explanation. At that moment, Lu Ning was fully harnessing her abilities, the sanguine stains failing to obscure her vision. Through the facade of the youth's impact against the glass, she discerned the blood aura in the air, which was in a state of complete turmoil, reminiscent of what she had previously witnessed from the two individuals at the church. The youth emitted a primal, beast-like roar as he repeatedly slammed against the glass wall. Gradually, beyond the blood, something else began to adhere to the opposite side of the wall, while the force of his impacts weakened. Ultimately, the youth ceased his assault, a grotesque grin twisting his bloodied visage as his body fell back. Before striking the ground, he transformed into chunks of flesh, splattering upon impact and creating a grotesquely captivating tableau. How intriguing! I am able to perceive their distinctive aura. Lu Ning had long prepared herself for such a sanguinary spectacle. She immediately turned to He Nianqing and remarked, "Moreover, I have encountered a similar aura elsewhere." At the church, there were 2 children, named Yu Chan and Pei Xian, who had been raised from a young age. They possessed the same sanguine aura as this creature, though they seemed capable of controlling it. Remarkable? Well, it is not entirely surprising. We had already noted the church's suspicious nature, yet we had been unable to uncover any concrete evidence. This time presents a genuine opportunity. He Nianqing nodded, opened the door, and the 2 departed from the somewhat distressing room. "You Shu, for the duration, you shall be responsible for Lu Ning's personal safety. She is crucial to our subsequent actions," He Nianqing admonished. Wait a moment. Are you asking me to protect her? Indeed, is there a problem? Lan Yushu appeared somewhat taken aback. "Brother He, did we not agree to work together? The operation at the hospital requires only us. And your expertise in geomancy is better suited for defense than for an assault, is it not?" Lan Yushu wished to protest further, but Chen Shui's simple command to obey quelled his thoughts. The 4 ticket collectors yawned, accepted the cash handed over by He Nianqing, tore off 4 tickets, and gestured towards the back, indicating they could sit wherever they liked. Once everyone was seated, the vehicle resumed its journey. To be honest, Lu Ning had not encountered a ticket-selling bus in quite some time. However, the vehicle she arrived in also had a ticket collector, suggesting that only the public transport in the old city retained such practices. As the bus began to move, the cool night breeze flowing through the windows gradually alleviated the nauseating feelings from witnessing the monstrous suicide earlier. Finding the journey rather dull, she turned to Chen Shui to inquire about her ocular abilities. Among the 3 companions, Lan Yushu excelled in geomantic formations. While He Nianqing was adept at manipulating clouds and mist, both were specialists in their respective domains. Although Qin Shui did not practice multiple forms of magic, her extensive knowledge was likely a result of her experiences in the field from a young age. The art of ocular techniques exists within nearly every cultivation system and is regarded as an exceedingly rare skill. Abilities like yours are treasures in the eyes of various factions, for such techniques are invariably potent. However, I only became capable of perceiving these phenomena after delving into witchcraft. It was not an innate gift. Do you not think that without any deliberate study or particular accumulation of materials, one might still awaken abilities from merely skimming the surface, and yet be deemed as possessing an inherent talent? Qin Shui smiled as she explained that in the realm of mysticism, innate can be understood as a gift, often characterized by an intuitive understanding, as if the heavenly path has bestowed upon you the means to thrive. At the very least, I am aware that there are no more than 10 individuals with such extraordinary gifts. Lu Ning unconsciously reached for her eyes. Although they were not truly her own, they had undeniably served as a remarkable enhancement in this testing ground. Yet, one wonders how much knowledge the enigmatic Cheng Wuling possesses. According to the so-called principle of equality, her understanding must be at least on par with what I know. Qin Shui, what are your specialties? Intelligence. It seems somewhat unrelated to combat. Well, it's not that I can't tell you. It's just that. Qin Shui began, but was abruptly silenced by a gesture from Lu Ning. She was momentarily taken aback, her expression instantly turning serious. Regarding Lu Ning's ocular techniques, Qin Shui had already established an unwavering trust. Lu Ning, in turn, did not betray that trust. She had sensed the faint trace of bloodlust lingering in the carriage before anyone else. When did they catch up? Lu Ning abruptly stood up, turning her gaze towards the source of the ominous aura. It came from the last row of the bus, where a man donned in a duckbill cap and a green-black patterned shirt seemed to sense her stare as he slowly raised his head. A face, somewhat familiar, came into Lu Ning's view. Song Baohua, despite his pupils having faded to a dull gray and his lips transformed into a dark hue, still bore the same despondent expression reminiscent of his former self, staring blankly in Lu Ning's direction. The supposed pattern on his clothing was, in fact, dried bloodstains. At that moment, the bus suddenly turned, and Lu Ning lost her balance, tumbling towards the aisle. In her astonished eyes, she reflected the sight of lifeless hands. Impossible. Song Baohua was at least 1.5 meters away. Get away. Just then, a sharp reprimand from Qin Shui pierced her ears. The glint of a blade flashed, and the bright cold edge effortlessly severed the pair of purplish hands. Yet only a few drops of thick black liquid oozed from the severed wrists, as if the blood within had long since congealed. It was then that Lu Ning realized the true threat was not from the last row where Song Baohua sat, but rather from the neighboring passengers. They were all corpses. Without a moment to ponder, Lu Ning instinctively shouted this revelation, while her companions, He Nianqing and Lan Yushu, reacted swiftly, one igniting a cigarette with a flick of his hand, while the other retrieved a compass from his pocket. It was futile. This vehicle serves as a transport for corpses, allowing only the deceased to board or disembark. Even a living person would meet their end to exit the vehicle. What a farce. He Nianqing flicked his finger, launching a burst of flames towards the ticket agent. Yet the agent merely pinched the air, extinguishing the flames effortlessly. The ticket. As Lu Ning steadied herself, she retrieved the ticket, which she had not examined closely before. Upon closer inspection, she was struck by the stark inscription, Hell's Passage to Danma Central Hospital. My hand won't reach out, Lan Yushu exclaimed in desperation, attempting to extend his hand beyond the window while using a compass for navigation. However, it felt as though an invisible barrier thwarted his palm. So, have we truly encountered something, or is this a deliberate assault? Qin Shui gripped a short knife, which he had drawn from an unknown source, standing guard against the passengers who were slowly rising from their seats. He seemed to be raving madly, yet He Nianqing's expression shifted upon noticing what Qin Shui held. Hey, Qin Shui, that can't possibly be. White phosphorus incendiary. Chen Shui affirmed with a nod, though uncertain of this individual's origins. Such advanced spatial confinement technology could only be wielded by a select few. Resorting to props to compensate for inadequate attack power? Quite clever. Damn it. My smoke cannot escape. Chen Shui, your ability. We are not trying to flee. Chen Shui suddenly revealed a cold smile. The blade once again severed the hand extended by a passenger, as if proclaiming a declaration of war. The tip of the knife traced an arc, pointing directly at the ticket collector at the front. Having finally caught a big fish, it was only natural to eliminate it on the spot. Lu Ning crouched low, the atmosphere in the carriage growing increasingly suffused with the scent of blood. She could only hide beside Chen Shui, pondering how to respond to the unfolding situation. At that moment, she felt the texture of something paper-like beneath her hand, prompting her to instinctively glance down. It was an illustrated booklet, presumably a promotional pamphlet for a modern weaponry exhibition. However, the illustration beneath her hand was peculiar, depicting only an empty metallic frame, with its contents mysteriously vanished. Chapter 55. Hell ablaze. A governor was feasting, as a Taoist priest fashioned paper into the shape of the moon, casting his cup to invite celestial beings to the banquet. In moments of high spirits, they would revel in the moonlight until dawn. Were it not for her age, the painterly immortal Chen Shui would likely have already risen to great renown within the circle, due to the versatility of her abilities. Chen Shui had always filled any voids wherever she went. He Nianqing, having recently collaborated with Chen Shui, could keenly sense the stability her presence brought. At the very least, he did not believe that a sealed space could confine her. However, their adversaries held a different view. Feel free to vent your frustrations, it matters not. This carriage is filled with the dead. You may kill at will. We cannot perish a second time. You cannot escape. It is futile. Once we have dealt with you, you will be sent to that wretched place for the aftermath. Ah, what a hassle. In any case, that is no longer my concern. It is best to dispose of you quickly. As soon as the words left his lips, the ticket seller hurled a firebomb from his hand. Alas, the incendiary device fell to the ground with a soft thud, yet it did not detonate. Lan Yushu, gasping for breath, clutched the compass with trembling hands, but still feigned bravado, mocking, "Go on. Throw another one, why don't you? Enough with the empty chatter. The tides of fortune are in our favor. Anything that poses a threat to us shall undoubtedly never come to pass." Lu Ning widened her eyes in astonishment. Could the art of feng shui be wielded in such a manner? Yet, it was evident that Lan Yushu had seemingly exhausted a considerable amount of energy for such luck, to the extent that he could only remain seated, unable to rise. You possess some extraordinary powers. This must be the reason I have been assigned to eliminate you. But I lack any significant offensive capability. Why, then, must I be the one entangled in such a predicament? The ticket seller despondently grasped a handrail above him, as the corpse in the back seemed to be swayed by an unseen force, forsaking its assault, while the remaining debris in the vehicle posed no tangible threat whatsoever. At that moment, a pungent liquid surged forth from the corners of the surroundings. "What is this?" He Nianqing remarked, his finger gesturing as the odor mingled with the smoke in the air, causing his expression to shift. It was merely a concoction of gasoline and corpse oil. By the way, this was the fuel for the vehicle. The ticket seller gradually crouched down, dipping his hand into the black grease on the ground, then disgustedly rubbed it off on himself. Although, due to sheer luck, not a single drop of oil had spread beneath the feet of the four individuals. The entire carriage was instantaneously engulfed by the flammable substance. "You bastard." He Nianqing's words hung unfinished in the air as the conductor produced a lighter, his gaze as lifeless as that of a corpse. Those who descended from this vehicle would undoubtedly meet their demise. You may choose to disbelieve, but I shall speak no further. Ignited. In an instant, a violent blaze consumed the conductor entirely. The flames appeared more ferocious than ordinary, swiftly engulfing the front of the carriage and racing towards the rear. "Chen Shui, open the door. The formation cannot hold for much longer," He Nianqing bellowed. At that moment, the flames circumvented them, drawing all the corpses behind into the inferno, while Lan Yushu's complexion turned ashen, clearly indicating that this forcibly sustained fortune could not endure indefinitely. Without hesitation, Chen Shui reached into her pocket and retrieved a flyer she had casually accepted from a young man distributing them when they left the city. Lu Ning had presumed she would simply discard it afterward. The flyer was affixed to the window, and suddenly, a door from an advertisement for furniture vanished, instantly forcing open the carriage, with a sturdy door firmly embedded in its frame. He Nianqing quickly twisted the doorknob. A gust of wind swept into the bus, revealing a landscape racing by outside. "We can escape," He Nianqing exclaimed joyfully as he noticed the smoke from inside flowing through the door. He immediately grasped the door frame and hoisted Lan Yushu onto his back, just as he intended to exit when Lu Ning abruptly blocked his path. "Lu Ning, don't go out. Look at your hand." He Nianqing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon his own hand, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the part gripping the doorframe had turned a deep purple, indistinguishable from the hands of the deceased. A wave of heat washed over his cheek, yet it prompted a cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Did I not say it clearly? A ghostly roar emanated from the flames. Only the dead can leave the vehicle. Regardless of the methods you employ, it will be futile. Destroying the walls is pointless. Teleportation will also yield no results. Even if you were to obliterate the car, in that fleeting moment, you would succumb to death. I may lack offensive capabilities, but preserving life is still within my reach. Do not panic. Even with such limitations revealed, Chen Shui maintained her composure, possessing the presence of mind to glance at Lu Ning's reaction. Lu Ning did not disappoint her, revealing no signs of alarm. "Lu Ning, huh?" Suddenly called by name, Lu Ning was momentarily stunned. The flames had yet to approach, and Lan Yushu's protective formation had already faltered, with only a few thin sheets of paper warding off the fiery tongues. "I am referred to as the painting immortal. As you can see, I excel in sealing objects within paintings or extracting entities from them, yet I cannot wield this against living beings. I now present you with an opportunity. If you can devise a solution to this predicament, I shall grant you permission for this hospital visit." Lu Ning's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you serious?" Chen Shui nodded in affirmation. Beside her, He Nianqing silently observed Chen Shui, who effortlessly nurtured the newcomers, pondering that this must be the essence of being a formidable figure. Lu Ning merely cast a glance at the flames within the carriage. Leaning against the door, shielded by the wind and a makeshift wall of papers, the heat was not yet overwhelming. However, the vehicle hurtled down the road at a reckless speed, and the absence of any person or vehicle along the extensive journey hinted at an underlying issue. Perhaps danger loomed, but without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one capture the tiger's cub? The Klein bottle, a three-dimensional entity devoid of an inner or outer surface. If Sister Chen Shui could alter the vehicle structure, then such modifications were certainly within reach, with the distinction between inside and outside erased. The question of disembarking ceased to exist. Uncertain whether this world's Klein bottle retained the same nomenclature, Lu Ning felt compelled to clarify. This revelation left He Nianqing momentarily stunned. Were Chen Shui to articulate such an answer, it would not have surprised him, as one is best acquainted with their own abilities. However, devising a rapid response plan based on the resources at hand is a skill not possessed by all. Much like his own tendency to excessively rely on the communication and concealment functions of smoke after acquiring the capabilities in this testing ground, he often sought assistance from others when confronted with insurmountable challenges, ceasing further contemplation. This could prove perilous. Setting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in He Nianqing's mind, Chen Shui smiled. "Well, I suppose you pass. As I previously stated, once confronted, the only course is to eradicate it. There is no escape." Chen Shui pulled out a notepad, where, illuminated by the flickering flames, one could faintly discern a myriad of vividly drawn illustrations. This was, in truth, her genuine weapon in battle. Previously, wielding the blade drawn from the artwork merely involved making use of the resources at hand. You will not be able to withstand for long. The carriage had transformed into a fiery inferno, and even the small sanctuary of 4 seats was gradually succumbing to the encroaching flames. The capacity of a single sheet of paper to absorb was ultimately finite. Chen Shui would not squander excessive energy on this endeavor. At last, the paper suspended in midair was truly ignited, incinerated along with the flames contained within, reducing to ashes. The Klein bottle exists within three-dimensional space, yet embodies a four-dimensional concept. By employing my abilities to embed it within this carriage, I could naturally adhere its exterior to its interior, but this does not address the fundamental issue. In what seemed an effort to provide the newcomer with a thorough explanation, Chen Shui spoke with remarkable patience and clarity. However, there exists another kind of entity that can only manifest in a two-dimensional realm, absent from the three-dimensional world. I had previously attempted to materialize such an entity. A sheet of paper fluttered down with the heat waves, and a dagger pierced through, pinning the paper to the floor. Shortly thereafter, the ground began to rise, forming a staircase-like structure. Swiftly, this three-dimensional formation began to propagate within the carriage, yet oddly, these steps gradually tilted to resemble corrugated cardboard, subsequently warping and fracturing. Fools! Even if you destroy the bus, you will perish the moment you are exposed to the outside. Is it truly so difficult to choose a less agonizing demise? I truly fail to comprehend your nature. Have you noticed? The bus appears to be an extension of you. I realized this the moment I endeavored to confine the vehicle within the canvas and met with failure. Yet, it seems you are far too preoccupied with the transportation of corpses to possess any understanding of human artistry and history. Chen Shui remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. The vehicle began to disintegrate, not merely suffering destruction, but rather dissolving into nothingness, as if it were being erased from reality, vanishing gradually. The impossible steps. The conclusion is that they indeed do not exist within the three-dimensional realm. Perhaps a higher dimension could accommodate such a phenomenon, but that lies beyond my capabilities. All that transforms into the impossible steps shall ultimately be forcibly obliterated for their inability to exist in this world. Chen Shui extended her hand to close the door. Though the flames within the compartment continued to dance, they were receding in tandem with the vehicle's disappearance. The cleansing had failed. Chapter 56. The transformation of the hospital. The morning star shimmered in the night sky. Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan had safely departed from the vicinity of the corpse exposure forest, taking with them an object of significance. When dawn broke clear, those passing through the woodland could observe the trees withered and their branches strewn about, the cause of which remained a mystery. Within a wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, Wang Zongxiang, his arm drenched in blood, set down the lifeless body of Li Zhongxin with a countenance heavy with guilt, while his family encircled the corpse, weeping inconsolably. And yet Wang Zongxiang found himself unable to utter the truth. Lu Ning lay in a deep slumber. Her ability to utilize her dual sight became increasingly effortless. Yet the toll on her physical stamina gradually escalated. The price of perceiving more was indeed steep. Lan Yushu had settled into a room on the same floor, finally relishing the comfort of air conditioning, which further heightened her anticipation for the forthcoming endeavors at the hospital. All of this was largely observed by a figure seated on the upper terrace of the church. Pei Xian occupied a chair nearby, indulging in a slice of watermelon, while a computer rested on a low table, the voice of a man emanating through the speaker. Last night, the corpse disposal forest, the midnight bus, and the Bird Nest Lake had all faced assaults. Although Bird Nest Lake remained largely unscathed, both the corpse disposal forest and the bus had been obliterated. Pei Xian finished a piece of watermelon and casually discarded the rind into the corner trash bin. Waste. Predictable. The voice from behind the decorative pillar spoke with a calm demeanor, prompting Pei Xian to temper his wrath upon hearing those words. Since you deem it acceptable, I shall continue to idly pass the time here. Pei Xian, we promise to grant you ample freedom, provided you ensure your own safety. The man on the other end of the computer remarked. If you truly feel agitated, it would not be amiss to vent your frustrations. Haha, really? I had thought you would be incensed over the loss of two significant combatants. Pei Xian casually reached for another piece of watermelon, casting a glance towards the side of the decorative pillar. After all, I am not particularly adept at strategizing. Your assistance has indeed been invaluable. How comforting. We are a team. A voice, tinged with amusement, emanated from the computer, emphasizing that the interests of the team were of paramount importance, which was quite normal. As for the demise of those two servants, it remained within our expectations. Does that mean that no decisive action will be taken until the silent plan is activated? Until then, your combat prowess and that of Yu-chan shall remain unfulfilled. Another individual on the balcony provided an explanation, noting that the team we painstakingly assembled from the opposing faction had begun to harbor internal doubts. Consequently, regardless of the directives issued by their decision-making body, execution would falter. All falling neatly within our plans. Collaborating with you truly brings a sense of reassurance. Pei Xin grinned, recalling previous encounters with those self-proclaimed intellectuals who not only imposed numerous restrictions upon me, but also sought to wield me as a weapon. Conceited fools, bah. I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I am no fool. It seems you have had your fair share of being duped. The man on the computer remarked. Rest assured, in our current plans, the worst outcome would be the survival of the four of us, albeit with a failed mission. Very well, so I can do as I please, correct? Do not forget your promise regarding the tasks to be undertaken during the execution of the silent plan. Aside from that, you are free to do as you wish. We shall handle any ensuing complications, reminded the figure hidden behind the decorative pillar. Not a problem, since you are extending me this courtesy. I shall not completely disregard the spirit of teamwork. Pei Xin took a bite of watermelon, releasing a contented sigh. Winning effortlessly is indeed a most delightful affair. Upon awakening, Lu Ning felt as though she had once again missed something significant. There were several messages on her phone, each from L Bingying, Cheng Wuling, Yuan Shi, and Lan Yushu. As she opened them one by one, she was surprised to find an abundance of new information in each. L Bingying warned her that the footage of her and Yi Fei leaving the theater on the day of the fire had been located. Although it was insufficient to establish them as suspects, the police might soon conduct inquiries. On another front, the incident had garnered widespread attention due to Xu Xingrua's death, prompting the police department to consider forming a dedicated task force for investigation, thus urging caution. Lan Yushu conveyed some troubling news, revealing that their companion sent to investigate the hospital had gone missing. The issues at the hospital were likely far more severe than initially anticipated, which was also the reason cited by Chen Shueso. Without Lu Ning's immediate reconnaissance capabilities, the team was vulnerable to ambushes. Yuan Shi's message informed her that they had detonated an underground cavern in the corpse-exposing forest the previous night, unearthing 2 eggs resembling those of some unknown creature, and they hoped to find a more reliable method of identification. In this regard, Lu Ning was likely more adept. Lastly, Cheng Wuling sent a direct email address with a note. Some materials, please delete the email after reading. This cautious demeanor suggested that she perhaps sensed something amiss. In truth, Lu Ning felt a twinge of guilt. During their separate forays the day before, no one had reached out to Cheng Wuling. Whether it was confidence or selfishness, they had fundamentally begun to suspect an insider. Particularly, Cheng Wuling, as the planner of that operation, had become the primary target of everyone's wariness. How familiar this scene felt. At present, Cheng Wuling is still engaged in managing the aftermath of the situation concerning Bai Meng. She likely did not anticipate that merely a day later, the hard-won trust would unravel into disarray. The once formidable team has once again fragmented into several smaller groups, a development that is far from favorable. Lu Ning opened her email and retrieved the document from her drafts, proceeding to deactivate her email account as instructed by Cheng Wuling. There were no personal opinions contained within, merely a collection of straightforward materials, transcripts related to the eerie tales of the 7 nights, a list of personnel from the church along with their resumes, the specific timing and activity plans for the Frost Day Festival, as well as a record of nighttime satellite observations across the entirety of Danma. The materials bore the insignia of the Life Sciences Research Institute, each marked with a 4-digit identification number, leaving one to wonder how many other valuable or trivial documents exist beyond this. Lu Ning skimmed through the materials, imprinting them in her mind, before extracting her portable hard drive to create 2 copies. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Upon answering, she heard the voice of Lan Yushu. Lu Ning, you received my message, right? I need to urgently collaborate with Qin Shui and He Dage on a task. We won't be at the hotel. So please avoid the vicinity of the hospital or the church for the time being. If anything arises, Uncle Liang will get in touch with you. I'll send you his phone number shortly. Are you all heading to the hospital? Lu Ning was taken aback. But she glanced outside at the heavy, looming clouds. I have an unsettling premonition. Haha, could it be that you possess some prophetic gift? However, this journey does seem a tad perilous. Among the two going, one is on the offensive while the other provides support. If they find themselves in a predicament, it will likely fall to Qin Shui to resolve the situation. Where is your team leader? Lu Ning inquired about the last member of the Supernatural Association present here. He has ventured into the mountains. 2 hunters witnessed the ghost train last night, 1 dead and 1 injured. He has gone to deal with that creature. In any case, do not wander off. Stay close to your friends. All right, be safe. Lan Yushu replied before hanging up the phone. Lu Ning took out several formation diagrams to familiarize herself with their usage, yet her ominous premonition grew ever stronger. After pondering for a moment, she decided to call Xu Xingru and Yuan Shi. Soon, Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan arrived at the door, and Lu Ning handed them a portable hard drive. The 3 of them summoned Yi Fei and drove to Xu Xingru's temporary residence. We must be swift. Sun Maju crouched at the entrance of the community, observing ants. However, her alertness was far beyond the ordinary. As the car entered the community, she lifted her head. Good morning. Yuan Shi greeted, rolling down the car window. I've come to pick you up. Park and follow me. Sun Maju stood up, brushed off her hands, and glanced back at the ant nest on the ground. Countless ants emerged, carrying food and eggs, fleeing in a serpentine manner toward the outside of the community. Inside a rental unit, Xu Xingru sat on the sofa, feeding a document into a shredder. Hearing noises at the door, Sun Maju promptly opened it, ushering everyone into the room. This place was rented under her name, so Xu Xingru had no concerns about unexpected visitors. Welcome. What brings you here in such a hurry? She asked with a smile, gesturing for them to sit while nudging a few plates of pastries on the coffee table. I can't believe you can still find peas to cook, Lu Ning remarked, picking up a piece of mung bean cake. Crafting delicacies is a profound passion of Xu Xingru, who herself consumes little. However, the few individuals residing in the small abode are generously nourished daily by her culinary creations. This serves to alleviate the tension that lingers in their hearts. The cramped quarters, accommodating 6 individuals, render the living room a bustling hub. Lu Ning, without wasting a moment, promptly articulated her unsettling premonition. Under ordinary circumstances, I might refrain from sharing my concerns. However, my unique position in this instance bears certain exceptional capabilities, and I apprehend that the ramifications could be significant. Significant? Yi Fei swallowed a morsel, finally managing to create space for words. To what extent? The entire Dhamma? Such a sweeping condemnation would indeed be excessive. Xiao Shifan shook his head, asserting, we have yet to traverse even half our allotted time. It is improbable that we would engage in a final confrontation during this phase. Even in a combative scenario. Is your premonition recent? Sun Maju inquired. Indeed, I am certain that misfortune looms ahead. Incidentally, I received word that a member of the Supernatural Society I contacted has gone missing from the hospital, while others are en route to investigate. Regardless of how one contemplates this, it bears ominous implications. Lu Ning recognized the formidable nature of these individuals, yet they were not invincible. Perhaps their reliance on Qin Shui's counteracting abilities could shield them, but could it truly be so effortless? Cough. The air was thick with smoke, as emerald flames illuminated an eerie space reminiscent of a morass of flesh. Purple veins pulsated vigorously beneath a translucent membrane, while viscous droplets descended, producing an abhorrent, squelching sound. Curse be the day. He Yinqing clutched his abdomen, where blood continuously seeped through, rendering simple first aid futile against such grievous wounds. Escape route. Smoke. Was there no way out? The entire space was sealed, leaving him feeling as though he had been devoured by some colossal beast. He was uncertain whether Qin Shui and Lan Yushu had also fallen victim to the attack. Yet, in his continued existence, he found a semblance of fortune. Chapter 57. Torrential rain. A thunderclap heralded the arrival of a summer tempest, enveloping the city in a shroud of rain, effectively dispelling the oppressive heat of recent days. Many opened their windows, inhaling the refreshing, humid air with delight. Chen Shui stood in the corridor on the east side of the hospital's first floor. Surrounding her, the ceiling and even the floor had been forcibly breached by pipes and other obstructions, yet nothing was revealed. Lan Yushu was diligently using a compass to detect any signs. But to no avail. Sister Chen Shui, we should leave this place. It is far too strange. He Nianqing had vanished the moment the trio rounded a corner. And upon discovering this, Chen Shui immediately began searching every conceivable hiding spot, leading her to this very location. There were no traces, not even a signal for help. Chen Shui was overwhelmed with the urge to completely overturn this place, yet her strength had not yet reached the level required to dismantle an entire building. Could it be like that bus? Lan Yushu racked his brain, attempting to make an impact. This building is not alive. I have already tried. Chen Shui gritted her teeth and stepped through a door in the wall. Let us withdraw and contact the team leader and Lu Ning. Lan Yushu hurriedly followed, fleeing from the eerie edifice. The torrential rain drowned out the sounds of the city, enveloping the inhabitants within the house in an inexplicable gloom. Xu Xingru emerged from the kitchen, bearing sustenance to replenish everyone's strength, while a solitary egg, procured by Yuan Shi, rested upon the table. The group had tested the eggshell's hardness, finding it impervious even to a hammer's blow. The bus, the woods, the mountains, these locales of bizarre tales seemed to have awakened overnight. Xiao Shifan furrowed his brow, astonished that so many had chosen to act simultaneously. From the information sent by Cheng Wuling, it was evident that these strange occurrences were undoubtedly linked to the so-called star spirits. Yet, despite vanquishing two monsters, the connection remained elusive. Lu Ning felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she rubbed them vigorously, only to be startled by a sudden shift in the view beyond the window amidst the downpour. In the distance, several shadows loomed like skyscrapers, while a black vortex in the sky remained unmasked by the dark clouds. Just as she realized the gravity of the situation, a colossal hand, composed entirely of an unknown substance, descended from the clouds, and the overwhelming impact rendered her vision black. A piercing scream echoed through the living room as Lu Ning curled up in the corner of the sofa, clutching her head, blood slowly seeping from her features, rendering her a terrifying sight. What is happening? Xu Xingru dashed to her side, tightly grasping Lu Ning's wrist, only to discover her hands were icy cold. Coughing softly, I found myself aware that my vision had not been severed. Lu Ning valiantly endured the pain, striving to maintain the panorama before her. A weightless sensation gradually directed her gaze towards various sectors of the city. In the familiar square of the urban district, the festooned celebration float stood deserted, while the large screen flickered with the dimmest light, indicating the time, 3:12 in the afternoon on July 26th. From the shadows of the buildings, the faint silhouettes of a crowd could still be discerned. A torn flag was swept high into the air by a fierce gust, piercing the center of the screen like a spear, and after a burst of sparks, the last glimmer of light vanished. Pressing forward, a licenseless pickup truck rested by the roadside, from which a young girl was dragged out by a monstrous figure, cloaked in darkness. The girl had long ceased to breathe, her eyes wide open, unblinking as they gazed towards the heavens. The other two companions in the vehicle met with an even grimmer fate. One had his heart extracted, while the other bore a gaping wound in his skull. Blood splattered throughout the interior of the truck. The attire of the three victims was hauntingly familiar. The future? No. Was it reality, or? A wave of dizziness surged within Lu Ning's mind. She desperately fought to maintain her consciousness, sensing that something significant lay within this scene. The monster's claws tore through the girl's corpse, and as her entrails splattered, a piece of paper, hastily stuffed into her pocket, was flung out, landing on the ground and instantly soiled by the muck. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ning beheld it, even as she approached her own limits. She held in her hands an identical piece of paper, one that had originally been taken from the envelope upon entering this place. A moment of disconnection, It was me. Lu Ning tumbled off the sofa, her head striking the edge of the coffee table, eliciting a pained cry. Are you all right? The earlier sight of her bleeding profusely had been utterly terrifying, and none present understood what had transpired, only able to assist Lu Ning in wiping away the blood. Subsequently, Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei departed, leaving Yuan Shi to remain here until Lu Ning awakened. We are here. As the bedroom door swung open, Yuan Shi gracefully emerged, retrieving a stool to sit against the wall, while Sun Maju occupied the balcony, attentively observing the commotion below, merely waving her hand in acknowledgement. Let me speak of what I have just witnessed, I began. I saw a scene from July 26th in Danma, where the apocalypse had already arrived. The apocalypse? How fantastical! Yuan Shi tilted her head. And this is to occur in 10 days? Can your eyes truly see the future? Their expressions did not betray disbelief. Yet they appeared taken aback. Enormous monsters roamed the city, with no pedestrians or military in sight. Everyone hid within their buildings, awaiting death, as all systems lay nearly paralyzed. Hiss. Yuan Shi inhaled deeply. The worst-case scenario. Sun Maju contemplated thoughtfully. Fortunately, this may not be the future. As I endeavored to uncover more, I beheld a vehicle fleeing from Danma, within which 3 individuals had already fallen prey to the monsters, one of whom was me. What? Xu Xingru's expression shifted dramatically. Are you implying that you refers to that you? Indeed, the individual bore a visage entirely distinct from mine, yet donned the same attire and possessed a dossier acquired from the depot prior to arriving here. Lu Ning gestured towards herself. That should be another tourist from the depot who has supplanted my current identity. Her timeline precedes ours by 10 days. Upon her demise, I was momentarily granted a glimpse into that world through her eyes or lingering resentment. Evidence. Yuan Shi crossed her arms, her tone laced with skepticism. When I first arrived in this realm, I too witnessed the apocalyptic visage of another Danma. There was no rain, yet colossal creatures wreaked havoc upon the city. However, it is likely that my unfamiliarity with my own abilities prevented a prolonged observation at that time. The conjecture of it being another world arises from our understanding that such testing grounds are not singular, correct? This alone may not suffice as proof. Yet I shall not dismiss your assertion. Yuan Shi slightly raised her chin, and if your words bear no falsehood, then we can ascertain that destruction may descend upon us in no less than 10 days. Thus, that 40-day deadline is the utmost limit we face from our adversary. Xu Xingru could discern the gravity of the situation. It was more accurate to say that even if our opposing faction were to falter, we would inevitably trigger a cataclysmic disaster at the final hour. Thus, our task as seekers is to prevent this from transpiring. It becomes evident that should we fail to intervene, the apocalypse you speak of would descend upon Danma, leaving us, the unaccomplished, with no means of escape, resulting in certain demise. Sun Maju interjected, affirming the sentiment. One might say, truly, that they are the survivors. Lu Ning merely expressed a fleeting thought, and they grasped her intent with clarity. As for Sun Maju, she found herself with little to do. She understood well that the more critical the moment, the greater the need for composure, especially as a force of arms. At this juncture, Lu Ning felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. It seemed her abilities had once again been overextended, her eyes returning to their ordinary state. To replenish her strength, she promptly ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance. At that moment, a call from Lan Yushu interrupted her. The news of He Nianqing's disappearance sent a ripple of unease through Lu Ning. Why had the bizarre tales erupted overnight? As urban legends, they were meant to remain concealed within Danma, challenging to investigate. Although the key in Xu Xingru's possession pointed directly to the core, the sheer volume of eerie occurrences surfacing overnight, without any connections, was perplexing. Ghost trains, hospitals, midnight buses, and corpse-exposing woods. We have been led astray. The troubling aspect is our uncertainty regarding whether this is a mere bait or something more sinister. If she were to learn that Bird's Rest Lake had also been visited, she might grasp the full implications of the situation. The timing was impeccable, arriving just after we had secured a victory. This mutual probing, with its fluctuations between triumph and defeat, not only preserved the aura of mystery, but also alleviated the overwhelming sense of the unknown. How familiar this feels. Lu Ning thought with a wry smile, luring the enemy deeper.